purchased from its inventor by the company that now runs BaseballReference.com.
I think when we first started talking to him, there were maybe like 4,000 or 5,000 games being played per day. I think yesterday we had maybe 225,000 on baseball alone.
That was only 3 months ago. Do the math. It's almost 50% growth every single week. So they've expanded to also offer basketball, football, and hockey grids too. Soccer's coming next. Our makeshift game board was enough to turn the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose, and home run champ Pete Alonso into brand new players.
This one's going to be good. Sandy Alomar Sr. Beat that.
Lighter. All right, Al Lighter. Yes. Mariano Rivera.
The legendary broadcaster, 8 for 9. The all-star slugger, 9 for 9. Too easy, he said. So he swapped out a current team with one that left Montreal for D.C. back in 2005.
So I'm going to say Randy Johnson, Gary Carter in the Mets.
Green box.
Dodgers. So, yeah, this is before my time.
When we told Alonso he's allowed to use any player from the franchise's time in Montreal or Washington.
Oh, yeah, Howie.
All right, that's a good answer. Howie Kendrick.
Yeah. So that's cheating. The Nationals and no, that's cheating.
Regardless, there's now one more grid fanatic in an already crazed clubhouse. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Today we are celebrating National Book Lovers Day, and we're highlighting 5 award-winning books that inspire. From Maya Angelou painting her transformative journey amongst a community of Black artists to an intimate look at growing up Korean American. These stories, memoirs, and social policy pieces illustrate timeless lessons of hope and kindness. Go to our Instagram and let us know the titles that inspire you.
All right, thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great day.
Voters in Ohio rejecting a ballot measure that would have made it more difficult for the state to enshrine reproductive rights later this year. What supporters of abortion rights say about the vote, and the other state planning to go to the polls on the issue.
A year after the deadly massacre in Uvalde, Texas, a relative of the shooter has been arrested after allegedly threatening a rampage of his own. What the families of the Robb Elementary School victims are saying about this threat.
Autonomous cars may drive the taxi industry into the future, but some say it is a rocky road ahead. NBC News investigates the potential dangers of driverless cars.
And then there were 8, the final 2 nations punching their tickets to the World Cup quarterfinals. We've got the breakdown on the teams still kicking.
If you're in Florida, you better check your ticket. The Sunshine State sees the one single winner of the largest Mega Millions jackpot ever. It's Wednesday, August 9th. Early today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And glad you're with us. I'm Jessica Layton. It was another night of severe weather across the East Coast. Parts of New England were expected to get as much as 2 inches of rain per hour in areas where the ground had already been saturated this week. And more strong winds were in the forecast after these powerful storms already claimed at least 2 lives. One man in Delaware described surviving a tree falling onto his home.
I was in that second floor window right there. It was so quick, so high-pitched maybe sounding, so different that it was just hairs on the back of the neck and let's run to the basement.
And he wants people to learn from his close call and take weather alerts seriously. He says they only had seconds to act.
The future of abortion rights in Ohio is all but certain to be on the ballot this fall. But a state election on Tuesday dealt a major blow to those looking to limit reproductive freedoms. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Good morning, Bree. What was the purpose of this late summer election, and how does it affect any future action on abortion?
Good morning, Francis. So on Tuesday, voters in Ohio went to the polls to take their first step in deciding the future of reproductive rights in their state. On the ballot was Issue 1, a measure that would raise the barrier for passing future amendments to the state's constitution from the current simple majority to a 60% threshold. This comes as Ohio is set to be the latest state that will let the people decide on abortion rights after the overturning of Roe v. Wade last last year. November's election is expected to feature a proposed amendment on enshrining reproductive rights in the Buckeye State. In the lead up to Tuesday's vote, critics accused Issue 1 of being designed to make it more difficult to pass that measure this fall and condemned the state's Republican leadership for planning the vote for August, which is typically a low turnout month. In the end, Issue 1 was rejected by the voters, with over 56% voting no, according to the Ohio Secretary of State's office. The result was praised by abortion rights advocates as well as President Biden. In a statement late Tuesday, Biden called the measure a blatant attempt to weaken voters' voices, and that democracy ended up winning.
All right, and Bree, while the final vote in Ohio is still a few months away, Tuesday also saw a number of groups in Arizona making plans to get a similar measure on abortion rights onto their ballots in 2024. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Francis, that's right. So that coalition, which includes groups like Planned Parenthood advocates as well as ACLU, launched an effort to advance an amendment that would enshrine abortion rights in Arizona's constitution. The state currently allows abortion care until the 15th week of pregnancy. The measure would not appear on the ballot until the 2024 election. It also must be reviewed by state officials and supported by enough people in the state before it sees the light of day. State elections have become the most prominent battleground in the fight over reproductive rights. Since the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case last year, 6 states all across the political spectrum have held votes on abortion rights. In all the cases, the votes led to victories for advocates for reproductive rights. Francis?
All right, Bree, thank you.
Well, the Supreme Court on Tuesday sided with the Biden administration in its fight against so-called ghost guns. In a brief order, the court voted 5-4 to put a hold on a ruling from a Texas judge that blocked the regulations on the firearm-making kits, which were implemented last year by the ATF. The Bureau issued the regulations in response to what it calls an increase in the availability of those ghost guns. A spokesman for the Justice Department applauded the court's decision, adding this ruling does not prevent the issue from being brought before the court in the future.
Are more charges on the horizon for former President Trump? According to the New York Times, the district attorney in Atlanta is expected to take her 2020 election meddling case before a grand jury next week, which could potentially lead to an indictment. Fannie Willis's investigation centers on what happened in Georgia in the weeks following the election, including calls Trump made to pressure local officials. Law enforcement has stepped up security around the Fulton County Courthouse ahead of any potential decision on indictments.
A teenager has been arrested for allegedly threatening to shoot students at a school in San Antonio. And the suspect taken into custody is the cousin of the shooter who killed 21 people at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde last year. His family told police he was planning to buy a gun and do the same thing that his cousin did. This news especially difficult for the families of those victims who are preparing to go back to school just days from now.
It's infuriating because, this is why we fight, and it's hard enough as it is to send our remaining children to school because of, reliving May 24th over and over.
The suspect in San Antonio is facing multiple charges, including making a terroristic threat. In court documents, the teen denied making any threats.
A New York City beach had its first shark attack in decades. A woman in her 60s was badly hurt, forcing the closure of Rockaway Beach in Queens. Our Stephanie Gosk has this report and tips on what anxious beachgoers should watch out for.
On a sunny August afternoon, Rockaway Beach in New York City is empty. The popular spot for swimmers and surfers was closed after a suspected shark attack. Just before 6 p.m. Monday, a woman was bitten on the left leg.
We heard she was just bleeding. When that happens, you need to be extra careful.
The 65-year-old was rushed to the hospital where she is now in stable condition. A top police official says dramatic damage was done to her leg. The police were at the beach with drones, helicopters, and boats, while lifeguards made sure people stayed out of the water. It's the first suspected shark bite here in 70 years. But not far away on Long Island, there have been multiple attacks this summer. 5 people were bitten over the 4th of July, shutting beaches down during the busy holiday. Last July, there was a similar flurry of attacks in the same area. 5 people were bitten, including teenage surfer Max Haynes.
I didn't see anything coming, and I felt on my foot like a bear trap just get me from below, and it hard. It felt like it broke my foot.
Marine biologists believe the small bait fish that sharks eat, called bunkers, may be partially to blame.
If the bunkers stay offshore, the sharks stay offshore. The bunker move in, so is it that they're just following the food?
It's actually a sign, scientists say, that the water and the ecosystem are healthy. 2 beaches closed because of shark activity. At one of them, officials said there was an extraordinary number of bunker fish on the shoreline. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor went fishing with her family, but made a different kind of catch on the water, and it's not what she wanted. Castor found 70 pounds of cocaine off the coast of the Florida Keys. The mayor was also Tampa's first female police chief and says that experience helped her figure out what was in that water. U.S. Border Patrol says the drugs have a street value of $1.1 million.
All right, rain is on the way for millions of Americans. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking those summer storms and the potential hazards coming with them. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, ladies. A couple spots where you don't want to forget your umbrella. It's going to be really parts of the Midwest stretching into the southeast, and then over the coming days, we'll see that expand a little farther to the east. Your satellite and radar already showing some showers and thunderstorms working through parts of the plains, and as the day goes on, it scoots a little farther to the east. The Midwest will be impacted, but we could see strong storms from basically Kansas to Tennessee through the afternoon hours today. That system will continue working its way to the east, and then tomorrow, mid-Atlantic up into the northeast, we'll see the potential for heavy rain and those stronger storms. The flash flooding risk, though, is centered from Kansas City, stretching down towards Atlanta through parts of Cincinnati and down through Memphis as well today. That's going to be with repeated rounds of heavy rain on already saturated grounds. You can see these rainfall totals ending up anywhere from 1 to 2 inches in a really widespread area, but could be as high as 3 inches across that same region. We'll be keeping a close eye on that through Thursday. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures ending up into the high 70s to low 80s from Colorado Springs to Casper. Plenty of sunshine for folks there. Dealing with some showers and thunderstorms from Little Rock to Nashville. High 90s in Orlando today. Lots of sunshine in Tampa with a high of 93 degrees this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Thanks, Angie. The FBI is asking the public for help finding these 2 missing girls. Take a look. Iris and Tamara Perez, who are just 14 and 15 years old, have been missing since late June. They had been living with adoptive parents in Michigan after their birth mother lost custody rights. A witness says they saw the sisters playing outside and then getting into a white Jeep Cherokee. Anyone with information can provide anonymous tips by visiting tips.fbi.com. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a self-driving taxi boom that could allow more driverless cars in some of the country's biggest cities. But as NBC News investigates, those autonomous cars could pose dangers on the road. From our Bay Area station, Bigad Shaban has more.
No hands on the wheel, no hands at all. Okay, I just requested our ride and it's 3 minutes away. More than 2,000 self-driving cars are on the road in California. Most have a test driver inside who can take over when needed. But hundreds of cars have no one in the front seat as they make deliveries and shuttle passengers. We tried a ride with Cruise. Owned by GM, Cruise is one of the largest driverless car companies in America, along with its competitor, Google's Waymo. Both are now asking California regulators for permission to expand their robotaxi services inside the state's largest testing ground, San Francisco, so passengers can request rides 24 hours a day, right from their phones. Once you enter your destination, the car does the rest. You can't tell it what routes to take or streets to avoid. So if you're used to being a backseat driver, you might want to find a car with a front seat driver. Autonomous vehicles can detect closed streets, drive around double-parked cars, and even pull over for emergency vehicles. But getting chauffeured by a robot isn't always a smooth ride. State transportation records obtained by NBC News show self-driving cars have been involved in 280 crashes across California over the past 5 years, resulting in at least 64 injuries and a dead dog. That includes collisions with other vehicles, bicyclists, and city buses.
A self-driving car where enemy no driver.
Some accidents were caused by other people on the road, according to crash reports. How many is unclear from the data. But the cars have been confused by emergency scenes, sometimes plowing into caution tape or blocking fire trucks. Waymo didn't comment, but Cruise tells us automation has safety benefits.
Our cars don't drive drunk, they don't get distracted.
Prashanthi Raman is one of the leaders at Cruise.
Our vehicles are designed to, when they approach a situation that they aren't sure about, they're designed to come to a safe stop.
But you would acknowledge that even coming to a full stop can create safety issues too.
So traffic blockages are not something that we want to have happen.
Just hours after that interview, it did happen. To us. Our first ride with Cruise went as planned. But we then invited a longtime driving instructor, Eugenia Borges, to join us on a second ride. About 1 minute in, our car was at a green light, but wouldn't budge.
It's a very safe situation for the car to turn, and it's just staying here. I'm not sure why.
The car eventually inched forward, but kept stopping. We're kind of now riding in between two lanes. Then, all of a sudden, it hit the gas.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know what it's doing now. Our car drove straight towards the median and just stopped, taking up almost 2 full lanes.
This is not good.
People are honking at us. Soon came the looks from other drivers. How does this compare to the worst driving student you've ever had?
Oh, this is much worse.
Cruise declined to sit down with us again, but in a statement said the car encountered an unexpected construction zone that would have required several lane changes. The better course was for the autonomous vehicle to come to a safe stop rather than proceed. While other drivers cruised right past that closed lane, our car sat parked on a busy street for 20 minutes, causing a traffic jam for blocks.
What's your reaction to being a driverless car stuck here?
I'm not surprised.
Self-driving cars are already being tested in at least 25 states. But with no federal regulations, America doesn't have a national roadmap for safety guidelines.
Hey there, guys. Just wanted to check in.
Back inside our car, Cruise customer service contacted us to say they detected a problem. Their solution? They sent us a driver to get behind the wheel. Bigad Shaban, NBC News, San Francisco.
Still to come, the World Cup's round of 16 comes to an end with a pair of big games. Who's left in the tournament as the quarterfinals begin?
Plus, we'll break down why Orioles fans were chanting for a broadcaster.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Made it look easy. Good athletes can do that, Devo. You did.
That's the Baltimore crowd chanting "Free Kevin Brown" at Camden Yards last night after the team's play-by-play broadcaster was suspended. ESPN was reporting Brown was removed from the booth after he mentioned the Orioles' lack of success in the past against the Tampa Bay Rays late last month. He said the Orioles have had more wins versus Tampa this year than the last 3 years combined, which is true. The team said Brown would return to the booth but did not say when, and a lot of other announcers are coming to Brown's aid saying nothing wrong with what he did.
He was just calling it like it is.
Like it is.
Okay, let's kick it over to soccer in the final day in the World Cup's round of 16. France capitalized on 2 goals from Eugene Leissemer to beat Morocco, and Colombia sneaked by Jamaica with a second-half goal. The Colombians will play England in the quarterfinals on Saturday. Action returns down under with Spain and the Netherlands tomorrow night.
All right, and moving along to sports betting, the worldwide leader in sports is trying to become the country's leader in sports betting. ESPN inked a $2 billion deal with Penn Entertainment to launch their own sports book, ESPN Bet. It's set to launch in the fall in 16 states, and ESPN will promote the brand on its programming.
All right, still to come, Angie is tracking heat alerts in the South after the break.
And did you win? Somebody out there did. They're about to have $1.5 million before taxes in the bank.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered to
All right, it just me too.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got nice conditions out west. It's going to be plenty of sunshine today for folks there. We do, though, see storms and flooding becoming an issue as we get through the later parts of your afternoon hours and evening today across much of the midsection of the country, stretching from the Midwest down through parts of the Southeast. And the high heat and humidity remains today. Record highs across parts of the South. We'll once again see triple-digit temperatures from Texas and high 90s up and down parts of the Southeast, too. But meanwhile, in the Northeast, ladies, we'll have plenty of sunshine and some fairly seasonable conditions.
Okay, we'll be ready for it. Thank you, Angie. We'll remember the DJ behind one of the most popular dance hits of the past century.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Chicago native and musician DJ Casper has died, but his aerobic exercise song, which became a worldwide anthem, lives on. Maya Eaglin has more on the man that had the world stomping their feet.
Live.
You know all the dance steps.
Cha-cha, real smooth.
The cha-cha slide, an instant hit from the early 2000s, is now a staple at celebrations around the world.
I remember hearing it at weddings and quinceañeras. School dances.
It was a must to play, especially in the Black community.
The line dance was created by Chicago native Mr. C the Slide Man, also known as DJ Casper, in August 2000.
Right foot again.
The song was originally intended to be a step aerobics routine for his nephew, who was a fitness instructor at a local gym.
Fun!
But it quickly began to be requested at parties, clubs, and even roller rinks due to its easy-to-follow steps.
Well, the beat's really fun. So it's a really fun beat to dance to, and I think it's all the steps are universal. It stomps, it slides, it's a little crisscross.
The song's success took off after it was played on a local Chicago radio station, eventually spending 5 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. And for the last 20 years, a go-to for DJs who want to fill the dance floor.
It was a song that brought everybody out. No matter what your dance experience, no matter what your dance confidence, age, background, culture, it was a unifying thing.
The song was DJ Casper's only chart-topping hit, but it cemented him in pop culture history.
To the left.
Even appearing as himself in an episode of Orange is the New Black on Netflix.
One hop this time.
His family confirming the DJ, who was born Willie Perry Jr., died after a battle with kidney and neuroendocrine cancer. But his legacy lives on with a dance that not only changed his life,
Slide to the left. Crisscross.
Cha-cha, real smooth.
but continues to bring people together on the dance floor during some of life's biggest moments.
Oh, man, it makes people want to dance of all ages and all demographics, which is dope. You see, kids as young as 2 years old to elders as old as 102 still getting their dance on.
I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.
I have that voice in my head forever. Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report.
All right, it is official. There's a winner. A winning ticket in the largest jackpot in Mega Millions history has just been located. According to lottery officials, the soon-to-be billionaire secured the winning ticket in Florida, so the prize swelled to a whopping $1.58 billion. Here are your winning numbers right there. Take a look. 13, 19, 20, 32, 33. You see the other ball there. 14. Before Tuesday's big win, there had been 31 straight drawings since April. Can't wait to find out.
I know. Come be a friend on Early Today. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Voters in Ohio rejecting a ballot measure that would have made it more difficult for the state to enshrine reproductive rights later this year. What supporters of abortion rights say about the vote and the other states planning to go to the polls on the issue.
The plot thickens in Alabama after that big brawl on the docks with new footage and new charges.
A rare victory for the Biden White House at the Supreme Court. A slim majority of justices restoring restrictions on those so-called ghost guns for now.
And call it Swiftonomics. Taylor Swift and other female entertainers are boosting the economy this summer, drawing record crowds and making record money across the board.
And bookworms rejoice. It is National Book Lovers Day, and a little later in the show, we'll have a rundown of the titles that inspire. It's Wednesday, August 9th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, and thanks for getting up with us. I'm Jessica Layton.
Good to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. The future of abortion rights in Ohio is all but certain to be on the ballot this fall. But a state election on Tuesday dealt a major blow to those looking to limit reproductive freedoms. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What was the purpose of this late summer election, and how does it affect any future action on abortion?
Good morning, Francis. So on Tuesday, voters in Ohio took the first step in deciding the future of reproductive rights in their state by going to the polls. On the ballot was Issue 1, a measure that would raise the barrier for passing future amendments to the state constitution from the current simple majority to a 60% threshold. This comes as Ohio is set to be the latest state that will let the people decide on abortion rights after the overturning of Roe versus Wade last year. November's election is expected to feature a proposed amendment on enshrining reproductive rights in the Buckeye State. In the lead up to Tuesday's votes, critics accused Issue 1 of being designed to make it more difficult to pass that measure this fall and condemned the state's Republican leadership for planning the vote for August, which is typically a low turnout month. In the end, issue 1 was rejected by the voters with over 56% voting no, according to the Ohio Secretary of State's office. The result was praised by abortion rights advocates as well as President Biden. In a statement late Tuesday, Biden called the measure a blatant attempt to weaken voter voices and that democracy ended up winning. Francis.
And Bree, while the final vote in Ohio is still a few months away, Tuesday also saw a number of groups in Arizona making plans to get a similar measure on abortion rights onto their ballots in 2024.
Yeah, that's right. So that coalition, which included advocacy groups such as Planned Parenthood and the ACLU, launched an effort to advance an amendment that would enshrine abortion rights in the Arizona Constitution. The state currently allows abortion care until the 15th week of pregnancy. The measure would not appear on the ballot until the 2024 election. It also must be reviewed by state officials and supported by enough people in the state before it sees the light of day. State elections have become the most prominent battleground in the fight over reproductive rights. Since the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case last year, 6 states all across the political spectrum have held votes on abortion rights, and in all cases, the votes led to victories for advocates for reproductive rights. Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Are more charges on the horizon for former President Donald Trump? According to the New York Times, the district attorney in Atlanta is expected to take her 2020 election meddling case before a grand jury next week, and that could potentially lead to an indictment. Fannie Willis's investigation centers on what happened in Georgia in those weeks following that election, including calls that Trump made to pressure local officials. Law enforcement has stepped up security around the Fulton County Courthouse ahead of any potential decision on these indictments.
The Supreme Court on Tuesday sided with the Biden administration in its fight against so-called ghost guns. In the brief order, the court voted 5-4 to put a hold on a ruling from a Texas judge that blocked the regulations on the firearm-making kits implemented last year by the ATF. The Bureau issued the regulations in response to what it called an increase in the availability of ghost guns. A spokesperson for the Justice Department applauded the court's decision. This ruling does not preclude this issue from being brought before the court in the future.
Several school districts in Florida are scrapping AP Psych classes over their LGBTQ+ content. That's despite Florida's education department saying the course can now be taught on the condition that it's age and developmentally appropriate. But that condition is causing a lot of uncertainty. 6 school districts that we know tell NBC News they still won't be offering the course, afraid they might violate Florida's Parental Rights in Education Act. That so-called Don't Say Gay law restricts the teaching of queer and gender topics in schools.
The one-day strike that paralyzed Los Angeles is over, but its impact is still being felt this morning. Much of LA was partially shut down after 11,000 city workers walked off the job yesterday, hitting everything from trash collection to local swimming pools. Miguel Almaguer has the details.
Walking off the job and to the steps of City Hall, 11,000 Los Angeles city workers showing strength in numbers. A one-day strike, the first in more than 40 years, aimed at shutting down or disrupting services in the nation's second largest city.
People are tired of not being heard, not being seen, and most importantly, being respected and appreciated.
Protesting stalled contract negotiations, city custodians and maintenance crews, just some of those walking the picket line, impacting shuttle services at LAX, animal shelters, as well as trash pickup across the city. Traffic officers and lifeguards were also a no-show.
We feel like we've been slapped in the face. We're changing that today. We're sending a message loud and clear.
Even though the city's contract with the union doesn't expire until this winter, SEIU Local 721 says the city is negotiating in bad faith.
As the union demands the city fill thousands of vacancies and offer better pay and benefits, the mayor says the city is not shut down and will continue bargaining in good faith for fair contracts.
Everybody deserves to make a living.
In what has become a summer of strikes, city workers joined writers, actors, and hotel workers in Los Angeles who have been on the picket line for weeks. One strike comes to an end, but thousands of workers remain united over their division with the city. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
New charges have been announced in Montgomery, Alabama in connection with that violent confrontation on a riverfront dock. And new video has now come to light showing the incident. Our Sam Brock has the latest.
3 men in the middle of this Montgomery brawl are facing assault charges.
13 individuals were detained and brought to police headquarters for questioning. This investigation is ongoing and more charges are likely.
The trio of men facing misdemeanor charges, Richard Roberts, Alan Todd, and Zachary Shipman. Police say one person has already turned himself in, with the others expected to. An incident that's drawn national outrage.
I don't think you judge any community by any one incident.
The man seen attacked in the video is Riverboat co-captain Damian Pickett. Police say the captain spent about 45 minutes trying to get the pontoon boat owners to move using a PA system before Pickett untied the boat.
The co-captain was doing his job. He was simply trying to move the boat in just enough to where the cruise ship can park.
This new video shows other men coming to Pickett's aid as the altercation escalates. The unfolding fight, largely along racial lines, fueling questions about possible hate crime charges, though the chief says there's currently no evidence that would meet the FBI standard for that.
There was no stone unturned. We examined this over a period of time, not only that night, but since that night. We were unable to present any inciting a riot or racially biased charges at this time.
Those who witnessed the melee, like Shay and Rihanna, felt helpless.
What is your takeaway about what you guys witnessed over the weekend?
It was a big surprise. It's a shocker because, you never know how people are going to react nowadays.
The city marred by the last 72 hours, hoping the investigation delivers justice. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Cleanup continues across the East Coast after intense and deadly weather. A confirmed tornado touched down in Massachusetts, leveling trees and damaging homes. The system has claimed at least 2 lives. Lightning killed a man in Alabama, and a falling tree killed a 15-year-old in South Carolina. Heavy rain has also left parts of New England underwater, stranding drivers and submerging parked cars. Some of those areas were threatened with even more rain overnight.
And as the Northeast is looking for some relief now, other parts of the country will be dealing with very powerful storms. NBC meteorologist Angie Lessman is tracking for us where the rain is heading next. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. We've got some showers, some thunderstorms that could potentially bring heavy rain, as you mentioned, but also some of those stronger storms. Waking up to some showers and thunderstorms already in the midsection of the country. But this is the area that we'll watch later this afternoon and into the overnight hours for 20 million people to be at risk for some of those stronger and even severe storms. The hazards remain to be the wind gusts coming up at about 60 miles per hour or higher. We could see damaging hail up to 1 inch, and we can't, of course, rule out a couple of tornadoes. Places like Memphis, Springfield, Fayetteville all need to be on alert later this afternoon as we see that risk. Now, tomorrow, looking ahead, if you live in the Carolinas, stretching back into parts of Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, this is where we're going to watch for some of those stronger storms once again. 10 million people at risk for that. And here's the spot where you want to be on alert for some of these repeated rounds of heavy rain to potentially cause some flooding. As we look through the next couple of days, we'll pick up multiple inches of rain there. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up with plenty of sunshine this afternoon in Salt Lake City, a high of 89 degrees. Colorado Springs hit 81 degrees, triple digits expected from Dallas to Shreveport, 99 degrees in Jackson, and plenty of sunshine from Raleigh to Atlanta. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Still to come, why New Jersey is the only state missing out on a Taco Bell giveaway.
And we'll go inside Swiftynomics, the Eras Tour spending spree that fans know all too well.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, it has been anything but a cruel summer for Taylor Swift and other female entertainers. Fans are flocking to concert venues and cashing out big time to see their favorite artist perform. Emily Ikeda is following the money.
5 months, 50-plus shows, 3.5 hours long.
I'll be your host this evening. My name is Taylor.
As Taylor Swift wraps up the first leg of her Eras tour, fans are going to great lengths to be here.
Have you ever devoted so much time and money to seeing an artist before?
Just Taylor. No, only Taylor.
One survey shows the average Swiftie spends about $1,300 on concert-related expenses. Think travel, tickets, accessories. That means the Eras Tour could generate nearly $6 billion in consumer spending in the U.S. alone. What would you compare Swiftmania to?
The Beatles come to mind. Queen comes to mind. From a spending perspective, I think it's incomparable.
And it's definitely girls running the world this summer. Traveling fans for Beyonce's Renaissance tour caused inflation to rise in Sweden.
This is the best day ever.
It is the best day ever.
And Barbie just had its best day ever, becoming the first movie directed by a woman to make $1 billion. While Swift's concerts in LA this week are drawing fans of all ages.
So I'm just going to take a wild guess here. You're the dad.
It's me. I'm the dad.
Soon, Swiftmania will go global. But with new dates in the U.S. next fall, it's not the end of an era just yet. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Now to a shipping giant's bankruptcy that could deliver higher prices to your doorstep this holiday season. Yellow Trucking filed for Chapter 11 on Monday, and competitors are already indicating they will not match its low-cost pricing. Because the company built its business by parceling smaller shipments into a single truckload, it was one of the lowest-cost carriers in that sector. And now that Yellow has taken the off-ramp, the competition is expected to drive up prices.
Taco Bell is ready to celebrate the emancipation of Taco Tuesday with free tacos. From August 15th through September 5th, Taco Bell will give away free beef nacho cheese Doritos Locos Tacos every Tuesday, no purchase necessary. The popular food chain and DoorDash will also put $5 million toward online orders at participating Mexican food vendors. The giveaway is available in 49 states except New Jersey. That is the only state where the trademark has not been canceled.
Right, still to come, Lizzo was set to return to the stage after being sued for harassment. But we're breaking down why the festival was canceled.
And just ahead of the birth of her second baby, Rihanna drops a new clothing line for expecting moms.
Summertime. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Cook it with the Brooklyn balls. So for one last time, I need y'all to roll.
Fans will have to wait longer for an encore after Jay-Z's Made in America festival was abruptly canceled, with organizers citing severe circumstances outside of production control. While the statement doesn't mention any artists in the lineup, Lizzo was scheduled to headline. The festival would have been her first concert since 3 of her former dancers sued her for harassment last week. The news comes as lawyers for the ex-dancers tell NBC News they are reviewing new allegations against the singer. Lizzo has denied all claims, calling them unbelievable, calling them outrageous, but the fallout continues with 6 more people coming up with these accusations against her.
Right, so definitely to be continued on that. Turning now to more turmoil in the entertainment industry. Billy Porter is opening up about the financial toll that the Hollywood strikes are having on people on the picket lines. The Pose actor said in an Evening Standard interview he's selling his house to save money amid the SAG-AFTRA and the writer strike, detailing that the life of an artist for many of them is still check to check. He also condemned recent comments made by the Disney CEO saying that union demands were not realistic. I think a lot of people were surprised to hear somebody who has such recognition and fame like Billy Porter coming out and saying this, but it is affecting these artists across the board.
And trickle down too. We're talking about production crews, hair and makeup.
Hair and makeup, absolutely, yeah.
It might not be new music, but Rihanna did just drop a brand new project. The fashion mogul and Grammy winner unveiled her first maternity line for Savage Fenty, and the ads even feature her baby, Rizza. She says the new launch from her lingerie company is about bringing confidence and comfort to moms of all stages of their journey. She is currently expecting baby number 2 with A$AP Rocky. I was thinking the price point would be way up there. Not bad, only like $30 to $60 for some of those pieces.
That's reasonable. I mean, a lot of women, especially in New York City, pay more than that. So I'll be interested to check that out. And there's a new baby on board for another pop princess. Ciara is expecting her 4th child, and 3rd with husband and Denver Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson. The couple shared the news on their social medias, featuring a video of the Grammy winner showing off her baby bump.
Yeah, also introducing new music to also in that video as well.
All right, well, it's another day of scorching temperatures, especially in the south. Angie has the forecast after the break.
And still to come, we'll play around with a brain teaser that's a home run with baseball fans.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mayor of the elections.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. More record-breaking temperatures this afternoon across parts of the South where numerous people remain, millions I should say, remain under heat alerts. We've got 103 this afternoon in Houston, not quite a record, but still quite warm. 98 for New Orleans. That would break the record for this date. And the heat continues into tomorrow, well into the state of Florida. 95 tomorrow in Miami, 97 for Tallahassee. The triple digits remain across most of Texas. Meanwhile, in parts of the Northeast, it remains nice and seasonable. Temperatures will hang out into the mid to upper 80s through the next couple of days for Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., ladies. It'll be quite nice.
All right, we'll enjoy it. Thanks, Angie. After the break, we highlight the reads that inspire us on National Book Lovers Day.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is the biggest curveball yet for the Wordle formula. Baseball fans now have their own take on the craze. Our Noah Pransky shows us how to play.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you want to play, too?
Yeah, I would love to play.
Miguel Castro.
Marisnik.
Sandberg. It's too easy over here.
That's cheating.
We'll come back to Mets All-Star Pete Alonso in a minute. But first, what is this thing they call Wordle for baseball? Its name, Immaculate Grid, and it starts with a 3x3 box. Each row and column are represented by a team or statistic. Then you have to guess a player from any time in baseball history that answers each intersection. For instance, a Pirates player who also made an all-star team like Roberto Clemente. Get it right, get a green square. But you only get 9 total guesses. So a wrong guess, like Wordle, lowers the score you're bound to share with other baseball-loving friends. You also get more points for more obscure answers. Also, just like Wordle, it took the internet by storm. It was recently purchased from its inventor by the company that now runs BaseballReference.com.
I think when we first started talking to him, there were maybe like 4,000 or 5,000 games being played per day. I think yesterday we had maybe 225,000 on baseball alone.
That was only 3 months ago. Do the math, it's almost 50% growth every single week. So they've expanded to also offer basketball, football, and hockey grids too. Soccer's coming next. Our makeshift game board was enough to turn the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose, and home run champ Pete Alonso into brand new players.
This one's going to be good. Sandy Alomar Sr. Beat that.
All right. Al Leiter. Yes. Mariano Rivera.
The legendary broadcaster, 8 for 9. The all-star slugger, 9 for 9. Too easy, he said. So he swapped out a current team with one that left Montreal for D.C. back in 2005.
So I'm going to say Randy Johnson, Gary Carter in the Mets.
Green box.
Dodgers. So, this is before my time.
When we told Alonso he's allowed to use any player from the franchise's time in Montreal or Washington.
Oh, yeah. Howie.
All right, that's a good answer. Howie Kendrick.
Yeah. So that's cheating. The Nationals and no, that's cheating.
Regardless, there's now one more grid fanatic in an already crazed clubhouse. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Today we are celebrating National Book Lovers Day, and we're highlighting 5 award-winning books that inspire. From Maya Angelou painting her transformative journey amongst a community of Black artists to an intimate look at growing up Korean American. These stories, memoirs, and social policy pieces illustrate timeless lessons of hope and kindness. Go to our Instagram and let us know the titles that inspire you.
All right. Thanks so much for watching early today. I'm Frances Rivera.
I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great day.
Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump is back on the trail for the first time since his 3rd criminal indictment. The former president once again lashing out about the election interference investigation and the special counsel's request to limit what he shares with the public. This as Trump's top Republican rivals rally to close the gap with the Republican frontrunner. We have team coverage this morning with the latest on Trump's legal troubles and how it could impact his chances in 2024. Also this morning, devastation across the East Coast. Severe weather slammed several states with heavy rain, damaging hail, and strong winds. And it's not over yet. We'll show you the areas hardest hit as the storm system makes its way west. Plus, regulations restored and new developments this morning in the legal battle over those so-called ghost gun kits available online. We'll break down the ruling by a divided Supreme Court and what it means for the fight moving forward. And it's a novel idea, literally. Move over Oprah's book club. Gen Zers are turning to TikTok for their reading recommendations. I'll break down the hype behind Book Talk that's inspiring a new generation of bookworms. This is one of those corners of the internet you'd be happy your kids are hanging out in.
Exactly, with fellow book people.
Exactly, and it's really actually having a major impact on the publishing industry, so we'll get into that.
That's great to see. Looking forward to that. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks very much for being here. We begin this morning with former President Donald Trump's return to the campaign trail after the latest federal indictment against him.
Trump appeared at a rally in New Hampshire yesterday, and he used his speech to criticize all of the criminal charges against him. Now, he has denied any wrongdoing in all of those cases. In one of the cases, the federal election interference probe, prosecutors requested a protective order that would prevent Trump from disclosing evidence that's shared with his defense team. The judge in that case has scheduled a hearing on that issue for Friday. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is with us now for more on all this. Vaughn, good morning. So Trump had a lot to say about the election interference case during his New Hampshire rally yesterday. Talk about this, the protective order. What's he saying? First of all, let's listen actually to what he had to say. Sorry.
Let's do it.
They take away your rights on First Amendment. Now they sue because so now I have one of these lunatic reporters back there saying, "Sir would like to talk to you about your case." Or, "I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about it." Somehow that's not good for votes. Do you agree? When we say I can't talk, I'd love to. I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right.
All right, so to be clear, prosecutors not trying to stop him from talking about the case at all, but they don't want him to talk about some of the evidence that's going to be given to his team, right?
Right. Well, you just heard him say, "I will talk about it." Essentially, Donald Trump just said from that campaign stage yesterday that he will defy any protective order that a judge issues against him. The reason for protective orders, number one, these are normal, pretty normal in criminal proceedings here for a defendant. And this is so that during what is called the discovery process, ahead of the trial, the defense team for Donald Trump is able to receive the evidence that has been gathered by the Department of Justice that they plan to present in front of a jury. And this is so that Donald Trump has the benefit of being able to build a case to defend himself and that there are no surprises come the day that the jury hears their testimony. But we are waiting here. On Friday is now the date in which we expect that a judge will determine the extent to which Donald Trump is able to publicly talk about the evidence that he receives. He wants to be able to talk about anything. He says he's going to do just that, but there may be judge-issued orders to try to prevent him from revealing everything that he knows.
So, Vaughn, we saw that members of the grand jury were back in court. This is the group of people that voted to indict President Trump on these election interference charges. Does that mean this investigation is still ongoing? Are there still more witnesses? What's
Absolutely.
going on?
It's not done yet here. That grand jury met for about a half a day yesterday. We do not know if they heard from any witnesses. We don't even know if there are targets of their investigation. You'll go back to the classified documents case. There was actually that superseding indictment. Donald Trump was charged once, and then a couple weeks later, there were some more charges that were levied against him by the grand jury. That could be a situation that we're looking at here. Or there could be, in that indictment last week, there were 6 co-conspirators that were identified as part of the charges against Donald Trump. We don't know who those 6 co-conspirators are, but they could potentially be charged at some point. So because it's a secret, the grand jury proceedings, we don't know what they're up to. All we know is that they're up to something related to the very investigation that led to the charges against Donald Trump.
Let's talk about another investigation. That's the Georgia elections probe. We know Trump took aim yesterday at the DA there, Fonnie Willis, during his comments. Came one day after we saw security strengthened around the courthouse there. Do we think we're going to see a decision in that case soon?
For everybody, for the American audience, to be very clear, my notes are also very scattered here as we try to keep track of all these proceedings that are ongoing. But there is the reality, and Donald Trump even predicted it himself last night on that stage, that a 4th indictment is coming within the next week. And that is in Fulton County, Georgia, and the alleged efforts of Donald Trump and allies to overturn his election loss in Georgia in 2020. The district attorney has already laid out a 3-week time period in which she would announce any potential charges. We are in week 2 of that. So by next week's end, we should expect that to take place. One other note is that there are others that have been subpoenaed by that grand jury, and they would be given a 48-hour heads up. We have not heard from those witnesses that they have been called yet. So it's probably not happening within the next 48 hours. So we should probably be looking towards next week for any charges to be announced.
You'll be keeping an eye on it. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much. Now, with former President Trump embroiled in multiple legal battles, his fellow 2024 presidential hopefuls are working to try and close the massive gap with the GOP frontrunner.
Yeah, for more on this, we're joined by NBC News Digital senior political reporter John Allen. Hey, John, good morning. It's always good to have you with us. So this has been a race where other Republican candidates have struggled to gain ground on the former president. Right now, only one candidate is within 20 points of Donald Trump. That's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He just fired his campaign manager, though, and then there's also just been this mixed bag of responses that we're hearing from these candidates to what we're seeing go on with Trump. What should we read into what's happening with the DeSantis campaign right now?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I think the main thing to read into it is that Ron DeSantis can also read the polls. He can look at the budget for his campaign where they were burning through money. He decided that he was no longer comfortable with the campaign manager, Janera Peck, who was very close to his family. He was getting a lot of pressure from donors to do something. We saw him fire about 40% campus a few weeks ago. And so the writing was on the wall for Peck. I'm not sure why it took a few weeks to rip the Band-Aid off there, but it was pretty clear once he had to slim down his operation so much that there was going to be a big change at the top.
So, John, what kind of impact are all these shakeups having on DeSantis's donors right now?
It's interesting. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. They've been very disappointed with the way he rolled out his campaign. And so some of the donors were calling for Janera Peck to be fired. Other donors, I think, are a little bit worried about how he's fired people over the course of weeks. So it's turned into a multi-week news story at a time when he's trying to make up political ground, as you guys noted earlier. So a little bit of a mixed bag, but there was definitely pressure from some of those donors to change something.
Yesterday, John, former Vice President Mike Pence announced that he's met this $40,000 threshold to participate, donor threshold to participate in this month's Republican primary debate. That is going to bring the NBC estimate to 8 qualified candidates. What are you hearing at this point from the Pence camp? And is there any indication that former President Trump is actually going to take part in these early debates? What do we think at this point?
I mean, Savannah, all we've heard from the Pence camp so far, sort of broadly, is that he's ready to join this debate. He believes that he is a conservative in line with the values of the Republican Party, certainly that Donald Trump found, and in part the one that Donald Trump made, but is at odds with Donald Trump on what is sort of the biggest issue facing Donald Trump legally, January 6th, and the attempt to overturn the election. I think from the perspective of Trump, he's talked about this publicly. He does not see a real strategic advantage in debating people who are trailing him by so much. And at the same time, he's polling audiences everywhere he goes to ask whether he should go on the debate stage, and then calling them selfish when they want him to go on the debate stage, saying that they want to be entertained, as he did yesterday to stop in Windham, New Hampshire. So we'll have to see what Trump does, but he's given a lot of indication that he thinks it's strategically advantageous to him to stay away from the debate stage.
John, while we have you, we want to touch on some big news out of Ohio last night. The Associated Press is projecting that voters have overwhelmingly rejected that Republican-backed ballot measure that would have made it harder to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution. It was essentially a proxy on the abortion issue. What does it say big picture as we head into the election next year?
Joe, it says that Ohio voters are not interested not only in banning abortion, but they are interested in allowing a state constitutional amendment to go in that would protect abortion rights. You saw about a 15-point spread there. All it would have taken was a majority to require a 60% threshold for a constitutional amendment later. And instead, what you've got now is you're going to have a ballot initiative in November that, unless there's a seismic shift in Ohio voters, or millions of them move out of the state, or millions move in the next couple months, or next year or so, you're basically going to see, you're basically likely to see abortion rights win there later.
All right, John Allen, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Turning now to that brawl in Alabama, 3 men are now facing charges for a violent confrontation at a riverfront dock. And this morning, we're seeing new video of the incident. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the very latest.
Arrest warrants have been issued, with more likely to come. But as difficult as that video is to watch and as bad as the optics are to look at, authorities right now say there are no hate crime charges coming based on the evidence they have now.
3 men in the middle of this Montgomery brawl are facing assault charges.
13 individuals were detained and brought to police headquarters for questioning. This investigation is ongoing and more charges are likely.
The trio of men facing misdemeanor charges: Richard Roberts, Alan Todd, and Zachary Shipman. Police say one person has already turned himself in.
I don't think you judge any community by any one incident.
The man seen attacked in the video is Riverboat co-captain Damian Pickett. Police say the captain spent about 45 minutes trying to get the pontoon boat owners to move using a PA system before Pickett untied the boat.
The co-captain was doing his job. He was simply trying to move the boat in just enough to where the cruise ship can park.
This new video shows other men coming to Pickett's aid as the altercation escalates. The unfolding fight, largely along racial lines, fueling questions about possible hate crime charges, though the chief says there's currently no evidence that would meet the FBI's standard for that.
There was no stone unturned. We examined this over a period of time, not only that night, but since that night. We were unable to present any inciting a riot or racially biased charges at this time.
Those who witnessed the melee, like Shay and Rihanna, felt helpless.
What is your takeaway about what you guys witnessed over the weekend?
It was a big surprise. It's a shocker because, you never know how people are going to react nowadays.
The city marred, hoping the investigation delivers justice.
And law enforcement continues to solicit video from the public as their investigation is still ongoing. I also spoke with a woman who was on that riverboat on the upper deck and watched this process play out for 45 minutes. She said it was clear what was going on, entitlement, that these men wanted nothing to do with any orders. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, Sam, thanks.
And now to Los Angeles, where an estimated 11,000 city workers took to the streets for a one-day strike to protest stalled union contract negotiations. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has that story.
Walking off the job and to the steps of City Hall, the 11,000 Los Angeles city workers showing strength in numbers. A one-day strike, the first in more than 40 years, aimed at shutting down or disrupting services in the nation's second largest city.
People are tired of not being heard, not being seen, and most importantly, being respected and appreciated.
Protesting stalled contract negotiations, city custodians and maintenance crews, just some of those walking the picket line, impacting shuttle services at LAX, animal shelters, as well as trash pickup across the city. Traffic officers and lifeguards were also a no-show.
We feel like we've been slapped in the face. We're changing that today. We're sending a message loud and clear.
Even though the city's contract with the union doesn't expire until this winter, SEIU Local 721 says the city is negotiating in bad faith.
As the union demands the city fill thousands of vacancies and offer better pay and benefits, the mayor says the city is not shut down and will continue bargaining in good faith for fair contracts.
Everybody deserves to make a living.
In what has become a summer of strikes, city workers joined writers, actors, and hotel workers in Los Angeles who have been on the picket line for weeks. Thousands of workers remain united over their division with the city. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
This morning, the cleanup is underway along the East Coast after a line of strong storms blew through, and more severe weather is possible today.
In Massachusetts, the National Weather Service confirmed 2 tornadoes touched down there yesterday in the southeast part of the state. Thousands of people were left without power, and in other parts of the state, heavy rains from that storm left cars stranded in the floodwaters.
In Pennsylvania, they're cleaning up after a tornado touched down in Allentown on Monday. That led to widespread power outages.
And this funnel cloud we're about to show you was caught on camera in Colorado. The northeastern part of the state was hit hard by severe thunderstorms yesterday. The storms brought hail, heavy rains, flooding, and also knocked out power lines in some parts of that state.
So with that, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Which means Angie Lassman is in studio with us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got some showers and thunderstorms once again to deal with. This is something we'll see throughout the day today. You can see some of these thunderstorms already have ramped up coming out of the plains and moving into the Midwest. And that's kind of the general area that we're going to see the most impactful weather through the day today before we see this system move on a little farther to the east by tomorrow. Here's the setup for today for those summertime thunderstorms. Places St. Louis, Cincinnati, stretching down to Memphis could see some of these stronger storms, but really Kansas to Tennessee is where we'll look for the bullseye for the strongest of those, potentially becoming severe. By the time we get into tomorrow, the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast will get in on this action, and we could see some of those slow-moving storms lead to some flooding concerns as well. Let's talk about that severe threat, though. This is the bullseye for the day today. Paducah, Springfield, Fayetteville, Memphis, Nashville, all included in that area with the greatest chance to see some of the strongest of the storms. Wind gusts will be up to 60 miles per hour for 20 million people. We could see the potential for hail up to an inch, and we, of course, can't rule out some of these tornadoes associated with these thunderstorms. Little Rock, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Lexington all need to be on guard into the afternoon hours for the potential for us to see some of those storms developing, but that could even last into our evening hours and overnight as well. And on top of that, we've got more rainfall. And remember, this is already pretty saturated grounds. We've seen multiple rounds of these summertime storms working through. And of course, it's good for the grass, but we've got a whole lot more on the way for this area. Localized amounts up to 3 to 5 inches. Those are going to be on the higher end. But notice we've got a lot of green on this map. That means 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch for places like St. Louis, Lexington, Charleston. So we'll see some soggy conditions that call for the umbrella at least through the next couple of days. And we've got heat to talk about. Temperatures once again calling for those heat alerts for more than 50 million people. Same area. I sound like a broken record here, I know, but triple digits once again across Texas. These potentially could be record-breaking temperatures. Not quite a record this afternoon in Dallas, but still hot nonetheless. 105 is where we're headed. 99 for Brownsville. New Orleans, potential record this afternoon there with 98 degrees. And Tallahassee hits 97 later this afternoon. Really uncomfortable conditions when you add in the humidity levels, not just today, but tomorrow too. Those temperatures over 100, and then you add the feels like in, and we're talking 110, 115 in a lot of spots, stretching that same area that we've been dealing with this for days and days. A bit of a different story as we move up to the northern tier of the eastern half of the country. We've got 90s, yes, in St. Louis, but pretty typical for this time of year across that area. Philadelphia hits the mid-80s on Friday, and we roll into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, with temperatures in the high 80s. But let's talk about the record heat. We've got Austin checking in with 31 days in a row of 100-plus temperatures. Those are actual temperatures. New Orleans could see record-breaking temperatures over the next 5 days. It'll be a long haul for them with this. And then Tampa, same kind of story, the next 4 out of 5 days, so not much better there. Miami has had 2 consecutive days with heat index values over 109 degrees. So unprecedented heat across much of this area, and something that we don't really see coming to an end anytime soon, guys.
I'm starting to feel weather guilt.
We
have fine temperatures
what
here.
about me?
I know. Thank you, Angie. Don't feel guilty.
Thanks, Angie. All right, if you live in Florida, you might want to check your Mega Millions ticket this morning if you bought one. That's because one lucky winner from the Sunshine State hit the record-breaking jackpot of nearly $1.6 billion. For all the players out there, here they are. The winning Mega Millions numbers: 32, 19, 13, 33, and 20, with a gold mega ball of 14. Well, the winner has the option of walking away with a lump sum of cash at $783 million, or being paid through an annuity over the next 30 years. The jackpot has been steadily climbing over the last 4 months. The last time someone hit the lotto was back on April 18th, and that was for a grand prize of $20 million. Pales in comparison to this. This marks the largest jackpot awarded in Mega Millions history and the 3rd largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever.
Did you do your grocery shopping in Florida this week?
Yeah, I know, right? I wish.
All right, much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, unhealthy haze. New research shows a link between air pollution and rising rates of infection. More on the study and what doctors want you to know.
Up first, though, after the break, a country in crisis. We'll take you to Niger, where our own Courtney Cuby shares her firsthand experience of the military coup there. We'll be right back.
the summertime.
Welcome back. A senior U.S. diplomat says coup leaders in Niger won't let her meet with the country's democratically elected president.
The country's president has been under what's been described as virtual house arrest after soldiers took over last month. NBC News correspondent Courtney Cubey and producer Moshe Gaines were in the capital city working on a different series of stories as it all unfolded. Now they're sharing their experience.
It's another story I think a lot of Americans don't know. There's 1,100 U.S. troops in Niger at 3 bases, and they work with the Nigerian military, particularly the Special Operations Forces there. And particularly because there's this sort of confluence of terror networks that are all really converging on West Africa and coastal West Africa right now. And so we said we want to tell that story that no one's telling. They live in poverty. Millions of them are starving to the point where their bodies are eating themselves. They don't have water, they don't have electricity, they don't have health care. And now their security is really in jeopardy because of these terror networks. So we had planned this 10-day trip there to cover all of that and do several different stories. And 19 hours before the coup started, we were told by U.S. officials that they believed that the government there was pretty stable and that there weren't problems with corruption or infighting.
Tonight, chaos in the capital of Niger after what appears to be a coup attempt against President Mohamed Bazoum by his own security forces.
We had a couple of public affairs officer escorts, and I came down to breakfast, and one of them came in, and his eyes were enormous, and he said, okay, so it's fine, everything's fine, and said, there's a security situation, you need to go to your room. Over the next probably 10 minutes, it became clear that the president had been taken hostage by his own security services, and that the U.S. military and everyone in Niamey was locked down. The first time when we first saw the video of all the heads of the military together, that was the first moment where I thought, this isn't going to be resolved quickly. I think there's this stereotypical idea of a coup, and you have vehicles speeding through the streets with people brandishing weapons and people running and looting. Everything was calm until the gunfire started. So I kept thinking, okay, at a certain point, we're going to be able to leave and we're going to be able to get a sense of what's really happening. But we couldn't. The military stayed locked down. It's frustrating to be there and feel like you're in the middle of something that's unfolding and you're stuck in a hotel trying to watch it from afar and trying to gather. And I understood that it was such an unpredictable situation and it was changing quickly. But then as days went on, it became more and more clear that President Bazoum was not coming back into power. By Sunday afternoon, it seemed impossible for the U.S. not to see this as the legal definition of a military coup. And I know that the U.S. does not want to make that declaration because of all the legal implications that come with it. It cuts off about $400 million in aid to the Nigerian people who are going to be the victims of this entire thing in the end. All that's going to mean is this population of people who have so little already are going to be further exploited, and the natural resources of that country are going to be further exploited.
Over the weekend, thousands took to the streets of the capital here, mostly peaceful, supporting the coup. Some waving Russian flags chanting, "Long live Russia."
From the first day of the coup, the military started talking to us about, we'll get you to the airport when it reopens. You know, we were there on a military embed, and so technically they felt responsible for us being there and being stuck there. And they felt very strongly about us being able to get out before things got bad or potentially bad in the city or in the country. But we didn't make it far from the hotel until we hit the protests. And there were just a sea of people, and there was a police checkpoint. Then the police at the checkpoints started kind of walking down the vehicles. And that was the first point where I thought, okay, I think we need to get out of here. And all of a sudden, our driver just drove across the median and turned around and sped away. And the police were yelling at us, and we were able to make our way over to the base eventually. By the time we got to the base, the demonstrators had started attacking the French embassy. The U.S. embassy is right near the French embassy. There was definitely a more tense atmosphere on base when we got there on Sunday.
Hi, QB. So we made it to Germany overnight. We flew on a C-17. Grateful that we made it out of Niger.
I don't feel very proud of my work all the time. I kind of feel like I'm doing my best and I'm doing my job. But one thing that I thought was really cool was the only 3 foreign reporters there were all women. And that was so cool to me. And I was really proud of it.
Our thanks to Courtney Kuby for sharing her experience. Despite everything you just heard there, Courtney says they did not feel like they were in any danger. The hardest part of it all was the uncertainty of the situation. 2 weeks later, of course, the conflict is still ongoing.
Wow, incredible to hear her firsthand account. Well, Britain's Prince Harry is making his first public appearance since his father's coronation.
The Duke of Sussex is in Japan taking part in the Sports Values Summit. Then he's going to head to Singapore to play in a polo tournament to raise money for his charity, Sintabale. It is an organization that helps children affected by poverty and HIV and AIDS in southern Africa. Hillary Fordwich is a royal commentator, joins us now to talk more about all this. Thanks for joining us. So tell us a little more about what we can expect from this trip and why this cause is so important to Prince Harry.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it actually is so important. Pleasure to be with you, Joe and Savannah. It's a very wonderful cause. It's already raised over $11 million. And you mentioned there, it helps those that are impoverished and suffering with HIV in Africa. And of course, we all know that Africa is a place that Harry feels deeply about. He has called Africa his second home. He's made many visits there. In fact, that's where he proposed, of course, to Meghan Markle, his wife, the Duchess of Sussex. And so he feels like he's got his second family over there. And I think this is yet another demonstration, him maintaining this charity, that his heart is in the right place with regard to those underprivileged people there in Africa.
Hillary, we just got some other news about the couple earlier this week. I think it was that Prince Harry and Meghan bought the rights to this best-selling romance novel, Meet Me at the Lake by Carly Fortune. It's expected to be adapted for Netflix through this deal that they have with them with their production company, Archwell Productions. Why have they chosen this book in particular? What does it mean to them? What can we expect from this film?
Well, you're right. It was purported that they had bought it, but actually now we know it's just been come public, is that the book was actually purchased by Netflix for £2.3 million, which is about $2.9 million, almost $3 million. It's written by an author out of Toronto, Carly Fortune, and it really parallels the life of Meghan and Harry, really. They're both joint lives as well. In the book, the mother has actually killed in a car crash. We all know what that is similar to. And I think there are a lot of issues in here with regard to mental health. A couple that meet each other and then they overcome their independent struggles, and one of them really helps save the other. And I think you can really see from this that perhaps, and this is just conjecture, that obviously they're working through issues via this book. Of course, there's lots of parallels, but there's also some contention because there's criticism. Are they crossing the picket line? Of course, because we know about that union strike of the writers there out in Hollywood.
Hillary, one more thing we want to ask you about. It looks like Prince Harry's His Royal Highness title has now been finally removed from the official royal family website 3 years after he and Meghan decided to step back from their royal duties. Yeah, it seems like a formality at this point, but could something like that have any impact on their brand?
Well, actually, I think they haven't been using, part of the agreement was that they were not to use their HRH titles. They could still maintain Duke and Duchess of Sussex, even though they chose and they wanted to step back from royal duties, of course, and move to North America and do everything we've seen play out. I will say there are over 5,000 pages on the royal website, and there were many updates that were needed, actually, because King Charles was still referred to as Prince Charles, and the Queen Elizabeth II was still the current queen on the website. So this was just really formality and administrivia issue with many updates that were made at the same time.
Yeah, so it's like the website had fallen behind a little bit. All right.
Yes, absolutely.
Was that not somebody's job to check that?
Oh, that's right. He's not the prince anymore. All right. Hillary, thank you so much. Appreciate having you on this morning. More international headlines now. The U.S. Embassy in Haiti was shut down after rapid gunfire was heard nearby.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The U.S. Embassy in Haiti was in lockdown on Tuesday after gunfire was going off nearby. Now, all personnel were restricted to the embassy compound until further notice. Now, the closure follows days of tense protests between police and residents who demand protection from the surging gang violence, kidnappings, and homicides. Now let's move to Beijing, where at least 33 people died and 18 others are missing after days of heavy rain caused widespread flooding. Deputy mayor of China's capital said many roads and at least 100 bridges were damaged. The unusually heavy rainfall, partially caused by Typhoon Doksuri over the weekend, affected other areas of China, causing the collapse of almost 60,000 homes and forcing the evacuation of tens of thousands of people. And finally, we go to Australia, where scientists have identified a new lizard-like species that roamed the country hundreds of millions of years ago. The fossilized remains of the amphibian were found by a chicken farmer in New South Wales in 1997, but paleontologists were able to identify it only recently. They established it was 5 foot long and looked like a big salamander. They gave it a Latin name that means sand creeper on its back. Well, it looks creepy indeed. Back to you guys.
Claudio, please confirm that was a baby screaming in the background just a moment ago.
Yes, it was just a baby.
All right.
Maybe a tourist.
Quite the pipes on that one. All right.
Who probably saw. He probably reacted to the big 5 foot long salamander.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it, too.
Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Coming up, there are new developments this morning in the legal battle over those controversial ghost gun kits available online. We're going to break down the ruling by a divided Supreme Court.
Plus, Walk It Out, the new study that shows just how important it is to get your steps in. Next on Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a major decision from the Supreme Court on gun legislation. In a 5-4 vote, the court allowed the Biden administration to enforce rules that clamp down on so-called ghost guns. Those are firearm-making kits that can be bought online and assembled at home. The guns are tough for authorities to trace.
Well, a judge in Texas initially blocked the new regulations, which the Biden administration had issued earlier this year, after saying there was a spike in the availability of these unregulated weapons. David Henderson is a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor. He joins us now on this. Hey, David. Good morning. So let's start by taking a look more closely at these regulations. So what they do is require manufacturers and sellers of these ghost gun kits to obtain licenses, mark the products with serial numbers, conduct background checks on who's buying them, and then maintain records on that. What is it that opponents were arguing here? Why would someone be against this?
Well, good morning, Savannah. At its core, what this all comes down to is a scene we've seen in every crime drama we've ever watched, where someone says, I need an untraceable gun, and somebody else says, I've got a guy, and the guy shows up and is selling guns with serial numbers scrubbed off out of the trunk of their car. The only difference here is that with a ghost gun, you don't need a friend who knows a guy. You can just get online, order the gun off the internet, and the whole argument is, okay, look, A kit to build a gun off the internet is not the same as a gun. I can put it together and make a gun, but maybe I don't. So you can't treat it like a gun, which means you can't require me to undergo a background check, to be an adult, to have a clean criminal record, and you can't require the person selling that gun to be a licensed gun dealer and to also put a serial number on that gun. No one's debating whether or not you should be able to sell ghost guns. We're just saying that those regulations I just mentioned should apply to the sale and purchase of ghost guns.
So this was a significant ruling because, as we know, the court has a supermajority of conservative justices, but two of them, Roberts and Coney Barrett, peeled off here to join and allow the regulation to go forward. Is there a bigger picture here on the court's stance on guns?
To say there's a bigger picture, Joe, is an understatement, because as extreme as this case seems, it's not the only case like it that's currently coming down through the pipelines. And this case itself is not over. This is just a temporary halt to saying that you can't regulate the sales of these particular guns. It really comes down to a court case that the Supreme Court decided last summer called Bruin. And the bottom line is Bruin said, hey, when we're looking at gun laws from now on, we can't just ask, does this law make us safer? We have to ask, was there a law like this back in 1791 when the Second Amendment was passed, which immediately brings lots of things to mind. There were no airports in 1791. So can you see I can't take a gun into an airport? We weren't worried about felons being in possession of guns, teenagers walking around with guns, people accused of domestic violence walking around with guns. So it's potentially true that none of those laws apply. And this is not the first time we've seen a judge say that, specifically with regard to selling guns with no serial numbers on them.
All right, David Henderson, thank you so much.
Time now for your weekly checkup. Today we're going to be looking at the link between poor air quality and antibiotic resistance, as well as the short and long-term impacts that air pollution can have on your overall health.
Plus, a look at the dangers of walking while distracted. Well, you might want to think twice before answering a text on the go.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now to discuss some of these health headlines you may have missed. So, Dr. Torres, let's see here. A new study says curbing harmful air pollution could reduce antibiotic resistance. Walk us through the link between
them. It sounds like a bizarre connection, but connection is actually there. And to start with, antibiotic resistance means that the antibiotics you're using aren't treating your infection because the bacteria has become resistant to it. We know that's a growing problem because of overuse of antibiotics, but now we're finding out it's also a growing problem because of air pollution. And in the study, they looked at the air pollution increases and antibiotic resistance increases. And what they found is for every % increase in pollution, there was almost a 2% increase in antibiotic resistance. And they think that by 2050, if we don't get this under control, 17% increase in antibiotic resistance and almost 800,000+ deaths a year because of this antibiotic resistance. So something we need to control. Doctor's orders simply, make sure that you help control pollution as best you can. Drive clean cars, do the things you can. Only use antibiotics if you need it so you don't participate in antibiotic resistance. And if your antibiotic's not working, tell your doctor because it might be something they need to switch.
Wow, that is a really interesting one, that link there. Doctor, this is maybe a little bit of good news. We talk about 10,000 steps a day, and I know several people in my life are very obsessed with counting their steps a day, checking on their phone. But it actually turns out that we might need less than that to really see health benefits. Is that right?
And it's kind of 4,000 is the new 10,000 because now they're finding out that 4,000 steps can actually start increasing that health benefits. And so 4,000 seems to be the minimum number. As a matter of fact, 33 below 4,000, 3,967. You start getting benefits. Actually, people that hit that level actually start reducing their overall deaths from any cause. A little bit lower than that from heart disease kind of causes. But they also found out that the more you walk, so if you get closer to 10,000, the more benefits you get. So doctor's orders, what are they? Well, this is easy. Walk more. Just simply get out there and walk as much as you can. And you want to walk and walk some more. Start small. If you can't start at 10,000, start at 4,000, start at 2,000, whatever it is. If you have health issues, talk to your doctor first, though, to make sure that you can do this and you can participate. But pretty much anybody can get out there and walk, stroll, whatever you can do.
I like 4,000 as the new 10,000.
I know. I thought we were supposed to go higher, but all right.
Yeah,
I did 6,000 just walking in 30 Rock yesterday.
Yeah, that's
6,000 steps.
Wait, for real? Or are you
Yes, no, I'm not kidding. I did 6,000 steps. Yes,
it's a big building.
2 o'clock. It is a big building. There's a lot of places to go. All right, one more thing we should talk about. This is maybe not surprising. We talk about maybe slipping on the stairs or falling on the stairs if you're looking at your phone.
And this is a great study they did at University of New South Wales down in Sydney. College students, of course. Who else is going going to do the study, and they had them. They put them in harnesses, and they had them walk across a floor that actually had a slippery tile, kind of like slipping on a banana peel, to see what would happen. And lo and behold, when they were texting, they were more likely to fall. They also ended up getting slower speeds because they're trying to text.
Videos?
There are videos, and they're making typing mistakes, and so it just doesn't work for anything. You're not texting well, you're not walking well, or anything. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, this is the most obvious doctor order possible. This is easy. Don't text and walk at the same time, because it's not something that's going to happen. And watch for obstacles, even in familiar areas, because something could crop up, especially if it's low light type areas. And just be careful, because those falls can be very dangerous. We've all seen the videos, and they can be funny, but at the same time, you want to be careful.
Wow,
absolutely.
Harnesses.
I actually slipped on the stairs at 30 Rock last
Were you texting?
It's like, and I wasn't. That's the thing. I wasn't
really
on my
went down,
phone.
though. Do you have a bruise? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm totally fine. So, I'm a klutz. That's the lesson of that one. All right. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much.
Bet.
They're kind of slippery steps.
They are,
it's
a little
true.
bit.
Coming up, the White House is calling it an issue of national security. Up next, what we're learning about new plans to restrict American investments in technology from China.
And take it back now, y'all. His song was guaranteed to get a crowd up and dancing. We're remembering the man behind the cha-cha slide next on Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines this morning. We're expected to hear from the White House today on American investments in tech from China.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Well, the White House is expected to detail plans today to restrict some U.S. investments in sensitive technology in China. Reports say the Biden administration is expected to target active investments such as private equity, venture capital, and joint ventures investments in semiconductors, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. The plans are aimed at preventing money and expertise from helping to develop technology that could support China's military and threaten U.S. national security. Administration officials have stressed for months any restrictions would be narrowly targeted. Google and Universal Music are reportedly in talks to license artists' voices and melodies for AI-generated songs. The music industry is grappling with deepfake songs, which are made using generative AI and mimic an artist's voice, often without their consent. The Financial Times says the aim with the talks is to develop a tool for fans to create legitimate tracks and pay for the owner's rights. Discussions are in the early stages and no product is imminent. And AMC is looking to expand its branded food offerings beyond popcorn to chocolate and gummy candies. The CEO of the theater chain says those new items could be at the concession stand by late this year or early next year. AMC will continue to sell other companies' products, but it expects the higher margin private label candy will help boost profits, guys.
As long as they still have Raisinets.
Oh,
Yeah,
me too. Oh,
and-
I was just going to say, in the popcorn, oh my God, so good.
Yeah, I just think I'd stick with the brands I like, you know?
Yeah.
You're not going to
Same.
take a gamble on AMC.
Maybe
Right?
it's better. You don't know.
It's going to mess up the bigs.
I know. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Well, this morning, the music world is mourning the loss of DJ Casper, the man behind the iconic song Cha-Cha Slide. He died after a lengthy battle with cancer. He was 58 years old. Here's NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin with more on his legacy that keeps us dancing.
Ooh, a slide.
You know all the dance steps.
Cha-cha, real smooth.
The Cha-Cha Slide, an instant hit from the early 2000s, is now a staple at celebrations around the world.
I remember hearing it at weddings and quinceañeras.
School dances.
It was a must to play, especially in the Black community.
The line dance was created by Chicago native Mr. C the Slide Man, also known as DJ Casper, in August 2000.
Right foot again.
The song was originally intended to be a step aerobics routine for his nephew, who was a fitness instructor at a local gym.
Fun.
But it quickly began to be requested at parties, clubs, and even roller rinks due to its easy-to-follow steps.
Well, the beat's really fun. So it's a really fun beat to dance to, and I think it's all the steps are universal. It stomps, it slides, it's a little crisscross.
The song's success took off after it was played on a local Chicago radio station, eventually spending 5 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. And for the last 20 years, a go-to for DJs who want to fill the dance floor.
It was a song that brought everybody out. No matter what your dance experience, no matter what your dance confidence, age, background, culture, it was a unifying thing.
The song was DJ Casper's only chart-topping hit, but it cemented him in pop culture history.
To the left.
Even appearing as himself in an episode of Orange is the New Black on Netflix.
One hop this time.
His family confirming the DJ, who was born Willie Perry Jr., died after a battle with kidney and neuroendocrine cancer. But his legacy lives on with a dance that not only changed his life,
Slide to the left.
Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth.
but continues to bring people together on the dance floor during some of life's biggest moments.
Oh, man, it makes people want to dance of all ages and all demographics, which is dope. You see, kids as young as 2 years old to elders as old as 102 still getting their dance on.
I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.
All right, thanks to Maya Eaglin for that story. So well done. So great to hear from people who were fans. DJ Casper never stopped performing. His most recent performance was just 3 weeks ago. His sister says he just loved making people happy.
And he certainly did that.
Yeah.
Coming up, TikTok is now inspiring a new generation of readers.
Up next, I'll break down the book talk trend that's getting billions of views online. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The nominations for this year's MTV Video Music Awards are officially in. No surprise who's at the top of the list with the most nominations. That's right, with a whopping 8 noms. Taylor Swift is leading the nominee list this year. That includes nominations for Artist of the Year, Video of the Year, Song of the Year, and so much more. It was closely followed by SZA, whose second studio album, SOS, earned her 6 nominations. Right behind them are Doja Cat, Kim Petras, Miley Cyrus, Nicki Minaj, Olivia Rodrigo, and Sam Smith, all with 5 noms each. It's worth noting, for the first time ever, the Artist of the Year nominees are all women. This year's list also broke the record for the most number of first-time nominees, so huge congrats to all those artists. The 2023 VMAs are scheduled to take place September 12th at the Prudential Center in New Jersey. Congratulations, Savannah, because you basically helped Taylor, I feel like, in this
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I mean, there should be an Artist of the Decade award, and she should take it. I mean, we just can't even stop talking about everything that she's doing for the economy, for her truckers. Century, thank you. All right, thanks, Joe. Well, if you're on TikTok, chances are you have stumbled across Book Talk. It's a vibrant community of readers and authors discussing literature on the app. It's become so popular. Major book retailers like Barnes & Noble have even created Book Talk sections so customers can shop the titles they've seen online. Well, I spoke with a young woman whose passion for literature opened the door to an online community that's embraced her and her penchant for offbeat genres. Take a look.
I struggle to think about like how I chose a book before Book Talk.
For 26-year-old graduate student Satoria Ray, reading has always been the preferred pastime.
I've been an avid reader ever since I learned how to read, but I was always against getting TikTok because everyone that I talked to was like, it is so addicting.
Like most of us, she caved eventually, originally starting an account to document her travels.
And then I started getting back into reading like heavily last year. And it kind of took off from there.
She now spends her free time candidly chatting with her online community. The topic of conversation, books.
I want to read some of the stats, actually. You've got nearly 30,000 followers, more than 900,000 likes, and hundreds of thousands of views. What's that feel like?
It honestly feels surreal. Because, you know, like I just make these videos in my home.
For somebody who isn't on TikTok or doesn't know what that is, what is Book Talk?
I would describe Book Talk as a bookish community within TikTok that is wide and vast and really dependent on you as a reader.
The Book Talk hashtag has a whopping 162 billion views and counting, but understanding the content requires understanding the lingo.
So we have TBR, which is like to be read. DNF means like you did not finish the book. And so sometimes, yeah.
A lot of DNF on my nightstand.
And the more specific those terms get, the more tailored the videos become.
And if you're looking for a very niche, like monster romance, for example.
Monster romance? What is that?
It's exactly what it sounds.
Are you into monster romance?
I am, and it is a bit spicy, so I don't recommend it to everyone. You have to like a little bit of spice.
Spice is Book Talk speak for parental guidance suggested. This digital movement has had a major influence on the publishing industry, with videos propelling popular titles to bestseller status.
Our videos go wherever, right? Anyone can see them. I think that it really allows authors to reach people that they might not have met before.
Kristen McLean is an executive director for Circana BookScan, which tracks the sale of most printed books in the United States. She says though momentum is slowing, Book Talk provides a steady stream of new consumers.
We started to see other categories decline, but the categories that were being embraced by this community on Book Talk kept going.
2022 saw $760 million worth of Book Talk books sold, and this year that number is expected to rise more than 30%.
This is a new audience. It's younger, it's more diverse, it's very digitally savvy. And so for us, It's really important just as a bellwether for where we think the consumer market is going and what that audience might be interested in.
But it's not just new titles climbing the charts. Back in February, a Vermont man's book became a bestseller 10 years after its initial release, going viral on TikTok after his daughter posted a video
of you, got 15 million views.
The book surpassed 2 Colleen Hoover titles and Prince Harry's then recently released memoir, Spare.
It seems like it really brings the reader and the author closer. So they have this direct feedback loop.
I'm wearing a shirt that says like, sorry, not today. I'm reading Kennedy Ryan, who's one of my favorite authors. And when I say favorite, I don't just mean like I really enjoy like her work. I mean, I feel like I know her personally because we talk all the time.
Above all, Satoria says what makes Book Talk special is the connections she's made.
I've met so many people. We have book clubs where we go on live and talk about monster romance. It's not something I want to talk to my in real life people about, but like the online people, they get it.
Okay, just love chatting with her. I mean, she is a former teacher. She's sort of like this young high school English teacher that you wish you had, but right in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
Monster romance, what do you think?
I'm guessing what it is, and it's probably not for me, but I'm glad. There's an audience for everyone.
That's right. Well, we also reached out to the TikTok team. Here's what Stephanie Hine, TikTok's North America head of lifestyle and education, told us. She said, Book Talk is not only a celebration of literature at its best, but is also a testament to the power of community on TikTok. It really is. It's like a global book club.
And we also saw, it wasn't just a few weeks ago, the guy who was having a book signing, no one showed up, and then someone on TikTok put that on, and next thing you know, it's like the #1 book.
I know, and that's what's really amazing about it. It's genuinely having an impact on an industry.
Doing a good thing, too.
There you go.
It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, former President Trump defiant this morning. He held a raucous, expletive-laced rally in battleground New Hampshire last night, venting frustrations at that protective order the special counsel is requesting. That order could affect what he can and cannot talk about publicly as the ongoing probe on election interference moves forward. We've got the latest on that decision, plus a major shakeup at the top of Ron DeSantis' 2024 campaign. We're watching it all. Also this morning, out of the water, a rare shark attack at a popular New York City beach has locals on alert. Just the latest incident in a string of recent encounters this summer. So what's behind the trend? We're going to dig deeper. Plus, winner, winner, America has a new billionaire this morning. Well, technically, before taxes, that is. We're learning this morning that one single Mega Millions jackpot winning ticket was sold in, drumroll please, Florida. We've got the historic numbers worth more than $1.5 billion. And it has truly been the summer of Swift, a powerhouse season of sold-out stadium shows across the country for pop icon Taylor Swift. But tonight it all comes down to one final U.S. show, at least for now, in Los Angeles, a concert that'll surely have fans asking Swift to stay, stay, stay. Or you can just follow her internationally like you're doing.
That's right. And then she'll be back for a U.S. leg.
And
Tickets
Toronto,
go out today for
Canada's
that. Codes went out yesterday. Sale
Yeah.
happens today. We'll see how they can handle that. But
She knows it all. All right. Break it down a little bit. Let's begin this hour with the growing legal pressures against former President Donald Trump as he returns to the campaign trail.
yeah, Trump was in New Hampshire yesterday where he spoke out about the protective order request special counsel Jack Smith is asking for in connection to the election interference indictment. He lashed out at Smith as well as Judge Tanya Chutkan. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake joins us from Washington, D.C. with the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Look, as poll after poll shows Donald Trump pulling away from the rest of the Republican primary field, he's increasingly running against not just President Biden, but now the entire American justice system, which he sees as targeting him unfairly. This as his rivals struggle to catch up with the frontrunner.
A defiant former President Trump on the campaign trail in New Hampshire, venting his anger at the pending prosecutions he says are designed to derail his 2024 campaign.
I'm sorry, I won't be able to go to Iowa today. I won't be able to go to New Hampshire today because I'm sitting in a courtroom on bullshit because his attorney general charged me with something.
Tuesday's raucous rally coming less than a week after the former president pled not guilty to 4 felony charges, tied to what the Justice Department says was a criminal scheme to overturn his 2020 election defeat. His supporters echoing his anger. The former president suggests he will defy any protective order that the judge may impose in his case, which could restrict his ability to publicly discuss evidence, with a hearing now scheduled for Friday morning.
When we say I can't talk, I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right.
There's new evidence that special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into 2020 election interference is ongoing, with the grand jury that returned last week's indictment against Mr. Trump meeting again Tuesday.
How are you?
Meanwhile, Mr. Trump's closest Republican rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is moving to reset his campaign again, replacing his campaign manager with his longtime chief of staff. The shakeup follows a tumultuous month for the Florida governor, facing lagging poll numbers, complaints from big donors, and a campaign cash crunch. DeSantis insists he'll benefit from low expectations, telling Dasha Burns,
I would much rather be underestimated. When they underestimate you, that's when we're able to strike.
And guys, it doesn't stop here. There's every indication that the Atlanta area DA, Fani Willis, is going to act on that case by the end of next week. Security has been tightening up at the Fulton County Courthouse over the last week or so. The grand jury is starting to meet there. We fully expect to see a 4th indictment of Donald Trump by the end of August. And so does he, by the way. He's been attacking Willis on the stump and online pretty consistently. So get ready for round 4. Savannah, Joe.
Garrett, thank you so much.
This morning, in the height of the summer beach season, a popular New York City beach location is closed to swimmers.
Yeah, it was shut down after a rare shark attack yesterday. The 65-year-old victim is now recovering. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Rockaway Beach with more about her condition and her rescue. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. You know, it's kind of a picture-perfect beach day out here. Beautiful, a few clouds in the sky, but the Parks Department doesn't know if they're going to open this beach back up again for swimmers and surfers. There are already drones in the air. We've seen a helicopter go by. Everyone is on high alert. New York City police are on shark patrol, in the air and on the water, while one of the city's most popular beaches remains closed following that frightening attack. Swimmers and surfers were told they couldn't hit the waves because of sharks. Monday evening, a 65-year-old was bitten on her left leg, according to the Parks Department. Onlookers say she was just offshore when it happened.
Bit by a shark. Yeah, the beach is canceled, y'all.
EMTs worked to stop the bleeding. A top police official says there was severe damage to her leg. She's now in serious but stable condition, according to hospital officials. It's the first shark attack here in over 70 years, but it has people rattled, like this couple from Arizona.
I never actually go out and swim in it. I just hang around the beach and walk in the
In other words, you're going to put your toes in, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe, maybe up to my ankle.
Shark attacks are rare, but this summer there have been others not far away. In beaches on Long Island, 5 people were bitten over the 4th of July holiday. Last July, it was the same story. Multiple people bitten, including teenage surfer Max Haynes.
I felt on my foot like a bear trap, just get me from below.
And last month in Florida, watch this close encounter from above. Drone video shows a 14-foot-long great hammerhead shark swimming close to beachgoers in Palm Beach. Marine biologists say there may be more sharks closer to shore because that's where the fish are. It's a sign, they say, of a healthy ecosystem. Adding swimmers and surfers should be vigilant, but not afraid.
But what we should be doing is just really educating people that, you know, these are the species that are here. They feed on fish. They're not trying to eat you.
At nearby Jones Beach Tuesday, sharks were spotted, which normally closes the beach for an hour. But instead, they shut it down for the day. Officials said they saw an extraordinary number of bait fish close to the beach and worried the sharks were following the food. We were out here all yesterday, and there was tons of surveillance. They had those drones in the air, the helicopters, boats on the water, as we showed you, and they did not see any sharks off of this beach. And officials say, when the beach opens up again, there are some things that swimmers should keep in mind. Keep an eye out for birds flying around that indicate maybe the bait fish are close to shore. That's when the sharks would come close to shore. The other thing that they point out, too, is that if the water's really murky, sharks have a hard time seeing, and that might not be a good time to go in the water either, because people could be mistaken for fish, which is kind of a frightening prospect, guys.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oof. And all that advice about punching him in the nose and looking him in the eye, it's like, that's going out the window. All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
Now to the severe weather that slammed the East Coast. Tens of thousands of people are waking up this morning without power as the cleanup gets underway.
Yeah, we're going to have more on today's forecast with meteorologist Angie Lastman in just a moment. But first, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park in Westminster, Maryland, just outside of Baltimore. That is one of the hardest hit places. Hey, Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you both. Yeah, many residents here and on the East Coast are entering day 2 without power. And here where we are in Westminster, Maryland, as you can see behind me, there is still a lot to clean up. These massive power lines came crashing down like dominoes at the height of rush hour on Monday, trapping drivers inside. But incredibly, officials say no one was hurt.
Overnight, extreme weather stretching across the country. Storms and reported tornadoes ripping through the Midwest and East. One system bringing a frightening funnel cloud and baseball-sized hail to Colorado. The East Coast recovering from several rounds of severe weather. The National Weather Service also confirming 2 tornadoes touched down Tuesday along the Massachusetts coastline, including an EF1 twister that was on the ground in the town of Mattapoisett for more than 3 minutes.
It was definitely nerve-wracking. It's the typical sound of a freight train.
In the Boston area, torrential downpours filled roads with water, leading to emergency rescues. Firefighters saved a driver stuck under an overpass as floodwaters kept rising rapidly. Residents in Pennsylvania now cleaning up, with thousands across the state still without power.
I was in that second floor window right there.
High winds sending this massive tree straight into this man's home.
We had seconds to react.
And many East Coast residents also in recovery mode, including in Maryland, after powerful straight-line winds knocked down 30 power lines, sending a row of poles and live wires crashing onto moving traffic. 33 people were trapped inside their cars, including 14 children, all thankfully now safe. The summer of wild weather reaching Hawaii, where wildfires swept through Maui overnight, as Americans from coast to coast hope for calmer days ahead.
And all this severe weather, as you can imagine, is still having a big impact on air travel. Already this morning, more than 600 delays. Meanwhile, back here in Westminster, I should point out all these power lines have been deactivated, but emergency officials say if you're ever caught in a situation like this, stay in your car until help arrives. Savannah?
Right. Kathy Park, really good advice there. Thank you so much. Well, now let's take a closer look at the recent weather and climate disaster events this week. Hey, meteorologist Angie Lastman is with us in studio. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got quite a start to the year, right? It's been 7 months in the book so far for the year, and we've continued to see really impressive stats when it comes to severe weather outbreaks. And so far, NOAA has come out with the billion-dollar disasters that we've seen so far this year. That's 15. That's the most for the first 7 months of any year since records started being kept in the early 80s. And you can see just how many we've seen. Much of them focused through the severe weather section of the country that often sees really busy kind of section of the year with the severe weather outbreaks. May, April coming in with a lot of those. We've seen tornado outbreaks, one in late March into early April, the flooding, of course, in California. We had a winter storm from February. So we're already starting off with really impressive couple of months for us. And you can see just how much this has elevated here in the recent years. Over 20 in 2020, 20 about for 2020. And then we're on track for a really impressive couple of another months here when we get through the second half of the year. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And speaking of severe weather, we've got another day where we're going to have to keep a close eye on that potential through the afternoon and evening hours. And we've already seen some of these thunderstorms and really heavy rain working through parts of Kansas, Missouri, the area that we've already seen fairly busy over the past couple couple of days. This is the spot that we're going to watch for 20 million people to be at risk through the day today. This does go into the overnight hours, so be aware this could lead into the after dark time frame, and we know how dangerous that can be. And we do have the potential to see a couple tornadoes. That's not our biggest threat today, but it isn't zero for the chance for that. So we're still going to keep an eye on that. Strong winds, of course, and the large hail, all potential for us here into the afternoon hours. And that goes for tomorrow, areas a little farther to the east. Not quite as many people in this risk area, but still parts of the mid-Atlantic in the Carolinas extending through the afternoon and evening hours tomorrow too. Those same kind of impacts and same kind of hazards will have a potential for seeing those into the day tomorrow. Here's the system that's the culprit of it all. We've got it moving across parts of the Midwest through the day today. It's going to speed out towards the East Coast here as we get into tomorrow, and bringing with it heavy rain too. So not just will we be dealing with the strong storms, but we could also be seeing some of this localized flooding that we'll have to watch for over the next few days as well. And already saturated grounds, places like Indianapolis, Springfield, Paducah, Memphis could see some of those highest amounts. Localized spots anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. I think it's more likely for the widespread amounts to be closer to 1 to 2 inches. But still, again, those grounds are fairly saturated, so we'll be watching for that here as we go through the next couple of days. But this is the real hot spot today for flash flooding. Remember, you don't want to drive through those flooded roadways. Kansas City, Nashville, Tupelo, Little Rock, Cincinnati, all included in that, along with St. Louis. Looking ahead to the weekend, great conditions on Friday in the Northeast. Beach day, if you can head out, lucky you. We'll see those record highs sticking with us in parts of the South, not just today and tomorrow, but even into Friday. The West looks nice, plenty of sunshine for folks out there, but will remain unsettled across the Southeast and parts of the Midwest too, with some of those showers and thunderstorms that are typical for this time of year. And no surprise, Savannah, the record highs continue in the South on Saturday, and they aren't going anywhere by Sunday. It'll be a steamy weekend ahead, and it'll still be hot and humid too for parts of the Northeast and Midwest.
Yeah, oh, there you go. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, 3 Alabama men are facing assault charges for that brawl in Montgomery. Police say a group of men failed to listen to repeated calls to move their boat before attacking a boat captain. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Almost certainly the legal fallout here is not over, as police originally detained 13 people. They fully expect, Savannah, to bring more charges. Police also saying the 2 of the 3 men who were already charged still have not turned themselves in. And as difficult as that video is to watch, authorities say right now there is not enough evidence for hate crime charges.
Several days removed from a brutal dockside brawl in Montgomery, Alabama, where this now viral video shows a group of white men attacking a single black boat captain, assault charges have been filed against 3 of the alleged aggressors.
When it initially took place, the police department didn't have the luxury of the videos that we all have seen now. Now that we have more information, again, more charges are pending.
The videos certainly paint a vivid picture. After the initial altercation, members of the crew and community jumping in to defend the riverboat's co-captain, Damian Pickett. As you can see from this new footage, the fight quickly escalates. At one point, a man even swinging a folding chair. In police custody this morning, Richard Roberts, 2 other men, Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman, are expected to turn themselves in. All of them facing misdemeanor assault charges. None of the men have pleaded in the case yet, and NBC News has not been able to reach them for comment.
It definitely should never have even gotten physical to begin with.
For witnesses who watched from a riverboat that was attempting to dock, like Leslie Mae Horter, the 45 minutes police say the captain spent asking the pontoon owners to move their boat over a PA system was clearly in vain.
Could you hear what these guys were shouting back?
No, I could not hear from where, in my perspective, what they were shouting back. The attitude that they exude was the fact that you're not going to tell us what to do. We were here first.
But there's no doubt they were notified. They knew they were being asked to move.
Oh, they had ample opportunity to move their boat.
When asked about possible use of racial epithets or names, the police chief said the evidence they have does not currently meet the FBI standard for a hate crime.
There was a lot of, I've seen finger gestures and comments and innuendos made. Working with the local FBI, we did examine if there was enough to file hate crimes charges on this case.
It's noteworthy here that, guys, police are still soliciting videos from the public. That means that the investigation is ongoing. As for that witness that we talked to, she said initially it looked really bad in terms of the captain appearing to be shaken up. But once they got off the boat, he was doing okay, and they made sure to give him a tip. And we reached out to him for comment as well. Have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Well, one lucky Florida resident is waking up a billionaire this morning. That's right, the winning ticket for the Mega Millions jackpot has been sold. One ticket matched all 5 numbers and the golden ball, meaning they'll be taking home the record-setting $1.6 billion prize. Even after taxes, if you take the lump sum, it is so much money, right? NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren joins us now with this.
Can you imagine waking up to that news?
But then also, no, I can't. But sometimes, like, their life then goes off the rails. But no, I can't imagine. It's awesome.
True. Well, so this was rolling over to the highest level for Mega Millions ever. And now that person who bought the ticket in Florida is very, very rich.
This morning, one lucky winner waking up in Florida as a billionaire after nearly 4 months of lottery fever sweeping the country.
Okay, let this number sink in for just a minute here. $1.58 billion.
Okay, we'll take it.
Overnight, the history-making winning ticket finally drawn.
Now for the Mega Ball number that is 14.
The lucky ticket sold at this public store in Neptune Beach, Florida. The winner takes home the biggest jackpot in Mega Millions history and the 3rd largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever, $1.58 billion, or a lump sum payment of $783.3 million cash. It comes less than a month after a single winning ticket was sold in California for the Powerball jackpot of more than $1 billion. And what would most Americans do with all that money? Some say it would not change them.
I wouldn't quit my job. You know, I still want to work.
While others would have a new outlook about work-life balance.
I definitely would start a foundation to help with our homeless situation. And then I go on vacation for life.
All right, and at some point we are going to find out who it is, because in Florida you need to be identified within 90 days of claiming the prize. Also, if you didn't win the big prize, still check your tickets, because there were 7 sold across the country that matched 5 of the numbers. Those are $1 million each.
Oh,
so not too shabby.
That's the 5 without the gold.
Without the gold.
Wow.
Yep.
I mean, God, that's still hard to do. You only get $1 million for that? You should get more than that. All right, Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, the so-called Summer of Swift, kind of, sort of coming to a close with her last great American Eras tour show tonight in L.A. before she does the second leg later. But economists and Swifties alike will be looking back on it all as a gold rush. But first, a resounding rejection and a win for abortion rights supporters in Ohio. This morning, we've got reaction to the result of yesterday's special election in the state and its 2024 implications. Stay with us. That's up next.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. This morning, it appears that voters in Ohio have rejected a measure that could potentially have had an impact on an abortion vote planned for November. The Associated Press is projecting that voters turned down this measure yesterday. If passed, it would have raised the threshold required for state constitutional amendments from a simple majority to 60%. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now with the latest. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So just kind of remind us about this. This is issue 1, and while it certainly could have potentially had this impact on an abortion vote, it was really about the Constitution, amending how that can be amended. Tell us about this vote and the reaction to this ultimately being defeated.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. This is a case where you're looking at the specific language about what voters were asked to decide, and that is a case of adjusting the Constitution. But it's in a bigger context. It's about what's coming in November, which will be a question we know will be on the Ohio ballot about enshrining in the state's Constitution the right to an abortion. So changing how the Constitution is amended in this special election takes on much bigger consequences. And this was a clear message from Ohio voters. This, of course, driven by all of the energy and emotion around abortion rights. We've seen that. And this specific ballot issue is about making it harder to change the state's constitution. And that will ultimately affect abortion rights if you put all of these things in line together. So this is a major win for abortion rights supporters ahead of that November vote, where we know on the ballot in Ohio, voters will be asked to decide if they want a guarantee to abortion in this new constitutional amendment. So what lost last night would have required that next vote coming in November to pass with a 60% supermajority. We now know that has failed according to the projections. So it will only require a 50% simple majority. Local officials were weighing in, of course, and Democrats praise this win, while Republicans argue that making changes to the state's constitution should require a higher standard than a simple majority.
Kelly, how might this impact the role abortion will play in the 2024 election?
Well, certainly the implications are bigger, and President Biden weighed in overnight. He said this is a measure that was a blatant attempt to weaken voters' voices and to erode the freedom of women to make their own health decisions. That's what the president described. And he said democracy in this case won. So Democrats and those who support abortion rights are energized by all of this and believe it is a sign of how to get their base mobilized. That is important because we know that President Biden has dealt with issues like low approval ratings, inflation, things that have weighed down his popularity. And so getting Democrats and others excited about this issue enough to turn out could have significant impact. And no surprise to anyone, this all comes after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last summer, and that has made abortion an issue on center stage in politics around the country in different states. Savannah?
Kelly, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the day ahead for President Biden. He's in New Mexico today. This has been this multi-state tour this week. What can we expect for the agenda today?
Yes, these are pretty vistas in some of the craziest and most lovely places of the Mountain West. And he will be dealing with different issues that will include talking about Bidenomics, a term that we have expected him to be using in trying to defend his policies. He'll also be doing things for talking about the anniversary of the CHIPS and Science Act with his trip to Albuquerque today. That is an important thing about getting some of the circuit boards and things that are often made in other parts of the world manufactured here in the U.S. And he'll be talking about the kitchen table issues and legislative accomplishments that they believe they have made. So expect that as the president is out west.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you as always. Now let's get you some international headlines. More Leopard tanks are headed to Ukraine in the war against Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. A private defense company said it sold 50 Leopard 1 tanks previously belonging to Belgium to another European country, which in turn will hand them over to Ukraine. Now, earlier this year, Belgium explored the idea of buying back the German-made tanks, but gave up after it had been quoted what they called unreasonable prices. Freddy Versilius, CEO of the defense company OIP Land Systems, said that the fact that they leave the company proves that they asked for a fair market price, even though he could not name the country that bought them for confidentiality reasons. Now let's go to Thailand, where an estranged son of the king has made a surprise return to the country for the first time in almost 3 decades. His name is Vakareorson Vivakarewongse. I hope I pronounced that right. He's the second of 4 sons of the king and his second wife, who later divorced. On Tuesday, he visited a daycare center for underprivileged children in Bangkok, taking everyone by surprise, including apparently the royal palace, which did not comment on his visit. His appearance comes at a difficult time for the royal family, as the king's oldest child is suffering from serious heart problems and there is no clear heir apparent. And finally, let's head over to Switzerland, where researchers say they found a Bronze Age arrowhead made from a meteorite. Researchers at the Natural History Museum of Bern say the ancient weapon is 3,000 years old and was created with iron from a meteorite that landed in Estonia. It's not, surprisingly, the first time objects made using found objects made using iron from meteorites, but this is only the 3rd one that was unearthed in Western Europe. So it looks like that thousands of years ago, if you weren't killed by a fallen meteorite, you could be killed by a flying arrowhead made out of it. Pretty dangerous times, guys.
That is a scary way to look at it. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the race for Mississippi's next governor could come down to how much people there pay for groceries under each candidate. The controversial tax that's now taking center stage. That is up next.
happen now.
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves won the Republican nomination yesterday, setting the stage for a general election matchup with Democrat Brandon Presley. And one thing that's on voters' mind there is the cost of groceries. More than 15% of people in Mississippi can't provide enough food for their families because they just don't have the money. And part of the problem is Mississippi taxes groceries, adding 7% to everyone's bill. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has more.
Sequoia Coleman hunts for every deal she can at the grocery store.
I don't care what you do, how much money you make. It's really hard out here.
As a mom of two who receives government assistance, every penny counts.
prices on food, inflation, it is horrible right now.
She says she spends about $600 a month on groceries. $40 of that is state sales tax, adding up to about $500 per year. That's more than most spend because Coleman lives in Mississippi, one of only 13 states that still taxes food in this way, and it has the highest state tax applying to groceries at 7%.
As governor, I'll finally axe the grocery tax.
Getting rid of the state grocery tax is again a hot topic in this year's race for governor and here at the Neshoba County Fair, a traditional fair to its core, carnival rides, live cattle, even a horse race. It's also a must-attend event for any politician in this state.
Because of the out-of-control spending in Washington, D.C.
Boasting a multi-day, hours-long lineup that's a who's who of Mississippi politics.
Good morning, Neshoba County!
Republican Governor Tate Reeves rallying longtime supporters, telling them Mississippi is open for business. But it's the Democratic challenger, Brandon Presley, pushing for the grocery tax cut.
Everybody cannot be born rich and lucky, and that's why you need a governor that'll stand up for the people of Mississippi.
His message focused on working-class families includes tax-free food.
It's a shame and a disgrace. I mean, Mississippi is the poorest state in America, and yet we have the highest tax on food of any state in this country.
He argues eliminating the tax will have a bigger impact on low-income earners because they spend a bigger chunk of their paychecks on food.
One of the best ways we can help working families is to get the sales tax off of groceries and join other states in America by doing that. That puts money right back in the pockets of working people.
And many Mississippians seem to agree. A poll earlier this year showing 68% of respondents support suspending the grocery tax, including 71% of Republicans. Governor Reeves' team didn't grant us a one-on-one interview, but we caught up with him after his fair speech.
Governor, where do you stand on taxing groceries?
So look, I've never seen a tax cut that I didn't like. In fact, I think it's probably a better move to eliminate the income tax to zero. But if the legislature sends me a bill that cuts taxes without raising other taxes, I'd love to see it.
Reeves is touting tax breaks in his ads.
Tate cut our state income tax, and we achieved the lowest unemployment rate in our state's history.
Experts say lowering income tax rates again would help create growth, but would also benefit high-income earners more.
Eliminating the income tax would have a bigger effect. The argument for eliminating the grocery tax is much more an argument about fairness.
Only the election will tell which tax change ultimately happens in this deep red state, but Sequoia Coleman says she could buy a lot with the money she loses to the grocery tax.
School uniforms, shoes, formula wipes, diaper, gas, not the stuff that I want, but the stuff that my kids and I really need.
Thanks to Aaron for that report. Mississippi's general election will take place in November. We'll be watching closely to see if the grocery tax does play a significant role in who wins.
Pretty interesting there to look at that one specific detail. Well, coming up, a major shakeup in the music world this morning after Philadelphia's upcoming Made in America festival was canceled by organizers yesterday.
That's right. The festival was supposed to be Lizzo's first on-stage appearance since that controversial sexual harassment lawsuit was filed against her last week. So did that play the final decision to pull the plug? Into that decision, we're going to dig deeper next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Canadian rapper Tory Lanez has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for the shooting of fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, shot Megan in the foot during an argument back in July of 2020. His legal team says they do plan to appeal. There's no word if he'll be deported back to Canada. In a statement he made before his sentencing, Lanez said in part, "If I could change it, I would, but I can't. Everything I did that night, I take full responsibility." In a victim statement read in court, Megan said that she has not had a single day of peace since the shooting and will never be the same. A lot of music fans are disappointed this morning following news that the annual Made in America festival that was set to take place next month in Philadelphia has now been canceled. Festival organizers posted a statement online yesterday saying they were forced to cancel because of severe circumstances outside of production control. They did not specify what those circumstances are.
That being said, Lizzo was scheduled to be one of the headliners of the event. It would have been her first concert since 3 of her former dancers filed a lawsuit against her, alleging sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. Lizzo denies those claims. Well, NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us on this now. Hey, Callan, always great to see you. So what do we know about this cancellation? As we just pointed out, there was not anything specific said about Lizzo in that statement, but is there any indication here that this is tied to those legal troubles?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. So we don't know if this has any tie to Lizzo. A source close to the production told NBC News that ticket sales were not good. So it's possible that this is a financial component more so than it is a response to the allegations brought against Lizzo in this lawsuit. But as of right now, the organization is not publicly giving any specific reason beyond the severe circumstances, as you mentioned in their statement.
So as we said, this was supposed to be Lizzo's first concerts, and she was sued last week by those 3 former dancers. How big of a hit is this for her? I mean, I'm not sure if she has a lot of performances lined up in the coming weeks.
Yeah, as I understand it, this was, going to be the first big performance since these allegations hit, almost a month to the day since these allegations were made public. On social media, I'm seeing people basically saying that they're implying that they believe Lizzo might be the reason that this concert was canceled. Again, we have no evidence that that is the case. But, again, I think it continues to be a hit to her reputation, at least with some fans on social media. At this point, it seems like it's all sort of speculative, but the fans still kind of pushing back, saying that they're still disappointed in Lizzo after these allegations.
Generally, how big of a deal is this that a whole festival, this whole Made in America festival, was canceled?
Yeah, I think particularly right now, this is a pretty big deal, especially when music fans are really excited to be reunited with one another. There's been a few pieces that have come out where people are basically talking about how nice it is in a post-pandemic world to reunite with one another, to be in a public space together once again. And I think it's psychologically and emotionally, it's a big hit when people can't come together and sort of celebrate the musical artists that they love.
And Callan, we know some people did already buy tickets to this festival. Do we know how they can get their money back?
Yes. So Made in America Festival has said that you can get a refund through your point of purchase. So that's going to be places like Vivid Seat, Ticketmaster, StubHub, any place where you purchased your ticket, you're going to receive your refund through there. You may have to request it depending upon the point of purchase, but everyone is entitled to a refund if they purchase a ticket to this event.
All right. Callan Rosenblatt, as always, thank you so much.
Now for what's making financial headlines, sports fans make room for a new betting brand.
NBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Disney strikes a deal with casino owner Penn Entertainment to jointly launch a sports betting business under the brand ESPN Bet. Penn will rebrand its current sportsbook service and relaunch it in the fall across the 16 states where it's licensed. ESPN will promote the service across its broadcast and online platforms, and ESPN Bet will have unspecified access to ESPN talent. Disney reports earnings later today. And as part of this sports betting deal, Penn is selling Barstool Sports back to its founder, Dave Portnoy. Penn will receive half of any proceeds on any future sale of the media brand, although Portnoy says he plans to never sell the company again. Penn bought Barstool through a series of transactions worth a combined $550 million. Portnoy says the companies underestimated how difficult it would be for Barstools to operate in the regulated gambling industry. And TikTok has been testing full-length podcasts. The Verge reports a new feature lets users import full shows through their RSS feed and link them to shorter clips. This could potentially be a new way to boost discovery of new content on the platform. TikTok confirms it is testing the podcast feature with some users in the U.S., but wouldn't share further details. Just another way to keep you on TikTok, guys.
Okay. And yeah, I feel like a 1 minute or 2 minute podcast wouldn't be that interesting.
Probably
not many deep dives there.
I don't know if that qualifies as a podcast.
Exactly.
Well, some other kind of little clip. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Alana. The granddaughter of Elvis Presley is officially taking over Graceland. Riley Keough has grown up in the spotlight all her life, and she's recently had to deal with some very personal challenges. That includes the loss of her mom and brother and a legal battle with her own grandmother. Well, now Keough is opening up in a new interview about how she's moving forward and honoring her famous family as she inherits a rock and roll landmark.
This morning, fans are flocking to Memphis as Graceland kicks off its annual Elvis Week to celebrate the music legend's life and legacy. And it comes amid a changing of the guard at the iconic rock and roll estate. Elvis's granddaughter, 34-year-old actress Riley Keough, is now the new owner of the property, which was originally gifted by Elvis to her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, who died in January. 2018, Lisa Marie opened up to Today about Graceland's significance.
I feel like I'm connected to something here more than anywhere else.
Just days ago, a judge approved a settlement appointing Keough as the sole trustee of Lisa Marie's estate, following a legal battle with her grandmother, Priscilla Presley. Keough, speaking out to Vanity Fair in a new interview, denied any bad blood with Priscilla. She said, "Things with Grandma will be happy. There was a bit of upheaval, but now everything is going to be how it was. She's a beautiful woman, and she was a huge part of creating my grandfather's legacy and Graceland." Keough is also opening up about her own growing family. The actress and her husband, Ben Smith Peterson, welcomed a baby girl via surrogacy last August. For the first time, Keough revealed to Vanity Fair her daughter's name, Tupelo Storm Smith Peterson. Tupelo, of course, was Elvis's birthplace in Mississippi, and her middle name, Storm, is a tribute to Keough's brother, Benjamin Storm Keough, who died by suicide in 2020. Amid personal loss and new motherhood, Keough has also been finding her voice and navigating superstardom.
Well, you want me to believe that that's real, that you're happy, that you're in love?
I am happy, and I am in love.
Oh, come on.
Thanks to the success of her hit series Daisy Jones and the Six, which earned the actress her first Emmy nomination last month. A bittersweet moment that came on the 3rd anniversary of her brother's death. Keough posted this sweet photo of her mom and brother after the announcement, simply writing, "Missing you both."
Keough shared a lot of memories about her family in that wide-ranging interview, including the last time she saw her mom. She also mentioned how when she came up with the name Tupelo, she didn't think people would really know about the Elvis connection. Then the Elvis movie came out last year, and everyone knew what it meant. A lot of people saw it.
Cool name, too.
All right, coming up, it is another giant leap for mankind. Well, when it comes to space tourism, that is. After the break, we'll introduce you to the all-civilian team that is set to make history for Virgin Galactic at the edge of the final frontier.
Plus, it has been anything but a cruel summer for Taylor Swift. Tonight, her critically acclaimed and sold-out Eras tour run here in the U.S. come to a close for now. We'll don our red-colored glasses for a look back at the summer of Swift. That's next.
story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivers its own.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you're doing the dishes you do.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of nature's most stunning light displays is back, and its peak will be this weekend. We are talking about the Perseid meteor shower, a celestial event that happens around the same time every year. According to the American Meteor Society, it is expected to peak in the early morning hours of Sunday. The Perseids begin this year on July 14th and will continue until September 1st, though not as many meteors will be visible after the peak. For the best viewing experience, sky gazers should look for an area without light pollution. How cool is that, Joe? Look how gorgeous.
So not New York.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't really got a chance here.
That is really cool, though, and I love how it goes on for so long.
I know. Awesome.
Thanks, Savannah. Now to the race into space and a new historic launch by Virgin Galactic. On Thursday, the company, which just 2 years ago sent its founder, Sir Richard Branson, and his team to space. Well, they're set to do it again, but this time with a crew of civilians. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz is at Virgin Galactic Spaceport. I like to say that. Spaceport in New Mexico with the exclusive details. Gotti, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Can we just recap how cool this is? We are talking 3 civilian astronauts, civilians just like you and me, who have spent the last 3 days going through all kinds of training before they climb into one of these. They break the sound barrier. They go supersonic with a rocket behind them pushing 70,000 pounds of thrust going straight into space. They go zero gravity. They take off their seatbelts. They float around. They come back down to Earth. And this is just the beginning. Take a look.
This is the next frontier of space travel. Here at Virgin Galactic Spaceport, deep in the New Mexico desert, 3 regular folks are training for the ride of their lives.
I kind of feel like I was born in this life for this.
On Thursday, they'll blast to the edge of space on board the Unity.
I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The same ship that rocketed Virgin Galactic founder Sir Richard Branson and his crew to space in 2021, 53 miles above the Earth, at speeds of more than 2,300 miles an hour.
All right.
But this next space trip will be Virgin Galactic's first with civilian passenger astronauts only. People like Keisha Shahoff and her 18-year-old daughter, Anna. Natives of Antigua, they'll be the first mother and daughter duo in history to go to space and the first astronauts ever from the Caribbean. For these astronomy buffs, it's been a dream since childhood.
I'm hoping to give myself that confidence to try new things.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Just looking back and seeing our beautiful planet, and then looking across to see my daughter's face.
The third passenger, 80-year-old John Goodwin, a former Olympian from England and a lifelong adventurer who's also battling Parkinson's disease.
Just shows you this attitude of space for all
is a wonderful attitude.
These passengers undergo 3 days of rigorous training to prepare for the 90-minute flight, including 3 minutes of total weightlessness.
You want to go and fly it?
I would love to fly it.
To find out what to expect, I took a spin in their cockpit simulator with Chief Pilot Dave McKay.
I'm going to pitch it up into the vertical.
Wow. We're climbing, and there's planet Earth above us now. Wow.
Exactly, yes.
Even in this simulator, Earth just seems like a miracle.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful thing.
All this part of British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's quest to make space travel accessible to everyone. More than 800 people on his wait list for a seat, with current ticket prices at $450,000. Though Keisha and Anna scored their spots for free by winning a lottery, getting the news from Sir Richard Branson himself.
You're going to space!
Hopefully, this will inspire other people as well. Take your dreams back out, conquer your fears, and go get them.
Imagine winning that sweepstake. I can imagine no other prize that I'd rather win in the galaxy than that. And all of this is part of that big dream of getting as many humans up into space as possible, making it accessible to everyone. And they are doing that in a big way here in the New Mexico desert, with starting next month and in the months following, a flight a month, then a little bit down the road, a flight a week. And we got an exclusive look at some of what the pilots also go through. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later on Nightly News Tonight. Meanwhile, tomorrow's launch, that's happening at 9 a.m. here in New Mexico, 11 a.m. Eastern. Hope you'll tune in. And, you know, 3 civilians. I'm a civilian. Joe, you're a civilian. Savannah, what do you guys say?
Did you put us on the wait list, Gotti? Are we on the list?
Put us on the wait list, and I asked for a discount, $450,000. A little steep, but I think we could do like a GoFundMe.
Yeah,
you know?
I was gonna say, if you buy my ticket for me, Gotti, maybe. But I know that was like your dream come true in that simulator. It makes me so happy to see you there.
Awesome, Gotti. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally this hour, the end of an era. Taylor Swift's game-changing tour Eras will come to a close tonight in the U.S., marking the end of at least the first leg of the North American tour.
That's right, but it's not the end for Swifties. In just a few weeks, Taylor, as well as myself, will embark on the international leg of her tour, bringing her concert to her legions of fans worldwide, beginning in Mexico City. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Los Angeles with more. Hey, Emily.
Hey, good morning to you guys. You can see cities like Los Angeles are rolling out the red carpet with some pretty impeccable sand art behind me, and for good reason, because tonight is Taylor Swift's 53rd show and her final show in the U.S., at least for now. And even after performing for nearly 200 hours since March, Taylor Swift continues to pack each show with tons of energy, and some Swifties speculate perhaps tonight some surprises, too. After 52 explosive sold-out shows nationwide, Taylor Swift is gearing up for the grand finale of the first leg of her U.S. tour.
I've been waiting for this moment for 7 years, and there will definitely be tears.
From high-energy choreography to costume changes and soulful acoustic sets, Swift's stamina continues to stun, performing for 11,000 minutes since first opening in March.
Scale of 1 to 10, just how excited are you? 13.
Tonight's show will be her 6th sold-out concert in the City of Angels, bringing in an estimated $160 million in earnings to L.A. and bumping up the county's GDP by $320 million.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get to see. I mean, who sells out SoFi 6 nights? Like, I'm kind of terrified. Like, this is crazy. And she could sell out more.
The Eras Tour comes amid a summer of major girl-powered entertainment, turning into big bucks. Beyonce is once again proving who runs the world, with her Renaissance tour drawing enough tourists in Sweden to impact inflation. And for the first time, the VMA's Artist of the Year category has all female nominees.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Well, after less than 3 weeks on the big screen, Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, has brought in more than $1 billion at the box office worldwide, the first movie directed by a woman to do so. For Swift's final shows, the star power on stage is being matched in the seats. Mindy Kaling, Sofia Vergara, and Selena Gomez among the famous faces spotted in the crowd.
The love for the Lovers singer is universal, with self-proclaimed Swiftie dads getting in on the action.
I'm super happy to be here just because of that. I think it's going to be so much fun.
I don't usually wear bracelets or funny kitschy t-shirts, but here we are.
Tonight, one last chance for dedicated Swifties to see their favorite performer light up the night.
And Emily, we woke up with VMA news for Taylor. Tell us.
Yeah, that's right. It has not been a cruel summer for Taylor Swift, who is now the most nominated artist for the VMA Awards this year. And as you guys can tell, I've got my friendship bracelets on. I did get to go to the show earlier this week. Of course, it was nothing short of spectacular, but the real miracle is the fact that I still have a voice this morning. You can really feel the anticipation leading into tonight, though, because after one of the songs last night, the audience burst into applause for more than 8 minutes, guys.
That's quite the ovation.
Every night, it's the same spot. But that was like one of the longest that's happened on the tour. So cool. Emily, thank you.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump is back on the trail for the first time since his third criminal indictment. The former president once again lashing out about the election interference investigation and the special counsel's request to limit what he shares with the public. This as Trump's top Republican rivals rally to close the gap with the Republican frontrunner. We have team coverage this morning with the latest on Trump's legal troubles and how it could impact his chances in 2024. Also this morning, devastation across the East Coast. Severe weather slammed several states with heavy rain, damaging hail, and strong winds. And it's not over yet. We'll show you the areas hardest hit as the storm system makes its way west. Plus, regulations restored and new developments this morning in the legal battle over those so-called ghost gun kits available online. We'll break down the ruling by a divided Supreme Court and what it means for the fight moving forward. And it's a novel idea, literally. Move over Oprah's book club. Gen Zers are turning to TikTok for their reading recommendations. I'll break down the hype behind Book Talk that's inspiring a new generation of bookworms. This is one of those corners of the internet you'd be happy your kids are hanging out in.
Exactly, with fellow book people.
Exactly, and it's really actually having a major impact on the publishing industry, so
That's
we'll get
great
into
to
that.
see. Looking forward to that. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks very much for being here. We begin this morning with former President Donald Trump's return to the campaign trail after the latest federal indictment against him.
Trump appeared at a rally in New Hampshire yesterday, and he used his speech to criticize all of the criminal charges against him. Now, he has denied any wrongdoing in all of those cases. In one of the cases, the federal election interference probe, prosecutors requested a protective order that would prevent Trump from disclosing evidence that's shared with his defense team. The judge in that case has scheduled a hearing on that issue for Friday. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is with us now for more on all this. Vaughn, good morning. So Trump had a lot to say about the election interference case during his New Hampshire rally yesterday. Talk about this, the protective order. What's he saying? First of all, let's listen actually to what he had to say. Sorry.
That's it. They take away your rights on First Amendment. Now they sue because so now I have one of these lunatic reporters back there saying, "Sir would like to talk to you about your case." Or, "I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to talk about it." Somehow that's not good for votes. Do you agree? When we say I can't talk, I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right.
All right, so to be clear, prosecutors not trying to stop him from talking about the case at all, but they don't want him to talk about some of the evidence that's going to be given to his team, right?
Right. Well, you just heard him say, "I will talk about it." Essentially, Donald Trump just said from that campaign stage yesterday that he will defy any protective order that a judge issues against him. The reason for protective orders, number one, these are normal, pretty normal in criminal proceedings here for a defendant. And this is so that during what is called the discovery process, ahead of the trial, the defense team for Donald Trump is able to receive the evidence that has been gathered by the Department of Justice that they plan to present in front of a jury. And this is so that Donald Trump has the benefit of being able to build a case to defend himself and that there are no surprises come the day that the jury hears their testimony. But we are waiting here. On Friday is now the date in which we expect that a judge will determine the extent to which Donald Trump is able to publicly talk talk about the evidence that he receives. He wants to be able to talk about anything. He says he's going to do just that, but there may be judge-issued orders to try to prevent him from revealing everything that he knows.
So, Vaughn, we saw that members of the grand jury were back in court. This is the group of people that voted to indict President Trump on these election interference charges. Does that mean this investigation is still ongoing? Are there still more witnesses? What's
Absolutely.
going on?
It's not done yet here. That grand jury met for about a half a day yesterday. We do not know if they heard from any witnesses. We don't even know if there are targets of their investigation. You'll go back to the classified documents case. There was actually that superseding indictment. Donald Trump was charged once, and then a couple weeks later, there were some more charges that were levied against him by the grand jury. That could be a situation that we're looking at here. Or there could be, in that indictment last week, there were 6 co-conspirators that were identified as part of the charges against Donald Trump. We don't know who those 6 co-conspirators are, but they could potentially be charged at some point. So because it's a secret, the grand jury proceedings, we don't know what they're up to. All we know is that they're up to something related to the very investigation that led to the charges against Donald Trump.
Let's talk about another investigation. That's the Georgia elections probe. We know Trump took aim yesterday at the DA there, Fani Willis, during his comments. Came one day after we saw security strengthened around the courthouse there. Do we think we're going to see a decision in that case soon?
For everybody, for the American audience, to be very clear, my notes are also very scattered here as we try to keep track of all these proceedings that are ongoing. But there is the reality, and Donald Trump even predicted it himself last night on that stage, that a 4th indictment is coming within the next week. And that is in Fulton County, Georgia, and the alleged efforts of Donald Trump and allies to overturn his election loss in Georgia in 2020. The district attorney has already laid out a 3-week time period in which she would announce any potential charges. We are in week 2 of that, so by next week's end, we should expect that to take place. One other note is that there are others that have been subpoenaed by that grand jury, and they would be given a 48-hour heads up. We have not heard from those witnesses that they have been called yet, so it's probably not happening within the next 48 hours, so we should probably be looking towards next week for any charges to be announced.
You'll be keeping an eye on it. All right, Vaughn, thank you so much. Now, with former President Trump embroiled in multiple legal battles, his fellow 2024 presidential hopefuls are working to try and close the massive gap with the GOP frontrunner.
Yeah, for more on this, we're joined by NBC News Digital senior political reporter John Allen. Hey, John, good morning. It's always good to have you with us. So this has been a race where other Republican candidates have struggled to gain ground on the former president. Right now, only one candidate is within 20 points of Donald Trump. That's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He just fired his campaign manager, though, and then there's also just been this mixed bag of responses that we're hearing from these candidates to what we're seeing go on with Trump. What should we read into what's happening with the DeSantis campaign right now?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I think the main thing to read into it is that Ron DeSantis can also read the polls. He can look at the budget for his campaign where they were burning through money. He decided that he was no longer comfortable with the campaign manager, Janera Peck, who was very close to his family. He was getting a lot of pressure from donors to do something. We saw him fire about 40% campus a few weeks ago. And so the writing was on the wall for Peck. I'm not sure why it took a few weeks to rip the Band-Aid off there, but it was pretty clear once he had to slim down his operation so much that there was going to be a big change at the top.
So, John, what kind of impact are all these shakeups having on DeSantis's donors right now?
It's interesting. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. They've been very disappointed with the way he rolled out his campaign. And so some of the donors were calling for Janera Peck to be fired. Other donors, I think, are a little bit worried about how he's fired people over the course of weeks. So it's turned into a multi-week news story at a time when he's trying to make up political ground, as you guys noted earlier. So a little bit of a mixed bag, but there was definitely pressure from some of those donors to change something.
Yesterday, John, former Vice President Mike Pence announced that he's met this $40,000 donor threshold to participate in this month's Republican primary debate. That is going to bring the NBC estimate to 8 qualified candidates. What are you hearing at this point from the Pence camp? And is there any indication that former President Trump is actually going to take part in these early debates? What do we think at this point?
I mean, Savannah, all we've heard from the Pence camp so far, sort of broadly, is he's ready to join this debate. He believes that he is a conservative in line with the values of the Republican Party, certainly that Donald Trump found, and in part the one that Donald Trump made, but is at odds with Donald Trump on what is sort of the biggest issue facing Donald Trump legally, January 6th, and the attempt to overturn the election. I think from the perspective of Trump, he's talked about this publicly. He does not see a real strategic advantage in debating people who are trailing him by so much. And at the same time, he's polling audiences everywhere he goes to ask whether he should go on the debate stage, and then calling them selfish when they want him to go on the debate stage, saying that they want to be entertained, as he did yesterday to stop in Windham, New Hampshire. So we'll have to see what Trump does, but he's given a lot of indication that he thinks it's strategically advantageous to him to stay away from the debate stage.
John, while we have you, we want to touch on some big news out of Ohio last night. The Associated Press is projecting that voters have overwhelmingly rejected that Republican-backed ballot measure that would have made it harder to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution. It was essentially a proxy on the abortion issue. What does it say big picture as we head into the election next year?
Joe, it says that Ohio voters are not interested not only in banning abortion, but they are interested in allowing a state constitutional amendment to go in that would protect abortion rights. You saw about a 15-point spread there. All it would have taken was a majority to require a 60% threshold for a constitutional amendment later. And instead, what you've got now is you're going to have a ballot initiative in November. Unless there's a seismic shift in Ohio voters, or millions of them move out of the state, or millions move in the next couple months, or next year or so, you're basically going to see, you're basically likely to see abortion rights win there later.
All right, John Allen, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Turning now to that brawl in Alabama, 3 men are now facing charges for a violent confrontation at a riverfront dock. And this morning, we're seeing new video of the incident. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the very latest.
Arrest warrants have been issued, with more likely to come. But as difficult as that video is to watch and as bad as the optics are to look at, authorities right now say there are no hate crime charges coming based on the evidence they have now.
3 men in the middle of this Montgomery brawl are facing assault charges.
13 individuals were detained and brought to police headquarters for questioning. This investigation is ongoing and more charges are likely.
The trio of men facing misdemeanor charges: Richard Roberts, Alan Todd, and Zachary Shipman. Police say one person has already turned himself in.
I don't think you judge any community by any one incident.
The man seen attacked in the video is riverboat co-captain Damian Pickett. Police say the captain spent about 45 minutes trying to get the pontoon boat owners to move using a PA system before Pickett untied the boat.
The co-captain was doing his job. He was simply trying to move the boat in just enough to where the cruise ship can park.
This new video shows other men coming to Pickett's aid as the altercation escalates. The unfolding fight, largely along racial lines, fueling questions about possible hate crime charges. Though the chief says there's currently no evidence that would meet the FBI standard for that.
There was no stone unturned. We examined this over a period of time, not only that night, but since that night. We were unable to present any inciting a riot or racially biased charges at this time.
Those who witnessed the melee, like Shay and Rihanna, felt helpless.
What is your takeaway about what you guys witnessed over the weekend?
It was a big surprise. It's a shocker because, you never know how people are going to react nowadays.
The city marred, hoping the investigation delivers justice.
And law enforcement continues to solicit video from the public as their investigation is still ongoing. I also spoke with a woman who was on that riverboat on the upper deck and watched this process play out for 45 minutes. She said it was clear what was going on, entitlement, that these men wanted nothing to do with any orders. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, Sam, thanks.
And now to Los Angeles, where an estimated 11,000 city workers took to the streets for a one-day strike to protest stalled union contract negotiations. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has that story.
Walking off the job and to the steps of City Hall, the 11,000 Los Angeles city workers showing strength in numbers. A one-day strike, the first in more than 40 years, aimed at shutting down or disrupting services in the nation's second largest city.
People are tired of not being heard, not being seen, and most importantly, being respected and appreciated.
Protesting stalled contract negotiations, city custodians and maintenance crews, just some of those walking the picket line. impacting shuttle services at LAX, animal shelters, as well as trash pickup across the city. Traffic officers and lifeguards were also a no-show.
We feel like we've been slapped in the face. We're changing that today. We're sending a message loud and clear.
Even though the city's contract with the union doesn't expire until this winter, SEIU Local 721 says the city is negotiating in bad faith.
As the union demands the city fill thousands of vacancies and offer better pay and benefits, the mayor says the city is not shut down and will continue bargaining in good faith for fair contracts.
Everybody deserves to make a living.
In what has become a summer of strikes, city workers joined writers, actors, and hotel workers in Los Angeles who have been on the picket line for weeks. Thousands of workers remain united over their division with the city. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
This morning, the cleanup is underway along the East Coast after a line of strong storms blew through, and more severe weather is possible today.
In Massachusetts, the National Weather Service confirmed 2 tornadoes touched down there yesterday in the southeast part of the state. Thousands of people were left without power, and in other parts of the state, heavy rains from that storm left cars stranded in the floodwaters.
In Pennsylvania, they're cleaning up after a tornado touched down in Allentown on Monday. That led to widespread power outages.
And this funnel cloud we're about to show you was caught on camera in Colorado. The northeastern part of the state was hit hard by severe thunderstorms yesterday. The storms brought hail, heavy rains, flooding, and also knocked out power lines in some parts of that state.
So with that, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather forecast.
Which means Angie Lassman is in studio with us. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got some showers and thunderstorms once again to deal with. This is something we'll see throughout the day today. You can see some of these thunderstorms already have ramped up coming out of the plains and moving into the Midwest. And that's kind of the general area that we're going to see the most impactful weather through the day today before we see this system move on a little farther to the east by tomorrow. Here's the setup for today for those summertime thunderstorms. Places St. Louis, Cincinnati, stretching down to Memphis could see some of these stronger storms, but really Kansas to Tennessee is where we'll look for the bullseye for the strongest of those, potentially becoming severe. By the time we get into tomorrow, the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast will get in on this action, and we could see some of those slow-moving storms lead to some flooding concerns as well. Let's talk about that severe threat, though. This is the bullseye for the day today. Paducah, Springfield, Fayetteville, Memphis, Nashville, all included in that area with the greatest chance to see some of the strongest of the storms. Wind gusts will be up to 60 miles per hour for 20 million people. We could see the potential for hail up to an inch, and we, of course, can't rule out some of these tornadoes associated with these thunderstorms. Little Rock, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Lexington all need to be on guard into the afternoon hours for the potential for us to see some of those storms developing, but that could even last into our evening hours and overnight as well. And on top of that, we've got more rainfall. And remember, this is already pretty saturated grounds. We've seen multiple rounds of these summertime storms working through. And of course, it's good for the grass, but we've got a whole lot more on the way for this area. Localized amounts up to 3 to 5 inches. Those are going to be on the higher end. But notice we've got a lot of green on this map. That means 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch for places like St. Louis, Lexington, Charleston. So we'll see some soggy conditions that call for the umbrella at least through the next couple of days. And we've got heat to talk about. Temperatures once again calling for those heat alerts for more than 50 million people. Same area. I sound like a broken record here, I know, but triple digits once again across Texas. These potentially could be record-breaking temperatures. Not quite a record this afternoon in Dallas, but still hot nonetheless. 105 is where we're headed. 99 for Brownsville. New Orleans, potential record this afternoon there with 98 degrees. And Tallahassee hits 97 later this afternoon. Really uncomfortable conditions when you add in the humidity levels, not just today, but tomorrow too. Those temperatures over 100, and then you add the feels like in, and we're talking 110, 115 in a lot of spots, stretching that same area that we've been dealing with this for days and days. A bit of a different story as we move up to the northern tier of the eastern half of the country. We've got 90s, yes, in St. Louis, but pretty typical for this time of year across that area. Philadelphia hits the mid-80s on Friday, and we roll into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, with temperatures in the high 80s. But let's talk about the record heat. We've got Austin checking in with 31 days in a row of 100+ temperatures. Those are actual temperatures. New Orleans could see record-breaking temperatures over the next 5 days. It'll be a long haul for them with this. And then Tampa, same kind of story, the next 4 out of 5 days, so not much better there. Miami has had 2 consecutive days with heat index values over 109 degrees. So unprecedented heat across much of this area, and something that we don't really see coming to an end anytime soon, guys.
I'm starting to feel weather guilt. We have fine temperatures
what
here.
About me?
I know.
Joe.
Angie. Don't feel guilty.
Angie. All right, if you live in Florida, you might want to check your Mega Millions ticket this morning if you bought one. That's because one lucky winner from the Sunshine State hit the record-breaking jackpot of nearly $1.6 billion. For all the players out there, here they are. The winning Mega Millions numbers: 32, 19, 13, 33, and 20, with a gold mega ball of 14. Well, the winner has the option of walking away with a lump sum of cash at $783 million, or being paid through an annuity over the next 30 years. The jackpot has been steadily climbing over the last 4 months. The last time someone hit the lotto was back on April 18th, and that was for a grand prize of $20 million. Pales in comparison to this. This marks the largest jackpot awarded in Mega Millions history and the third largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever.
Did you do your grocery shopping in Florida this week?
Yeah, I know, right? I wish.
That's all right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, unhealthy haze. New research shows a link between air pollution and rising rates of infection. More on the study and what doctors want you to know.
Up first, though, after the break, a country in crisis. We'll take you to Niger, where our own Courtney Cuby shares her firsthand experience of the military coup there. We'll be right back.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the banner delivered to you.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. A senior U.S. diplomat says coup leaders in Niger won't let her meet with the country's democratically elected president.
The country's president has been under what's been described as virtual house arrest after soldiers took over last month. NBC News correspondent Courtney Cubey and producer Moshe Gaines were in the capital city working on a different series of stories as it all unfolded. Now they're sharing their experience.
It's another story I think a lot of Americans don't know. There's 1,100 U.S. troops in Niger at 3 bases, and they work with the Nigerian military, particularly the Special Operations Forces there. And particularly because there's this sort of confluence of terror networks that are all really converging on West Africa and coastal West Africa right now. And so we said we want to tell that story that no one's telling. They live in poverty. Millions of them are starving to the point where their bodies are eating themselves. They don't have water, they don't have electricity, they don't have health care. And now their security is really in jeopardy because of these terror networks. So we had planned this 10-day trip there to cover all of that and do several different stories. And 19 hours before the coup started, we were told by U.S. officials that they believed that the government there was pretty stable and that there weren't problems with corruption or infighting.
Tonight, chaos in the capital of Niger after what appears to be a coup attempt against President Mohamed Bazoum by his own security forces.
We had a couple of public affairs officer escorts, and I came down to breakfast, and one of them came in and his eyes were enormous, and he said, okay, so it's fine, everything's fine, and said, there's a security situation, you need to go to your room. Over the next probably 10 minutes, it became clear that the president had been taken hostage by his own security services and that the U.S. military and everyone in Niamey was locked down. The first time when we first saw the video of all the heads of the military together, that was the first moment where I thought, this isn't going to be resolved quickly. I think there's this stereotypical idea of a coup, and you have vehicles speeding through the streets with people brandishing weapons and people running and looting. Everything was calm until the gunfire started. So I kept thinking, okay, at a certain point, we're going to be able to leave and we're going to be able to get a sense of what's really happening. But we couldn't. The military stayed locked down. It's frustrating to be there and feel like you're in the middle of something that's unfolding and you're stuck in a hotel trying to watch it from afar and trying to gather. And I understood that it was such an unpredictable situation and it was changing quickly. But then as days went on, it became more and more clear that President Bazoum was not coming back into power. By Sunday afternoon, it seemed impossible for the U.S. not to see this as the legal definition of a military coup. And I know that the U.S. does not want to make that declaration because of all the legal implications that come with it. It cuts off about $400 million in aid to the Nigerian people who are going to be the victims of this entire thing in the end. All that's going to mean is this population of people who have so little already are going to be further exploited, and the natural resources of that country are going to be further exploited.
Over the weekend, thousands took to the streets of the capital here, mostly peaceful, supporting the coup. Some waving Russian flags chanting, "Long live Russia."
From the first day of the coup, the military started talking to us about, we'll get you to the airport when it reopens. You know, we were there on a military embed, and so technically they felt responsible for us being there and being stuck there. And they felt very strongly about us being able to get out before things got bad or potentially bad in the city or in the country. But we didn't make it far from the hotel until we hit the protests. And there were just a sea of people, and there was a police checkpoint. Then the police at the checkpoints started kind of walking down the vehicles. And that was the first point where I thought, okay, I think we need to get out of here. And all of a sudden, our driver just drove across the median and turned around and sped away. And the police were yelling at us, and we were able to make our way over to the base eventually. By the time we got to the base, the demonstrators had started attacking the French embassy. The U.S. embassy is right near the French embassy. There was definitely a more tense atmosphere on base when we got there on Sunday.
Hi, QB. So we made it to Germany overnight. We flew on a C-17. Grateful that we made it out of Niger.
I don't feel very proud of my work all the time. I kind of feel like I'm doing my best and I'm doing my job. But one thing that I thought was really cool was the only 3 foreign reporters there were all women. And that was so cool to me. And and I was really proud of it.
Our thanks to Courtney Cubey for sharing her experience. Despite everything you just heard there, Courtney says they did not feel like they were in any danger. But the hardest part of it all was the uncertainty of the situation. 2 weeks later, of course, the conflict is still ongoing.
Wow, incredible to hear her firsthand account. Well, Britain's Prince Harry is making his first public appearance since his father's coronation.
The Duke of Sussex is in Japan taking part in the Sports Values Summit. Then he's going to head to Singapore to play in a polo tournament to raise money for his charity, Sintabale. It is an organization that helps children affected by poverty and HIV and AIDS in southern Africa. Hillary Fordwich is a royal commentator, joins us now to talk more about all this. Thanks for joining us. So tell us a little more about what we can expect from this trip and why this cause is so important to Prince Harry.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it actually is so important. Pleasure to be with you, Joe and Savannah. It's a very wonderful cause. It's already raised over $11 million. And you mentioned there, it helps those that are impoverished and suffering with HIV in Africa. And of course, we all know that Africa is a place that Harry feels deeply about. He has called Africa his second home. He's made many visits there. In fact, that's where he proposed, of course, to Meghan Markle, his wife, the Duchess of Sussex. And so he feels like he's got his second family over there. And I think this is yet another demonstration, him maintaining this charity, that his heart is in the right place with regard to those underprivileged people there in Africa.
Hillary, we just got some other news about the couple earlier this week. I think it was that Prince Harry and Meghan bought the rights to this best-selling romance novel, Meet Me at the Lake by Carly Fortune. It's expected to be adapted for Netflix through this deal that they have with them with the production company Archwell Productions. Why have they chosen this book in particular? What does it mean to them? What can we expect from this film?
Well, you're right. It was purported that they had bought it, but actually now we know it's just been come public, is that the book was actually purchased by Netflix for £2.3 million, which is about $2.9 million, almost $3 million. It's written by an author out of Toronto, Carly Fortune, and it really parallels the life of Meghan and Harry, really. They're both joint lives as well. In the book, the mother has actually killed in a car crash. We all know what that is similar to. And I think there are a lot of issues in here with regard to mental health. A couple that meet each other and then they overcome their independent struggles, and one of them really helps save the other. And I think you can really see from this that perhaps, and this is just conjecture, that obviously they're working through issues via this book. Of course, there's lots of parallels, but there's also some contention because there's criticism. Are they crossing the picket line? Of course, because we know about that union strike of the writers there out in Hollywood.
Hillary, one more thing we want to ask you about. It looks like Prince Harry's His Royal Highness title has now been finally removed from the official royal family website 3 years after he and Meghan decided to step back from their royal duties. Yeah, it seems like a formality at this point, but could something like that have any impact on their brand?
Well, actually, I think they haven't been using, part of the agreement was that they were not to use their HRH titles. They could still maintain Duke and Duchess of Sussex, even though they chose and they wanted to step back from royal duties, of course, and move to North America and do everything we've seen play out. I will say there are over 5,000 pages on the royal website, and there were many updates that were needed, actually, because King Charles was still referred to as Prince Charles, and the Queen Elizabeth II was still the current queen on the website. So this was just really formality and administrivia issue with many updates that were made at the same time.
Yeah, so it's like the website had fallen behind a little bit. All right.
Yes, absolutely.
Was that not somebody's job to check that?
Oh, that's right. He's not the prince anymore. All right. Hillary, thank you so much. Appreciate having you on this morning. More international headlines now. The U.S. Embassy in Haiti was shut down after rapid gunfire was heard nearby.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The U.S. Embassy in Haiti was in lockdown on Tuesday after gunfire was going off nearby. Now, all personnel were restricted to the embassy compound until further notice. Now, the closure follows days of tense protests between police and residents who demand protection from the surging gang violence, kidnappings, and homicides. Now let's move to Beijing, where at least 33 people died and 18 others are missing after days of heavy rain caused widespread flooding. The deputy mayor of China's capital said many roads and at least 100 bridges were damaged. The unusually heavy rainfall, partially caused by Typhoon Doksuri over the weekend, affected other areas of China, causing the collapse of almost 60,000 homes and forcing the evacuation of tens of thousands of people. And finally, we go to Australia, where scientists have identified a new lizard-like species that roamed the country hundreds of millions of years ago. The fossilized remains of the amphibian were found by a chicken farmer in New South Wales in 1997, but paleontologists were able to identify it only recently. They established it was 5 foot long and looked like a big salamander. They gave it a Latin name that means sand creeper on its back. Well, it looks creepy indeed. Back to you guys.
Claudio, please confirm that was a baby screaming in the background just a moment ago.
Yes, it was just a baby.
All right.
Maybe a tourist.
Quite the pipes on that one. All right.
Who probably saw. He probably reacted to the big 5 foot long salamander.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it, too.
Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Coming up, there are new developments this morning in the legal battle over those controversial ghost gun kits available online. We're going to break down the ruling by a divided Supreme Court.
Plus, Walk It Out, the new study that shows just how important it is to get your steps in. Next on Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers it.
All right, it just made too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers it.
All right, it just made too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a major decision from the Supreme Court on gun legislation. In a 5-4 vote, the court allowed the Biden administration to enforce rules that clamp down on so-called ghost guns. Those are firearm-making kits that can be bought online and assembled at home. The guns are tough for authorities to trace.
Well, a judge in Texas initially blocked the new regulations, which the Biden administration had issued earlier this year, after saying there was a spike in the availability of these unregulated weapons. David Henderson is a civil rights attorney and former prosecutor. He joins us now on this. Hey, David. Good morning. So let's start by taking a look more closely at these regulations. So what they do is require manufacturers and sellers of these ghost gun kits to obtain licenses, mark the products with serial numbers, conduct background checks on who's buying them, and then maintain records on that. What is it that opponents were arguing here? Why would someone be against this?
Well, good morning, Savannah. At its core, what this all comes down to is a scene we've seen in every crime drama we've ever watched where someone says, I need an untraceable gun, and somebody else says, I've got a guy, and the guy shows up and is selling guns with serial numbers scrubbed off out of the trunk of their car. The only difference here is that with a ghost gun, you don't need a friend who knows a guy. You can just get online, order the gun off the internet, and the whole argument is, okay, look, A kit to build a gun off the internet is not the same as a gun. I can put it together and make a gun, but maybe I don't. So you can't treat it like a gun, which means you can't require me to undergo a background check, to be an adult, to have a clean criminal record, and you can't require the person selling that gun to be a licensed gun dealer and to also put a serial number on that gun. No one's debating whether or not you should be able to sell ghost guns. We're just saying that those regulations I just mentioned should apply to the sale and purchase of ghost guns.
So this was a significant ruling because, as we know, the court has a supermajority of conservative justices, but two of them, Roberts and Coney Barrett, peeled off here to join and allow the regulation to go forward. Is there a bigger picture here on the court's stance on guns?
To say there's a bigger picture, Joe, is an understatement, because as extreme as this case seems, it's not the only case like it that's currently coming down through the pipelines. And this case itself is not over. This is just a temporary halt to saying that you can't regulate the sales of these particular guns. It really comes down to a court case that the Supreme Court decided last summer called Bruin. And the bottom line is Bruin said, hey, when we're looking at gun laws from now on, we can't just ask, does this law make us safer? We have to ask, was there a law like this back in 1791 when the Second Amendment was passed, which immediately brings lots of things to mind. There were no airports in 1791. So can you say I can't take a gun into an airport? We weren't worried about felons being in possession of guns, teenagers walking around with guns, people accused of domestic violence walking around with guns. So it's potentially true that none of those laws apply. And this is not the first time we've seen a judge say that, specifically with regard to selling guns with no serial numbers on them.
All right, David Henderson, thank you so much.
Time now for your weekly checkup. Today we're going to be looking at the link between poor air quality and antibiotic resistance, as well as the short and long-term impacts that air pollution can have on your overall health.
Plus, a look at the dangers of walking while distracted. Well, you might want to think twice before answering a text on the go.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now to discuss some of these health headlines you may have missed. So, Dr. Torres, let's see here. A new study says curbing harmful air pollution could reduce antibiotic resistance. Walk us through the link between
And it sounds like a bizarre connection, but connection is actually there. And to start with, antibiotic resistance means that the antibiotics you're using aren't treating your infection because the bacteria has become resistant to it. We know that's a growing problem because of overuse of antibiotics, but now we're finding out it's also a growing problem because of air pollution. And in the study, they looked at the air pollution increases and antibiotic resistance increases. And what they found is for every % increase in pollution, there was almost a 2% increase in antibiotic resistance. And they think that by 2050, if we don't get this under control, 17% increase in antibiotic resistance and almost 800,000+ deaths a year because of this antibiotic resistance. So something we need to control. Doctor's orders simply, make sure that you help control pollution as best you can. Drive clean cars, do the things you can. Only use antibiotics if you need it so you don't participate in antibiotic resistance. And if your antibiotic's not working, tell your doctor because it might be something they need to switch.
Wow, that is a really interesting one, that link there. Doctor, this is maybe a little bit of good news. We talk about 10,000 steps a day, and I know several people in my life are very obsessed with counting their steps a day, checking on their phone. But it actually turns out that we might need less than that to really see health benefits. Is that right?
And it's kind of 4,000 is the new 10,000 because now they're finding out that 4,000 steps can actually start increasing that health benefits. And so 4,000 seems to be the minimum number. As a matter of fact, 33 below 4,000, 3,967. You start getting benefits. Actually, people that hit that level actually start reducing their overall deaths from any cause. A little bit lower than that from heart disease kind of causes. But they also found out that the more you walk, so if you get closer to 10,000, the more benefits you get. So doctor's orders, what are they? Well, this is easy. Walk more. Just simply get out there and walk as much as you can. And you want to walk and then walk some more. Start small. If you can't start at 10,000, start at 4,000, start at 2,000, whatever it is. If you have health issues, talk to your doctor first, though, to make sure that you can do this and you can participate. But pretty much anybody can get out there and walk, stroll, whatever you can do.
I like 4,000 as the new 10,000.
I know. I thought we were supposed to go higher, but all right.
Yeah, I know.
I did 6,000 just walking in 30 Rock yesterday.
Yeah, that's
6,000 steps.
Wait, for real, or are you
Yes, no, I'm not kidding. I did 6,000 steps. Yes,
it's a big building.
2 o'clock. It is a big building. There's a lot of places to go. All right, one more thing we should talk about. This is maybe not surprising. We talk about maybe slipping on the stairs or falling on the stairs if you're looking at your phone.
And this is a great study they did at University of New South Wales down in Sydney. College students, of course. Who else is was going to do the study, and they had them. They put them in harnesses, and they had them walk across a floor that actually had a slippery tile, kind of like slipping on a banana peel, to see what would happen. And lo and behold, when they were texting, they were more likely to fall. They also ended up getting slower speeds because they're trying to text.
Videos?
There are videos, and they're making typing mistakes, and so it just doesn't work for anything. You're not texting well, you're not walking well, or anything. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, this is the most obvious doctor order possible. This is easy. Don't text and walk at the same time because it's not something that's going to happen. And watch for obstacles, even in familiar areas, because something could crop up, especially if it's low light type areas. And just be careful because those falls can be very dangerous. We've all seen the videos, and they can be funny, but at the same time, you want to be careful.
Wow,
absolutely.
Harnesses.
I actually slipped on the stairs at 30 Rock last
Were you texting?
It's like, and I wasn't. That's the thing. I wasn't
really
on my
went down,
phone.
though. Oh, do you have a bruise? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine. So, I'm a klutz. That's the lesson of that one. All right. Dr. Torres, as always, thank you so much.
Bet.
They're kind of slippery steps.
They are,
it's
a little
true.
bit.
Coming up, the White House is calling it an issue of national security. Up next, what we're learning about new plans to restrict American investments in technology from China.
And take it back now, y'all. His song was guaranteed to get a crowd up and dancing. We're remembering the man behind the cha-cha slide next on Morning News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Let's get you some financial headlines this morning. We're expected to hear from the White House today on American investments in tech from China.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Well, the White House is expected to detail plans today to restrict some U.S. investments in sensitive technology in China. Reports say the Biden administration is expected to target active investments such as private equity, venture capital, and joint ventures investments in semiconductors, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. The plans are aimed at preventing money and expertise from helping to develop technology that could support China's military and threaten U.S. national security. Administration officials have stressed for months any restrictions would be narrowly targeted. Google and Universal Music are reportedly in talks to license artists' voices and melodies for AI-generated songs. The music industry is grappling with deepfake songs, which are made using generative AI and mimic an artist's voice, often without their consent. The Financial Times says the aim with the talks is to develop a tool for fans to create legitimate tracks and pay for the owner's rights. Discussions are in the early stages and no product is imminent. And AMC is looking to expand its branded food offerings beyond popcorn to chocolate and gummy candies. The CEO of the theater chain says those new items could be at the concession stand by late this year or early next year. AMC will continue to sell other companies' products, but it expects the higher margin private label candy will help boost profits, guys.
As long as they still have Raisinets.
Oh,
Yeah.
me too. Oh, I was just going to say, in the popcorn, oh my God, so good.
Yeah, I just think I'd stick with the brands I like, you know?
Yeah.
You're not going to
Same.
take a gamble on AMC.
Maybe
Right?
it's better. You don't know.
It's going to mess up the bigs.
I know. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Well, this morning, the music world is mourning the loss of DJ Casper, the man behind the iconic song Cha-Cha Slide. He died after a lengthy battle with cancer. He was 58 years old. Here's NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin with more on his legacy that keeps us dancing.
Ooh, a slide.
You know all the dance steps.
Cha-cha, real smooth.
The Cha-Cha Slide, an instant hit from the early 2000s, is now a staple at celebrations around the world.
I remember hearing it at weddings and quinceañeras. School dances.
It was a must to play, especially in the black community.
The line dance was created by Chicago native Mr. C the Slide Man, also known as DJ Casper, in August 2000.
Right foot again.
The song was originally intended to be a step aerobics routine for his nephew, who was a fitness instructor at a local gym.
Fun.
But it quickly began to be requested at parties, clubs, and even roller rinks due to its easy-to-follow steps.
Well, the beat's really fun. So it's a really fun beat to dance to, and I think it's all the steps are universal. It stomps, it slides, it's a little crisscross.
The song's success took off after it was played on a local Chicago radio station, eventually spending 5 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. And for the last 20 years, a go-to for DJs who want to fill the dance floor.
It was a song that brought everybody out. No matter what your dance experience, no matter what your dance confidence, age, background, culture, it was a unifying thing.
The song was DJ Casper's only chart-topping hit, but it cemented him in pop culture history.
To the left.
Even appearing as himself in an episode of Orange is the New Black on Netflix.
One hop this time.
His family confirming the DJ, who was born Willie Perry Jr., died after a battle with kidney and neuroendocrine cancer. But his legacy lives on with a dance that not only changed his life,
Slide to the left.
Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth.
but continues to bring people together on the dance floor during some of life's biggest moments.
Oh, man, it makes people want to dance of all ages and all demographics, which is dope. You see, kids as young as 2 years old to elders as old as 102 still getting their dance on.
I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.
All right, thanks to Maya Eaglin for that story. So well done. So great to hear from people who were fans. DJ Casper never stopped performing. His most recent performance was just 3 weeks ago. His sister says he just loved making people happy.
And he certainly did that.
Yeah.
Coming up, TikTok is now inspiring a new generation of readers.
Up next, I'll break down the book talk trend that's getting billions of views online. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The nominations for this year's MTV Video Music Awards are officially in. No surprise who's at the top of the list with the most nominations. That's right, with a whopping 8 noms. Taylor Swift is leading the nominee list this year. That includes nominations for Artist of the Year, Video of the Year, Song of the Year, and so much more. It was closely followed by SZA, whose second studio album, SOS, earned her 6 nominations. Right behind them are Doja Cat, Kim Petras, Miley Cyrus, Nicki Minaj, Olivia Rodrigo, and Sam Smith, all with 5 noms each. It's worth noting, for the first time ever, the Artist of the Year nominees are all women. This year's list also broke the record for the most number of first-time nominees, so huge congrats to all those artists. The 2023 VMAs are scheduled to take place September 12th at the Prudential Center in New Jersey. Congratulations, Savannah, because you basically helped Taylor, I feel like, in this
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I mean, there should be an Artist of the Decade award, and she should take it. I mean, we just can't even stop talking about everything that she's doing for the economy, for her truckers. Century, thank you. All right, thanks, Joe. Well, if you're on TikTok, chances are you have stumbled across Book Talk. It's a vibrant community of readers and authors discussing literature on the app. It's become so popular. Major book retailers like Barnes & Noble have even created Book Talk sections so customers can shop the titles they've seen online. Well, I spoke with a young woman whose passion for literature opened the door to an online community that's embraced her and her penchant for offbeat genres. Take a look.
I struggle to think about how I chose a book before Book Talk.
For 26-year-old graduate student Satoria Ray, reading has always been the preferred pastime.
I've been an avid reader ever since I learned how to read, but I was always against getting TikTok because everyone that I talked to was like, it is so addicting.
Like most of us, she caved eventually, originally starting an account to document her travels.
And then I started getting back into reading heavily last year. And it kind of took off from there.
She now spends her free time candidly chatting with her online community. The topic of conversation, books.
I want to read some of the stats, actually. You've got nearly 30,000 followers, more than 900,000 likes, and hundreds of thousands of views. What's that feel like?
It honestly feels surreal. Because, I just make these videos in my home.
For somebody who isn't on TikTok or doesn't know what that is, what is Book Talk?
I would describe Book Talk as a bookish community within TikTok that is wide and vast and really dependent on you as a reader.
The Book Talk hashtag has a whopping 162 billion views and counting, but understanding the content requires understanding the lingo.
So we have TBR, which is to be read. DNF means you did not finish the book. And so sometimes,
I got a lot of DNF on my nightstand.
And the more specific those terms get, the more tailored the videos become.
And if you're looking for a very niche, monster romance, for example.
Monster romance? What is that?
It's exactly what it sounds.
Are you into monster romance?
I am, and it is a bit spicy, so I don't recommend it to everyone. You have to like a little bit of spice.
Spice is book talk speak for parental guidance suggested. This digital movement has had a major influence on the publishing industry, with videos propelling popular titles to bestseller status.
Our videos go wherever, right? Anyone can see them. I think that it really allows authors to reach people that they might not have met before.
Kristen McLean is an executive director for Circana BookScan, which tracks the sale of most printed books in the United States. She says though momentum is slowing, Book Talk provides a steady stream of new consumers.
We started to see other categories decline, but the categories that were being embraced by this community on Book Talk kept going.
2022 saw $760 million worth of Book Talk books sold, and this year that number is expected to rise more than 30%.
This is a new audience. It's younger, it's more diverse, it's very digitally savvy. And so for us, it's really important just as a bellwether for where we think the consumer market is going and what that audience might be interested in.
But it's not just new titles climbing the charts. Back in February, a Vermont man's book became a bestseller 10 years after its initial release, going viral on TikTok after his daughter posted a video.
Of you, got 15 million views.
The book surpassed 2 Colleen Hoover titles and Prince Harry's then recently released memoir, Spare.
It seems like it really brings the reader and the author closer. So they have this direct feedback loop.
I'm wearing a shirt that says like, sorry, not today. I'm reading Kennedy Ryan, who's one of my favorite authors. And when I say favorite, I don't just mean like I really enjoy like her work. I mean, I feel like I know her personally because we talk all the time.
Above all, Satoria says what makes Book Talk special is the connections she's made.
I've met so many people. We have book clubs where we go on live and talk about monster romance. It's not something I want to talk to my in real life people about, but like the online people, they get it.
Okay, just love chatting with her. I mean, she is a former teacher. She's sort of like this young high school English teacher that you wish you had, but right in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
Monster romance, what do you think?
I'm guessing what it is, and it's probably not for me, but I'm glad. There's an audience for everyone.
That's right. Well, we also reached out to the TikTok team. Here's what Stephanie Hine, TikTok's North America head of lifestyle and education, told us. She said, Book Talk is not only a celebration of literature at its best, but is also a testament to the power of community on TikTok. It really is. It's like a global book club.
And we also saw, it wasn't just a few weeks ago, the guy who was having a book signing, no one showed up, and then someone on TikTok put that on, and next thing you know, it's like the #1 book.
I know, and that's what's really amazing about it. It's genuinely having an impact on an industry.
Doing a good thing, too.
There you go.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, former President Trump defiant this morning. He held a raucous, expletive-laced rally in battleground New Hampshire last night, venting frustrations at that protective order the special counsel is requesting. That order could affect what he can and cannot talk about publicly as the ongoing probe on election interference moves forward. We've got the latest on that decision, plus a major shakeup at the top of Ron DeSantis' 2024 campaign. We're watching it all. Also this morning, out of the water, a rare shark attack at a popular New York City beach has locals on alert. Just the latest incident in a string of recent encounters this summer. So what's behind the trend? We're going to dig deeper. Plus, winner, America has a new billionaire this morning. Well, technically before taxes, that is. We're learning this morning that one single Mega Millions jackpot winning ticket was sold in, drumroll please, Florida. We've got the historic numbers worth more than $1.5 billion. And it has truly been the summer of Swift, a powerhouse season of sold-out stadium shows across the country for pop icon Taylor Swift. But tonight it all comes down to one final U.S. show, at least for now, in Los Angeles, a concert that'll surely have fans asking Swift to stay. Or you can just follow her internationally like you're doing.
That's right. And then she'll be back for a U.S. leg.
in
Tickets
Toronto,
go out today for
Canada's
that.
very
Codes went out
happy.
yesterday. Sale
Yeah.
happens today. We'll see how they can handle that. But
She knows it all. All right. Break it down a little bit. Let's begin this hour with the growing legal pressures against former President Donald Trump as he returns to the campaign trail.
yeah, Trump was in New Hampshire yesterday where he spoke out about the protective order request special counsel Jack Smith is asking for in connection to the election interference indictment. He lashed out at Smith as well as Judge Tanya Chutkan. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake joins us from Washington, D.C. with the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Look, as poll after poll shows Donald Trump pulling away from the rest of the Republican primary field, he's increasingly running against not just President Biden, but now the entire American justice system, which he sees as targeting him unfairly. This as his rivals struggle to catch up with the frontrunner.
A defiant former President Trump on the campaign trail in New Hampshire, venting his anger at the pending prosecutions he says are designed to derail his 2024 campaign.
I'm sorry, I won't be able to go to Iowa today. I won't be able to go to New Hampshire today because I'm sitting in a courtroom on bullshit because his attorney general charged me with something.
Tuesday's raucous rally coming less than a week after the former president pled not guilty to 4 felony charges, tied to what the Justice Department says was a criminal scheme to overturn his 2020 election defeat. His supporters echoing his anger. The former president suggests he will defy any protective order that the judge may impose in his case, which could restrict his ability to publicly discuss evidence, with a hearing now scheduled for Friday morning.
When we say I can't talk, I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right.
There's new evidence that special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into 2020 election interference is ongoing, with the grand jury that returned last week's indictment against Mr. Trump meeting again Tuesday.
How are you?
Meanwhile, Mr. Trump's closest Republican rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is moving to reset his campaign again, replacing his campaign manager with his longtime chief of staff. The shakeup follows a tumultuous month for the Florida governor, facing lagging poll numbers, complaints from big donors, and a campaign cash crunch. DeSantis insists he'll benefit from low expectations, telling Dasha Burns,
I would much rather be underestimated. When they underestimate you, that's when we're able to strike.
And guys, it doesn't stop here. There's every indication that the Atlanta area DA, Fani Willis, is going to act on that case by the end of next week. Security has been tightening up at the Fulton County Courthouse over the last week or so. The grand jury is starting to meet there. We fully expect to see a 4th indictment of Donald Trump by the end of August. And so does he, by the way. He's been attacking Willis on the stump and online pretty consistently. So get ready for round 4. Savannah, Joe.
Garrett, thank you so much.
This morning, in the height of the summer beach season, a popular New York City beach location is closed to swimmers.
Yeah, it was shut down after a rare shark attack yesterday. The 65-year-old victim is now recovering. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Rockaway Beach with more about her condition and her rescue. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. You know, it's kind of a picture-perfect beach day out here. It's beautiful, a few clouds in the sky, but the Parks Department doesn't know if they're going to open this beach back up again for swimmers and surfers. There are already drones in the air. We've seen a helicopter go by. Everyone is on high alert. New York City police are on shark patrol, in the air and on the water, while one of the city's most popular beaches remains closed following that frightening attack. Swimmers and surfers were told they couldn't hit the waves because of sharks. Monday evening, a 65-year-old was bitten on her left leg, according to the Parks Department. Onlookers say she was just offshore when it happened.
Hit by a shark. Yeah, the beach is canceled, y'all.
EMTs worked to stop the bleeding. A top police official says there was severe damage to her leg. She's now in serious but stable condition, according to hospital officials. It's the first shark attack here in over 70 years, but it has people rattled, like this couple from Arizona.
I never actually go out and swim in it. I just hang around the beach and walk in the
In other words, you're going to put your toes in, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe, maybe up to my ankle.
Shark attacks are rare, but this summer there have been others not far away. In beaches on Long Island, 5 people were bitten over the 4th of July holiday. Last July, it was the same story. Multiple people bitten, including teenage surfer Max Haynes.
I felt on my foot like a bear trap, just get me from below.
And last month in Florida, watch this close encounter from above. Drone video shows a 14-foot-long great hammerhead shark swimming close to beachgoers in Palm Beach. Marine biologists say there may be more sharks closer to shore because that's where the fish are. It's a sign, they say, of a healthy ecosystem. Adding swimmers and surfers should be vigilant, but not afraid.
But what we should be doing is just really educating people that, these are the species that are here. They feed on fish. They're not trying to eat you.
At nearby Jones Beach Tuesday, sharks were spotted, which normally closes the beach for an hour. But instead, they shut it down for the day. Officials said they saw an extraordinary number of bait fish close to the beach and worried the sharks were following the food.
We were out here all yesterday, and there was tons of surveillance. They had those drones in the air, the helicopters, boats on the water, as we showed you, and they did not see any sharks off of this beach. And officials say, when the beach opens up again, there are some things that swimmers should keep in mind. Keep an eye out for birds flying around that indicate maybe the bait fish are close to shore. That's when the sharks would come close to shore. The other thing that they point out, too, is that if the water's really murky, sharks have a hard time seeing, and that might not be a good time to go in the water either, because people could be mistaken for fish, which is kind of a frightening prospect, guys.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oof. And all that advice about punching him in the nose and looking him in the eye, it's like, that's going out the window. All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
Now to the severe weather that slammed the East Coast. Tens of thousands of people are waking up this morning without power as the cleanup gets underway.
Yeah, we're going to have more on today's forecast with meteorologist Angie Lastman in just a moment. But first, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park in Westminster, Maryland, just outside of Baltimore. That is one of the hardest hit places. Hey, Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you both. Yeah, many residents here and on the East Coast are entering day 2 without power. And here where we are in Westminster, Maryland, as you can see behind me, there is still a lot to clean up. These massive power lines came crashing down like dominoes at the height of rush hour on Monday, trapping drivers inside. But incredibly, officials say no one was hurt.
Overnight, extreme weather stretching across the country. Storms and reported tornadoes ripping through the Midwest and East. One system bringing a frightening funnel cloud and baseball-sized hail to Colorado. The East Coast recovering from several rounds of severe weather. The National Weather Service also confirming 2 tornadoes touched down Tuesday along the Massachusetts coastline, including an EF1 twister that was on the ground in the town of Mattapoisett for more than 3 minutes.
It was definitely nerve-wracking. It's the typical sound of a freight train.
In the Boston area, torrential downpours filled roads with water, leading to emergency rescues. Firefighters saved a driver stuck under an overpass as floodwaters kept rising rapidly. Residents in Pennsylvania now cleaning up, with thousands across the state still without power.
I was in that second floor window right there.
High winds sending this massive tree straight into this man's home.
We had seconds to react.
And many East Coast residents also in recovery mode, including in Maryland, after powerful straight-line winds knocked down 30 power lines, sending a row of poles and live wires crashing onto moving traffic. 33 people were trapped inside their cars, including 14 children, all thankfully now safe. The summer of wild weather reaching Hawaii, where wildfires swept through Maui overnight, as Americans from coast to coast hope for calmer days ahead.
And all this severe weather, as you can imagine, is still having a big impact on air travel. Already this morning, more than 600 delays. Meanwhile, back here in Westminster, I should point out all these power lines have been deactivated, but emergency officials say if you're ever caught in a situation like this, stay in your car until help arrives. Savannah?
Right. Kathy Park, really good advice there. Thank you so much. Well, now let's take a closer look at the recent weather and climate disaster events this week. Hey, meteorologist Angie Lastman is with us in studio. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got quite a start to the year, right? It's been 7 months in the book so far for the year, and we've continued to see really impressive stats when it comes to severe weather outbreaks. And so far, NOAA has come out with the billion-dollar disasters that we've seen so far this year. That's 15. That's the most for the first 7 months months of any year since records started being kept in the early 80s. And you can see just how many we've seen. Much of them focused through the severe weather section of the country that often sees really busy kind of section of the year with the severe weather outbreaks. May, April coming in with a lot of those. We've seen tornado outbreaks, one in late March into early April, the flooding, of course, in California. We had a winter storm from February. So we're already starting off with really impressive couple of months for us. And you can see just how much this has elevated here in the recent years. Over 20 in 2020, 20 about for 2020. And then we're on track for a really impressive couple of another months here when we get through the second half of the year. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And speaking of severe weather, we've got another day where we're going to have to keep a close eye on that potential through the afternoon and evening hours. And we've already seen some of these thunderstorms with really heavy rain working through parts of Kansas, Missouri, the area that we've already seen fairly busy over the past couple of days. This is the spot that we're going to watch for 20 million people to be at risk through the day today. This does go into the overnight hours, so be aware this could lead into the after dark time frame, and we know how dangerous that can be. We do have the potential to see a couple tornadoes. That's not our biggest threat today, but it isn't zero for the chance for that, so we're still going to keep an eye on that. Strong winds, of course, and the large hail, all potential for us here into the afternoon hours, and that goes for tomorrow, areas a little farther to the east. Not quite as many people in this risk area, but still parts of the mid-Atlantic in the Carolinas extending through the afternoon and evening hours tomorrow too. Those same kind of impacts and same kind of hazards will have a potential for seeing those into the day tomorrow. Here's the system that's the culprit of it all. We've got it moving across parts of the Midwest through the day today. It's going to speed out towards the East Coast here as we get into tomorrow, and bringing with it heavy rain too. So not just will we be dealing with the strong storms, but we could also be seeing some of those localized flooding that we'll have to watch for over the next few days as well. And already saturated grounds, places like Indianapolis, Springfield, Paducah, Memphis could see some of those highest amounts. Localized spots anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. I think it's more likely for the widespread amounts to be closer to 1 to 2 inches. But still, again, those grounds are fairly saturated, so we'll be watching for that here as we go through the next couple of days. But this is the real hot spot today for flash flooding. Remember, you don't want to drive through those flooded roadways. Kansas City, Nashville, Tupelo, Little Rock, Cincinnati, all included in that, along with St. Louis. Looking ahead to the weekend, great conditions on Friday in the Northeast. Beach day, if you can head out. Lucky you. We'll see those record highs sticking with us in parts of the South, not just today and tomorrow, but even into Friday. The West looks nice. Plenty of sunshine for folks out there, but will remain unsettled across the Southeast and parts of the Midwest, too, with some of those showers and thunderstorms that are typical for this time of year. And no surprise, Savannah, the record highs continue in the South on Saturday, and they aren't going anywhere by Sunday. It'll be a steamy weekend ahead, and it'll still be hot and humid, too, for parts of the Northeast and Midwest.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, 3 Alabama men are facing assault charges for that brawl in Montgomery. Police say a group of men failed to listen to repeated calls to move their boat before attacking a boat captain. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Almost certainly the legal fallout here is not over, as police originally detained 13 people. They fully expect, Savannah, to bring more charges. Police also saying the 2 of the 3 men who were already charged still have not turned themselves in. And as difficult as that video is to watch, authorities say right now there is not enough evidence for hate crime charges.
Several days removed from a brutal dockside brawl in Montgomery, Alabama, where this now viral video shows a group of white men attacking a single black boat captain, assault charges have been filed against 3 of the alleged aggressors.
When it initially took place, the police department didn't have the luxury of the videos that we all have seen now. Now that we have more information, again, more charges are pending.
The videos certainly paint a vivid picture. After the initial altercation, members of the crew and community jumping in to defend the riverboat's co-captain, Damian Pickett. As you can see from this new footage, the fight quickly escalates. At one point, a man even swinging a folding chair. In police custody this morning, Richard Roberts, 2 other men, Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman, are expected to turn themselves in. All of them facing misdemeanor assault charges. None of the men have pleaded in the case yet, and NBC News has not been able to reach them for comment.
It definitely should never have even gotten physical to begin with.
For witnesses who watched from a riverboat that was attempting to dock, like Leslie Mae Horter, the 45 minutes police say the captain spent asking the pontoon owners to move their boat over a PA system was clearly in vain.
Could you hear what these guys were shouting back?
No, I could not hear from where, in my perspective, what they were shouting back. The attitude that they exude was the fact that you're not going to tell us what to do. We were here first.
But there's no doubt they were notified. They knew they were being asked to move.
Oh, they had ample opportunity to move their boat.
When asked about possible use of racial epithets or names, the police chief said the evidence they have does not currently meet the FBI standard for a hate crime.
There was a lot of, I've seen finger gestures and comments and innuendos made. Working with the local FBI, we did examine if there was enough to file hate crimes charges on this case.
It's noteworthy here that, guys, police are still soliciting videos from the public. That means that the investigation is ongoing. As for that witness that we talked to, she said initially it looked really bad in terms of the captain appearing to be shaken up. But once they got off the boat, he was doing okay, and they made sure to give him a tip. And we reached out to him for comment as well. Have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Well, one lucky Florida resident is waking up a billionaire this morning. That's right, the winning ticket for the Mega Millions jackpot has been sold. One ticket matched all 5 numbers and the golden ball, meaning they'll be taking home the record-setting $1.6 billion prize. Even after taxes, if you take the lump sum, it is so much money, right? NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren joins us now with this.
Can you imagine waking up to that news?
But then also, well, no, I can't. But sometimes, like, their life then goes off the rails. But no, I can't imagine. It's awesome.
True. Well, so this was rolling over to the highest level for Mega Millions ever. And now that person who bought the ticket in Florida is very, very rich.
This morning, one lucky winner waking up in Florida as a billionaire after nearly 4 months of lottery fever sweeping the country.
Okay, let this number sink in for just a minute here. 1.58 billion.
Okay, we'll take it.
Overnight, the history-making winning ticket finally drawn.
Now for the Mega Ball number that is 14.
The lucky ticket sold at this public store in Neptune Beach, Florida. The winner takes home the biggest jackpot in Mega Millions history and the 3rd largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever, $1.58 billion, or a lump sum payment of $783.3 million cash. It comes less than a month after a single winning ticket was sold in California for the Powerball jackpot of more than $1 billion. And what would most Americans do with all that money? Some say it would not change them.
I wouldn't quit my job. I still want to work.
While others would have a new outlook about work-life balance.
I definitely would start a foundation to help with our homeless situation. And then I go on vacation for life.
All right, and at some point we are going to find out who it is, because in Florida you need to be identified within 90 days of claiming the prize. Also, if you didn't win the big prize, still check your tickets, because there were 7 sold across the country that matched 5 of the numbers. Those are $1 million each.
Oh, wow.
Not too shabby.
That's the 5 without the gold.
Without the gold.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, God, that's still hard to do. You only get $1 million for that? You should get more than that. All right, Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, the so-called Summer of Swift kind of sort of coming to a close with her last Great American Eras tour show tonight in L.A. before she does the second leg later. But economists and Swifties alike will be looking back on it all as a gold rush. But first, a resounding rejection and a win for abortion rights supporters in Ohio. This morning, we've got reaction to the result of yesterday's special election in the state and its 2024 implications. Stay with us. That's up next.
Do the summertime.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Welcome back. This morning, it appears that voters in Ohio have rejected a measure that could potentially have had an impact on an abortion vote planned for November. The Associated Press is projecting that voters turned down this measure yesterday. If passed, it would have raised the threshold required for state constitutional amendments from a simple majority to 60%. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now with the latest. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So just kind of remind us about this. This is issue 1, and while it certainly could have potentially had this impact on an abortion vote, it was really about the Constitution, amending how that can be amended. Tell us about this vote and the reaction to this ultimately being defeated.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. This is a case where you're looking at the specific language about what voters were asked to decide, and that is a case of adjusting the Constitution. But it's in a bigger context. It's about what's coming in November, which will be a question we know will be on the Ohio ballot about enshrining in the state's Constitution the right to an abortion. So changing how the Constitution is amended in this special election takes on much bigger consequences. And this was a clear message from Ohio voters. This, of course, driven by all of the energy and emotion around abortion rights. We've seen that. And this specific ballot issue is about making it harder to change the state's constitution. And that will ultimately affect abortion rights if you put all of these things in line together. So this is a major win for abortion rights supporters ahead of that November vote, where we know on the ballot in Ohio, voters will be asked to decide if they want a guarantee to abortion in this new constitutional amendment. So what lost last night would have required that next vote coming in November to pass with a 60% supermajority. We now know that has failed according to the projections. So it will only require a 50% simple majority. Local officials were weighing in, of course, and Democrats praise this win, while Republicans argue that making changes to the state's constitution should require a higher standard than a simple majority.
Kelly, how might this impact the role abortion will play in the 2024 election?
Well, certainly the implications are bigger, and President Biden weighed in overnight. He said this is a measure that was a blatant attempt to weaken voters' voices and to erode the freedom of women to make their own health decisions. That's what the president described. And he said democracy in this case won. So Democrats and those who support abortion rights are energized by all of this and believe it is a sign of how to get their base mobilized. That is important because we know that President Biden has dealt with issues like low approval ratings, inflation, things that have weighed down his popularity. And so getting Democrats and others excited about this issue enough to turn out could have significant impact. And no surprise to anyone, this all comes after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last summer, and that has made abortion an issue on center stage in politics around the country in different states. Savannah?
Kelly, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the day ahead for President Biden. He's in New Mexico today. This has been this multi-state tour this week. What can we expect for the agenda today?
Yes, these are pretty vistas in some of the craziest and most lovely places of the Mountain West. And he will be dealing with different issues that will include talking about Bidenomics, a term that we have expected him to be using in trying to defend his policies. He'll also be doing things for talking about the anniversary of the CHIPS and Science Act with his trip to Albuquerque today. That is an important thing about getting some of the circuit boards and things that are often made in other parts of the world manufactured here in the U.S. And he'll be talking about the kitchen table issues and legislative accomplishments that they believe they have made. So expect that as the president is out west.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you as always. Now let's get you some international headlines. More Leopard tanks are headed to Ukraine in the war against Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. A private defense company said it sold 50 Leopard 1 tanks previously belonging to Belgium to another European country, which in turn will hand them over to Ukraine. Now, earlier this year, Belgium explored the idea of buying back the German-made tanks, but gave up after it had been quoted what they called unreasonable prices. Freddy Versilius, CEO of the defense company OIP Land Systems, said that the fact that they leave the company proves that they asked for a fair market price, even though he could not name the country that bought them for confidentiality reasons. Now let's go to Thailand, where an estranged son of the king has made a surprise return to the country for the first time in almost 3 decades. His name is Vakareorson Vivakarewongse. I hope I pronounced that right. He's the second of 4 sons of the king and his second wife, who later divorced. On Tuesday, he visited a daycare center for underprivileged children in Bangkok, taking everyone by surprise, including apparently the royal palace, which did not comment on his visit. His appearance comes at a difficult time for the royal family, as the king's oldest child is suffering from serious heart problems and there is no clear heir apparent. And finally, let's head over to Switzerland, where researchers say they found a Bronze Age arrowhead made from a meteorite. Researchers at the Natural History Museum of Bern say the ancient weapon is 3,000-year-old and was created with iron from a meteorite that landed in Estonia. It's not, surprisingly, the first time objects made using found objects made using iron from meteorites, but this is only the 3rd one that was unearthed in Western Europe. So it looks like that thousands of years ago, if you weren't killed by a fallen meteorite, you could be killed by a flying arrowhead made out of it. Pretty dangerous times, guys.
That is a scary way to look at it. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the race for Mississippi's next governor could come down to how much people there pay for groceries under each candidate. The controversial tax that's now taking center stage. That is up next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we waste the dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Top
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves won the Republican nomination yesterday, setting the stage for a general election matchup with Democrat Brandon Presley. And one thing that's on voters' mind there is the cost of groceries. More than 15% of people in Mississippi can't provide enough food for their families because they just don't have the money. And part of the problem is Mississippi taxes groceries, adding 7% to everyone's bill. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has more.
Sequoia Coleman hunts for every deal she can at the grocery store.
I don't care what you do, how much money you make. It's really hard out here.
As a mom of two who receives government assistance, every penny counts.
Prices on food, inflation, it is horrible right now.
She says she spends about $600 a month on groceries. $40 of that is state sales tax, adding up to about $500 per year. That's more than most spend because Coleman lives in Mississippi, one of only 13 states that still taxes food in this way, and it has the highest state tax applying to groceries at 7%.
As governor, I'll finally axe the grocery tax.
Getting rid of the state grocery tax is again a hot topic in this year's race for governor and here at the Neshoba County Fair, a traditional fair to its core, carnival rides, live cattle, even a horse race. It's also a must-attend event for any politician in this state.
Because of the out-of-control spending in Washington, D.C.
Boasting a multi-day, hours-long lineup that's a who's who of Mississippi politics.
Good morning, Neshoba County!
Republican Governor Tate Reeves rallying longtime supporters, telling them Mississippi is open for business. But it's the Democratic challenger, Brandon Presley, pushing for the grocery tax cut.
Everybody cannot be born rich and lucky, and that's why you need a governor that'll stand up for the people of Mississippi.
His message focused on working-class families includes tax-free food.
It's a shame and a disgrace. I mean, Mississippi is the poorest state in America, and yet we have the highest tax on food of any state in this country.
He argues eliminating the tax will have a bigger impact on low-income earners because they spend a bigger chunk of their paychecks on food.
One of the best ways we can help working families is to get the sales tax off of groceries and join other states in America by doing that. That puts money right back in the pockets of working people.
And many Mississippians seem to agree. A poll earlier this year showing 68% of respondents support suspending the grocery tax, including 71% of Republicans. Governor Reeves' team didn't grant us a one-on-one interview, but we caught up with him after his fair speech.
Governor, so where do you stand on taxing groceries?
So look, I've never seen a tax cut that I didn't like. In fact, I think it's probably a better move to eliminate the income tax to zero. But if the legislature sends me a bill that cuts taxes without raising other taxes, I'd love to see it.
Reeves is touting tax breaks in his ads.
Tate cut our state income tax, and we achieved the lowest unemployment rate in our state's history.
Experts say lowering income tax rates again would help create growth, but would also benefit high-income earners more.
Eliminating the income tax would have a bigger effect. The argument for eliminating the grocery tax is much more an argument about fairness.
Only the election will tell which tax change ultimately happens in this deep red state, but Sequoia Coleman says she could buy a lot with the money she loses to the grocery tax.
School uniforms, shoes, formula, wipes, diaper, gas. Not the stuff that I want, but the stuff that my kids and I really need.
Thanks to Aaron for that report. Mississippi's general election will take place in November. We'll be watching closely to see if the grocery tax does play a significant role in who wins.
Pretty interesting there to look at that one specific detail. Well, coming up, a major shakeup in the music world this morning after Philadelphia's upcoming Made in America festival was canceled by organizers yesterday.
That's right. The festival was supposed to be Lizzo's first on-stage appearance since that controversial sexual harassment lawsuit was filed against her last week. So did that play the final decision to pull the plug? Into that decision, we're going to dig deeper next.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Summertime. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Canadian rapper Tory Lanez has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for the shooting of fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, shot Megan in the foot during an argument back in July of 2020. His legal team says they do plan to appeal. There's no word if he'll be deported back to Canada. In a statement he made before his sentencing, Lanez said in part, "If I could change it, I would, but I can't. Everything I did that night, I take full responsibility." In a victim statement read in court, Megan said that she has not had a single day of peace since the shooting and will never be the same. A lot of music fans are disappointed this morning following news that the annual Made in America festival that was set to take place next month in Philadelphia has now been canceled. Festival organizers posted a statement online yesterday saying they were forced to cancel because of severe circumstances outside of production control. They did not specify what those circumstances are.
That being said, Lizzo was scheduled to be one of the headliners of the event. It would have been her first concert since 3 of her former dancers filed a lawsuit against her, alleging sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. Lizzo denies those claims. Well, NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us on this now. Hey, Callan, always great to see you. So what do we know about this cancellation? As we just pointed out, there was not anything specific said about Lizzo in that statement, but is there any indication here that this is tied to those legal troubles?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. So we don't know if this has any tie to Lizzo. A source close to the production told NBC News that ticket sales were not good. So it's possible that this is a financial component more so than it is a response to the allegations brought against Lizzo in this lawsuit. But as of right now, the organization is not publicly giving any specific reason beyond the severe circumstances, as you mentioned in their statement.
So as we said, this was supposed to be Lizzo's first concerts, and she was sued last week by those 3 former dancers. How big of a hit is this for her? I mean, I'm not sure if she has a lot of performances lined up in the coming weeks.
Yeah, as I understand it, this was, going to be the first big performance since these allegations hit, almost a month to the day since these allegations were made public. On social media, I'm seeing people basically saying that they're implying that they believe Lizzo might be the reason that this concert was canceled. Again, we have no evidence that that is the case. But, again, I think it continues to be a hit to her reputation, at least with some fans on social media. At this point, it seems like it's all sort of speculative, but the fans still kind of pushing back, saying that they're still disappointed in Lizzo after these allegations.
Generally, how big of a deal is this that a whole festival, this whole Made in America festival, was canceled?
Yeah, I think particularly right now, this is a pretty big deal, especially when music fans are really excited to be reunited with one another. There's been a few pieces that have come out where people are basically talking about how nice it is in a post-pandemic world to reunite with one another, to be in a public space together once again. And I think it's psychologically and emotionally, it's a big hit when people can't come together and sort of celebrate the musical artists that they love.
And Callan, we know some people did already buy tickets to this festival. Do we know how they can get their money back?
Yes. So Made in America Festival has said that you can get a refund through your point of purchase. So that's going to be places like Vivid Seat, Ticketmaster, StubHub, any place where you purchased your ticket, you're going to receive your refund through there. You may have to request it depending upon the point of purchase, but everyone is entitled to a refund if they purchase a ticket to this event.
All right. Callan Rosenblatt, as always, thank you so much.
Now for what's making financial headlines, sports fans make room for a new betting brand.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Disney strikes a deal with casino owner Penn Entertainment to jointly launch a sports betting business under the brand ESPN Bet. Penn will rebrand its current sportsbook service and relaunch it in the fall across the 16 states where it's licensed. ESPN will promote the service across its broadcast and online platforms, and ESPN Bet will have unspecified access to ESPN talent. Disney reports earnings later today. And as part of this sports betting deal, Penn is selling Barstool Sports back to its founder, Dave Portnoy. Penn will receive half of any proceeds on any future sale of the media brand, although Portnoy says he plans to never sell the company again. Penn bought Barstool through a series of transactions worth a combined $550 million. Portnoy says the company's underestimated how difficult it would be for Barstools to operate in the regulated gambling industry. And TikTok has been testing full-length podcasts. The Verge reports a new feature lets users import full shows through their RSS feed and link them to shorter clips. This could potentially be a new way to boost discovery of new content on the platform. TikTok confirms it is testing the podcast feature with some users in the U.S., but wouldn't share further details. Just another way to keep you on TikTok, guys.
Okay. And yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like a 1 minute or 2 minute podcast wouldn't be that interesting. Not many deep dives there.
I don't know if that qualifies as a podcast.
Exactly.
Some other kind of little clip. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Ilana. The granddaughter of Elvis Presley is officially taking over Graceland. Riley Keough has grown up in the spotlight all her life, and she's recently had to deal with some very personal challenges. That includes the loss of her mom and brother and a legal battle with her own grandmother. Well, now Keough is opening up in a new interview about how she's moving forward and honoring her famous family as she inherits a rock and roll landmark.
This morning, fans are flocking to Memphis as Graceland kicks off its annual Elvis Week to celebrate the music legend's life and legacy. And it comes amid a changing of the guard at the iconic rock and roll estate. Elvis's granddaughter, 34-year-old actress Riley Keough, is now the new owner of the property, which was originally gifted by Elvis to her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, who died in January. 2018, Lisa Marie opened up to Today about Graceland's significance.
I feel like I'm connected to something here more than anywhere else.
Just days ago, a judge approved a settlement appointing Keough as the sole trustee of Lisa Marie's estate, following a legal battle with her grandmother, Priscilla Presley. Keough, speaking out to Vanity Fair in a new interview, denied any bad blood with Priscilla. She said, "Things with Grandma will be happy. There was a bit of upheaval, but now everything is going to be how it was. She's a beautiful woman, and she was a huge part of creating my grandfather's legacy and Graceland." Keough is also opening up about her own growing family. The actress and her husband, Ben Smith Peterson, welcomed a baby girl via surrogacy last August. For the first time, Keough revealed to Vanity Fair her daughter's name, Tupelo Storm Smith Peterson. Tupelo, of course, was Elvis's birthplace in Mississippi, and her middle name, Storm, is a tribute to Keough's brother, Benjamin Storm Keough, who died by suicide in 2020. Amid personal loss and new motherhood, Keough has also been finding her voice and navigating superstardom.
Well, you want me to believe that that's real, that you're happy, that you're in love?
I am happy, and I am in love.
Oh, come on.
Thanks to the success of her hit series Daisy Jones and the Six, which earned the actress her first Emmy nomination last month. A bittersweet moment that came on the 3rd anniversary of her brother's death. Keough posted this sweet photo of her mom and brother after the announcement, simply writing, "Missing you both." Keough shared a lot of memories about her family in that wide-ranging interview, including the last time she saw her mom. She also mentioned how when she came up with the name Tupelo, she didn't think people would really know about the Elvis connection. Then the Elvis movie came out last year, and everyone knew what it meant. A lot of people saw it.
Cool name, too.
All right, coming up, it is another giant leap for mankind. Well, when it comes to space tourism, that is. After the break, we'll introduce you to the all-civilian team that is set to make history for Virgin Galactic at the edge of the final frontier.
Plus, it has been anything but a cruel summer for Taylor Swift. Tonight, her critically acclaimed and sold-out Eras tour run here in the U.S. come to a close for now. We will don our red-colored glasses for a look back at the summer of Swift. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me give you a hand.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4,
is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivered.
All right, it just made
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of nature's most stunning light displays is back, and its peak will be this weekend. We are talking about the Perseid meteor shower, a celestial event that happens around the same time every year. According to the American Meteor Society, it is expected to peak in the early morning hours of Sunday. The Perseids begin this year on July 14th and will continue until September 1st, though not as many meteors will be visible after the peak. For the best viewing experience, sky gazers should look for an area without light pollution. How cool is that, Joe? Look how gorgeous.
So not New York.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't really got a chance here.
That is really cool, though, and I love how it goes on for so long.
I know. Awesome.
Thanks, Savannah. Now to the race into space and a new historic launch by Virgin Galactic. On Thursday, the company, which just 2 years ago sent its founder, Sir Richard Branson, and his team to space, well, they're set to do it again, but this time with a crew of civilians. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz is at Virgin Galactic Spaceport. I like to say that. Spaceport in New Mexico with the exclusive details. Gotti, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Can we just recap how cool this is? We are talking 3 civilian astronauts, civilians just like you and me, who have spent the last 3 days going through all kinds of training before they climb into one of these. They break the sound barrier. They go supersonic with a rocket behind them pushing 70,000 pounds of thrust going straight into space. They go zero gravity. They take off their seatbelts. They float around. They come back down to Earth. And this is just the beginning. Take a look.
This is the next frontier of space travel. Here at Virgin Galactic Spaceport, deep in the New Mexico desert, 3 regular folks are training for the ride of their lives.
Kind of feel like I was born in this life for this.
On Thursday, they'll blast to the edge of space on board the Unity.
I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The same ship that rocketed Virgin Galactic founder Sir Richard Branson and his crew to space in 2021, 53 miles above the Earth, at speeds of more than 2,300 miles an hour.
All right.
But this next space trip will be Virgin Galactic's first with civilian passenger astronauts only. People like Keisha Shahoff and her 18-year-old daughter, Anna. Natives of Antigua, they'll be the first mother and daughter duo in history to go to space and the first astronauts ever from the Caribbean. For these astronomy buffs, it's been a dream since childhood.
I'm hoping to give myself that confidence to try new things.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Just looking back and seeing our beautiful planet, and then looking across to see my daughter's face.
The third passenger, 80-year-old John Goodwin, a former Olympian from England and a lifelong adventurer who's also battling Parkinson's disease.
Just shows you this attitude of space for all is a wonderful attitude.
These passengers undergo 3 days of rigorous training to prepare for the 90-minute flight, including 3 minutes of total weightlessness.
You want to go and fly it?
I would love to fly it.
To find out what to expect, I took a spin in their cockpit simulator with Chief Pilot Dave McKay.
I'm going to pitch it up into the vertical.
Wow. We're climbing, and there's planet Earth above us now. Wow.
Exactly, yes.
Even in this simulator, Earth just seems like a miracle.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful thing.
All this part of British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's quest to make space travel accessible to everyone. More than 800 people on his wait list for a seat, with current ticket prices at $450,000. Though Keisha and Anna scored their spots for free by winning a lottery, getting the news from Sir Richard Branson himself.
You're going to space!
Hopefully, this will inspire other people as well. Take your dreams back out, conquer your fears, and go get them.
Imagine winning that sweepstake. I can imagine no other prize that I'd rather win in the galaxy than that. And all of this is part of that big dream of getting as many humans up into space as possible, making it accessible to everyone. And they are doing that in a big way here in the New Mexico desert, with starting next month and in the months following, a flight a month, then a little bit down the road, a flight a week. And we got an exclusive look at some of what the pilots also go through. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later on Nightly News Tonight. Meanwhile, tomorrow's launch, that's happening at 9 a.m. here in New Mexico, 11 a.m. Eastern. Hope you'll tune in. And, you know, 3 civilians. I'm a civilian. Joe, you're a civilian. Savannah, what do you guys say?
Did you put us on the wait list, Gotti? Are we on the list?
Put us on the wait list, and I asked for a discount, $450,000. A little steep, but I think we could do like a GoFundMe.
Yeah,
you know?
I was gonna say, if you buy my ticket for me, Gotti, maybe. But I know that was like your dream come true in that simulator. It makes me so happy to see you there.
Awesome, Gotti. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally this hour, the end of an era. Taylor Swift's game-changing tour Eras will come to a close tonight in the U.S., marking the end of at least the first leg of the North American tour.
That's right, but it's not the end for Swifties. In just a few weeks, Taylor, as well as myself, will embark on the international leg of her tour, bringing her concert to her legions of fans worldwide, beginning in Mexico City. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Los Angeles with more. Hey, Emily.
Hey, good morning to you guys. You can see cities like Los Angeles are rolling out the red carpet with some pretty impeccable sand art behind me, and for good reason, because tonight is Taylor Swift's 53rd show and her final show in the U.S., at least for now. And even after performing for nearly 200 hours since March, Taylor Swift continues to pack each show with tons of energy, and some Swifties speculate perhaps tonight some surprises, too.
After 52 explosive sold-out shows nationwide, Taylor Swift is gearing up for the grand finale of the first leg of her U.S. tour.
I've been waiting for this moment for 7 years, and there will definitely be tears.
From high-energy choreography to costume changes and soulful acoustic sets, Swift's stamina continues to stun, performing for 11,000 minutes since first opening in March.
Scale of 1 to 10, just how excited are you? 13.
Tonight's show will be her 6th sold-out concert in the City of Angels, bringing in an estimated $160 million in earnings to L.A. and bumping up the county's GDP by $320 million.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get to see. I mean, who sells out SoFi 6 nights? Like, I'm kind of terrified. Like, this is crazy.
And she could sell out more.
The Eras Tour comes amid a summer of major girl-powered entertainment, turning into big bucks. Beyonce is once again proving who runs the world, with her Renaissance tour drawing enough tourists in Sweden to impact inflation. And for the first time, the VMA's Artist of the Year category has all female nominees.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Barbie.
Well, after less than 3 weeks on the big screen, Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, has brought in more than $1 billion at the box office worldwide, the first movie directed by a woman to do so. For Swift's final shows, the star power on stage is being matched in the seats. Mindy Kaling, Sofia Vergara, and Selena Gomez among the famous faces spotted in the crowd. The love for the Lovers singer is universal, with self-proclaimed Swiftie dads getting in on the action.
I'm super happy to be here just because of that. I think it's going to be so much fun.
I don't usually wear bracelets or funny, kitschy t-shirts, but here we are.
Tonight, one last chance for dedicated Swifties to see their favorite performer light up the night.
And Emily, we woke up with VMA news for Taylor. Tell us.
Yeah, that's right. It has not been a cruel summer for Taylor Swift, who is now the most nominated artist for the VMA Awards this year. And as you guys can tell, I've got my friendship bracelets on. I did get to go to the show earlier this week. Of course, it was nothing short of spectacular, but the real miracle is the fact that I still have a voice this morning. You can really feel the anticipation leading into tonight, though, because after one of the songs last night, the audience burst into applause for more than 8 minutes, guys.
That's quite the ovation.
Every night it's the same spot, but that was like one of the longest that's happened on the tour. So cool. Emily, thank you.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, former President Trump defiant this morning. He held a raucous, expletive-laced rally in battleground New Hampshire last night, venting frustrations at that protective order the special counsel is requesting. That order could affect what he can and cannot talk about publicly as the ongoing probe on election interference moves forward. We've got the latest on that decision, plus a major shakeup at the top of Ron DeSantis' 2024 campaign. We're watching it all. Also this morning, out of the water, a rare shark attack at a popular New York City beach has locals on alert. Just the latest incident in a string of recent encounters this summer. So what's behind the trend? We're going to dig deeper. Plus, winner, America has a new billionaire this morning. Well, technically before taxes, that is. We're learning this morning that one single Mega Millions jackpot winning ticket was sold in, drumroll please, Florida. We've got the historic numbers worth more than $1.5 billion. And it has truly been the summer of Swift, a powerhouse season of sold-out stadium shows across the country for pop icon Taylor Swift. But tonight it all comes down to one final U.S. show, at least for now, in Los Angeles, a concert that'll surely have fans asking Swift to stay. Or you can just follow her internationally like you're doing.
That's right. And then she'll be back for a U.S. leg.
In
Tickets
Toronto,
go out today for
Canada's
that. Codes went out
happy.
yesterday. Sale happens today. We'll see how they can handle that. But
she knows it all. All right. Break it down a little bit. Let's begin this hour with the growing legal pressures against former President Donald Trump as he returns to the campaign trail.
Yeah, Trump was in New Hampshire yesterday where he spoke out about the protective order request special counsel Jack Smith is asking for in connection to the election interference indictment. He lashed out at Smith as well as Judge Tanya Chutkan. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake joins us from Washington, D.C. with the very latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Look, as poll after poll shows Donald Trump pulling away from the rest of the Republican primary field, he's increasingly running against not just President Biden, but now the entire American justice system, which he sees as targeting him unfairly. This as his rivals struggle to catch up with the frontrunner. A defiant former President Trump on the campaign trail in New Hampshire, venting his anger at the pending prosecutions he says are designed to derail his 2024 campaign.
I'm sorry, I won't be able to go to Iowa today. I won't be able to go to New Hampshire today because I'm sitting in a courtroom on bullshit because his attorney general charged me with something.
Tuesday's raucous rally coming less than a week after the former president pled not guilty to 4 felony charges, tied to what the Justice Department says was a criminal scheme to overturn his 2020 election defeat, his supporters echoing his anger. The former president suggests he will defy any protective order that the judge may impose in his case, which could restrict his ability to publicly discuss evidence, with a hearing now scheduled for Friday morning.
When we say I can't talk, I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment right.
There's new evidence that special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into 2020 election interference is ongoing, with the grand jury that returned last week's indictment against Mr. Trump meeting again Tuesday.
How are you?
Meanwhile, Mr. Trump's closest Republican rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is moving to reset his campaign again, replacing his campaign manager with his longtime chief of staff. The shakeup follows a tumultuous month for the Florida governor, facing lagging poll numbers, complaints from big donors, and a campaign cash crunch. DeSantis insists he'll benefit from low expectations, telling Dasha Burns,
I would much rather be underestimated. When they underestimate you, that's when we're able to strike.
And guys, it doesn't stop here. There's every indication that the Atlanta area DA, Fani Willis, is going to act on that case by the end of next week. Security has been tightening up at the Fulton County Courthouse over the last week or so. The grand jury is starting to meet there. We fully expect to see a fourth indictment of Donald Trump by the end of August. And so does he, by the way. He's been attacking Willis on the stump and online pretty consistently. So get ready for round 4. Savannah, Joe.
Garrett, thank you so much.
This morning, in the height of the summer beach season, a popular New York City beach location is closed to swimmers.
Yeah, it was shut down after a rare shark attack yesterday. The 65-year-old victim is now recovering. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Rockaway Beach with more about her condition and her rescue. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning. You know, it's kind of a picture-perfect beach day out here. It's beautiful, a few clouds in the sky, but the Parks Department doesn't know if they're going to open this beach back up again for swimmers and surfers. There are already drones in the air. We've seen a helicopter go by. Everyone is on high alert. New York City police are on shark patrol, in the air and on the water, while one of the city's most popular beaches remains closed following that frightening attack. Swimmers and surfers were told they couldn't hit the waves because of sharks. Monday evening, a 65-year-old was bitten on her left leg, according to the Parks Department. Onlookers say she was just offshore when it happened.
Bit by a shark. Yeah, the beach is canceled, y'all.
EMTs worked to stop the bleeding. A top police official says there was severe damage to her leg. She's now in serious but stable condition, according to hospital officials. It's the first shark attack here in over 70 years, but it has people rattled, like this couple from Arizona.
I never actually go out and swim in it. I just hang around the beach and walk in the
In other words, you're going to put your toes in, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe, maybe up to my ankle.
Shark attacks are rare, but this summer there have been others not far away. In beaches on Long Island, 5 people were bitten over the 4th of July holiday. Last July, it was the same story. Multiple people bitten, including teenage surfer Max Haynes.
I felt on my foot like a bear trap, just get me from below.
And last month in Florida, watch this close encounter from above. Drone video shows a 14-foot-long great hammerhead shark swimming close to beachgoers in Palm Beach. Marine biologists say there may be more sharks closer to shore because that's where the fish are. It's a sign, they say, of a healthy ecosystem. Adding swimmers and surfers should be vigilant, but not afraid.
But what we should be doing is just really educating people that, these are the species that are here. They feed on fish. They're not trying to eat you.
At nearby Jones Beach Tuesday, sharks were spotted, which normally closes the beach for an hour. But instead, they shut it down for the day. Officials said they saw an extraordinary number of bait fish close to the beach and worried the sharks were following the food. We were out here all yesterday, and there was tons of surveillance. They had those drones in the air, the helicopters, boats on the water, as we showed you, and they did not see any sharks off of this beach. And officials say, when the beach opens up again, there are some things that swimmers should keep in mind. Keep an eye out for birds flying around that indicate maybe the bait fish are close to shore. That's when the sharks would come close to shore. The other thing that they point out, too, is that if the water's really murky, sharks have a hard time seeing, and that might not be a good time to go in the water either, because people could be mistaken for fish, which is kind of a frightening prospect, guys.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oof. And all that advice about punching him in the nose and looking him in the eye, it's like, that's going out the window. All right, Stephanie, thanks so much.
Now to the severe weather that slammed the East Coast. Tens of thousands of people are waking up this morning without power as the cleanup gets underway.
Yeah, we're going to have more on today's forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman in just a moment. But first, let's check in with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park in Westminster, Maryland, just outside of Baltimore. That is one of the hardest hit places. Hey, Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning to you both. Yeah, many residents here and on the East Coast are entering day 2 without power. And here where we are in Westminster, Maryland, as you can see behind me, there is still a lot to clean up. These massive power lines came crashing down like dominoes at the height of rush hour on Monday, trapping drivers inside. But incredibly, officials say no one was hurt.
Overnight, extreme weather stretching across the country. Storms and reported tornadoes ripping through the Midwest and East. One system bringing a frightening funnel cloud and baseball-sized hail to Colorado. The East Coast recovering from several rounds of severe weather. The National Weather Service also confirming 2 tornadoes touched down Tuesday along the Massachusetts coastline, including an EF1 twister that was on the ground in the town of Mattapoisett for more than 3 minutes.
It was definitely nerve-wracking. It's the typical sound of a freight train.
In the Boston area, torrential downpours filled roads with water, leading to emergency rescues. Firefighters saved a driver stuck under an overpass as floodwaters kept rising rapidly. Residents in Pennsylvania now cleaning up, with thousands across the state still without power.
I was in that second floor window right there.
High winds sending this massive tree straight into this man's home.
We had seconds to react.
And many East Coast residents also in recovery mode, including in Maryland, after powerful straight-line winds knocked down 30 power lines, sending a row of poles and live wires crashing onto moving traffic. 33 people were trapped inside their cars, including 14 children, all thankfully now safe. The summer of wild weather reaching Hawaii, where wildfires swept through Maui overnight, as Americans from coast to coast hope for calmer days ahead.
And all this severe weather, as you can imagine, is still having a big impact on air travel. Already this morning, more than 600 delays. Meanwhile, back here in Westminster, I should point out all these power lines have been deactivated, but emergency officials say if you're ever caught in a situation like this, stay in your car until help arrives. Savannah?
Right. Kathy Park, really good advice there. Thank you so much. Well, now let's take a closer look at the recent weather and climate disaster events this week. Hey, meteorologist Angie Lassman is with us in studio. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've got quite a start to the year, right? It's been 7 months in the book so far for the year, and we've continued to see really impressive stats when it comes to severe weather outbreaks. And so far, NOAA has come out with the billion-dollar disasters that we've seen so far this year. That's 15. That's the most for the first 7 months of any year since records started being kept in the early 80s. And you can see just how many we've seen. Much of them focused through the severe weather section of the country that often sees really busy kind of section of the year with the severe weather outbreaks. May, April coming in with a lot of those. We've seen tornado outbreaks, one in late March into early April. The flooding, of course, in California. We had a winter storm from February. So we're already starting off with really impressive couple of months for us. And you can see just how much this has elevated here in the recent years. Over 20 in 2020, 20 about for 2020. And then we're on track for a really impressive couple of another months here when we get through the second half of the year. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And speaking of severe weather, we've got another day where we're going to have to keep a close eye on that potential through the afternoon and evening hours. And we've already seen some of these thunderstorms with really heavy rain working through parts of Kansas, Missouri, the area that we've already seen fairly busy over the past couple of days. This is the spot that we're going to watch for 20 million people to be at risk through the day today. This does go into the overnight hours, so be aware this could lead into the after dark time frame, and we know how dangerous that can be. We do have the potential to see a couple tornadoes. That's not our biggest threat today, but it isn't zero for the chance for that, so we're still going to keep an eye on that. Strong winds, of course, and the large hail, all potential for us here into the afternoon hours, and that goes for tomorrow, areas a little farther to the east. Not quite as many people in this risk area, but still parts of the mid-Atlantic in the Carolinas extending through the afternoon and evening hours tomorrow too. Those same kind of impacts and same kind of hazards will have a potential for seeing those into the day tomorrow. Here's the system that's the culprit of it all. We've got it moving across parts of the Midwest through the day today. It's going to speed out towards the East Coast here as we get into tomorrow, and bringing with it heavy rain too. So not just will we be dealing with the strong storms, but we could also be seeing some of those localized flooding that we'll have to watch for over the next few days as well. And already saturated grounds, places like Indianapolis, Springfield, Paducah, Memphis could see some of those highest amounts. Localized spots anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. I think it's more likely for the widespread amounts to be closer to 1 to 2 inches, but still, again, those grounds are fairly saturated, so we'll be watching for that here as we go through the next couple of days. But this is the real hot spot today for flash flooding. Remember, you don't want to drive through those flooded roadways. Kansas City, Nashville, Tupelo, Little Rock, Cincinnati, all included in that, along with St. Louis. Looking ahead ahead to the weekend. Great conditions on Friday in the Northeast. Beach day, if you can head out. Lucky you. We'll see those record highs sticking with us in parts of the South, not just today and tomorrow, but even into Friday. The West looks nice. Plenty of sunshine for folks out there, but will remain unsettled across the Southeast and parts of the Midwest, too, with some of those showers and thunderstorms that are typical for this time of year. And no surprise, Savannah, the record highs continue in the South on Saturday, and they aren't going anywhere by Sunday. It'll be a steamy weekend ahead, and it'll still be hot and humid, too, for parts of the Northeast and Midwest.
Yeah, oh, there you go. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, 3 Alabama men are facing assault charges for that brawl in Montgomery. Police say a group of men failed to listen to repeated calls to move their boat before attacking a boat captain. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now with the latest on this. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Almost certainly the legal fallout here is not over, as police originally detained 13 people. They fully expect, Savannah, to bring more charges. Police also saying the 2 of the 3 men who were already charged still have not turned themselves in. And as difficult as that video is to watch, authorities say right now there is not enough evidence for hate crime charges.
Several days removed from a brutal dockside brawl in Montgomery, Alabama, where this now viral video shows a group of white men attacking a single black boat captain, assault charges have been filed against 3 of the alleged aggressors.
When it initially took place, the police department didn't have the luxury of the videos that we all have seen now. Now that we have more information, again, more charges are pending.
The videos certainly paint a vivid picture. After the initial altercation, members of the crew and community jumping in to defend the riverboat's co-captain, Damian Pickett. As you can see from this new footage, the fight quickly escalates. At one point, a man even swinging a folding chair. In police custody this morning, Richard Roberts, 2 other men, Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman, are expected to turn themselves in. All of them facing misdemeanor assault charges. None of the men have pleaded in the case yet, and NBC News has not been able to reach them for comment.
It definitely should never have even gotten physical to begin with.
For witnesses who watched from a riverboat that was attempting to dock, like Leslie Mae Horter, the 45 minutes police say the captain spent asking the pontoon owners to move their boat over a PA system was clearly in vain.
Could you hear what these guys were shouting back?
No, I could not hear from where, in my perspective, what they were shouting back. The attitude that they exude was the fact that you're not going to tell us what to do. We were here first.
But there's no doubt they were notified. They knew they were being asked to move.
Oh, they had ample opportunity to move their boat.
When asked about possible use of racial epithets or names, the police chief said the evidence they have does not currently meet the FBI standard for a hate crime.
There was a lot of, I've seen finger gestures and comments and innuendos made. Working with the local FBI, we did examine if there was enough to file hate crimes charges on this case.
It's noteworthy here that, guys, police are still soliciting videos from the public. That means that the investigation is ongoing. As for that witness that we talked to, she said initially it looked really bad in terms of the captain appearing to be shaken up. But once they got off the boat, he was doing okay, and they made sure to give him a tip. And we reached out to him for comment as well. Have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Well, one lucky Florida resident is waking up a billionaire this morning. That's right, the winning ticket for the Mega Millions jackpot has been sold. One ticket matched all 5 numbers and the golden ball, meaning they'll be taking home the record-setting $1.6 billion prize. Even after taxes, if you take the lump sum, it is so much money, right? NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren joins us now with this.
Can you imagine waking up to that news?
But then also, yeah, well, no, I can't. But sometimes, like, their life then goes off the rails. But no, I can't imagine. It's awesome.
True. Well, so this was rolling over to the highest level for Mega Millions ever. And now that person who bought the ticket in Florida is very, very rich.
This morning, one lucky winner waking up in Florida as a billionaire after nearly 4 months of lottery fever sweeping the country.
Okay, let this number sink in for just a minute here. $1.58 billion.
Okay, we'll take it.
Overnight, the history-making winning ticket finally drawn.
Now for the Mega Ball number that is 14.
The lucky ticket sold at this public store in Neptune Beach, Florida. The winner takes home the biggest jackpot in Mega Millions history and the 3rd largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever, $1.58 billion, or a lump sum payment of $783.3 million cash. It comes less than a month after a single winning ticket was sold in California for the Powerball jackpot of more than $1 billion. And what would most Americans do with all that money? Some say it would not change them.
I wouldn't quit my job. You know, I still want to work.
While others would have a new outlook about work-life balance.
I definitely would start a foundation to help with our homeless situation. And then I go on vacation for life.
All right, and at some point we are going to find out who it is, because in Florida you need to be identified within 90 days of claiming the prize. Also, if you didn't win the big prize, still check your tickets, because there were 7 sold across the country that matched 5 of the numbers. Those are $1 million each.
Oh,
so not too
wow.
shabby.
That's the 5 without the gold.
Without the gold.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, God, that's still hard to do. You only get $1 million for that? You should get more than that. All right, Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, the so-called Summer of Swift kind of sort of coming to a close with her last great American Eras tour show tonight in L.A. before she does the second leg later. But economists and Swifties alike will be looking back on it all as a gold rush. But first, a resounding rejection and a win for abortion rights supporters in Ohio. This morning, we've got reaction to the result of yesterday's special election in the state and its 2024 implications. Stay with us. That's up next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news for hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, it appears that voters in Ohio have rejected a measure that could potentially have had an impact on an abortion vote planned for November. The Associated Press is projecting that voters turned down this measure yesterday. If passed, it would have raised the threshold required for state constitutional amendments from a simple majority to 60%. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now with the latest. Hey, Kelly, good morning. So just kind of remind us about this. This is issue 1, and while it certainly could have
potentially had this impact on an abortion vote. It was really about the Constitution, amending how that can be amended. Tell us about this vote and the reaction to this ultimately being defeated.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. This is a case where you're looking at the specific language about what voters were asked to decide, and that is a case of adjusting the Constitution. But it's in a bigger context. It's about what's coming in November, which will be a question we know will be on the Ohio ballot about enshrining in the state's Constitution the right to an abortion. So changing how the Constitution is amended in this special election takes on much bigger consequences. And this was a clear message from Ohio voters. This, of course, driven by all of the energy and emotion around abortion rights. We've seen that. And this specific ballot issue is about making it harder to change the state's constitution. And that will ultimately affect abortion rights if you put all of these things in line together. So this is a major win for abortion rights supporters ahead of that November vote, where we know on the ballot in Ohio, voters will be asked to decide if they want a guarantee to abortion in this new constitutional amendment. So what lost last night would have required that next vote coming in November to pass with a 60% supermajority. We now know that has failed according to the projections. So it will only require a 50% simple majority. Local officials were weighing in, of course, and Democrats praise this win, while Republicans argue that making changes to the state's constitution should require a higher standard than a simple majority.
Kelly, how might this impact the role abortion will play in the 2024 election?
Well, certainly the implications are bigger, and President Biden weighed in overnight. He said this is a measure that was a blatant attempt to weaken voters' voices and to erode the freedom of women to make their own health decisions. That's what the president described. And he said democracy in this case won. So Democrats and those who support abortion rights are energized by all of this and believe it is a sign of how to get their base mobilized. That is important because we know that President Biden has dealt with issues like low approval ratings, inflation, things that have weighed down his popularity. And so getting Democrats and others excited about this issue enough to turn out could have significant impact. And no surprise to anyone, this all comes after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade last summer, and that has made abortion an issue on center stage in politics around the country in different states. Savannah?
Kelly, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about the day ahead for President Biden. He's in New Mexico today. This has been this multi-state tour this week. What can we expect for the agenda today?
Yes, these are pretty vistas in some of the craziest and most lovely places of the Mountain West. And he will be dealing with different issues that will include talking about Bidenomics, a term that we have expected him to be using in trying to defend his policies. He'll also be doing things for talking about the anniversary of the CHIPS and Science Act with his trip to Albuquerque today. That is an important thing about getting some of the circuit boards and things that are often made in other parts of the world manufactured here in the U.S. And he'll be talking about the kitchen table issues and legislative accomplishments that they believe they have made. So expect that as the president is out west.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you as always. Now let's get you some international headlines. More Leopard tanks are headed to Ukraine in the war against Russia. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. A private defense company said it sold 50 Leopard 1 tanks previously belonging to Belgium to another European country, which in turn will hand them over to Ukraine. Now, earlier this year, Belgium explored the idea of buying back the German-made tanks, but gave up after it had been quoted what they called unreasonable prices. Freddy Versilius, CEO of the defense company OIP Land Systems, said that the fact that they leave the company proves that they asked for a fair market price, even though he could not name the country that bought them for confidentiality reasons. Now let's go to Thailand, where an estranged son of the king has made a surprise return to the country for the first time in almost 3 decades. His name is Vakareorson Vivakarewongse. I hope I pronounced that right. He's the second of 4 sons of the king and his second wife, who later divorced. On Tuesday, he visited a daycare center for underprivileged children in Bangkok, taking everyone by surprise, including apparently the royal palace, which did not comment on his visit. His appearance comes at a difficult time for the royal family, as the king's oldest child is suffering from serious heart problems, and there is no clear heir apparent. And finally, let's head over to Switzerland, where researchers say they found a Bronze Age arrowhead made from a meteorite. Researchers at the Natural History Museum of Bern say the ancient weapon is 3,000-year-old and was created with iron from a meteorite that landed in Estonia. It's not, surprisingly, the first time objects made using found objects made using iron from meteorites, but this is only the third one that was unearthed in Western Europe. So it looks like that thousands of years ago, if you weren't killed by a fallen meteorite, you could be killed by a flying arrowhead made out of it. Pretty dangerous times, guys.
That is a scary way to look at it. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the race for Mississippi's next governor could come down to how much people there pay for groceries under each candidate. The controversial tax that's now taking center stage. That is up next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Mississippi, Governor Tate Reeves won the Republican nomination yesterday, setting the stage for a general election matchup with Democrat Brandon Presley. And one thing that's on voters' mind there is the cost of groceries. More than 15% of people in Mississippi can't provide enough food for their families because they just don't have the money. And part of the problem is Mississippi taxes groceries, adding 7% to everyone's bill. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has more.
Sequoia Coleman hunts for every deal she can at the grocery store.
I don't care what you do, how much money you make. It's really hard out here.
As a mom of two who receives government assistance, every penny counts.
Prices on food, inflation, it is horrible right now.
She says she spends about $600 a month on groceries. $40 of that is state sales tax, adding up to about $500 per year. That's more than most spend because Coleman lives in Mississippi, one of only 13 states that still taxes food in this way, and it has the highest state tax applying to groceries at 7%.
As governor, I'll finally axe the grocery tax.
Getting rid of the state grocery tax is again a hot topic in this year's race for governor and here at the Neshoba County Fair, a traditional fair to its core, carnival rides, live cattle, even a horse race. It's also a must-attend event for any politician in this state.
Because of the out-of-control spending in Washington, D.C.
Boasting a multi-day, hours-long lineup that's a who's who of Mississippi politics.
Good morning, Neshoba County!
Republican Governor Tate Reeves rallying longtime supporters, telling them Mississippi is open for business. But it's the Democratic challenger, Brandon Presley, pushing for the grocery tax cut.
Everybody cannot be born rich and lucky. And that's why you need a governor that'll stand up for the people of Mississippi.
His message focused on working class families includes tax-free food.
It's a shame and a disgrace. I mean, Mississippi is the poorest state in America, and yet we have the highest tax on food of any state in this country.
He argues eliminating the tax will have a bigger impact on low-income earners because they spend a bigger chunk of their paychecks on food.
One of the best ways we can help working families is to get the sales tax off of groceries and join other states in America by doing that. That puts money right back in the pockets of working people.
And many Mississippians seem to agree. A poll earlier this year showing 68% of respondents support suspending the grocery tax, including 71% of Republicans. Governor Reeves' team didn't grant us a one-on-one interview, but we caught up with him after his fair speech.
Governor, where do you stand on taxing groceries?
So look, I've never seen a tax cut that I didn't like. In fact, I think it's probably a better move to eliminate the income tax to zero. But if the legislature sends me a bill that cuts taxes without raising other taxes, I'd love to see it.
Reeves is touting tax breaks in his ads.
Tate cut our state income tax, and we achieved the lowest unemployment rate in our state's history.
Experts say lowering income tax rates again would help create growth, but would also benefit high-income earners more.
Eliminating the income tax would have a bigger effect. The argument for eliminating the grocery tax is much more an argument about fairness.
Only the election will tell which tax change ultimately happens in this deep red state. But Sequoia Coleman says she could buy a lot with the money she loses to the grocery tax.
School uniform, shoes, formula wipes, diaper, gas. Not the stuff that I want, but the stuff that my kids and I really need.
Thanks to Aaron for that report. Mississippi's general election will take place in November. We'll be watching closely to see if the grocery tax does play a significant role in who wins.
Pretty interesting there to look at that one specific detail. Well, coming up, a major shakeup in the music world this morning after Philadelphia's upcoming Made in America festival was canceled by organizers yesterday.
That's right. The festival was supposed to be Lizzo's first on-stage appearance since that controversial sexual harassment lawsuit was filed against her last week. So did that play the final decision to pull the plug? Into that decision, we're going to dig deeper next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Canadian rapper Tory Lanez has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for the shooting of fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, shot Megan in the foot during an argument back in July of 2020. His legal team says they do plan to appeal. There's no word if he'll be deported back to Canada. In a statement he made before his sentencing, Lanez said in part, "If I could change it, I would, but I can't. Everything I did that night, I take full responsibility." In a victim's statement read in court, Megan said that she has not had a single day of peace since the shooting and will never be the same. A lot of music fans are disappointed this morning following news that the annual Made in America festival that was set to take place next month in Philadelphia has now been canceled. Festival organizers posted a statement online yesterday saying they were forced to cancel because of severe circumstances outside of production control. They did not specify what those circumstances are.
That being said, Lizzo was scheduled to be one of the headliners of the event. It would have been her first concert since 3 of her former dancers filed a lawsuit against her, alleging sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. Lizzo denies those claims. Well, NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us on this now. Hey, Callan, always great to see you. So what do we know about this cancellation? As we just pointed out, there was not anything specific said about Lizzo in that statement, but is there any indication here that this is tied to those legal troubles?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. So we don't know if this has any tie to Lizzo. A source close to the production told NBC News that ticket sales were not good. So it's possible that this is a financial component more so than it is a response to the allegations brought against Lizzo in this lawsuit. But as of right now, the organization is not publicly giving any specific reason beyond the severe circumstances, as you mentioned in their statement.
So as we said, this was supposed to be Lizzo's first concerts, and she was sued last week by those 3 former dancers. How big of a hit is this for her? I mean, I'm not sure if she has a lot of performances lined up in the coming weeks.
Yeah, as I understand it, this was, going to be the first big performance since these allegations hit, almost a month to the day since these allegations were made public. On social media, I'm seeing people basically saying that they're implying that they believe Lizzo might be the reason that this concert was canceled. Again, we have no evidence that that is the case. But, again, I think it continues to be a hit to her reputation, at least with some fans on social media. At this point, it seems like it's all sort of speculative, but the fans still kind of pushing back, saying that they're still disappointed in Lizzo after these allegations.
Generally, how big of a deal is this that a whole festival, this whole Made in America festival, was canceled?
Yeah, I think particularly right now, this is a pretty big deal, especially when music fans are really excited to be reunited with one another. There's been a few pieces that have come out where people are basically talking about how nice it is in a post-pandemic world to reunite with one another, to be in a public space together once again. And I think it's psychologically and emotionally, it's a big hit when people can't come together and sort of celebrate the musical artists that they love.
And Callan, we know some people did already buy tickets to this festival. Do we know how they can get their money back?
Yes. So Made in America Festival has said that you can get a refund through your point of purchase. So that's going to be places like Vivid Seat, Ticketmaster, StubHub, any place where you purchased your ticket, you're going to receive your refund through there. You may have to request it depending upon the point of purchase, but everyone is entitled to a refund if they purchase a ticket to this event.
All right. Callan Rosenblatt, as always, thank you so much.
Now for what's making financial headlines, sports fans make room for a new betting brand.
NBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning. Disney strikes a deal with casino owner Penn Entertainment to jointly launch a sports betting business under the brand ESPN Bet. Penn will rebrand its current sportsbook service and relaunch it in the fall across the 16 states where it's licensed. ESPN will promote the service across its broadcast and online platforms, and ESPN Bet will have unspecified access to ESPN talent. Disney reports earnings later today. And as part of this sports betting deal, Penn is selling Barstool Sports back to its founder, Dave Portnoy. Penn will receive half of any proceeds on any future sale of the media brand, although Portnoy says he plans to never sell the company again. Penn bought Barstool through a series of transactions worth a combined $550 million. Portnoy says the company's underestimated how difficult it would be for Barstools to operate in the regulated gambling industry. And TikTok has been testing full-length podcasts. The Verge reports a new feature lets users import full shows through their RSS feed and link them to shorter clips. This could potentially be a new way to boost discovery of new content on the platform. TikTok confirms it is testing the podcast feature with some users in the U.S., but wouldn't share further details. Just another way to keep you on TikTok, guys.
Okay. And yeah, I feel like a 1 minute or 2 minute podcast wouldn't be that interesting.
Yeah.
Not many deep dives there.
I don't know if that qualifies as a podcast.
Exactly.
Some other kind of little clip. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Alana. The granddaughter of Elvis Presley is officially taking over Graceland. Riley Keough has grown up in the spotlight all her life, and she's recently had to deal with some very personal challenges. That includes the loss of her mom and brother and a legal battle with her own grandmother. Well, now Keough is opening up in a new interview about how she's moving forward and honoring her famous family as she inherits a rock and roll landmark.
This morning, fans are flocking to Memphis as Graceland kicks off its annual Elvis Week to celebrate the music legend's life and legacy. And it comes amid a changing of the guard at the iconic rock and roll estate. Elvis's granddaughter, 34-year-old actress Riley Keough, is now the new owner of the property, which was originally gifted by Elvis to her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, who died in January. 2018, Lisa Marie opened up to Today about Graceland's significance.
I feel like I'm connected to something here more than anywhere else.
Just days ago, a judge approved a settlement appointing Keough as the sole trustee of Lisa Marie's estate, following a legal battle with her grandmother, Priscilla Presley. Keough, speaking out to Vanity Fair in a new interview, denied any bad blood with Priscilla. She said, "Things with Grandma will be happy. There was a bit of upheaval, but now everything is going to be how it was. She's a beautiful woman, and she was a huge part of creating my grandfather's legacy and Graceland." Keough is also opening up about her own growing family. The actress and her husband, Ben Smith Peterson, welcomed a baby girl via surrogacy last August. For the first time, Keough revealed to Vanity Fair her daughter's name, Tupelo Storm Smith Peterson. Tupelo, of course, was Elvis's birthplace in Mississippi, and her middle name, Storm, is a tribute to Keough's brother, Benjamin Storm Keough, who died by suicide in 2020. Amid personal loss and new motherhood, Keough has also been finding her voice and navigating superstardom.
Well, you want me to believe that that's real, that you're happy, that you're in love?
I am happy, and I am in love.
Oh, come on.
Thanks to the success of her hit series Daisy Jones and the Six, which earned the actress her first Emmy nomination last month. A bittersweet moment that came on the 3rd anniversary of her brother's death. Keough posted this sweet photo of her mom and brother after the announcement, simply writing, "Missing you both."
Keough shared a lot of memories about her family in that wide-ranging interview, including the last time she saw her mom. She also mentioned how when she came up with the name Tupelo, she didn't think people would really know about the Elvis connection. Then the Elvis movie came out last year, and everyone knew what it meant. A lot of people saw it.
Cool name, too.
All right, coming up, it is another giant leap for mankind. Well, when it comes to space tourism, that is. After the break, we'll introduce you to the all-civilian team that is set to make history for Virgin Galactic at the edge of the final frontier.
Plus, it has been anything but a cruel summer for Taylor Swift. Tonight, her critically acclaimed and sold-out Eras tour run here in the U.S. come to a close for now. We will don our red-colored glasses for a look back at the summer of Swift. That's next.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. One of nature's most stunning light displays is back, and its peak will be this weekend. We are talking about the Perseid meteor shower, a celestial event that happens around the same time every year. According to the American Meteor Society, it is expected to peak in the early morning hours of Sunday. The Perseids begin this year on July 14th and will continue until September 1st, though not as many meteors will be visible after the peak. For the best viewing experience, sky gazers should look for an area without light pollution. How cool is that, Joe? Look how gorgeous.
So not New York.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't really got a chance here.
That is really cool, though, and I love how it goes on for so long.
I know. Awesome.
Thanks, Savannah. Now to the race into space and a new historic launch by Virgin Galactic. On Thursday, the company, which just 2 years ago sent its founder, Sir Richard Branson, and his team to space. Well, they're set to do it again, but this time with a crew of civilians. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz is at Virgin Galactic Spaceport. I like to say that. Spaceport in New Mexico with the exclusive details. Gotti, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Can we just recap how cool this is? We are talking 3 civilian astronauts, civilians just like you and me, who have spent the last 3 days going through all kinds of training before they climb into one of these. They break the sound barrier. They go supersonic with a rocket behind them pushing 70,000 pounds of thrust going straight into space. They go zero gravity. They take off their seatbelts. They float around. They come back down to Earth. And this is just the beginning. Take a look.
This is the next frontier of space travel. Here at Virgin Galactic Spaceport, deep in the New Mexico desert, 3 regular folks are training for the ride of their lives.
Kind of feel like I was born in this life for this.
On Thursday, they'll blast to the edge of space on board the Unity.
I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The same ship that rocketed Virgin Galactic founder Sir Richard Branson and his crew to space in 2021, 53 miles above the Earth, at speeds of more than 2,300 miles an hour.
All right.
But this next space trip will be Virgin Galactic's first with civilian passenger astronauts only. People like Keisha Shahoff and her 18-year-old daughter, Anna. Natives of Antigua, they'll be the first mother and daughter duo in history to go to space and the first astronauts ever from the Caribbean. For these astronomy buffs, it's been a dream since childhood.
I'm hoping to give myself that confidence to try new things.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Just looking back and seeing our beautiful planet, and then looking across to see my daughter's face.
The third passenger, 80-year-old John Goodwin, a former Olympian from England and a lifelong adventurer who's also battling Parkinson's disease.
Just shows you this attitude of space for all is a wonderful attitude.
These passengers undergo 3 days of rigorous training to prepare for the 90-minute flight, including 3 minutes of total weightlessness.
You want to go and fly it?
I would love to fly it.
To find out what to expect, I took a spin in their cockpit simulator with Chief Pilot Dave McKay.
I'm going to pitch it up into the vertical.
Wow. We're climbing, and there's planet Earth above us now. Wow.
Exactly, yes.
Even in this simulator, Earth just seems like a miracle.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful thing.
All this part of British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's quest to make space travel accessible to everyone. More than 800 people on his wait list for a seat, with current ticket prices at $450,000. Though Keisha and Anna scored their spots for free by winning a lottery, getting the news from Sir Richard Branson himself.
You've been to space!
Hopefully, this will inspire other people as well. Take your dreams back out, conquer your fears, and go get them.
Imagine winning that sweepstake. I can imagine no other prize that I'd rather win in the galaxy than that. And all of this is part of that big dream of getting as many humans up into space as possible, making it accessible to everyone. And they are doing that in a big way here in the New Mexico desert, with starting next month and in the months following, a flight a month, then a little bit down the road, a flight a week. And we got an exclusive look at some of what the pilots also go through. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later on Nightly News Tonight. Meanwhile, tomorrow's launch, that's happening at 9 a.m. here in New Mexico, 11 a.m. Eastern. Hope you'll tune in. And, you know, 3 civilians. I'm a civilian. Joe, you're a civilian. Savannah, what do you guys say?
Did you put us on the wait list, Gotti? Are we on the list?
Put us on the wait list, and I asked for a discount, $450,000. A little steep, but I think we could do like a GoFundMe.
Yeah,
you know?
I was gonna say, if you buy my ticket for me, Gotti, maybe. But I know that was like your dream come true in that simulator. It makes me so happy to see you there.
Awesome, Gotti. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally this hour, the end of an era. Taylor Swift's game-changing tour Eras will come to a close tonight in the U.S., marking the end of at least the first leg of the North American tour.
That's right, but it's not the end for Swifties. In just a few weeks, Taylor, as well as myself, will embark on the international leg of her tour, bringing her concert to her legions of fans worldwide, beginning in Mexico City. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Los Angeles with more. Hey, Emily.
Hey, good morning to you guys. You can see cities like Los Angeles are rolling out the red carpet with some pretty impeccable sand art behind me, and for good reason, because tonight is Taylor Swift's 53rd show and her final show in the U.S., at least for now. And even after performing for nearly 200 hours since March, Taylor Swift continues to pack each show with tons of energy, and some Swifties speculate perhaps tonight some surprises, too. After 52 explosive sold-out shows nationwide, Taylor Swift is gearing up for the grand finale of the first leg of her U.S. tour.
I've been waiting for this moment for 7 years, and there will definitely be tears.
From high-energy choreography to costume changes and soulful acoustic sets, Swift's stamina continues to stun, performing for 11,000 minutes since first opening in March.
Scale of 1 to 10, just how excited are you? 13.
Tonight's show will be her 6th sold-out concert in the City of Angels, bringing in an estimated $160 million in earnings to L.A. and bumping up the county's GDP by $320 million.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get to see. I mean, who sells out SoFi 6 nights? Like, I'm kind of terrified. Like, this is crazy. And she could sell out more.
The Eras Tour comes amid a summer of major girl-powered entertainment, turning into big bucks. Beyonce is once again proving who runs the world, with her Renaissance tour drawing enough tourists in Sweden to impact inflation. And for the first time, the VMA's Artist of the Year category has all female nominees.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Well, after less than 3 weeks on the big screen, Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, has brought in more than $1 billion at the box office worldwide, the first movie directed by a woman to do so. For Swift's final shows, the star power on stage is being matched in the seats. Mindy Kaling, Sofia Vergara, and Selena Gomez among the famous faces spotted in the crowd.
The love for the Lovers singer is universal, with self-proclaimed Swiftie dads getting in on the action.
I'm super happy to be here just because of that. I think it's going to be so much fun.
I don't usually wear bracelets or funny kitschy t-shirts, but here we are.
Tonight, one last chance for dedicated Swifties to see their favorite performer light up the night.
And Emily, we woke up with VMA news for Taylor. Tell us.
Yeah, that's right. It has not been a cruel summer for Taylor Swift, who is now the most nominated artist for the VMA Awards this year. And as you guys can tell, I've got my friendship bracelets on. I did get to go to the show earlier this week. Of course, it was nothing short of spectacular, but the real miracle is the fact that I still have a voice this morning. You can really feel the anticipation leading into tonight, though, because after one of the songs last night, the audience burst into applause for more than 8 minutes, guys.
That's quite the ovation.
Every night it's the same spot, but that was like one of the longest that's happened on the tour. So cool. Emily, thank you.
Let's do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber, in for Vicky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, August 9th. Political battle. Abortion activists are claiming victory after voters in Ohio sided with them in a high-stakes special election. How the issue of reproductive rights is now galvanizing Democrats.
Mega Millions. A single winning ticket was sold in Florida in last night's lottery for the record-setting $1.5 billion prize. We'll tell you where the lucky winner bought it after nearly 4 months of lottery fever.
Ripple effect. A new study found that companies that announced that they'd help employees pay for out-of-state abortion travel are seeing an uptick in applicants. What researchers say about the impact of the Dobbs decision on jobs and hiring.
Hip-hop history. We are celebrating 50 years of hip-hop, the genre that was born in the Bronx and went on to change the world. Atlanta rap legend Jeezy is here to honor the anniversary and preview his brand new book.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with a win for abortion rights supporters in yesterday's proxy battle in Ohio. Now, voters there rejected a Republican-backed ballot measure that would have made it harder to enshrine reproductive protections in the state constitution.
57% of people voted against the proposal, according to the Ohio Secretary of State's office. Democrats are now using the outcome to demonstrate how the issue of abortion could be a major motivator for their party in upcoming elections. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from Washington. Julie, Ohio is a swing state but leans red, right? And voters there turned out to support reproductive rights. Tell us about the vote and what it means for Ohio.
Yeah, not just turned out, right, turned out early. Millions of people turning out to vote on a single issue election, and that is something that is completely unheard of, except for this issue of abortion. We've seen it just galvanize people across the country in the last 14 months since Roe was overturned by the Supreme Court. Yesterday, we saw something pretty remarkable happen in Ohio. Nearly 60%, 57% of people voting against that issue that was on the ballot. Of course, this has to do with issue 1, right? And you're right to point out that this is a proxy battle because this is all setting up what's going to happen in November when abortion rights advocates want to try and reverse that 2019 law that's been on the books in Ohio since Roe fell apart, banning any kind of abortions past 6 weeks of pregnancy with no exceptions for rape and incest. Well, now, yesterday, this issue where Republicans, the state legislature, including the Secretary of State, Frank LaRose, who's also running for Senate, have put on the ballot here to try and raise the threshold from 50% to 60% on all constitutional amendments. Obviously, that was now defeated, and that's why this 57% is so key and so critical.
And Julie, all 7 states where abortion rights were on the ballot since the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, they voted in favor of abortion protections. I mean, we're seeing a pattern here. What does this say about how voters are feeling about the issue now more than a year later?
Exactly. I was talking to abortion rights advocates this morning, and look, they are feeling energized. They have been undefeated. 7 states from Kansas to Kentucky, Montana, now Ohio. We're seeing every single time this has been placed on the ballots, voters show up, moderates, Republicans, but moderates, Democrats, but also Republicans, because abortion is really an issue that touches everybody, no matter what political party you're in. And so they are feeling very hopeful. They're feeling energized. This continues to be a winning issue for them, but also this is something that is continuing to be on the ballots. This will continue to affect elections, and it shows how important the issue of abortion has become and what a linchpin it has become, not only in elections, but also to campaigns on both sides of the aisle, guys.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin for us there. Julie, thanks.
Brush fires are raging across Hawaii today. Some witnesses describing it as an apocalyptic scene as the blaze spreads across some of the state's biggest islands.
Now, thousands of people are fleeing their homes as structures and businesses are destroyed. Several local schools have closed, and the state's governor has issued an emergency proclamation. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following those developments for us live. Maura, look, we know how much of Hawaii is under a red flag warning today, and hundreds of people are being told to evacuate. So if you can, just sort of walk us through everything we know up until this point.
Well, the images you're seeing are absolutely catastrophic. Officials on the island describing this as unprecedented. They've never seen fires growing this quickly ever before, especially in the geographical region that they're looking at. They're not used to seeing things this dry, and which is why the fires are able to spread as fast as they are. But it's been aided by a hurricane, a Category 4 hurricane that passed by the island hundreds of miles away, but still causing 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. And so that's why we're seeing these flames spread so fast and causing those evacuation orders. But the problem is those winds still exist as the fire goes. And so firefighting helicopters are grounded, which means that they can't drop the water to try to contain the fire. And they also can't get an accurate scope of how big the fire is and which way it's going. And so that's why there's a lot of uncertainty right now as residents, tourists in the area are frankly very scared, because this is something that officials are really facing a lot of literal roadblocks with, Morgan.
And Martin, nearly 14,000 people in Maui lost power earlier today. How are local officials responding?
So the lieutenant governor detailed that hospitals are already overwhelmed with burn victims, and we also saw reports from the U.S. Coast Guard. They rescued 12 people from the ocean who had to escape to the ocean to get away from the smoke and the fire in the Lahaina district. They were on a boat. There's also several other boats stranded around the area as the dock was also burned down. And so as you have reports of electricity outages, like you mentioned, there's also no cell service, and 911 is down as well. So again, it's just it's a developing situation, but there's not a lot of communication that can be had right now. And so there's not a really firm picture and number of how many people are affected.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett, thank you.
Now down to Florida, where one person hit the historic $1.58 billion Mega Millions jackpot.
The single winning ticket was sold in the Sunshine State for Tuesday night's lottery. It marked the largest prize money in the game's history. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is here with the details. Where in the state of Florida did this ticket come from, and what numbers kind of sealed the deal here?
Right, I was going to say, clearly it's none of us, because we're here today. Yeah, Neptune Beach, Florida, at a Publix, the big grocery store down there. So if you were shopping for your tickets there, let's go over those winning numbers. They are 13, 19, 20, 32, 33, and that gold mega ball of 14, one winner, guys. That is an awful lot of money. Even if you take the lump sum, truly $783 million. So you don't quite get over into the billionaire status, but not too shabby.
Yeah, not too far off either. I mean, when is the last time we've even seen a prize come even this close, Kristen?
Right, so this has been rolling over. The last winner was here in New York on April 18th. So twice a week drawings, no winner, no winner, no winner. That pot just kept growing and growing. We did back in 2018 see a $1.53 billion Mega Millions. We've also seen these really high Powerball jackpots as well. The last one over $1 billion. And so, we're getting these huge prizes these days because it's just so hard to get those numbers.
every time we're talking about what would we do if we win, I feel like we've said we would not tell anyone. But in Florida, that's not an option, right?
Right. So once you claim it in Florida, you can't remain anonymous. You have 90 days where your name has to be released. You have to, go public with it. Of course, you don't have to speak to anyone, but people will know who won this eventually. But yeah, I bet they are getting their ducks in a row today. The financial advisors, the lawyers, everything. Also, there were 7 winners who got just 5 of them right. That's $1 million each. So, yeah, I would take it.
I mean, that's not chump change, folks.
Exactly, right?
Double check your tickets. Yes. The lesson there.
You bet.
Especially if you're at that Publix. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. Kristen, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. While we're still battling high inflation here in the U.S., China is actually seeing the opposite problem. The country is now slipping into deflation because of falling consumer prices.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. Steve, what is the difference? I mean, why is China's economy looking so different compared to what we're seeing right here in the U.S.? And I mean, how could deflation sort of impact the global economy when it hits China?
Yeah, Morgan, while China's economy dipped after lifting those COVID restrictions, a stark contrast to the U.S., where soaring inflation has caused those rising interest rates. Falling prices in China could help ease inflation elsewhere as exports become cheaper, but it would squeeze producers in other countries and hurt employment opportunities. Also, Zoom is telling its employees to come back to work. The company that propelled the remote work revolution during the pandemic is now asking employees who live near an office to be on site at least 2 days a week. Zoom is joining Google, Amazon, and Salesforce, who have enacted similar policies in recent months. And this is a big one, guys. Apple is challenging iPhone users' muscle memory. The big red end call button is moving. The phone app will get a series of updates with iOS 17, including changing where the call button is to the bottom right of the screen. Currently, the button sits at the bottom middle of the phone app, but it's moving next to other functions such as mute or add a call, most likely to streamline the app. And I will say, guys, one of my colleagues here is testing that software. He's already accidentally hung up on several people.
Oh, no, that's the worst.
Could be dicey. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac, thank you.
And coming up, we turn our eyes to the skies. All the details on Virgin Galactic's first space tourism flight with civilians on board. That's right. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Swimmers in New York City are on high alert today after a shark bit a 65-year-old woman at Rockaway Beach yesterday. It is the first shark attack to happen there in over 7 decades. The incident prompted officials to close surrounding New York City beaches. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on how the swimmer is recovering.
Hey there, it is a beautiful beach day out here, but officials are still concerned. They are out looking for sharks. You have fire department, boats in the water, drones in the air, helicopters in the air. Everyone is on high alert. New York City police are on shark patrol, in the air and on the water, while one of the city's most popular beaches remains closed following that frightening attack. Swimmers and surfers were told they couldn't hit the waves because of sharks. Monday evening, a 65-year-old was bitten on her left leg, according to the Parks Department. Onlookers say she was just offshore when it happened.
Bit by a shark. Yeah, the beach is canceled, y'all.
EMTs worked to stop the bleeding. A top police official says there was severe damage to her leg. She's now in serious but stable condition, according to hospital officials. It's the first shark attack here in over 70 years, but it has people rattled, like this couple from Arizona.
I never actually go out and swim in it. I just hang around the beach and walk in.
In other words, you're going to put your toes in, and that's it.
Yeah, maybe, maybe up to my ankle.
Shark attacks are rare, but this summer there have been others not far away. In beaches on Long Island, 5 people were bitten over the 4th of July holiday. Last July, it was the same story. Multiple people bitten, including teenage surfer Max Haynes.
I felt on my foot like a bear trap, just get me from below.
And last month in Florida, watch this close encounter from above. Drone video shows a 14-foot-long great hammerhead shark swimming close to beachgoers in Palm Beach. Marine biologists say there may be more sharks closer to shore because that's where the fish are. It's a sign, they say, of a healthy ecosystem. Adding swimmers and surfers should be vigilant, but not afraid.
But what we should be doing is just really educating people that, these are the species that are here. They feed on fish. They're not trying to eat you.
At nearby Jones Beach Tuesday, sharks were spotted, which normally closes the beach for an hour. But instead, they shut it down for the day. Officials said they saw an extraordinary number of bait fish close to the beach and worried the sharks were following the food. We were out here all yesterday, and even with all of those patrols, they did not see any sharks at this beach. There are some recommendations from officials when they open up to not go swimming by yourself, to keep an eye out for birds coming close to shore that might indicate that some of the bait fish are coming close to shore, and also to wait if the water is looking really murky. Back to you.
All right, so the countdown is on to Virgin Galactic's historic space tourism flight. It's scheduled to take off tomorrow morning in New Mexico. And 2 years ago, the company's founder, Sir Richard Branson, and a crew were sent to space. And this time, it will be an all-civilian crew. NBC News, stay tuned now. Anchor Gotti Schwartz is live there near the launch site in New Mexico. Gotti, it is great to see you this Wednesday. Just walk us through the mission. Who's going to be on board? How much preparation actually went into this?
Preparation is so cool. We've been seeing some of it this morning, actually, and that is in the form of high-G training. The pilots that are going to pilot a spacecraft very similar to this one, they've got to glide down, and when they go up, they're going to be pulling a lot of Gs. So just a little while ago, we saw them go up in these acrobatic planes. They were pulling 3, 4, 5 Gs. You see them go up, then they just start stalling, coming back down to Earth, all simulating some of what they're going to be feeling tomorrow. That's the same type of training that they're putting these astronauts in, and these astronauts are civilian astronauts, just like you and me. There's a mother, there's a daughter, there's an 80-year-old former Olympian. They're going to be crawling into a spaceship just like this one. They're going to go up, and what they want to make sure they do in this training is make sure that there are no surprises. So they're going through everything to expect, from hitting Mach 1, breaking the sound barrier. There's a lot of a wobble. They want to make sure that they're prepared for that. Then they go Mach 2, Mach 3. They start shooting straight up into the sky. That thruster behind them, that massive engine, is going to be putting out about 70,000 pounds of thrust as they go up into space. And then a lot of the training is really about seatbelts too, and how to work these 5-point harnesses, because the crew, those civilian astronauts, they're going to unbuckle their seatbelts. Then all of a sudden, out in space, they're going to start floating around, zero gravity, then buckle back into their seats and then come down. It is 3 minutes out in space, about a 90-minute flight altogether, but it's 3-4 days of very intensive training here in the New Mexico desert. It is like everyone's talking about the Powerball and Mega Millions. This is the jackpot to win.
That's what it sounds like. I mean, 90-minute flight into the future. What does all this mean then? Just put it in context for us, Gotti. What does it mean for the future of space travel, just in general? We're talking civilians.
Yeah, and so much of this dream is that Richard Branson dream of not just going up into space, but opening up space for all of humanity. And so what we've seen is that the launches that have started to happen here, they're saying that they're going to start happening a lot more often. After this launch, tomorrow at 9 a.m. here in New Mexico, that's New Mexico time, they're going to go up. And then after that, it's going to be once a month. Then a little bit after that, they're going to be doing these flights every single week. So a lot more people are going to be heading up into the stars.
All right, NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz. Maybe we'll see you up there one day. Thanks so much, Gotti. And for more on Virgin Galactic's historic space flight, make sure to check out Stay Tuned Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Later this hour, what is driving up people's credit card debt and what you can do to lower your bill. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's great to see you, man. So much work to be done here still.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
All right, so just 2 weeks ago today, our very own NBC News team was in Niger working on a series of stories, and that's when military leaders stunned the region and the world, overthrowing the country's president in a pretty sudden coup.
NBC News correspondent Courtney Cuby and producer Moshe Gaines ended up trapped amid the chaos. Here's a closer look at their experience.
It's another story I think a lot of Americans don't know. There's 1,100 U.S. troops in Niger at 3 bases, and they work with the Nigerian military, particularly the Special Operations Forces there. And particularly because there's this sort of confluence of terror networks that are all really converging on West Africa and coastal West Africa right now. And so we said we want to tell that story that no one's telling. They live in poverty. Millions of them are starving to the point where their bodies are eating themselves. They don't have water, they don't have electricity, they don't have health care. And now their security is really in jeopardy because of these terror networks. So we had planned this 10-day trip there to cover all of that and do several different stories. And 19 hours before the coup started, we were told by U.S. officials that they believed that the government there was pretty stable and that there weren't problems with corruption or infighting.
Tonight, chaos in the capital of Niger after what appears to be a coup attempt against President Mohamed Bazoum by his own security forces.
We had a couple of public affairs officer escorts, and I came down to breakfast, and one of them came in, and his eyes were enormous, and he said, okay, so it's fine, everything's fine, and said, there's a security situation, you need to go to your room. Over the next probably 10 minutes, it became clear that the president had been taken hostage by his own security services, and that the U.S. military and everyone in Niamey was locked down. The first time when we first saw the video of all the heads of the military together, that was the first moment where I thought, this isn't going to be resolved quickly. I think there's this stereotypical idea of a coup, and you have vehicles speeding through the streets with people brandishing weapons and people running and looting. Everything was calm until the gunfire started. So I kept thinking, okay, at a certain point, we're going to be able to leave and we're going to be able to get a sense of what's really happening. But we couldn't. The military stayed locked down. It's frustrating to be there and feel like you're in the middle of something that's unfolding and you're stuck in a hotel trying to watch it from afar and trying to gather. And I understood that it was such an unpredictable situation and it was changing quickly. But then as days went on, it became more and more clear that President Bazoum was not coming back into power. By Sunday afternoon, it seemed impossible for the U.S. not to see this as the legal definition of a military coup. And I know that the U.S. does not want to make that declaration because of all the legal implications that come with it. It cuts off about $400 million in aid to the Nigerian people who are going to be the victims of this entire thing in the end. All that's going to mean is this population of people who have so little already are going to be further exploited, and the natural resources of that country are going to be further exploited.
Over the weekend, thousands took to the streets of the capital here, mostly peaceful, supporting the coup. Some waving Russian flags chanting, "Long live Russia."
From the first day of the coup, the military started talking to us about, we'll get you to the airport when it reopens. You know, we were there on a military embed, and so technically they felt responsible for us being there and being stuck there. And they felt very strongly about us being able to get out before things got bad or potentially bad in the city or in the country. But we didn't make it far from the hotel until we hit the protests. And there were just a sea of people, and there was a police checkpoint. Then the police at the checkpoints started kind of walking down the vehicles. And that was the first point where I thought, okay, I think we need to get out of here. And all of a sudden, our driver just drove across the median and turned around and sped away. And the police were yelling at us, and we were able to make our way over to the base eventually. By the time we got to the base, the demonstrators had started attacking the French embassy. The U.S. embassy is right near the French embassy. There was definitely a more tense atmosphere on base when we got there on Sunday.
Hi, QB. So we made it to Germany overnight. We flew on a C-17. Grateful that we made it out of Niger.
We are all grateful. That was NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby with that report.
A new trial shows the popular weight loss drug Wegovy can lower your risk of having a heart attack. How you can ask your doctor about the treatment, that's next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and welcome back, and thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. California Senator Dianne Feinstein was hospitalized on Tuesday after suffering a minor fall at home. Her office tells NBC News that all of her scans were clear, and she is now back home. The 90-year-old senator missed 3 months of work earlier this year when she was hospitalized with shingles.
At least 56 people were injured after a massive explosion at a factory near Moscow just earlier today. Russian officials are trying to establish the cause of that blast and have launched a criminal probe into that incident. The explosion comes amid an increase of drone attacks right there near Russia's capital, which Moscow has blamed on Ukraine, although it is not yet clear if a drone was involved in this particular incident.
And a car crashed into the second floor of a Pennsylvania home on Sunday. Take a look at these images. You can see the car wedged into the side of the house. Police say the 20-year-old driver was taken to a local hospital. No one inside the house was hurt. Authorities have determined the crash was intentional and say the driver will face charges.
All right, so there is new evidence that the popular weight loss drug Wegovy can do more than just help people shed pounds.
A study from the company that makes the drug shows Wegovy can cut the risk of having a stroke or heart attack by 20%. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Doctor, break this study down for us and explain why it is such a big deal.
Well, sure, guys. So let's think about the health risks that we know are associated with obesity. We know that it can increase the risk of diabetes. It can elevate cholesterol. It can lead to high blood pressure, sleep apnea, heart failure, and stroke. So any medication that is targeting obesity theoretically could help reduce cardiovascular events. Now, what we don't know, because this was, again, study, by press release, is exactly why they think that's the case. Is it because cholesterol profiles improved? Is it because blood pressure improved? We don't know that, but nonetheless, the dramatic decrease in risk of 20% is truly, truly newsworthy here.
And doctor, I mean, these weight loss pills, they do have some side effects. So should that be sort of taken into consideration if a patient is using or considering the drug just to reduce their risk of cardiovascular disease?
Yeah, I mean, just like its sister drug Ozempic, which is the same medication but branded differently for type 2 diabetes, the recommendation is to start slow, to start low and go slow in terms of escalating dosage. Some of the most common side effects are GI. We're talking about nausea, stomach pain, constipation, diarrhea, even vomiting. You know, part of the way the medicine works to decrease food intake is by slowing gastric emptying. That is how quickly the food is moving through your stomach to the small intestine. And for a lot of people, that can be truly uncomfortable. More serious side effects can also occur, guys. Gallstones, pancreatitis, kidney issues. It's not for the faint of heart. It is a serious medication that needs to be monitored closely by the person prescribing.
This is an expensive medication, right? Wegovy can cost users more than $1,300 a month. It's often not covered by insurance. Could this research change that?
Well, the drug makers are certainly hoping for that, Ellison. They actually want to have on the FDA label that it lowers cardiac risk. Right now, Medicare and a lot of insurance companies, commercial insurances, don't really pay for weight loss drugs. They don't think it's what we would refer to as medically necessary. That's still a problem of not seeing obesity and overweight as chronic medical conditions. So I don't know. I can't tell you, but the assumption is that the commercial insurance coverage would increase with this new potential indication.
Very interesting. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you. It's been just over a year since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to an abortion, and the ripple effects, they're still being measured. Today, we're learning new details about how this decision affected the job market, especially in states with strict abortion rules. Turns out it is impacting both red and blue states. Morgan had a chance to get an early look at a new study just out today, looking at how companies changed their employee benefits after Roe was overturned and how that actually affected their hiring. Morgan, this is so fascinating. What are we learning here?
Yeah, it's interesting, Ellison. This is sort of one of the first early looks we've actually gotten with the data. And this is a study done by the Indeed hiring platform that used researchers in the University of Southern California. And it looks specifically at companies that decided to offer financial help for out-of-state abortions shortly after the Dobbs decision came down. Now, in other words, if you worked for one of these companies and you lived in a state with a strict abortion ban, your company would then cover the cost for you to travel out of state to get an abortion. And here's what they found. Companies that announced these policies, they actually saw an 8 percentage point increase in people just clicking on those job postings compared with similar jobs at similar employers that just didn't announce those types of policies. So that dotted line, if you look right here, this is when the Dobbs ruling actually came down and when it was officially released. And the study's authors say that the uptick that you see right here, it's roughly equivalent to basically what they'd expect to see if those firms instead just announced a 12% increase in actual wages. And that higher level of interest was especially noticeable in typically female-dominated jobs. That's what they described as fields like nursing or childcare or dentistry. And so then there was, though, this downside. The study found that these same companies, they had a drop when it actually came to job satisfaction for many existing employees in those companies. And that was just kind of according to the employee reviews that happened that were shared online. And the decline, as you can see here, it was largely driven by a dip in satisfaction with upper management. So in other words, the decision makers in the company. And this was true in both red and in blue states, Ellison.
So Morgan, big picture here, what does this mean for companies and also the job market moving forward?
Yeah, it's really interesting. We spoke to Indeed.com's chief economist who says that while the study itself focused on just one specific change, it actually has quite broad political implications. Take a listen to this.
If you are offering jobs that are perhaps more Democratic leaning, located in more Democratic leaning states, or offering these types of benefits, you are more likely to see an increase in job seekers, particularly if you're trying to attract women. You might have a tougher time, or you might receive fewer clicks if your job is located in a state that doesn't offer these benefits, where you have much more restrictions in place.
Yeah, and one other important point that the researchers noted is that these results, they're being driven by relatively high-paying jobs. So that suggests that the people who would actually benefit from these travel costs are those who might already have the means to actually pay for them. That means that company-sponsored benefits, that they're not necessarily attracting the group most at risk of being affected by these abortion bans, which of course is low and medium-income women.
Such an interesting, important report. Morgan, thank you for helping us understand all of this and break it all down. Okay, Riley Keough, actress and granddaughter of the late Elvis Presley, is officially inheriting the famed Graceland property. In a new interview, she opens up about upheaval within her family and what it's like being a new mom. NBC News anchor Joe Fryer has the details.
Fans are flocking to Memphis as Graceland kicks off its annual Elvis Week to celebrate the music legend's life and legacy. Comes amid a changing of the guard at the iconic rock and roll estate. Elvis's granddaughter, 34-year-old actress Riley Keough, is now the new owner of the property, which was originally gifted by Elvis to her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, who died in January. 2018, Lisa Marie opened up to Today about Graceland's significance.
I feel like I'm connected to something here more than anywhere else.
Just days ago, a judge approved a settlement appointing Keough as the sole trustee of Lisa Marie's estate, following a legal battle with her grandmother, Priscilla Presley. Keough, speaking out to Vanity Fair in a new interview, denied any bad blood with Priscilla. She said, "Things with Grandma will be happy. There was a bit of upheaval, but now everything is going to be how it was. She's a beautiful woman, and she was a huge part of creating my grandfather's legacy and Graceland." Keough is also opening up about her own growing family. The actress and her husband, Ben Smith Peterson, welcomed a baby girl via surrogacy last August. For the first time, Keough revealed to Vanity Fair her daughter's name, Tupelo Storm Smith Peterson. Tupelo, of course, was Elvis's birthplace in Mississippi, and her middle name, Storm, is a tribute to Keough's brother, Benjamin Storm Keough, who died by suicide in 2020. Amid personal loss and new motherhood, Keough has also been finding her voice and navigating superstardom.
Well, you want me to believe that that's real, that you're happy, that you're in love?
I am happy.
and I am in love.
Come on.
Thanks to the success of her hit series Daisy Jones and the Six, which earned the actress her first Emmy nomination last month. A bittersweet moment that came on the 3rd anniversary of her brother's death. Keough posted this sweet photo of her mom and brother after the announcement, simply writing, "Missing you both." Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Well, Americans are falling even deeper into debt. Total credit card balances here in the U.S. have hit a new record, and delinquencies are at an 11-year high.
The U.S. credit card debt is now over $1 trillion, according to the latest report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. That is an increase of nearly 5% in the second quarter of this year. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. So, Sharon, you look at these numbers. Credit card debt total for the second quarter, it went up a whopping $45 billion, according to the Federal Reserve Bank. What is driving the balance increases for people?
Well, looking at rising prices, we're looking at inflation, and we're looking at people not cutting back just because it costs more to buy certain groceries or transportation or their housing costs even. So spending and the cost of living is continuing to increase, and there are some major purchases that people are using their cards for as well, whether that's travel, maybe starting a small business or getting it going or keeping it going, or even doing some major home improvements.
So, Sharon, how can people just lower their credit card debt?
The first thing that you need to do is to call and ask your issuer for a lower rate. Many people don't think that they can call and try to negotiate a lower rate with the card issuer, but you can if most of the people who do that actually get a lower rate. And then also you want to try to get a 0% interest balance transfer card. This means for 12, 15, maybe even 21 months, you'll pay no interest on the amount of money that you've transferred onto that card. Just got to make sure that you're paying it down aggressively during that 0% interest introductory period. And then decide how you want to pay off this debt. Do you want to actually go with the highest interest debt and pay that off first? Or do you want to start with a smaller balance and work your way to the largest? It's not like one or the other makes more sense. It depends on you. You just got to pick a plan and you got to stick to it and get it done.
Okay, well, student loans, that I think is something that's looming over for a lot of people. How will this maybe have an impact on what we're seeing with credit cards?
It's going to be a major test for people because this is a cost that they haven't incurred in 3 years, and now they're going to have to pay it. Some may not be able to pay down their credit card debt and pay for student loan debt as well. But now is the time to try to figure out how you can lower that student debt by maybe doing an income-driven repayment plan, which could potentially lower your monthly payments by half, and then also start to plan how you're going to cut back on some other things that you may need to do to continue to pay your credit card debt. So it comes to making hard choices and budgeting, things that people don't like to do.
Yeah, making a little space. All right, our senior
exactly.
personal finance correspondent, Sharon Epperson. Sharon, thank you as always. We appreciate it. All right, and for more tips to be smart with your money, you can check out cnbc.com/personalfinance. Do not forget to go there and check it out today.
All right, straight ahead, we sit down with Grammy-nominated rapper Jeezy to discuss the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. More NBC News Now Daily right after this.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you again.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All my hip-hop fans out there, hip-hop is turning 50. This week, celebrations, concerts, they're being held all over the world to commemorate the game-changing genre that was born in the Bronx in the early 1970s.
Since then, hip-hop has evolved well beyond just the music. It's an art form that transcends generations, countries, and cultures. Joining us now is four-time Grammy-nominated rapper Jeezy. He's known for hits like Put On and Soul Survivor, just to name a few. We could have a way bigger list.
That's right, and his book, Adversity for Sale, it came out just yesterday. Jeezy, I want to start with this major milestone. 50 years. That is a long time. We have seen the culture, the genre, the context change so much. What are the biggest changes you see when we look at how far hip-hop has come?
I mean, it's so young. 50 years is very young, right? And if you look at how many lives hip-hop has changed, including my own, I still think it's very young. So in 50 years, to see how far it's come, it's amazing, because just think about what the next 50 years is going to be. There's nothing you can do in this world that culture doesn't shift, and culture is hip-hop, right? And hip-hop has something to do with everything, fashion, art, you know, crafts, you name it. Hip-hop is there. And even news.
And it really is universal, right? When you look at it, when you look at the lyrics, there are so many discussions within it about power, about race, about politics, life, just layers of it. I think of like your songs, Put On being the bop that it is. And then you also go back and look at lyrics and songs like Go Crazy, where you're talking about Georgia Power and how it's kind of hard to stay off of drugs when Georgia Power doesn't keep the lights on, right?
There you go. There
For
you go. Talk that
you,
talk.
when you look back and you look at like your lyrics, your songs, what specifically drew you to hip hop at the time? And when you look at it now, what is it that you appreciate and keeps you with it?
What drew me to hip hop was Tupac Shakur. I heard it when I was in boot camp. I heard Dear Mama. I heard So Many Tears, and I felt like he was talking to me, and I was in. And if you're asking me what keeps me in it today, is I see the power that it has to change lives, to save lives, to reach people, to connect people, to get people to mobilize, to win presidential elections, all that, you know, it goes across the board. And, you know, you can get, you know, a president in a room, and I can guarantee you that nobody's going to recite, you know, a whole hour and a half of everything he says like they do with us. And that's why I love hip-hop so much. It's so powerful. And for me, like, to have that type of influence, it's a real responsibility. So I take it as leadership. So it has made me a leader. You know.
Speaking of being a leader, let's talk about your book for a minute, Adversity for Sale. And let's just have a word, because failure is what you write about.
Yes.
And so many of us have known failure. We've known what it feels like to be made to feel small. We know what it feels like to not be seen.
Yes.
So how would you tell, when you speak to the younger generation, not even just musically, not even people who are trying to be rappers, just young people, what would you tell them to keep their head up?
Well, it's never too late, right? It's never too late to learn. It's never too late to grow. It's never too late to evolve. And what I hope, you know, my message and my intentions are with Adversity for Sales, I want to tell you about my failures. I don't want you to see the finished product and feel like that I didn't go through anything, because we can all succeed. But you got to learn how to fail and continue to try, right? Because if you win one time, that doesn't mean you're going to win forever. And you have to sustain that. So you have to be okay with losing. You have to be okay with not getting something you want to get done and not getting discouraged. Because if I gave up a long time ago, I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you guys. It would be no Go Crazy, Soul Survivors, and all these things that I've done if I gave up.
And that's what I appreciate you even talking about, because the truth is, so many times we see the peaks, but no one talks about the valleys, right? And that's what we need to hear, to know about, to kind of keep going.
Well, I learned that. I used to, you know, I sit down with, you know, the Robert Greens, the T.D. Jakes of the world, the John Maxwell. These are my friends, Tony Robbins. But I'm always going to them with like 7 questions that I've been thinking about. And I want to sit down and ask them these questions so I can get that information. And once I get the information, it helps me with my life and I can spread it on to my culture.
And here you are.
Yeah, that's where I'm
Spreading it out and being a conduit for the culture. Grammy-nominated rapper and newly published author, Jeezy. Jeezy, thank you so much.
Thank you guys
we appreciate you.
For sure.
Thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so if you are an avid TikTok user, you might have stumbled across Book Talk. It's a digital movement of readers and authors offering their thoughts on literature.
NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers spoke with one woman whose passion for books has opened the door to an online community that embraced her love of offbeat genres.
I struggle to think about like how I chose a book before Book Talk.
For 26-year-old graduate student Satoria Ray, reading has always been the preferred pastime.
I've been an avid reader ever since I learned how to read, but I was always against getting TikTok because everyone that I talked to was like, it is so addicting.
Like most of us, she caved eventually, originally starting an account to document her travels.
And then I started getting back into reading like heavily last year. And it kind of took off from there.
She now spends her free time candidly chatting with her online community. The topic of conversation, books.
I want to read some of the stats, actually. We've got nearly 30,000 followers, more than 900,000 likes, and hundreds of thousands of views. What's that feel like?
It honestly feels surreal. Because, you know, like I just make these videos in my home.
For somebody who isn't on TikTok or doesn't know what that is, what is Book Talk?
I would describe Book Talk as a bookish community within TikTok that is wide and vast and really dependent on you as a reader.
The Book Talk hashtag has a whopping 162 billion views and counting. But understanding the content requires understanding the lingo.
So we have TBR, which is like to be read, DNF, means like you did not finish the book. And so sometimes,
A lot of DNF on my nightstand.
And the more specific those terms get, the more tailored the videos become.
And if you're looking for a very niche, like monster romance, for example.
Monster romance? What is that?
It's exactly what it sounds.
It is a monster romance?
I am, and it is a bit spicy, so I don't recommend it to everyone. You have to like a little bit of spice.
Spice is book talk speak for parental guidance suggested. This digital movement has had a major influence on the publishing industry, with videos propelling popular titles to bestseller status.
Our videos go wherever, right? Anyone can see them. I think that it really allows authors to reach people that they might not have met before.
Kristen McLean is an executive director for Circana Bookscan, which tracks the sale of most printed books in the United States. She says though momentum is slowing, Book Talk provides a steady stream of new consumers.
We started to see other categories decline, but the categories that were being embraced by this community on Book Talk kept going.
2022 saw $760 million worth of Book Talk books sold, and this year that number is expected to rise more than 30%.
This is a new audience. It's younger, it's more diverse, it's very digitally savvy. And so for us, it's really important just as a bellwether for where we think the consumer market is going and what that audience might be interested in.
But it's not just new titles climbing the charts. Back in February, a Vermont man's book became a bestseller 10 years after its initial release, going viral on TikTok after his daughter posted a video.
Of you, got 15 million views.
The book surpassed 2 Colleen Hoover titles and Prince Harry's then recently released memoir, Spare.
It seems like it really brings the reader and the author closer. So they have this direct feedback loop.
I'm wearing a shirt that says like, sorry, not today. I'm reading Kennedy Ryan, who's one of my favorite authors. And when I say favorite, I don't just mean like I really enjoy like her work. I mean, I feel like I know her personally because we talk all the time.
Wow. Above all, Satoria says what makes Book Talk special is the connections she's made.
I've met so many people. We have book clubs where we go on live and talk about monster romance. It's not something I want to talk to my in real life people about, but like the online people, they get it.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Here is what's trending now. The nominations for this year's MTV Video Music Awards are out, and they're making history. For the first time ever, only female artists have been nominated for Artist of the Year.
Check that out. The nominees include Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Doja Cat, Karol G, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, and the VMAs will air on September 12th at 8 p.m. Eastern. Check out that. Those are some heavy hitters.
Love to see it. Yes. Go, girls.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
the summertime.
Hey there, good Wednesday to you, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, August 9th. Alabama brawl. A now viral video showing a group of white men attacking a black boat captain is under investigation. More on the assault charges that have been brought so far and whether there could be more to come.
Frantic evacuations, wildfires burning across Hawaii are damaging buildings, prompting power outages and sending people into the sea in search of safety. Why the National Weather Service says a hurricane was partly to blame for the destruction.
New record. Credit card debt topped $1 trillion for the very first time in American history. What you can do to try and lower your own financial footprint.
And troubling trend, teens are trying out a new TikTok fad, inhaling toxins so that they can get high. More later this hour on the dangers of chroming and how to prevent your child from trying it.
We are so glad you could join us this Wednesday here on NBC News Daily. And we start right now with the new details in that wild brawl in Alabama. Now, you may have seen the video. A number of charges have been filed against the 3 men who were seen assaulting a boat captain on the Montgomery riverfront. 1 man is now in custody, and the 2 others are expected to turn themselves in on misdemeanor assault charges.
None of the men have entered a plea just yet. NBC News has not been able to reach for any of them for comment. The Montgomery police, they are working with the FBI on this investigation. Right now, the police chief says the evidence they have does not meet the standard for hate crime charges, but authorities say more charges are expected to be filed soon. Viral video from the moments after the initial altercation shows passengers from another boat attacking the people involved in the fight with the boat captain. 1 man was seen slamming a woman to the ground with a chair. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now. Lindsay, tell us about the charges those men are facing and what else are we learning about this insane attack.
Yeah, the video is so hard to watch, very disturbing. So we have 4 charges for misdemeanor assault against 3 alleged aggressors. One of them has turned himself in. Richard Roberts, he's in custody facing 2 counts of assault. But Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman still have yet to turn themselves in, and what culminated in what we're watching on our screens right now. So we're hearing more from witnesses about what led to this. And apparently the owners of the pontoon boat were being told for 45 minutes over the PA system to move their boat so this tour boat could go in, this river boat, and they ignored it. So this witness on this boat says that this was preventable and that they easily could have moved the boat, but they were just ignoring that. The police chief of Montgomery says that witnesses say racial slurs were used. They say they're investigating that right now, but they say that they don't have enough evidence right now to meet the standard for what the FBI says constitutes a hate crime.
It's interesting. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I said we've all seen this video. It's like kind of anything people could talk about yesterday.
Yeah.
And they say they don't have enough evidence, but you see circulating online almost every single angle from the gentleman who swam across in the water to people who are watching from above. I mean, do we have a sense that any more charges could be on the way as they sift through each of these different angles?
Potentially. So obviously right now there's a mountain of evidence that they're going through. They're also asking, though, for more people who were there, who were witnesses, to step forward. I mean, we have multiple people who were involved. We have people who actually swam through the water, as you mentioned, to sort of get involved. And so right now they're saying that standard hasn't been met, but that isn't to say that future charges couldn't be filed. But they also say that the owners of the pontoon, they call this an isolated incident of bad actors. They also say they weren't from the area. The mayor also told MSNBC he doesn't want the area to be known for this. This is what else he said.
It's certainly, disappointing, I think, from everyone's view to see someone who's just doing their job get attacked for doing their job. And I think the next few days of our investigation will tell us if there was more to it than what we just saw in the video.
That co-captain Damian Pickett, witnesses say that he appeared shaken up but was okay. He hasn't responded to NBC's attempts to reach him.
Gosh, so much to unpack there. Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much. We appreciate Lindsay.
Turning now to Hawaii, where brush fires are raging across some of the state's biggest islands. Witnesses describing it as an apocalyptic scene as several people jumped into harbor waters to escape. This video shows the fire engulfing one street in a popular tourist town. The fires are forcing thousands of people to flee their homes. Businesses are destroyed. Several local schools have closed. And now much of the state is under a red flag warning. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following the developments for us. Maura, we know the governor has issued an emergency proclamation and Hawaii's National Guard has now been called in. What's the latest and what is being done to contain these fires?
Allison, it's a very dire situation. Officials describing this as very active fires, specifically on the island of Maui on the west side and the south side, and they are very much not contained, which is why we see these very intense evacuation orders in place. You mentioned the hurricane that has kind of been a part of the fires overnight and why they're spreading so quickly. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds helping fuel that movement of the fire over dry brush in the area. That's why it's been able to move so quickly into this residential area. And unfortunately, that's been really hampering rescue and firefighting efforts because those firefighting helicopters can't fly due to the winds, which means they can't drop water like they typically would to try to contain the fire. But firefighters are working diligently on the ground, working around roadblocks, down power lines, down trees to do the best that they can and try to get any life-saving attention to people that maybe have gotten stuck or, like you mentioned, chose to jump into the ocean to try to escape the smoke and flames, Allison.
Yeah, speaking of the people who tried to jump in to try and escape, officials say 12 people jumped into escape waters and they were successfully rescued. But have there been any other injuries reported, and what else is being done to help people in the area impacted?
So one of the key issues here, because of the immense amount of power outages, their cell service is down. The officials did just update 911 is down for calling, but you can text 911 for help. But because there's a lack of communication abilities, we don't have firm numbers in terms of injuries outside of one firefighter who has been injured. He has been treated for smoke inhalation, and apparently hospitals are already overwhelmed with burn victims. So this very much is an active situation, but we are hearing, luckily, hopefully, that the wind should be dying down throughout the day, and that should help reinvigorate those rescue and firefighting efforts.
NBC News correspondent Mara Barrett, thank you.
Well, Allison, a clear and resounding message from Ohio voters on abortion during yesterday's special election. They rejected a Republican-backed ballot measure that would have made it harder to secure reproductive protections in the state constitution. Now, Democrats are pointing to the vote as proof that the issue of abortion can get their party to the polls. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now live from Columbus, Ohio. Ali, I mean, this was sort of a very interesting social and political referendum, if you will. I mean, the special election served as somewhat of a proxy battle in the abortion debate that's really happening everywhere across the country. What does it mean, though, specifically for Ohio?
Yeah, that's right. And the reason we were calling this a proxy battle, Morgan, is because yesterday, when over 3 million Ohioans went to the polls, they didn't see anything explicitly written about abortion access on that ballot. Instead, they were voting on a rule of how their constitution in the state can be amended. Right now, that's done by a simple majority. If this issue had passed, it would have been a 60% supermajority threshold. Voters flatly rejected that. 57% of them saying they were not wanting to have a higher threshold for their constitution, and it comes just weeks before and months before they're set to vote on a constitutional amendment that would enshrine abortion protections into their U.S. Constitution. That's why these things were always linked, and frankly, voters that I talked to yesterday said that they were coming out to the polls because they knew that abortion was indirectly on the ballot, and it comes in the larger context of the fact that we are still looking at the way that the social and political ramifications of the Supreme Court overturning the Roe versus Wade precedent are manifesting at the local level. This is just yet another data point.
And what about the national level, Ali? I mean, are the Republicans that you've spoken to worried that this issue of abortion could be a weak spot for them heading into 2024?
Look, they've been worried about it, and this is just another reason why they should be. The sense that I got from Republicans in the immediate aftermath of the Dobbs decision last year from the Supreme Court was almost that they were the dogs that caught the car on the reproductive rights issue. For a long time, many years, they've been campaigning on the need to overturn Roe. Then once the Supreme Court did exactly that, and this was credited to Republicans, they watched the backlash swiftly happen at ballot boxes across the country. You look at Kansas, one of the first states to have an abortion-related referendum on its ballot in the immediate aftermath after Dobbs. It's a red state, and that referendum squarely fell in favor of abortion advocates. We've seen every similar referendum since then tilt in favor of abortion access, and it's why we're watching Republicans on the presidential campaign trail in 2024 be very squishy with their answers on a lot of these abortion questions. It's because Republicans that I talk to know that their party is out of step with the national mood on this, and each electoral data point that we've seen since then only continues to underscore that.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale for us there. Ali, thank you as always.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, more Americans are tapping into their 401ks to try and make ends meet. A new Bank of America report shows nearly 16,000 people made a withdrawal from their account in the second quarter of this year. That's a pretty big jump. It's a 36% increase from last year.
CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, why are we seeing so many people sort of make withdrawals from their plans right now? What does it sort of tell us about where people's priorities are?
So, Morgan Ellison, it appears to be a result of the higher inflation that we've all been living with for the last couple of years. That was also evidenced by the New York Fed's separate report yesterday that showed American credit card borrowing topped the $1 trillion mark for the first time ever. Bank of America officials say this trend shows Americans are prioritizing short-term needs and spending right now rather than thinking about the longer term. Meanwhile, Google is starting to warn inactive users their accounts are at risk of being deleted. The company will start shedding accounts in December that have not been used for at least 2 years. Google says the inactive accounts are a security risk because they're more vulnerable to things like phishing, hacking, and spam. And Target is about to start offering curbside coffee at most of its locations. Customers picking up their to-go orders at Target stores with Starbucks cafes will soon be allowed to add their Starbucks order to the pickup itself. The chain-wide rollout will begin this summer and should be available by October at all 1,700 stores with Starbucks. I don't necessarily need coffee on my Starbucks run, but I can understand why Target would want to offer it as a perk to get me to do my curbside shopping.
It's not a bad idea. I bet you I would be on board. I will take that. Okay, CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dom Chu, thank you.
All right, the intense heat this summer has been dangerous and even deadly. Coming up next, how a new alert system is helping doctors protect their patients from the effects of high temperatures. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Today, tens of millions of Americans are under dangerous heat alerts across the Southeast. The National Weather Service says things will not cool down anytime soon. And as temperatures remain high, so do concerns about heat-related health risks.
NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres shows us a new heat alert system that helps the most vulnerable communities. Take a look.
So this is essentially showing us how climate change is affecting the heat in the country.
Exactly. Based in Princeton, New Jersey, Climate Central is a climate science and communications nonprofit. Seeking to save lives this summer, they just rolled out a first-of-its-kind heat alert system. Andrew Pershing is one of the lead developers.
We're able to use our system to generate alerts, to tell clinics around the country when they're encountering heat that's likely to be dangerous and allow them to put in place the plans that they have to help keep their patients safe.
According to the National Weather Service, extreme heat is the deadliest natural hazard in the U.S. Children, adults over 65, and those without health insurance are the most vulnerable.
Who are you focusing on?
It's really the clinics that are working with the underserved communities, because those are the people who are much more vulnerable, who aren't necessarily going to have air conditioning, who aren't necessarily going to have somebody looking out for them.
I got a first-hand look at the new system.
This is our heat messages, but then if I zoom in here on heat messages for clinics, these are all of the places that we could be sending the messages right now. And
that's most of the country.
It's most of the country. So what this is saying is that these places are above their 90th percentile, which is that locally specific temperature where conditions start to be dangerous.
A typical heat alert message will look something like this: a personalized email to a health provider warning them of extreme temperatures relative to the clinic's geography. The message also includes links to a new toolkit developed in partnership with Harvard and AmeriCares, providing free information on how to keep their patients safe.
So not just that it's going to be warm, but here's what you can do, and here's the things you need to look out for.
Exactly.
There are currently 17 clinics in 7 states enrolled in the pilot program, and Climate Central plans to expand its reach to benefit hundreds of clinics across the country.
I think our clinicians are very much kind of under the gun in a lot of places, especially in places like Houston that have just been so perpetually hot for so long this summer.
Texas leads the U.S. in uninsured residents, with almost 1 in 5 people without health insurance. The San Jose Clinic in Midtown Houston caters to a large uninsured population, with most patients at or below 250% of the federal poverty level. It is also one of the first clinics to try the new alert system. Dr. Adlea Ibid is the Chief Clinical Officer.
So here at San Jose Clinic, we really strive for health equity, and I think we can't have that conversation without really talking about climate equity. And there's a huge burden, especially in our patient population, with regards to occupational hazards and being put out in the elements day in and day out just to be able to earn a living.
Oscar Ramirez is a construction worker and spends most of his days under the scorching Texas sun. Suffering from hypertension, he says he finds himself fainting during extremely hot days.
Yo pienso realmente, si no es este año, el que sigue cambiar de trabajo. El calor me está afectando mucho.
But thanks to heat alerts, Oscar's physician knows when to reach out and is able to advise him on how to manage extreme temperatures using the free online toolkit, also available in Spanish.
To have someone who's actually sitting there behind the scenes, forecasting and giving us the alerts and giving us the advice alleviates such a huge burden so we can focus on patient care. They'll be, at the very least, saving people from ending up in the emergency room, hopefully, and ultimately saving lives.
Dr. John Torres, NBC News.
And in related news, today the Biden administration announced a new federal online system called EMS Heat Tracker. And that's to track heat-related illnesses. The initiative will further assist Americans who faced unprecedented heat just this summer.
The system, overseen by the Health and Human Services Department, is supposed to do a few things. It'll help local health officials prioritize medical aid and outreach in the most vulnerable communities. It'll show state and county level EMS activations, and it'll break down patient characteristics by age, race, gender, and location.
For decades, the Pac-12 Conference has been a staple in college football, but now many teams are jumping ship. Next, a look at how this is impacting other student athletes. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
More self-driving cars could soon hit the roads in San Francisco. A California state board is set to vote tomorrow on whether to greenlight the move.
But not everybody is on board. Some people there are raising concerns about the potential dangers of driverless cars. Bigat Shaban from our NBC station in the Bay Area took one for a test ride.
No hands on the wheel, no hands at all.
Okay, I just requested our ride and it's 3 minutes away.
More than 2,000 self-driving cars are on the road in California. Most have a test driver inside who can take over when needed. But hundreds of cars have no one in the front seat as they make deliveries and shuttle passengers. We tried a ride with Cruise. Owned by GM, Cruise is one of the largest driverless car companies in America, along with its competitor, Google's Waymo. Both are now asking California regulators for permission to expand their robotaxi services inside the state's largest testing ground, San Francisco, so passengers can request rides 24 hours a day, right from their phones.
Once you enter your destination, the car does the rest. You can't tell it what routes to take or streets to avoid. So if you're used to being a backseat driver, you might want to find a car with a front seat driver.
Autonomous vehicles can detect closed streets, drive around double-parked cars, and even pull over for emergency vehicles. But getting chauffeured by a robot isn't always a smooth ride. State transportation records obtained by NBC News show self-driving cars have been involved in 280 crashes across California over the past 5 years, resulting in at least 64 injuries and a dead dog. That includes collisions with other vehicles, bicyclists, and city buses.
A self-driving car and no driver.
Some accidents were caused by other people on the road, according to crash reports. How many is unclear from the data. But the cars have been confused by emergency scenes, sometimes plowing into caution tape or blocking fire trucks. Waymo didn't comment, but Cruise tells us automation has safety benefits.
Our cars don't drive drunk, they don't get distracted.
Prashanthi Raman is one of the leaders at Cruise.
Our vehicles are designed to, when they approach a situation that they aren't sure about, they're designed to come to a safe stop.
But you would acknowledge that even coming to a full stop can create safety issues too.
So traffic blockages are not something that we want to have happen.
Just hours after that interview, it did happen. To us. Our first ride with Cruise went as planned. But we then invited a longtime driving instructor, Eugenia Borges, to join us on a second ride. About 1 minute in, our car was at a green light, but wouldn't budge.
It's a very safe situation for the car to turn, and it's just staying here. I'm not sure why.
The car eventually inched forward, but kept stopping.
We're kind of now riding in between two lanes.
Then, all of a sudden, it hit the gas.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know what it's doing now.
Our car drove straight towards the median and just stopped, taking up almost 2 full lanes.
This is not good.
People are honking at us.
Soon came the looks from other drivers.
How does this compare to the worst driving student you've ever had?
Oh, this is much worse.
Cruise declined to sit down with us again, but in a statement said the car encountered an unexpected construction zone that would have required several lane changes. The better course was for the autonomous vehicle to come to a safe stop rather than proceed. While other drivers cruised right past that closed lane, our car sat parked on a busy street for 20 minutes, causing a traffic jam for blocks.
What's your reaction to being a driverless car stuck here?
I'm not surprised.
Self-driving cars are already being tested in at least 25 states. But with no federal regulations, America doesn't have a national roadmap for safety guidelines.
Hey there, guys. Just wanted to check in.
Back inside our car, Cruise customer service contacted us to say they detected a problem. Their solution? They sent us a driver to get behind the wheel. Begad Shaban, NBC News, San Francisco.
Wow. Just $2 and a billion-dollar dream has finally come true. Look at this. The Mega Millions jackpot finally has a winner, and coming up, we're going to take you where that ticket was purchased. You're watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back again this Wednesday, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. An American nurse and her daughter who were kidnapped in Haiti last month are finally free. The news was announced by the nonprofit organization the nurse had been working for at the time of her disappearance. The U.S. State Department issued a statement thanking Haitian and U.S. authorities for their cooperation in helping to secure their release.
41 people are dead after a shipwreck in the Mediterranean. Now, that boat was carrying 45 migrants and set sail from Tunisia last Thursday before capsizing soon after. That's all according to survivor accounts. 4 people were rescued. 3 children were among those killed.
And Canadian rapper Tory Lanez has been sentenced to 10 years in prison. Lanez was found guilty last year for shooting hip-hop star Megan Thee Stallion in the foot after a party back in 2020. The rapper was convicted on 3 gun-related charges. In a statement, Meg Thee Stallion said she's been tormented by what Lanez did to her, but is slowly starting to heal.
Let's head down south for a minute, where one Florida resident woke up today with a winning Mega Millions jackpot ticket. Get this, a whopping $1.58 billion.
The single winning ticket was sold in Neptune Beach, which is just outside of Jacksonville. It marked the largest prize money in the game's history. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Neptune Beach, Florida, with the details. Guad, where exactly was this ticket purchased? And tell us, what were those winning numbers?
Ellison, I should also say that a lot of us woke up adding the numbers and saying, well, if I would have won that money, what would I do with that much money? How much would go to taxes? And how much would I actually get to spend? So this ticket was sold at a Publix grocery store on the north end of Neptune Beach, right next to Atlantic Beach. So I've been speaking to some of the customers who tell me the winning number must be from one of these communities. If you live in Atlantic Beach or if you live in Neptune Beach, Florida, you might know the person that won that ticket. The winning numbers, what I can tell you is that the first number was 13. The bad luck number was a good luck number. And then it was 19, 20, 32, 33, and 14.
And Guad, I mean, this is the biggest prize money in the game's history. I mean, when's the last time the prize money actually even came this close? And how many drawings were there before this winning ticket was pulled?
So, Morgan, they had 31 drawings before someone hit the jackpot. The last time someone had hit the jackpot was back in April. Now, when it comes to a number this big, by the way, this is the largest award given by Mega Millions in U.S. history. It's the third largest in all of U.S. history for the lottery. But the last time somebody won this amount of money was back in 2018. It was almost the same amount. It was $1.53 billion. This time it's 1.58. I don't think it makes that much of a difference. But that's the last time somebody won a prize this big.
I mean, this is the dream, right? You go to Publix, get a pub sub, and you also win the lottery.
Casually walk out with $1 billion.
Guad, Florida, the lottery winners, they are not allowed to remain anonymous, right? Do we know when we will find out who this winner is?
So the rules say that the winner has 180 days. I want to make sure I'm reading this right. 180 days from yesterday to claim their prize. However, if they want that lump sum, remember, people have the option of getting the full amount over 30 years. Every year they get an amount, or they can get a lump sum, which is much less. It's about half as much. If that's what they want, then they have 60 days. So the person would have about 59 days to file a claim to get the lump sum of that amount. So if you live in these communities, maybe you know the person that won the big prize.
I'm sure everyone is looking left and right to see who was in that Publix line. Guad Venegas for us there, Guad. As always, thank you so much.
Now to a big shakeup in the world of college football. The Pac-12 conference is mourning a big loss after even more teams left for the Big Ten conference. The move is getting mixed reviews. We spoke with some athletes, student athletes, who say they feel like this massive change puts players in an exceptionally stressful position. Since 1915, the Pac-12 conference has inspired athletes and fans alike. But today, it is on the brink of collapse, and thousands of student athletes worry their dreams and years of hard work will be collateral damage.
It was honestly a surprise and almost kind of a disappointment, just because there's so much tradition and kind of pride that goes along with being a part of the Pac-12.
This week, 5 teams, including Oregon, Washington, and Arizona, announced their plans to leave the conference. That brings the total of Pac-12 teams jumping ship to 8. The biggest blows, powerhouse programs USC and UCLA. Teams started leaving for the Big Ten and Big 12 conferences after the Pac-12 failed to secure a lucrative television deal for football games. In the other conferences, the schools will make millions in football revenue.
Over the 10 years of the deal, we anticipate averaging over $50 million just from direct media rights.
The Big Ten now spans 15 states from coast to coast. For some fans, the change is welcome news.
This is exciting, and I think that what it's going to do on a national level for exposure for these schools that are transferring from the Pac-12 is going to be a positive.
But for others, the collapse of the iconic Pac-12 is worrisome, especially for student athletes who do not play football. Athletes like Maddie Doan say the newly aligned conferences will create a travel nightmare for most student athletes, forcing them to log thousands of miles crisscrossing the country for regular season competitions, making it more challenging to balance schoolwork and the physical toll of sports.
I can't imagine having to travel 6 to 8 hours to just go to one meet. It's so grueling on the body, especially if you're competing in the next few days.
Even some big names in college football are worried.
Do we know what the #1 indicator of symptom or cause of mental health is? It's lack of rest and sleep. Traveling in those baseball, softball games, you know, those people, they travel commercial. They get done playing at 4, they got to go to the airport, they come back, it's 3 or 4 in the morning, they got to go to class. I mean, did we ask any of them?
Questions still remain about the fate of the Pac-12 and the 4 remaining teams: Cal, Oregon State, Stanford, and Washington State. But for the teams that have already left, athletes could be playing in Oregon one weekend and New Jersey the next.
Now to New Mexico, where President Joe Biden is expected to tout his economic policy wins in a stump speech just this afternoon. It's an attempt to boost his poll numbers as we inch closer and closer to that 2024 presidential election. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from New Mexico. Steve, why did Biden choose New Mexico for this speech, and what do we expect to actually hear from him today?
Yeah, the White House likes to use the buzzword Bidenomics, and that's really what all of this is about. This is about the administration seeing the economy and saying, hey, job growth is up, wages are up, the economy, which looked like was heading for a recession, has all but stabilized, and inflation is down. And that's a key because this is almost a year after Biden passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is a big legislative win for the administration. So it's about the administration saying, we have all of these things that are happening that are good in the economy, yet poll numbers are still down. So we need to connect the dots for the American public and say, hey, our policies are the reason why the economy is looking so good. And that's the reason why we're in New Mexico. It's part of a 3-state tour. We're standing in a wind turbine facility. It's a manufacturer that creates those big poles that go on the windmills that you see all over the country. According to the administration, this company was essentially on the brink of financial collapse, almost filing for bankruptcy. But after that Inflation Reduction Act passed, they had over a surge, like a billion orders for these power poles all across the country. And because of that, they are now digging new ground. They're cutting a ribbon, and the president is part of that. It is a tangible example of what Bidenomics means, according to Joe Biden and the White House, and what's happening to the rest of the country. Morgan?
And sometimes it's hard to focus on what's happening with Bidenomics, given everything that's happening with former President Donald Trump. I mean, those indictments sort of taking the oxygen out of these rooms. So how is the current president, Biden, sort of using this opportunity to make sure that his own message isn't getting drowned out?
Yeah, first by obviously saying that he's not going to comment on anything related to the Trump investigations, to the legal troubles. In fact, if you ask the White House, they automatically refer you to the DOJ. So he's staying above the fray, but really, again, focusing on policy. And that's really what this tour is about, going from state to state to state to make these major announcements, to show tangible examples of why these policy connections are working for Americans and why specifically clean energy is creating jobs for the rest of the country. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for us there. Steve, thank you so much. Well, Americans are falling even deeper into debt. Total credit card balances here in the U.S. have hit a new record, and delinquencies are at an 11-year high.
The U.S. credit card debt is now over $1 trillion, according to the latest report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. That is an increase of nearly 5% in the second quarter of this year. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us now. So, Sharon, you look at these numbers. Credit card debt total for the second quarter, it went up a whopping $45 billion, according to the Federal Reserve Bank. What is driving the balance increases for people?
Well, looking at rising prices, we're looking at inflation, and we're looking at people not cutting back just because it costs more to buy certain groceries or transportation or their housing costs even. So spending and the cost of living is continuing to increase, and there are some major purchases that people are using their cards for as well, whether that's travel, maybe starting a small business or getting it going or keeping it going, or even doing some major home improvements.
So, Sharon, how can people just lower their credit card debt?
The first thing that you need to do is to call and ask your issuer for a lower rate. Many people don't think that they can call and try to negotiate a lower rate with the card issuer, but you can if most of the people who do that actually get a lower rate. And then also you want to try to get a 0% interest balance transfer card. This means for 12, 15, maybe even 21 months, you'll pay no interest on the amount of money that you've transferred onto that card. Just got to make sure that you're paying it down aggressively during that 0% interest introductory period. And then decide how you want to pay off this debt. Do you want to actually go with the highest interest debt and pay that off first? Or do you want to start with a smaller balance and work your way to the largest? It's not like one or the other makes more sense. It depends on you. You just got to pick a plan and you got to stick to it and get it done.
Okay, well, student loans, that I think is something that's looming over for a lot of people. How will this maybe have an impact on what we're seeing with credit cards?
It's going to be a major test for people because this is a cost that they haven't incurred in 3 years, and now they're going to have to pay it. Some may not be able to pay down their credit card debt and pay for student loan debt as well. But now is the time to try to figure out how you can lower that student debt by maybe doing an income-driven repayment plan, which could potentially lower your monthly payments by half, and then also start to plan how you're going to cut back on some other things that you may need to do to continue to pay your credit card debt. So it comes to making hard choices and budgeting, things that people don't like to do.
Yeah, making a little space. All
Yeah,
right, our senior
exactly.
personal finance correspondent, Sharon Epperson. Sharon, thank you as always. We appreciate it. All right, and for more tips to be smart with your money, you can check out cnbc.com/personalfinance. Do not forget to go there and check it out today.
Up next, a look at the new TikTok trend of chroming. We dig into what it is and just how dangerous it can be. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Do not do the chroming challenge. It has claimed the life of this sweet 13-year-old from Australia. Chroming literally makes your body go into cardiac arrest from sustained irreparable brain damage.
All right, we want to talk about that damage and a dangerous new challenge that's taking TikTok by storm. It's called chroming and involves inhaling chemicals or vapors to get intoxicated or high.
And it's not exactly new. Chroming sometimes has been referred to as huffing, and that has been around for years. A 2017 report estimated that over 680,000 teens had reported using inhalants in the last year. Joining us now is child and teen psychologist Dr. Panta Faraman. Dr. Faraman, help us understand this for people who have never heard of chroming, huffing, or a chroming challenge. What is it and what are the dangers?
So it's the act of inhaling a substance for the purposes of getting intoxicated or high. This can include things like inhaling deodorants, paints, gasoline, just different toxic substances that can do this.
And it's interesting, I'm looking at the screen here, we're talking about snorting, sniffing, bagging, huffing, dusting, gladding. I mean, this is something that I think parents and loved ones should just generally be aware of. But tell us, doctor, what does it do medically, physically, chemically to the body and the brain when you actually do these things?
That's a really good question. It can negatively impact the brain in two ways. One, it cuts off oxygen, or it can impair oxygenation of brain cells. And it can also enter brain cells and cause damages to memory. It can cause hallucinations. It can cause other psychiatric conditions as well. A lot of times, some of the early signs are the person will get dizzy. They might start hearing or seeing things that aren't there. They might fall over. Over time, if a person uses this regularly, it can cause persistent memory problems, learning deficits, and persistent psychiatric conditions, including addiction.
For parents who are worried maybe their child is doing this or finds their child in some sort of state where they think maybe they need to get help, how do you identify if your child has overdosed by using an inhalant?
So if you notice that your child is hearing or seeing things that aren't there, if they're on the floor not breathing, these are big signs that the kiddo is in trouble, and at that point, you just want to call emergency services. If you're noticing signs of addiction, a parent might notice that they're not maintaining hygiene, they're socially isolating themselves from their friends and their loved ones. Academically, they start to downtrend, their grades aren't as good, they're not going to sports and things like that either. Their life is sort of starting to become consumed by that substance.
And sort of what treatment options are available if, in fact, this is happening?
There's lots of different levels of care that come with treating a substance use disorder or any sort of addiction, such as, what we used to call huffing, but now chroming. And the best place to start is to talk with your pediatrician, an addiction expert, or a mental health professional for evaluation, and they can help guide you on what level of care to get. I also encourage parents to become empowered with information. Know that the teen years are the years that kids are going to be experimenting with things. So it's better not to scare kids with a lot of scary information, but empower them with information. Doing things like going on reputable websites to learn more about different addiction topics can be helpful.
And, there's experimenting, and then sometimes in drug use, particularly in younger adults and teens, it can sometimes be an indication of mental health issues, maybe self-medicating. What sort of things should people be looking out for, and what kind of things can parents do to prevent if they think their kid is heading down this path?
Yeah. I think prevention starts very early. So it's never too early to start to talk with your child about mental health or addiction. Loved ones in the family might have an addiction or mental health issue, so not keeping that a secret, but talking to your child about these things that are going on. Talking with a pediatrician can be very helpful. But if you do notice that your friends aren't talking, your children aren't talking with their friends anymore, their teachers are identifying that they're falling off in terms of academic performance or sports, your kid's hygiene is bad or they're losing weight, these are all signs.
Yeah, sign to be mindful of.
Yeah,
all right.
really helpful.
Child and teen psychologist Dr. Panta Faraman. Panta, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Appreciate that. You are watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
A one-time hole-in-the-wall restaurant has become one of the hottest spots in L.A., winning major awards, drawing foodies and even celebrity fans to try their incredible food.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff takes a trip into their kitchen to see what's behind all the hype.
In this narrow kitchen in Los Angeles, second-generation chef-owner Justin Pichit-Rungsi has unexpectedly breathed new life into his family's restaurant.
This is so epic, like beyond epic.
Anajak Thai was founded 42 years ago, the American dream of Justin's father, Chef-elite Ricky Pichit-Rungsi.
First day we got a sale, not even $100.
Chef Ricky and his wife Radicorn raised their family inside these walls, dreaming of their children's futures outside of the restaurant. In 2019, Ricky's dream took a detour. He suffered a debilitating stroke that left him unable to work and the future of Anajak uncertain.
Kind of signed to let me stop to not work that hard. I work every day.
1981 to 2019, every day.
Every day, from 9 to 12, every day.
Meanwhile, their son Justin had embarked on his own successful career at Disney as an Imagineer.
I would work at Disney, 6 p.m., I'd jet over here, I'd wait tables, and then I was living this sort of dual, life.
After his father's stroke, Justin was forced to make a decision, one that would change his life and the destiny of the restaurant.
I was the only one that knew which markets to go to buy those specific things, his recipes, how to interpret them, how to communicate with the cooks. Just had to learn how to do his job. I had to fill his shoes.
Then in 2020, the COVID pandemic hit. Business at Anajak ground to a halt, but Justin saw opportunity.
That quiet time led to boredom, and it led to depression and anxiety, and then eventually just a calmness, and then we could think clearly. It gave us time to find our voice, and through that came the reinvention, doing things like Thai Taco Tuesday.
Thai Taco Tuesday, what started as one table in the alley beside the restaurant, became a symbol of the transformation and triumph of Anajak. A weekly party boosted by support from regulars, including celebrities Chrissy Teigen and John Legend, fans of his since the beginning. Then came the accolades, and they came fast and big.
We did it!
Most recently, the Food World's Oscar, the James Beard Award, Best Chef, California.
I'd love to thank my parents because they are my greatest allies.
We never dreamed that far. James Beard Award is like, oh my God.
I don't think this was a part of the immigrant's dream. I gave it to my mom. My mom's like wearing it around. She's all giddy and happy, and she's cutting mango sticky rice. She's getting mango all over it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Why not make it luxurious?
Crab it up. Learning to make one of my favorite dishes, crab fried rice. Threw in some garlic, some spices, but let's be honest, I'm not here to cook, I'm here to eat.
So insanely good.
We're family now, Jacob.
And at Anajak, that's really what it's all about. Moms, dads, aunties, even the paintings on the wall. They're by Justin's grandfather. A reminder of where Anajak came from and a promise of where it's headed.
I can be who I am and also be connected to my family, and I'm very grateful for that.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending right now. New accusations against singer Lizzo. Lawyers representing her former dancers are now claiming they've received new complaints from at least 6 more people. These new allegations come after 3 of Lizzo's former dancers accused the singer of sexual harassment and a hostile work environment in a lawsuit that was filed last week. The new complaints include similar allegations and the failure to pay employees.
The first U.S. leg of Taylor Swift's Eras tour is coming to an end tonight. Swift will play the last show in Los Angeles. Her tour, it has been the opposite of a cruel summer for Swift. It has generated millions of dollars, and some say it's boosted the national economy. The international leg of her tour is up next.
That's right. And singer Ciara and her husband, NFL star Russell Wilson, announced they are expecting their third child together. The couple shared the big news in an Instagram post yesterday. The video shows Ciara dancing in front of a pool to her new song while showing off her baby bump. All right, now they have 4 kids, 4 kids in that beautiful family.
What a way to make an announcement.
I love that.
That's great. I love it. It's for your next. Yeah. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, one and done. Voters in Ohio soundly reject Issue 1, a vote that could have had dramatic implications for abortion rights. How what happened there could have a ripple effect across the country.
Breaking news, raging flames, fast-moving wildfires sweep through the island of Maui. What's being done to help those at risk and how a nearby hurricane is fueling the inferno.
That's the ticket. Someone just hit the massive Mega Millions jackpot worth $1.5 billion, where the winning ticket was sold.
And Home Safe, NBC's Courtney Cubie opens up about being trapped in Niger, waiting to return to America.
I understood that it was such an unpredictable situation and it was changing quickly.
How she and her crew stayed safe in a nation embroiled in political upheaval. So glad she's safe and so glad to be back with you.
And she's telling her story, which is kind of a behind the scenes that we rarely see.
Yeah, so excited to get to that conversation, though. We're going to begin in the U.S. here in Ohio, where voters in the red-leaning state have soundly rejected a move that would have directly diluted their political power.
Yesterday, voters in Ohio did not pass a ballot measure sponsored by Republicans that would have made it harder to amend the state's constitution. It takes a simple majority vote right now in Ohio to amend the Constitution. This ballot measure would have raised the threshold to 60%.
This issue attracted national attention as well as millions of dollars in out-of-state funding on both sides. That's because this vote was seen as having a direct impact on a future November ballot measure centering on abortion rights in the state.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following this special election. She joins us now from Columbus, Ohio. So, Ali, explain what this result yesterday means for what Zinkley just mentioned, that other abortion rights ballot measure that's coming up that would enshrine abortion rights.
Yeah, Kate, we were talking about yesterday as a proxy battle because even though those who showed up to the ballots weren't seeing any words on their ballot that were directly about abortion, this issue 1 referendum was directly linked to the coming amendment battle in November that would enshrine abortion protections into the Ohio state constitution. You listened to some of the top Republicans who backed the idea of issue 1, which would have raised the threshold to what it takes to amend the Constitution. They themselves said that it was for them 100% about blocking abortion protections from the Constitution. That measure, of course, failed. But I do think it's important to look at the results here. 57% of Ohio voters voted against raising the threshold. That is a very large number, a clear and decisive victory for those opponents of issue 1. But I think it's also a good reminder of why we were watching Ohio Republicans push for a 60% threshold in the first place. 57% is decisive, but it's still short of 60%. And I think that's a good reminder here that even though they won, it's a reminder of why Republicans wanted to do this in the first place.
And Ali, I mean, numbers aside, I know you've been actually speaking with voters on the ground. It's August, it's 2023, it's not a major election year, and yet still over 3 million people turned out to vote. So what does that kind of turnout say about the power of referendum measures, not just in Ohio, but around the country?
Yeah, Zinkley, an off year, an August election, people usually have things a lot better to do with their time as they're finishing off their summer than head to the ballot box on a Tuesday. And this is an election, frankly, that popped up pretty spur of the moment in relation to how long a lead time people usually have to prepare for elections. But I talked to some folks as they were going in and out of a polling place yesterday, and I asked them, are you guys people who typically vote in every single election? They said no. The mix of media coverage and knowing what was at stake here drove them to the ballot on a Tuesday. And it's a reminder, I think, of the staying power of the abortion access issue as we head into 2024.
Yeah, a lot to follow. We know you'll stay on. And Ali Vitale, thanks so much.
2 of the 3 people facing charges in a viral brawl on a pier in Montgomery, Alabama, have yet to turn themselves in. The city's police chief announced assault charges against all 3 of them on Tuesday, saying they expect to bring more charges, too. You've probably seen this viral video we're showing. It all started with a dispute between a group of private boaters and a riverboat co-captain over a parking spot at that dock. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now. Lindsay, do we know why these 2 men have not turned themselves in yet? And what else are police saying about the investigation?
Kate, simply, we don't at this point. NBC News has tried reaching all of the men involved and have been unsuccessful so far in our attempts. But we know that the mayor of Montgomery told MSNBC today he hopes they do so by the end of the day today. We know Richard Roberts is in custody. He faces 2 counts for assault. Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman, neither are in custody yet. Each of them will face a charge. But the mayor also says more charges are possible as they continue to investigate. Witnesses are telling NBC News that they heard the captain of the riverboat ask the pontoon owners over the PA system to move for 45 minutes. They say this was entirely preventable, and the men had an ample opportunity to move. As we see here in this video, it appears the brawl was divided among racial lines. The police chief has said that racial slurs, they have reports of racial slurs being used here at the scene. They say they're investigating, but they also say right now the evidence they have doesn't meet the FBI standard for a hate crime. But this is what else the mayor told MSNBC.
It's certainly, disappointing, I think, from everyone's view to see someone who's just doing their job get attacked for doing their job. And I think the next few days of our investigation will tell us if there was more to it than what we just saw in the video.
He said that this was an isolated incident, Kate, and the aggressors, he says, were bad actors not from the area. Kate?
All right, Lindsay Reiser, thank you.
Well, Kate, we're following breaking news from Hawaii. A state of emergency has been declared as wildfires sweep through Maui. Flames and thick black smoke are spreading across the picturesque island. The Coast Guard says it has rescued people who jumped in the water to escape the fires. Fueling the flames are strong winds from a hurricane passing south of Hawaii. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following this story for us from Los Angeles. So, Maura, it is just after 8 a.m. in Hawaii right now. What are local officials saying about evacuations and the damage?
Well, Zincle, as day breaks in Hawaii, there still is a lot unclear, largely in part because communications across the board on Maui are very much limited. 911 was out for a while, and now people can only text 911 to get help. There is also very limited cell service and limited communication, as well as the inability for firefighters and rescue officials to do their job because of those winds, because of that hurricane you mentioned. It passed by hundreds of miles south of the islands, but the winds are strong enough that they're fueling the flames to spread even faster in that dry brush area towards areas where there is residents and tourist population. And that also is inhibiting firefighter helicopters' ability to survey the area, get a sense of what the fire looks like, but also to drop water on the area. And so right now, in terms of structural damage, any evacuations or injuries or, quite frankly, deaths, we still don't know the full picture of, mainly because communication is still very, very much not fully accessible.
Maura, when most of us hear emergency in Hawaii, I think we're thinking about volcanoes erupting. So how unusual is it to see this kind of thing, wildfires burning on the islands?
They're not very typical. This is, I want to make clear how unusual this is. Officials saying that this is absolutely unprecedented because when they deal with hurricanes, they're used to dealing with flooding and the storms. But the problem is with the heat this summer, everything has been extremely dry. And to see a fire of this size is something that officials are not used to seeing. They've got about 100 firefighters working, and they're calling for federal support. And so we're making calls to see how officials are stepping up to help Hawaii, but obviously because of those conditions, it's hard to get resources there. It's hard to communicate to get across. And so this is something that is frankly fueled by the changes of people living on the island. It's not something that's native to the islands and is something that is going to be extremely devastating, especially for some of the historic areas on Maui specifically, Zincle.
Yeah, hoping people stay safe. Maura Barrett, thank you so much. We're going to turn now to some financial news. There's a new billionaire somewhere in Florida today.
Yeah, after a whole 31 drawings that we keep talking about with no big win, well, guess what? A single ticket matching all 6 numbers was sold in Florida in Tuesday night's drawing for the record-setting $1.58 billion. It's the largest prize money in the game's history. It's the 3rd largest jackpot in any U.S. lottery ever. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has made his way to Neptune Beach, Florida, where that lucky ticket was sold. Guad, what do we know about the winning ticket, and how long does the lucky winner in Florida have to come forward? What are the rules?
Kate, can you imagine $1.5 billion? I mean, what would you do with all that money? I keep saying I woke up and I ran the numbers. How much goes to taxes? How much would I get if I do the lump sum? Of course, dreaming, right? So here's what we know. The ticket was sold here at Publix in Neptune Beach. Somebody in this community, either here at Atlantic Beach, which is nearby, might have won it. So they have about 180 days from last night to claim that price. And if they want the lump sum, which is they get the money right up front, it's a smaller amount. That would be $783 million. Then they have 60 days to file a claim. So, of course, the news broke last night, and a lot of the people that have been coming to the Publix today have been asking around, trying to figure out if it's one of their numbers, though. In the days before that ticket sold, some of the customers here told me that there were lines at the gas stations and different businesses for people trying to buy tickets for this prize.
I mean, $1 million, $1 billion, I'll take anything.
Yeah, I get it. And I love that it's at the Publix, Guad, because if people don't know, that is like the seminal Florida grocery store.
It's the store where Messi came to shop, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
You guys saw the news from a month ago.
Tie it all back to that.
Good luck, Char.
Also have the best key lime pies. Ooh. Just saying. Guad Venegas, thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A major shakeup is coming to the world of sports betting.
And iPhone screens are getting an update. Let's bring in CNBC's Julia Borston. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, Disney is teaming up with casino owner Penn Entertainment to launch a sports betting business. The $2 billion licensing deal will rebrand Penn Entertainment's Barstool Sportsbook app into ESPN Bet. This will be the first time the ESPN brand appears on a sports gambling platform. As part of the deal, Penn also sold Barstool Sports back to founder Dave Portnoy. Meanwhile, General Motors is making bets on an all-electric luxury SUV. The automaker unveiled the Cadillac Escalade IQ today. It comes with a starting price around $130,000. GM's president says he's confident the electric SUV will do well, even at that price point. The IQ goes into production next summer. And Apple iPhone users will need to rewire their muscle memory. The red End call button is making a move to the bottom right corner on the latest iOS 17 software. It's losing the middle spot to the FaceTime and dial pad button.
Yeah.
Back over to you.
Is that it? That's it.
Another thing that nobody asked.
Why? What?
Try not to hang up by accident.
It just got a lot harder to hang up on someone you don't like, folks. So now you have that. Julia Borston, thank you so much.
Coming up, we're going to talk seriously about the American nurse and her daughter who were just released after they were taken hostage in Haiti. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. An historic space launch is set to happen tomorrow.
Virgin Galactic will launch its first mission with an all-civilian crew. And for the first time ever, a mother-daughter duo will be heading to the final frontier. NBC News Now anchor Gadi Schwartz has exclusive access to the final preparations underway.
This is the next frontier of space travel. Here at Virgin Galactic Spaceport, deep in the New Mexico desert, 3 regular folks are training for the ride of their lives.
I kind of feel like I was born in this life for this.
On Thursday, they'll blast to the edge of space on board the Unity.
I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The same ship, that rocketed Virgin Galactic founder Sir Richard Branson and his crew to space in 2021, 53 miles above the Earth, at speeds of more than 2,300 miles an hour.
All right.
But this next space trip will be Virgin Galactic's first with civilian passenger astronauts only. People like Keisha Shahoff and her 18-year-old daughter, Anna. Natives of Antigua, they'll be the first mother and daughter duo in history to go to space and the first astronauts ever from the Caribbean. For these astronomy buffs, it's been a dream since childhood.
I'm hoping to give myself that confidence to try new things.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Just looking back and seeing our beautiful planet, and then looking across to see my daughter's face.
The third passenger, 80-year-old John Goodwin, a former Olympian from England and a lifelong adventurer who's also battling Parkinson's disease.
Just shows you this attitude of space for all is a wonderful attitude.
These passengers undergo 3 days of rigorous training to prepare for the 90-minute flight, including 3 minutes of total weightlessness.
You want to go and fly it?
I would love to fly it.
To find out what to expect, I took a spin in their cockpit simulator with Chief Pilot Dave McKay.
I'm going to pitch it up into the vertical.
Wow. We're climbing, and there's planet Earth above us now. Wow.
Exactly, yes.
Even in this simulator, Earth just seems like a miracle.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful thing.
All this part of British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's quest to make space travel accessible to everyone. More than 800 people on his wait list for a seat, with current ticket prices at $450,000. Though Keisha and Anna scored their spots for free by winning a lottery, getting the news from Sir Richard Branson himself.
You're going to space!
Hopefully, this will inspire other people as well. Take your dreams back out, conquer your fears, and go get them.
Scotty Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, there is some good news this hour about that American nurse and her daughter who were kidnapped in Haiti.
They have finally been released. Alex Dorsonville and her daughter were taken nearly 2 weeks ago from a Christian charity where she was volunteering. Intense unrest in Haiti's capital recently has led the U.S. government to recommend Americans not travel to the country. Let's bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. So, Peter, what more do we know about how this release actually happened, and what was Alex Dorsonville actually doing in Haiti in the first place?
Yes, and Clay and Kate, this is certainly good news here. We do know that Dorsonville and her daughter were kidnapped last month near the organization that the mom was there for, a Christian ministry near Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Again, this is new information that we've been hearing now from the Christian ministry itself. It was an organization that provides education to about 390 students and hosts other ministries. We know that Dorsonville and her daughter are from New Hampshire. She was there as part of her relationship. Her husband helped found this organization. It's known as El Roi Haiti, the King Haiti, it means in French. Suffice to say, she was a community health nurse, married to the group's founder, as we indicated, had been serving in that ministry from quite some time. We're now hearing from the organization that said in part, we praise God that he has proven himself faithful as he restores, supports, and strengthens Alex and her family, the ministry of El Roi Haiti, and the community that Alex has impacted and continues to impact with her ministry in Haiti. We've heard from the State Department as well on this issue. Out of respect for the family's privacy, they say they're not going to be commenting in great detail, but they do say that this family, the mom and her daughter, have been through what they describe as a difficult ordeal, both mentally and physically.
Yeah.
Kate and Clay.
Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
Coming up, police say a 6-year-old boy was boasting about his actions after he shot his teacher. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Right now, 52 million people remain under heat alerts across the southern U.S.
Today, the White House is unveiling a new tool to help keep track of illnesses related to the heat. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is here with a closer look at this. Dr. John?
Yeah, this is amazing because up until now, we know that heat has been a big issue, especially with people's health. But this is the first time, and this is the first company that's actually going out there and saying, we need to alert physicians and medical staff as to what that means, and here's how they're doing that. So this is essentially showing us how climate change is affecting the heat in the country.
Exactly.
Based in Princeton, New Jersey, Climate Central is a climate science and communications nonprofit. Seeking to save lives this summer, they just rolled out a first-of-its-kind heat alert system. Andrew Pershing is one of the lead developers.
We're able to use our system to generate alerts, to tell clinics around the country when they're encountering heat that's likely to be dangerous and allow them to put in place the plans that they have to help keep their patients safe.
According to the National Weather Service, extreme heat is the deadliest natural hazard in the U.S. Children, adults over 65, and those without health insurance are the most vulnerable. Who are you focusing on?
It's really the clinics that are working with the underserved communities, because those are the people who are much more vulnerable, who aren't necessarily going to have air conditioning, who aren't necessarily going to have somebody looking out for them.
I got a firsthand look at the new system.
This is our heat messages, but then if I zoom in here on heat messages for clinics, these are all of the places that we could be sending the messages right now. And
that's most of the country.
It's most of the country. So what this is saying is that these places are above their 90th percentile, which is that locally specific temperature where conditions start to be dangerous.
A typical heat alert message will look something like this: a personalized email to a health provider warning them of extreme temperatures relative to the clinic's geography. The message also includes links to a new toolkit developed in partnership with Harvard and AmeriCares, providing free information on how to keep their patients safe. So not just that it's going to be warm, but here's what you can do, and here's the things you need to look out for.
Exactly.
There are currently 17 clinics in 7 states enrolled in the pilot program, and Climate Central plans to expand its reach to benefit hundreds of clinics across the country.
I think our clinicians are very much kind of under the gun in a lot of places, especially in places like Houston that have just been so perpetually hot for so long this summer.
Texas leads the U.S. in uninsured residents, with almost 1 in 5 people without health insurance. The San Jose Clinic in Midtown Houston caters to a large uninsured population, with most patients at or below 250% of the federal poverty level. It is also one of the first clinics to try the new alert system. Dr. Adlea Ibid is the chief clinical officer.
So here at San Jose Clinic, we really strive for health equity, and I think we can't have that conversation without really talking about climate equity. And there's a huge burden, especially in our patient population, with regards to occupational hazards and being put out in the elements day in and day out just to be able to earn a living.
Oscar Ramirez is a construction worker and spends most of his days under the scorching Texas sun. Suffering from hypertension, he says he finds himself fainting during extremely hot days.
Yo pienso realmente, si no es este año, el que sigue cambiar de trabajo. El calor me está afectando mucho.
But thanks to heat alerts, Oscar's physician knows when to reach out and is able to advise him on how to manage extreme temperatures using the free online toolkit, also available in Spanish.
To have someone who's actually sitting there behind the scenes, forecasting and giving us the alerts and giving us the advice alleviates such a huge burden, so we can focus on patient care. They'll be, at the very least, saving people from ending up in the emergency room, hopefully, and ultimately saving lives.
So this is really interesting and impressive, and notably, it's a private effort in addition to the effort that the White House and the government are doing. So do we see plans to expand this kind of heat alert system?
There's going to be plans to do two different things. One is to expand the heat alert system itself across the country. They're trying to make it as ubiquitous as possible. Yeah. And number two, they're also looking at doing it for hurricanes, wildfires, and floods, because those are all affected by climate as well.
And just since you're here, if people are in one of those high heat areas, especially today, what do you recommend?
So, and that's the beauty of this, because they're not just sending out the alert, they're sending out the information, because a lot of healthcare providers, we weren't taught anything about climate health. But what I recommend is, making sure that you get a break from the heat. Extremely important. Look out for those that are more vulnerable, especially the elderly, and make sure you take care of them. It's going to take a village to get together to keep everybody safe, but we can get through this.
It's going to take a village. Dr. John, thank you.
Coming up, the newest sports twist on the popular brain teaser game. You know it. It's got athletes excited. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Dozens of people were injured near Moscow in an explosion at a warehouse containing pyrotechnics, according to local officials. It comes amid a string of drone attacks on Moscow that the Kremlin blames on Ukraine. Russian officials have not linked those attacks to this warehouse explosion. The cause of the explosion is under investigation.
Italian authorities say 41 migrants are dead after a shipwreck last week in the Mediterranean Sea. Only 4 people survived, and authorities add the boat left from Tunisia and capsized after a few hours near an island off the Italian coast.
NBC News has learned that Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis is expected to present her case against Donald Trump to a grand jury next week. Willis has been investigating the former president's alleged efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia, as well as an alleged scheme to use fake electors to subvert the Electoral College results.
New York City has one of the largest shelter systems in the country, but with a growing population of people who are unhoused and an influx of asylum seekers, that system is becoming overwhelmed. New York City's Mayor Eric Adams says the city needs federal help now. According to city's emergency management commissioner, New York is now housing more than 100,000 migrants and people experiencing homelessness, including more than 18,000 migrant children. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now. He's outside a temporary shelter that's being built in Queens, New York. So, Ron, what's the city's plan right now to address this influx?
Well, the mayor is sounding the alarm, and he is pleading for more money and resources from Washington, from the state capital to Albany, and the city is desperately looking at thousands of places, literally, around the city where they can put more migrants because they are still coming, hundreds if not thousands every week. We're in front of a facility that is being built in the parking lot of a largely abandoned state psychiatric hospital. To give you an example of the kinds of things they're trying to do, this is a place that will be able to house about 1,000 migrants in a number of weeks once it's completed. There are over 200 or about 200 other facilities around the city, the mayor says, that they have constructed or renovated to house migrants. And they say that they are running out of space. Last week, the mayor said they are out of space. And he said that the city is being pushed to the brink beyond its capacity to handle this problem. Here's some of what the mayor had to say today. Take a listen.
New Yorkers' compassion may be limitless, but our resources are not. And our partners at the state and federal levels know this. We continue to face impossible decisions about allocating our resources.
The mayor said that this is going to cost him, the migrant situation, what he calls a humanitarian crisis, is going to cost the city some $12 billion with a B over the next 3 years, which is about the figure about 10% of the city's entire budget. And again, the bottom line is that there are more people coming, bused here from Texas, coming here on their own, but still coming. And there's every indication that that's going to continue.
Yeah, just the beginning. Ron Allen in New York City. Thank you.
Court records are revealing disturbing new details about the moments after a Virginia elementary school teacher was allegedly shot by a 6-year-old student inside her classroom earlier this year, including what the young boy said to the school staffer who restrained him. Abigail Zwerner suffered gunshot wounds to her hand and chest, but she survived the attack. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. Maggie, the quotes from the little boy are chilling. What are we learning about from these new court filings?
Yeah, essentially, Kate, that these are court filings that were actually filed back in January, but they're basically newly unsealed, new to us. And this is first a probable cause statement that walks through, as you know, what investigators sort of have been able to uncover in their initial investigation into what happened. And that includes a really detailed interview with a reading specialist at that elementary school in Virginia, who basically, according to these documents, is the one who restrained this 6-year-old boy. And I want to get these quotes. I want to read them directly. She told police, according to this probable cause statement, quote, "I shot that B word dead." Again, that's what she says the 6-year-old boy said. Quote, "I did it." And quote, "I got my mom's gun last night." Again, we're talking about the January shooting of first grade teacher Abigail Zwerner. She was shot, as you said, in the chest and the hand. She is recovering from those injuries and has since sued the school district as well as individual former administrators for $40 million because she says there were red flags about this boy's behavior that led up to this shooting. And frankly, not enough, she says, was done to stop this, Kate.
Wow. And Maggie, prosecutors declined to charge the boy. We remember, again, he was 6 years old at the time, but they have filed charges against the mom, right? What's the latest there?
Right. They haven't charged the boy, and that's also why we're not naming the boy. Again, he was a 6-year-old boy at this time. The mom has been charged with 1 count of felony child neglect, and then as well as a misdemeanor, basically leaving the gun where a child could access it. She also was quoted in this probable cause statement, having told police and investigators at the time that she believes she had left her gun in her purse on her dresser the morning of the shooting, but noted that there was a trigger lock on it. Also told them that the key to that lock, she says, was usually under her mattress. And again, she's now being charged with leaving that gun where her son could have accessed it at the time. She is expected to plead guilty to those charges next week. Kate.
All right, Maggie Vespa, just a sad story all around. Appreciate your reporting. Well, American credit card debt has hit a record high. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, our collective debt in the U.S. passed $1 trillion in the second quarter of this year. The bank also says credit card balances have now climbed year over year for 7 straight quarters in a row. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins me now. Sharon, you understand all this a lot better than most of us. What's driving this, and what can we as individuals do if we're loaded down with debt?
Well, a couple of factors are driving this. Of course, inflation and rising prices causing people to spend more, and the cost of living is going up, as well as some of the extras that people now want to take advantage of, like travel. So
they're putting it on their card.
And they're putting it on their card, and that is being very expensive. Why it's so expensive? Right now, the average credit card rate is over 20%. It's risen about 4 percentage points just in a year. So we're looking at those balances rising because of interest, as well as people putting more money on their cards. So what do you need to do? 20%, a lot of money. So you want to try to reduce that credit card rate. Just call the card issuer and ask. It can't hurt. And most people who do ask get a lower rate.
Oh,
so
really?
try that.
It
Yes.
works.
Yes, according to a Lending Tree survey, it definitely works. The other thing to do is to make sure you look for a 0% balance transfer card. You want 0% interest for 12 months, 15 months, 21 months for a balance that you've transferred. And during that time, you're going to try to pay off that balance as quickly as possible.
So you move it over to the zero.
So you move it over to the 0% interest card. And then you have to figure out a strategy, too, of whether or not you want to pay the highest interest debt if you have multiple cards, the highest interest debt first, or the smaller balance and work your way to the larger balance. Whatever kind of works in your head to make sure that you stick to the plan, choose that strategy and get it done.
If you're going to stick with it. I was going to ask, what if you have, should you have multiple cards, or is it better, like if you're starting out and you're younger, is it better to just have one credit card?
I really think it's better to have one or maybe two credit cards, no more than that. One credit card, and depending on how you like to use that, one that gives you cash back, one that gives you perhaps points for something that you like. I love the cash. But I think it's really, really important to be able to manage your finances with just one or two cards, and then your debit card helps you keep track, helps you budget, and helps to make sure you're not overspending and paying the exorbitant credit card fees and rates. That's the other key thing. You want a no-fee card, and you want a card with the lowest rate possible.
Sharon Epperson always has the answers for us. Sharon, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, a little more than a year after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the right to have an abortion, we are learning new information about how the decision may be impacting the national job market. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford joins us now with some new data. So, Morgan, I know you actually got to look at a new study from Indeed Hiring Lab, and they're examining how companies actually changed their policies for employees after Roe was overturned. How has this actually impacted hiring?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's really interesting because a few universities jumped in on this study, and it specifically looked at companies that decided to offer financial help for out-of-state abortions shortly after the Dobbs decision came down. So, for example, companies that would cover the cost of traveling out of state to get an abortion. And what they saw, an 8% increase. If you look just to the right of that line where it says 2022, and people who were clicking on their job postings compared to those that didn't offer those benefits. You know, that increase, they said, was roughly equivalent to what they'd expect to see if they announced a 12% increase in just actual wages, dollar bills. That increase was especially noticeable in typically female-dominated jobs. So we're talking about nursing and dentistry and childcare, is what researchers reported, especially in states where abortion became illegal after Dobbs. But there was sort of this downside. If you look at your screen there, that same study found that those companies had a drop in job satisfaction for many existing employees, driven by a dip in satisfaction with upper management. So basically, you know, the people who were making those decisions. So this was true in both red and in blue states, Zinkley.
I mean, really fascinating. And obviously, we've been reading the tea leaves for a while now, trying to figure out how the overturn of Roe would have impacts. We're seeing it in hiring, though we're not sure how it's going to play out electorally. So what do you see there from this study?
Yeah, what you see happening sort of in the job market is also kind of the discussions you're seeing play out politically across the country and across the political spectrum. Because, in short, they said that, you know, Indeed's chief economist was making the point that while the study itself focused on one specific change, it does have broader implications politically. Take a look.
If you are offering jobs that are perhaps more Democratic leaning, located in more Democratic leaning states, or offering these types of benefits, you are more likely to see an increase in job seekers, particularly if you're trying to attract women, or if you're hiring for jobs that are heavily dominated by women. You might have a tougher time, or you might receive fewer clicks if your job is located in a state that doesn't offer these benefits, where you have much more restrictions in place.
And another point that the researchers noted is that these results, they're being driven by relatively high-paid jobs. So that means that these company-sponsored benefits, they're not necessarily attracting the group that's actually most at risk. So we're talking a lot about low-income and medium-income women who would actually be affected by this, Zinkley.
Yeah, really fascinating stuff. Morgan Radford, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Well, coming up, a West African country in crisis and a race to get out. How our NBC News team was able to get safely back to the U.S. while reporting on the coup in Niger. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Last month, NBC's Courtney Cubie traveled to the West African country of Niger for a story when a military coup suddenly erupted, overthrowing the democratically elected president and his government.
Suddenly, her job included not only reporting on the coup, but finding a way to safely leave that country. Courtney's now describing it all and started by explaining the story that she originally went to Niger to cover.
It's another story I think a lot of Americans don't know. There's 1,100 U.S. troops in Niger at 3 bases, and they work with the Nigerian military, particularly the Special Operations Forces there, and particularly because there's this sort of confluence of terror networks that are all really converging on West Africa and coastal West Africa right now. And so we said we want to tell that story that no one's telling. They live in poverty. Millions of them are starving to the point where their bodies are eating themselves. They don't have water, they don't have electricity, they don't have health care. And now their security is really in jeopardy because of these terror networks. So we had planned this 10-day trip there to cover all of that and do several different stories. And 19 hours before the coup started, we were told by U.S. officials that they believed that the government there was pretty stable and that there weren't problems with corruption or infighting.
Tonight, chaos in the capital of Niger after what appears to be a coup attempt against President Mohamed Bazoum by his own security forces.
We had a couple of public affairs officer escorts, and I came down to breakfast, and one of them came in and his eyes were enormous, and he said, okay, so it's fine, everything's fine, and said, there's a security situation, you need to go to your room. Over the next probably 10 minutes, it became clear that the president had been taken hostage by his own security services and that the U.S. military and everyone in Niamey was locked down. The first time when we first saw the video of all the heads of the military together, that was the first moment where I thought, this isn't going to be resolved quickly. I think there's this stereotypical idea of a coup, and you have vehicles speeding through the streets with people brandishing weapons and people running and looting. Everything was calm until the gunfire started. So I kept thinking, okay, at a certain point, we're going to be able to leave and we're going to be able to get a sense of what's really happening. But we couldn't. The military stayed locked down. It's frustrating to be there and feel like you're in the middle of something that's unfolding and you're stuck in a hotel trying to watch it from afar and trying to gather. And I understood that it was such an unpredictable situation and it was changing quickly. But then as days went on, it became more and more clear that President Bazoum was not coming back into power. By Sunday afternoon, it seemed impossible for the U.S. not to see this as the legal definition of a military coup. And I know that the U.S. does not want to make that declaration because of all the legal implications that come with it. It cuts off about $400 million in aid to the Nigerian people who are going to be the victims of this entire thing in the end. All that's going to mean is this population of people who have so little already are going to be further exploited, and the natural resources of that country are going to be further exploited.
Over the weekend, thousands took to the streets of the capital here, mostly peaceful, supporting the coup. Some waving Russian flags chanting, "Long live Russia."
From the first day of the coup, the military started talking to us about, we'll get you to the airport when it reopens. You know, we were there on a military embed, and so technically they felt responsible for us being there and being stuck there. And they felt very strongly about us being able to get out before things got bad or potentially bad in the city or in the country. But we didn't make it far from the hotel until we hit the protests. And there were just a sea of people, and there was a police checkpoint. Then the police at the checkpoints started kind of walking down the vehicles. And that was the first point where I thought, okay, I think we need to get out of here. And all of a sudden, our driver just drove across the median and turned around and sped away. And the police were yelling at us, and we were able to make our way over to the base eventually. By the time we got to the base, the demonstrators had started attacking the French embassy. The U.S. embassy is right near the French embassy. There was definitely a more tense atmosphere on base when we got there on Sunday.
Hi, QB. So we made it to Germany overnight. We flew on a C-17. Grateful that we made it out of Niger.
Wow, Courtney Kube is now back in Washington safely, but it really does speak to what the folks that are still there are going through. There's much more news ahead, but first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Meet Olivia. She's a parrot at a zoo in eastern Japan. She was tasked with predicting the winner of the Women's World Cup quarterfinal match between Japan and Sweden. Do you know what flag that is? She was given the choice of two miniature flags. She chose the Japanese flag. Did we mention she's from Japan? More NBC News Daily right after this.
is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
It's the end of an era. The first leg of Taylor Swift's Era Tour is drawing to a close after a record-breaking summer that left a big impact on fans and the economy.
Yeah, get this. Michaels, the arts and crafts retail giant, says jewelry sales are up more than 40% due to Swifties trading homemade friendship bracelets at concerts. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in L.A. with more.
After 52 explosive sold-out shows nationwide, Taylor Swift is gearing up for the grand finale of the first leg of her U.S. tour.
I've been waiting for this moment for 7 years, and there will definitely be tears.
From high-energy choreography to costume changes and soulful acoustic sets, Swift's stamina continues to stun, performing for 11,000 minutes since first opening in March.
Scale of 1 to 10, just how excited are you? 13.
Tonight's show will be her 6th sold-out concert in the City of Angels, bringing in an estimated $160 million in earnings to L.A. and bumping up the county's GDP by $320 million.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing to get to see. I mean, who sells out SoFi 6 nights? Like, I'm kind of terrified. Like, this is crazy.
And she could sell out more.
The Eras Tour comes amid a summer of major girl-powered entertainment turning into big bucks. Beyoncé is once again proving who runs the world, with her Renaissance tour drawing enough tourists in Sweden to impact inflation. And for the first time, the VMA's Artist of the Year category has all female nominees.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
Well, after less than 3 weeks on the big screen, Barbie, directed by Greta Gerwig, has brought in more than $1 billion at the box office worldwide, the first movie directed by a woman to do so. For Swift's final shows, the star power on stage is being matched in the seats. Mindy Kaling, Sofia Vergara, and Selena Gomez among the famous faces spotted in the crowd. The love for the Lovers singer is universal, with self-proclaimed Swiftie dads getting in on the action.
I'm super happy to be here just because of that. I think it's going to be so much fun.
I don't usually wear bracelets or funny kitschy t-shirts, but here we are.
Tonight, one last chance for dedicated Swifties to see their favorite performer light up the night. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Great stuff. You are probably familiar with the word-guessing game Wordle.
Well, now a new game is taking that concept to the world of sports. NBC's Noah Pransky takes a look.
Sandberg? It's too easy over here. That's cheating.
We'll come back to Mets All-Star Pete Alonso in a minute. But first, what is this thing they call Wordle for baseball? Its name, Immaculate Grid, and it starts with a 3x3 box. Each row and column are represented by a team or statistic. Then you have to guess a player from any time in baseball history that answers each intersection. For instance, a Pirates player who also made an all-star team like Roberto Clemente. Get it right, get a green square. But you only get 9 total guesses. So a wrong guess, like Wordle, lowers the score you're bound to share with other baseball-loving friends. You also get more points for more obscure answers. Also, just like Wordle, it took the internet by storm. It was recently purchased from its inventor by the company that now runs BaseballReference.com.
I think when we first started talking to them, there were maybe like 4,000 or 5,000 games being played per day. I think yesterday we had maybe 225,000 on baseball alone.
That was only 3 months ago. Do the math. It's almost 50% growth every single week. So they've expanded to also offer basketball, football, and hockey grids too. Soccer's coming next. Our makeshift game board was enough to turn the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose, and home run champ Pete Alonso into brand new players.
This one's going to be good. Sandy Alomar Sr. Beat that.
Mariano Rivera.
The legendary broadcaster, 8 for 9. The all-star slugger, 9 for 9. Too easy, he said. So he swapped out a current team with one that left Montreal for D.C. back in 2005.
So I'm going to say Randy Johnson, Gary Carter in the Mets.
Green box.
Dodgers, So, like, yeah, this is before my time.
When we told Alonso he's allowed to use any player from the franchise's time in Montreal or Washington.
Oh, yeah, Howie.
All right, that's a good answer. Howie Kendrick.
Yeah. So that's cheating. Nationals and, no, that's cheating.
Regardless, there's now one more grid fanatic in an already crazed clubhouse. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Play ball. I'm Zinkley.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. Breaking news, trouble in paradise. A state of emergency has been declared due to massive wildfires engulfing the Hawaiian island of Maui. The latest on the evacuation orders and the intense effort to fight the inferno.
Ready to launch. Final preparations are underway for an historic launch involving the first ever mother-daughter duo destined for the edge of space.
Catch of the day. You will never guess what the mayor of Tampa just reeled in.
And dangerous trend in today's modern parenting. We'll investigate what's called chroming, the viral challenge taking over TikTok. The signs you need to be on the lookout for. It is dangerous.
Yeah, that's an important one, especially for parents.
Yeah. We're going to begin this hour, though, with breaking news.
A state of emergency has been declared in Hawaii as wildfires burn in one of the most beautiful places in the world. Flames and thick smoke are spreading across the island of Maui. The Coast Guard says it rescued people who jumped into the water to escape the fires. A Maui County spokesperson is calling the situation, quote, unprecedented.
A historic town popular with tourists on the west side of the island of Maui is badly damaged. Winds from a hurricane hundreds of miles south of Hawaii are fueling these flames. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is following this from Los Angeles. Maura, what do we know about what caused the fires in the first place, and what are local officials saying about evacuations, damage across the island?
Yeah, Kate, the state's entire emergency response team, as well as the National Guard, has been activated in order to try to combat these fires, because there are 3 major ones on the island of Maui right now. And what it appears to be is that they could have started as small brush fires. The island is very dry right now. They've been experiencing some extensive heat this summer. But that hurricane you mentioned is what they think is really fanning the flames that has caused it to grow to an estimated 1,000 acres or more. And it's been encroaching in residential spaces, tourist locations. And so there has been active evacuation orders across the state, a red flag warning in play. And because of that hurricane, that also means that rescue efforts and firefighting efforts are limited, because they can't fly those helicopters that can drop the water. And firefighters on the ground are also facing limitations trying to get around. We just got a statement updating from the governor commending the people that are working as hard as they can, saying heroic efforts by first responders have prevented many casualties from occurring, but some loss of life is expected. He said that he anticipates asking for a presidential disaster declaration in the next day as they get more details coming to light. But right now, a lot of communication is limited on the island, which means that we don't have a clear picture of damages or injuries or that loss of life that he mentioned, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Maura, these images are striking. And I think when most of us hear emergency in Hawaii, we're not thinking about wildfires. We're thinking about volcanoes erupting. So how unusual is it to see wildfires burning on the islands?
It's incredibly unusual. Like you mentioned, the acting governor said that this is absolutely unprecedented. They're used to seeing flooding. They're used to seeing intense rainstorms from hurricanes and volcanoes, like you mentioned. But something of this caliber and having to tackle 3 major fires on one island is really just a challenge for the resources that they have and for what they've tackled before. And so they're trying and asking for all the resources possible. And it's obviously all hands on deck. But this is going to be under red flag warning, at least through the early morning hours on Wednesday, guys.
All right, Maura Barrett for us. Maura, thank you.
Well, 2 of the 3 people facing charges in a violent brawl on a pier in Montgomery, Alabama, have yet to turn themselves in. The city's police chief announced assault charges against all 3 men on Tuesday, saying they expect to bring more charges too. You've probably seen the viral video on your screen. Authorities say it all started with a dispute between a group of private boaters and a riverboat co-captain who is black over a parking spot at a dock. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now. So, Lindsay, what do we know about the men who were charged here, and what else are police saying about their investigation today?
Well, Zinkley, we're looking at 4 charges right now against 3 alleged aggressors. One is in custody. Richard Roberts is facing 2 charges for misdemeanor assault, but there are 2 others, Alan Todd and Zachary Shipman. They have not turned themselves in yet, and the mayor of Montgomery is hoping that they will do so by the end of the day today. As you mentioned, more charges could be possible as police investigate, but we do know that witnesses on the boat that was trying to dock tell NBC News that these pontoon owners were being asked for some 45 minutes over the PA system to move. They say this was entirely preventable and avoidable. Now, it appears also that this brawl was divided among racial lines. We know the mayor, who has said that there are allegations that racial slurs were being used. They say they're investigating, but right now they say the evidence that they have doesn't meet FBI standards for a hate crime. Zinkley, here's what else he told MSNBC today.
It's certainly, disappointing, I think, from everyone's view to see someone who's just doing their job get attacked for doing their job. And I think the next few days of our investigation will tell us if there was more to it than what we just saw in the video.
Zinkley, the mayor, also told MSNBC it appears this was an isolated incident among a group of bad actors who were not from the area. Zinkley?
Lindsay, I mean, the video is just hard to watch across the board. I know police actually identified the co-captain, the black man who was attacked. What do we know about him and how he's doing right now?
His name is Damian Pickett. NBC News has not been able to contact him yet, but witnesses say they saw him clearly, visibly shaken up after this, of course, but they said otherwise he did appear okay. Police are also asking anyone else with information or anybody else who has video to please come forward. Zinkley?
Lindsay Reiser, important reporting. Thank you.
Voters in the red-leaning state of Ohio have soundly rejected a ballot measure that would have directly diluted their political power. This issue attracted national attention as well as millions of dollars in out-of-state funding on both sides. And that's because it is seen to have direct impact on abortion rights. Tuesday's Republican-sponsored measure aimed to raise the threshold needed to amend the Ohio Constitution to 60% of the vote. That was rejected, meaning that the rules stay the same. Only a little more than 50% support is needed to change the Constitution. Well, now all eyes are on the next election ballot, and that's in November. Ohioans will decide if abortion rights should be enshrined in the state constitution using the rules I just described. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following this special election, joins us now from Columbus, Ohio. So, Ali, connect all these dots for us. Basically, what does yesterday's vote mean for this abortion rights vote that's happening in November?
Well, look, as a former graphics producer, I love the graphic that you just had up for that exact reason, because it connects all of these issues together. It's why we were talking about yesterday's ballot initiative as a proxy battle, because when voters went to the polls yesterday, nothing on their ballot said anything explicitly about abortion. But if you look at the polling around the abortion measure that's set to come up in November here, polling for that was showing that there was at least majority approval for that kind of protection for abortion access. And that's when legislators on the Republican side came in and said they wanted to change the threshold of what it would take to put an amendment in the Constitution, wanting to raise it from a 50% simple majority to a 60% threshold. Yesterday, voters squarely said they did not want that, and it was a stunning amount of turnout, too, Kate. This is a dog days of summer, August election, in and off year. In theory, voters should be tuned out, and that was one of the concerns that I heard from Democrats here on the ground. In the end, though, we watched more than 3 million ballots be cast by Ohioans as they made clear that in their minds, these issues were connected, and now they'll look ahead to November without those rules changing for that amendment initiative.
And so, given what you just said, all that turnout in the middle of August, what does that maybe say for other states that are thinking about taking up an abortion rights resolution?
Look, nothing happens in a vacuum, especially not in politics. And Ohio is one in a string of states that we've seen over the last year in the aftermath of the Supreme Court overturning the Roe versus Wade precedent that had previously provided a bedrock for the right to abortion care nationally. As we've seen these referendums go to the states, though, first last year we saw it in Kansas, a red state that ended up siding electorally with abortion advocates. We've seen it in Wisconsin in terms of adding pro-abortion judges to their Supreme Court. Now we're seeing it again in Ohio in the aftermath of the 2022 midterms, a red state erring on the side of reproductive access.
Ali Vitale for us. Ali, thanks for being there. Appreciate it.
Well, there's a new billionaire somewhere in Florida today.
After a whole 31 drawings with no big win, a single ticket matching all 6 numbers was sold in Florida in Tuesday night's drawing for the record-setting, wait for it, $1.58 billion prize. It is the largest prize money in the game's history. It's the 3rd largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has made his way to Neptune Beach in Florida, where that winning ticket was sold. So, Guad, what do we know about this winning ticket, and what's been the reaction from folks you've spoken to?
Kate and Clay, we know that the ticket was sold at this Publix in North Neptune Beach. I've been speaking to some of the customers that came in today. A lot of them still buying tickets for the next prize, and others trying to figure out if they know a person that bought a ticket that could have won it. They tell me because a lot of the people that come shop at this store come from Atlantic Beach or Neptune Beach. It's most likely that it's someone that lives in this community. Of course, there's a lot of excitement to know that this is the store where the tickets were bought, so we're still waiting to figure that out. Now, according to Florida law, the winner cannot remain anonymous, but their identity can't be held anonymous for 90 days. So we could have to wait the full 90 days to find out who claims that big prize.
Ooh, the suspense is killing me. But just another good reason to go to Publix in Florida, right?
I've said this before, their key lime pie is the best.
Don't sleep on
I guess $1.something billion is a little better than a pie.
Pie, money.
Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you. Time for today's CNBC Money Minute. A bankruptcy warning coming from WeWork.
And a new chance to celebrate Taco Tuesday. Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, listen, I will join you at Publix for that key lime pie. It is tasty.
That's right.
All right. Let's talk about some of these business news stories of the day. WeWork may not be able to stay in business. The co-working space provider, once valued at more than $47 billion, is now facing fewer memberships and higher churn as people change the way they work. The company writes in a financial filing that there's, quote, substantial doubt that it can continue. The platform, formerly known as Twitter, is building a new ad tech partnership and enhancing safety tools to win back advertisers. Elon Musk signed a deal with the company that ensures online ads don't appear near controversial content. The partnership follows recent reports that alleged hate speech and offensive content have become more widespread on the platform since Musk's takeover. And Taco Bell is celebrating the end of the Taco Tuesday trademark feud with free tacos. Next month, Taco Bell and DoorDash are putting $5 million towards orders from any participating Mexican food vendor. Until then, Taco Bell will give away free tacos every Tuesday. But guys, there's one exception here, and that is New Jersey, which is where I sit right now. It's a different trademark battle for Taco Tuesday in the state, so we're not getting free tacos
Okay, but
here.
everybody except you. Everybody except New Jersey is getting free tacos?
Ouch.
Yes.
Ouch. Well,
sorry, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, key lime pie.
You got the pie. All right, well, coming up, what we're learning about the release of an American nurse and her daughter after they were abducted in Haiti. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
There's a historic space launch set to happen tomorrow. Virgin Galactic will launch its first mission with an all-civilian crew. And for the first time ever, a mother-daughter duo will be heading to the final frontier. NBC News Now anchor Gadi Schwartz has exclusive access to the final preparations underway.
This is the next frontier of space travel. Here at Virgin Galactic Spaceport, deep in the New Mexico desert, 3 regular folks are training for the ride of their lives.
Kind of feel like I was born in this life for this.
On Thursday, they'll blast to the edge of space on board the Unity.
I was once a child with a dream, looking up to the stars. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
The same ship that rocketed Virgin Galactic founder Sir Richard Branson and his crew to space in 2021, 53 miles above the Earth, at speeds of more than 2,300 miles an hour.
All right.
But this next space trip will be Virgin Galactic's first with civilian passenger astronauts only. People like Keisha Shahoff and her 18-year-old daughter, Anna. Natives of Antigua, they'll be the first mother and daughter duo in history to go to space and the first astronauts ever from the Caribbean. For these astronomy buffs, it's been a dream since childhood.
I'm hoping to give myself that confidence to try new things.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Just looking back and seeing our beautiful planet, and then looking across to see my daughter's face.
The third passenger, 80-year-old John Goodwin, a former Olympian from England and a lifelong adventurer who's also battling Parkinson's disease.
Just shows you this attitude of space for all is a wonderful attitude.
These passengers undergo 3 days of rigorous training to prepare for the 90-minute flight, including 3 minutes of total weightlessness.
You want to go and fly it?
I would love to fly it.
To find out what to expect, I took a spin in their cockpit simulator with Chief Pilot Dave McKay.
I'm going to pitch it up into the vertical.
Wow. We're climbing, and there's planet Earth above us now. Wow.
Exactly, yes,
Even in this simulator, Earth just seems like a miracle.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very beautiful thing.
All this part of British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's quest to make space travel accessible to everyone. More than 800 people on his wait list for a seat, with current ticket prices at $450,000. Though Keisha and Anna scored their spots for free by winning a lottery, getting the news from Sir Richard Branson himself.
You're going to space!
Hopefully, this will inspire other people as well. Take your dreams back out, conquer your fears, and go get them.
Scotty Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, there's some good news this hour about that American nurse and her daughter who were kidnapped in Haiti.
They have finally been released. Alex Dorsonville and her daughter were taken nearly 2 weeks ago from a Christian charity where she was volunteering. Intense unrest in Haiti's capital recently has led the U.S. government to recommend Americans not travel to the country. Let's bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. So, Peter, what more do we know about how this release actually happened, and what was Alex Dorsonville actually doing in Haiti in the first place?
Yes, and Clay and Kate, this is certainly good news here. We do know that Dorsonville and her daughter were kidnapped last month near the organization that the mom was there for, a Christian ministry near Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Again, this is new information that we've been hearing now from the Christian ministry itself. It was an organization that provides education to about 390 students and hosts other ministries. We know that Dorsonville and her daughter are from New Hampshire. She was there as part of her relationship. Her husband helped found this organization. It's known as El Roi Haiti, the King Haiti, it means in French. Suffice to say, she was a community health nurse, married to the group's founder, as we indicated, had been serving in that ministry from quite some time. We're now hearing from the organization that said in part, we praise God that he has proven himself faithful as he restores, supports, and strengthens Alex and her family, the ministry of El Roi Haiti, and the community that Alex has impacted and continues to impact with her ministry in Haiti. We've heard from the State Department as well on this issue. Out of respect for the family's privacy, they say they're not going to be commenting in great detail, but they do say that this family, the mom and her daughter, have been through what they describe as a difficult ordeal, both mentally and physically.
Yeah.
Kate and Clay.
Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
Coming up, the chilling comments a 6-year-old boy reportedly made moments after shooting his first-grade teacher. You're watching Daily.
coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If you recycle, you probably ask yourself these questions all the time. Is it paper, plastic, glass? Which bin does it go in? Can it even be recycled? Now companies are using artificial intelligence to sort through everything. Here's CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick.
Yeah, imagine if we could learn from what we're trying to recycle and at the same time simplify the process. In a combination of AI and robotics, that's just how new companies are reimagining and revamping recycling. Is it a milk container, a can of Budweiser, or a jug of Tide detergent? Until now, defining that has been a difficult and dirty job in recycling plants. But now, companies like AMP Robotics, MachineX, RecycleEye, and a California-based startup called Everest Labs are using AI and robotics to simplify, expedite, and improve the process.
They have been losing millions of dollars to the landfill. And because of AI, they were able to identify the value of the losses and deploy robotic arms to capture that.
Everest Labs puts 3D depth sensing cameras on recycling conveyor lines. They can identify up to 200 items in each frame. Within 12 milliseconds, the AI software can tell what those objects are and what type of packaging they are.
We get data around brands, types of packaging, types of material, and how much of that is getting recovered and reused, and how much of that material is being sent to the landfill.
That helps increase the potential recovery of recyclable items. Add to that robotic arms, which he says recover the packaging 3 to 4 times more effectively than humans. That means big cost savings for major recyclers like SMR.
If we can replace some portion of the positions that we would otherwise have to fill with human beings with a robot that can do that in a cost-effective way, that's obviously good for the business.
Everest Labs is backed by TransLink Capital, NEC Orchestrating Future Fund, BGV, Sierra Ventures, Morado Ventures, and Explorer Capital. Total funding to date, $24.6 million. Increasing recovery through automation is the primary goal here, but reducing costs is important as well. Recycling has been a rough business for many reasons, not the least of which is sorting through all that trash. This seems to solve that problem in a matter of milliseconds. Cadence and Clay?
Pretty cool stuff, Diana Olick. Thank you. Well, are you sick of paying sky-high prices for airline tickets? New data suggests they may finally be on the verge of cooling off. Those costly trips were due to a combination of factors, including surging summer demand for both international and domestic air travel. So who better to talk to than our very own NBC News aviation correspondent, Tom Costello. So, Tom, can you just walk us through these new numbers and what they actually mean for our collective wallets?
Here's the bottom line. If you can travel this fall, prices are falling. See what it did there? It was very clever, right? It all depends. If the kids are still in school and you can't leave, okay, you're out of luck. But if you can travel, here's what we're looking at. According to Hopper, domestic prices, domestic airfares, U.S. prices, $257 is the average round trip in the fall. So that would be down about 11% in 1 year. That's good news. There's Denver International and Atlanta. International, listen to this, exploded this summer. Prices just off the charts. This fall now up 7% this fall over 2019. So the average airfare to Europe this fall, about $813. And listen to Asia. If you're going to Asia, oh boy, do you have to pony up. The average ticket price, $1,400 to Asia, up 59%. So it really depends on where you're going. Now, as you know, going to Europe this summer has cost a pretty penny. Prices just absolutely exploded. So they're going to come down. They're plateauing in August, then coming down, but still higher than they were 2, 3, 4 years ago. Again, Europe about $813. And a lot of people say the best time to go to Europe is in the fall, is September and October. Now, if you've got kids in school, that's tougher. But the point being, most of the tourists are gone. They've left. The heat has receded. And it's not a bad time to go to those hot tourist destinations.
Love that. Prime time. All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. And, of course, you can watch more of Tom's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Well, coming up, take me out to the beep ball game. How one inspiring group of baseball players is proving America's favorite pastime is for everyone. You've got to watch it to see what it's all about. There's much more NBC News Daily coming up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 11 people are dead after a fire erupted at a vacation home in France. The cottage, located near the German border, was hosting a group of adults with disabilities when the fire broke out in the early morning. According to local officials, the cause of the fire still under investigation.
We have an update on the controversy surrounding singer Lizzo. Lawyers for 3 of the former dancers who filed suit against Lizzo now say they're vetting new allegations from at least 6 other people who toured with the Grammy winner. The suit filed last week by the 3 former dancers accused Lizzo of sexual harassment, creating a hostile work environment, and weight shaming. A representative for the pop star declined to comment on the lawyers' new comments, but Lizzo has called the allegations against her, quote, false and unbelievable.
And Senator Dianne Feinstein went to the hospital following a fall at her home on Tuesday. A spokesperson says all of the senator's scans were clear. She has returned home. Feinstein was hospitalized for shingles earlier this year.
Court records are revealing disturbing new details about the moments after a Virginia elementary school teacher was allegedly shot by a 6-year-old student inside her classroom earlier this year, including what he said to the school staffer who restrained him. Abigail Zwerner suffered gunshot wounds to her hand and chest but survived the attack. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. So, Maggie, the quotes from this boy are chilling, to say the least. What are we learning about and from these new court filings?
Yeah, so basically we have a couple of new court documents obtained by our affiliate in Virginia, Wavy. And the first one is a probable cause statement, which, as you know, really goes into detail about what investigators were able to learn when they first got on scene. And essentially after this 6-year-old boy, investigators say, shot Abigail Werner, his first grade teacher. They say he was restrained by a reading specialist at the school. And she later told police, according to these documents, that the boy said, I'm going to quote these, "I shot that B word dead," noting the document says he actually said the word. Also, quote, "I did it," and quote, "I got my mom's gun last night." You just saw photos of Abigail Werner. Again, that is the teacher that we're talking about, a first grade teacher shot in the chest and the hand by her student. She has since sued the school district, along with 3 now former administrators at that school, for $40 million, saying that basically they failed to protect her despite a known, wording from the lawsuit, known history of random violence with this student, and also multiple warnings that the student had brought a gun to school that day. The former principal has since come out and said, or her attorney has come out and said, that she had no knowledge of the gun in school that day. The school district at this point just declining to comment on this recent sort of like layer in this investigation, in this lawsuit, but saying they are working with authorities and that they prioritize student and staff safety. So just another, again, devastating chapter in this awful story, Clay.
And Maggie, of course, the story also caught the nation's attention because of how young this boy is, 6 years old. Prosecutors declined to charge him, but they have filed charges against his mother. What's the latest with her case?
Yeah, we're declining to name her at this point because that effectively IDs the boy. And obviously we're not naming him because of his age. He was 6 when this happened. But you're right, she has been charged. While the boy has not been charged, she has been charged with 2 counts, one of them felony child neglect, and the other one a misdemeanor, which is recklessly leaving a loaded firearm basically where a child could access it. She is expected to plead guilty to those charges next week. Her attorney, who's also the attorney for the entire family, not commenting on her role in light of these latest documents tonight. But we should note that in the documents, she told investigators, according to one of these documents, that she believed on the morning of the shooting, her gun was inside her purse on top of her dresser, that she believed it had a trigger lock on it, but the key to that lock was under her mattress. So that seems to be a big part of why investigators and prosecutors chose to charge her in this awful case. Sinclair.
Maggie Vespa with the latest. Thank you.
The city of Tampa, Florida, touting a major drug bust. 70 pounds of cocaine, you see it here, was recovered floating in the Florida Keys. As for who found the drugs, turns out it was Tampa's mayor, who's also a former police officer. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following the story for us. Stephen, what happened here?
Yeah, Kate, a pretty surprising twist. Tampa's Mayor Jane Castor was out fishing with her family when her brother spotted some debris in the water. They were fishing for lobster and mahi-mahi. Instead, they got this, 70 pounds of cocaine all bailed up right there. They called authorities. Eventually, it got turned over to those authorities. But as you mentioned, she used to be a narcotics officer, so she knew pretty fast this was cocaine and this was not a lobster. Here's some more of what she had to say.
We were on our way back in, and my younger brother saw some debris floating in the water. The closer we got, I realized that it was a bale of cocaine. From the time it had been floating in the water, some of the protective plastic had split. And so I could see from my days or years in narcotics, I could see that they were tightly wrapped kilos of cocaine.
Now, this is actually pointing to a much bigger problem. Kate, there were 5 instances in just the past month of authorities finding, or boaters rather, finding drugs floating out in the water. In fact, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office says it happens fairly regularly. They tell people don't bring it onto the boat. Instead, call authorities, but still an ongoing situation they're dealing with there.
Right, unless you're the mayor and a former agent. Stephen Romo, thanks.
Well, a little more than a year after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the right to have an abortion, we are learning new information about how the decision may be impacting the national job market. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford joins us now with some new data. So, Morgan, I know you actually got to look at a new study from Indeed Hiring Lab, and they're examining how companies actually changed their policies for employees after Roe was overturned. How has this actually impacted hiring?
Yeah, Zinkley, it's really interesting because a few universities jumped in on this study, and it specifically
specifically looked at companies that decided to offer financial help for out-of-state abortions shortly after the Dobbs decision came down. So, for example, companies that would cover the cost of traveling out of state to get an abortion. And what they saw, an 8% increase. If you look just to the right of that line where it says 2022, and people who were clicking on their job postings compared to those that didn't offer those benefits. You know, that increase, they said, was roughly equivalent to what they'd expect to see if they announced a 12% increase in just actual wages, dollar bills. That increase was especially noticeable in typically female-dominated jobs. So we're talking about nursing and dentistry and childcare, is what researchers reported, especially in states where abortion became illegal after Dobbs. But there was sort of this downside. If you look at your screen there, that same study found that those companies had a drop in job satisfaction for many existing employees, driven by a dip in satisfaction with upper management. So basically, you know, the people who were making those decisions. So this was true in both red and in blue states, Sinclair.
I mean, really fascinating. And obviously, we've been reading the tea leaves for a while now, trying to figure out how the overturn of Roe would have impacts. We're seeing it in this, in hiring, though we're not sure how it's going to play out electorally. So what do you see there from this study?
Yeah, what you see happening sort of in the job market is also kind of the discussions you're seeing play out politically across the country and across the political spectrum. Because, and sure, they said that, you know, Indeed's chief economist was making the point that while the study itself focused on one specific change, it does have broader implications politically. Take a look.
If you are offering jobs that are perhaps more Democratic leaning, located in more Democratic leaning states, or offering these types of benefits, you are more likely to see an increase in job seekers, particularly if you're trying to attract women, or if you're hiring for jobs that are heavily dominated by women. You might have a tougher time, or you might receive fewer clicks if your job is located in a state that doesn't offer these benefits, where you have much more restrictions in place.
And another point that the researchers noted is that these results, they're being driven by relatively high-paid jobs. So that means that these company-sponsored benefits, they're not necessarily attracting the group that's actually most at risk. So we're talking a lot about low-income and medium-income women who would actually be affected by this, Sinclair.
Yeah, really fascinating stuff. Morgan Radford, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Well, a key vote tomorrow by a state board could expand self-driving taxis in California. Two tech companies want to add more driverless taxi fleets in San Francisco, but not everyone is on board. Bigad Shaban of our NBC Bay Area station explains what's driving the controversy.
No hands on the wheel, no hands at all.
Okay, I just requested our ride, and it's 3 minutes away.
More than 2,000 self-driving cars are on the road in California. Most have a test driver inside who can take over when needed, but hundreds of cars have no one in the front seat as they make deliveries and shuttle passengers. We tried a ride with Cruise. Owned by GM, Cruise is one of the largest driverless car companies in America, along with its competitor, Google's Waymo. Both are now asking California regulators for permission to expand their robotaxi services inside the state's largest testing ground, San Francisco, so passengers can request rides 24 hours a day, right from their phones.
Once you enter your destination, the car does the rest. You can't tell it what routes to take or streets to avoid. So if you're used to being a backseat driver, you might want to find a car with a front seat driver.
Autonomous vehicles can detect closed streets, drive around double-parked cars, and even pull over for emergency vehicles. But getting chauffeured by a robot isn't always a smooth ride. State transportation records obtained by NBC News show self-driving cars have been involved in 280 crashes across California over the past 5 years, resulting in at least 64 injuries and a dead dog. That includes collisions with other vehicles, bicyclists, and city buses.
A self-driving car and no driver.
Some accidents were caused by other people on the road, according to crash reports. How many is unclear from the data. But the cars have been confused by emergency scenes, sometimes plowing into caution tape or blocking fire trucks. Waymo didn't comment, but Cruise tells us automation has safety benefits.
Our cars don't drive drunk, they don't get distracted.
Prashanthi Raman is one of the leaders at Cruise.
Our vehicles are designed to, when they approach a situation, that they aren't aren't sure about. They're designed to come to a safe stop.
But you would acknowledge that even coming to a full stop can create safety issues too.
So traffic blockages are not something that we want to have happen.
Just hours after that interview, it did happen. To us. Our first ride with Cruz went as planned. But we then invited a longtime driving instructor, Eugenia Borges, to join us on a second ride. About 1 minute in, our car was at a green light, but wouldn't budge.
It's a very safe situation for the car to turn, and it's just staying here. I'm not sure why.
The car eventually inched forward, but kept stopping.
We're kind of now riding in between two lanes.
Then, all of a sudden, it hit the gas.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know what it's doing now.
Our car drove straight towards the median and just stopped, taking up almost 2 full lanes.
This is not good.
People are honking at us.
Soon came the looks from other drivers.
How does this compare to the worst driving student you've ever had?
Oh, this is much worse.
Cruz declined to sit down with us again, but in a statement said the car encountered an unexpected construction zone that would have required several lane changes. The better course was for the autonomous vehicle to come to a safe stop rather than proceed. While other drivers cruised right past that closed lane, our car sat parked on a busy street for 20 minutes, causing a traffic jam for blocks.
What's your reaction to it being a driverless car stuck here?
I'm not surprised.
Self-driving cars are already being tested in at least 25 states. But with no federal regulations, America doesn't have a national roadmap for safety guidelines.
Hey there, guys. Just wanted to check in.
Back inside our car, Cruise customer service contacted us to say they detected a problem. Their solution? They sent us a driver to get behind the wheel. Begad Shaban, NBC News, San Francisco.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Well, coming up, what parents need to know about a dangerous new TikTok trend called chroming and how to talk to your teens about the very real risks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Do the summertime.
Do not do the chroming challenge. It has claimed the life of this sweet 13-year-old from Australia. Chroming literally makes your body go into cardiac arrest from sustained irreparable brain damage.
In today's Modern Parenting, we're going to take a look and bring some awareness to this dangerous TikTok challenge you were just hearing there. It's called chroming. It involves inhaling chemicals or vapors, trying to get high, but it's not exactly new.
Chroming, sometimes referred to as huffing, has been around for years, and a 2020 report estimated that about 683,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 17 had reported using inhalants. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Panta Farahman. She is a child and adolescent psychiatrist at NYU Langone Health. Thank you so much for being here and on this important topic. So first off, for those who have not heard, what exactly is chroming? How does it work?
It's basically how you guys described it. People will inhale toxic aerosols in order to get high or intoxicated from them.
And we're talking about lots of different kinds of aerosols? It's not one thing in particular?
It's whatever you can find, really. Sometimes people will huff paints, deodorants, they'll huff gasolines, glues.
And they're doing it to try to get that high, right?
Yeah.
So what is it doing? I mean, it sounds to adults, I think it sounds like, of course it's going to hurt you. What does it do to the body and the brain?
So a couple of different things. One, it can inhibit oxygenation of the brain, and it can also enter brain cells. And when it does that, it creates that sensation of euphoria. And in addition to that, it can cause dizziness, lightheadedness, and hallucinations. Even in short-term use, people can have damages that affect the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, and result in death and coma. So even in short-term use, it could be quite dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous. I mean, why are young people doing this right now?
Couple of different reasons. One, I think it's regained publicity through avenues such as TikTok and social media. Two, there is that euphoria effect, and it's a cheap, easy way to get high. It's also really accessible. These products you can find anywhere, in grocery stores, in drugstores, in the cabinets of the home.
Right. It's not like having to go buy an illicit drug in a dark alley somewhere.
Yeah.
You can buy this in the store, unfortunately. So for parents out there, if your child has a problem with this, if your teen is doing this, what do you see? Are you going to recognize it in any way? Is there a way to kind of be aware for people to know?
I do think that parents can be aware about this, and I think parents are very good at picking up changes in their child. So if you notice your child's personality is changing, they're not maintaining their hygiene, they might be losing weight, if they're not socializing with their friends or with family members in the same way that they used to do, that's an indication that something is going on, and it could be something like drug use or things like chroming or huffing.
How do you recommend a parent approach their child with that conversation?
Yeah, that's a really wonderful question, and it can start far before the time which people are at higher risk of using things like drugs and alcohol. So on average, kids are experimenting with drugs and alcohol at 14 and 15 years of age. That's part of normal development to try riskier things. But we can start talking to kids very young in an age-appropriate way about the dangers of drugs and alcohol. And as much as we can educate our children about these dangers, they might make different decisions.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of treatment options too.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, get help, right? If you think there's a problem, make a call.
Talk with your pediatrician, talk with an addiction specialist. You can reach out to mental health specialists that can help you identify this problem and come up with a different level of care. Unfortunately, sometimes these come to the attention of medical professionals a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Doctor, thank you so much.
We really appreciate it. There's a lot more news ahead. You're watching Daily.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hitting a baseball is hard enough, right? But have you ever tried doing it blindfolded?
That's how it's done in the National Beep Baseball Association. The league was created to give people who are blind and low vision a chance to compete in America's favorite pastime. NBC's Gary Grumbach paid a visit to this year's Beep Baseball World Series.
Set. These baseball players have their bats, their gloves, and their uniforms.
1, 2, 3.
What they don't have is their sight.
Strike, 4.
This is the 2023 Beep Baseball World Series, where the balls beep and the bases buzz. The league was created in the 1970s as a way to encourage blind and low vision athletes to get out of the stands and onto the field.
To me, it gives me the ability to play a sport that I love.
Cassandra McDaniel and Kim Blumenthal are sisters. Cassandra is sighted. Kim has been visually impaired since birth. But they wanted to play baseball together.
This has been a dream of mine ever since I've started playing.
So they decided to create an all-women's team after noticing girls sitting on the sidelines during games.
I've seen some of these guys play. They can play. But they're sitting the bench. And so I said to her, I'm like, I would really love to start an all-women's team. And she said to me, why not? Why can't we?
And this year, the St. Louis Sirens are making their Beep Baseball World Series debut.
This is us making history, right? Yeah! It's just so emotional for me to be able to say, you know what? You guys, we're going to be able to do this.
The Sirens have a roster of players, both sighted and visually impaired, from across the Great Plains and Midwest.
As a sighted person, when you put those blindfolds on and actually get out on the field and try to do it yourself, then you're even more amazed on their athleticism and just being so brave.
It's a game of trust and communication.
Set.
For players in this league, it's not about winning or losing, but about showing the world what they can do. These players proving they're truly in a league of their own. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Norman, Oklahoma.
Love that. I learned something there. Let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now.
Yeah, let's start with that microphone that rapper Cardi B threw into a crowd just over a week ago. Well, that was auctioned off on eBay. After 122 bids, the mic sold for $99,900.
Come on.
Context, the price of the original microphone, Kate, is around $1,000. The man who listed the mic said that the money will go toward the Veterans Organization, Wounded Warrior Project, and nonprofit Friendship Circle in Las Vegas. So at least a good cause.
Okay, yeah, but she just touched them. She used the microphone.
She
that
used
was
the
it,
mic.
right?
She touched it, but hey, people like Cardi.
I know. People like Taylor, too. So Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, taking the world by storm, obviously. So it is no surprise that the pop star has the most nominations in this year's MTV Video Music Awards with a whopping 8 nominations. Just another reason it is Taylor's world and we're just living in it.
It's more than an era. It's, you could say, a renaissance. We'll get there. We'll get there. Well, Apple's new software update is bringing big changes to the iPhone, including real-time voicemail transcriptions and an updated interface. But there is one thing that's getting everyone's attention. The end call button, you know, the thing you use to hang up, it's moving to the lower right corner of the screen. It was in the middle before.
It's a big button, a big red button in the middle.
It's a big red button. And now it'll be on the side. The new update will be released in the fall, so brace yourself.
So how many of us are going to, like, forget to end the call or not know?
Remember that.
Why do they have to change it if it's not broken?
And we didn't ask for it.
Turning now to an exciting announcement. Our very own Laura Jarrett, this is really exciting, is going to be the new co-anchor of Saturday Today, starting this fall alongside Peter Alexander. Laura will be taking over for Kristen Welker as Kristen transitions into her new role as moderator of Meet the Press. Laura will continue her current role, of course, as NBC News' senior legal correspondent on top of that Saturday gig, because how could we let her go out of that legal correspondent
I know.
gig?
Congratulations, Laura. And of course, Beyonce's Renaissance Tour has set a new record for the highest grossing tour by a black artist. It's already made $295 million with an M dollars and still has 20 shows to go. And get this, the record she broke was set by her own Formation World Tour back in 2016. I got to go, and that's why I don't really have a voice today, folks, but it was well worth it.
It was worth it.
It was worth it.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
If it's Wednesday, an abortion rights proxy fight. Voters in battleground Ohio reject a GOP-backed ballot measure. A red alert for Republicans nationwide yet again, as reproductive rights continues to prove it will be a key issue heading into 2024. Plus, Trump defiant as ever in the face of 3 criminal indictments, with more charges potentially coming. Georgia's district attorney prepares to present her years-long investigation into the former president and others as soon as next week. And America's mounting migrant crisis pushes U.S. states and cities to the brink. Massachusetts has declared a state of emergency with asylum seekers overwhelming state-funded shelters, while New York City shelters are surpassing 100,000, with more buses of migrants arriving this week. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington. This week, voters in yet another Republican-leaning state resoundingly rejected efforts that could be put into place that would eventually limit abortion access. Last night, Ohio voters rejected a ballot initiative that, if it had passed, would have made it more difficult to change the state's constitution. It would have raised the number of votes necessary to enact a change from a simple majority plus 1 to 60%. Republican lawmakers created the initiative known as Issue 1 in an attempt to make it harder for another referendum to pass in November, one that would enshrine abortion protections into the state's constitution. Now, Issue 1's backers framed it as an effort to keep outside influences out of local politics, trying to paint it as broader than abortion rights, talking about minimum wage, other things like that. But the net effect would have changed the odds against the abortion amendment before it made it to an actual vote of the people. So here are the results. 99% of all the vote has been counted. The voters rejected this effort, 57-43. It is interesting. In order to get it to a 60% threshold, the yes had to get to 50% plus one. But it wasn't just Democratic-leaning voters that were galvanized by this issue. Voters showed up across the political spectrum. Just look at the unofficial results from Delaware County. This is a Republican-leaning suburb that is not very Trumpy, and we've been following it for years since the rise of Trump. It's an outer suburb of Columbus, which, of course, is the capital city of Ohio. Delaware County voted against Issue 1 by over 15 points. The same county broke for J.D. Vance last year by just over 6 points. And for Trump in 2020, he carried that state by 7 points. Now, back in the old Romney era of the Republican Party, Delaware County was a double digit. This is the home of a lot of college-educated Republicans. And despite claims that the vote was to protect the state from outside interests, outside donors pumped over $26 million into the race. Anti-Issue 1 backers did outspend their opponents on ads by $5 million. The anti-abortion organization Susan B. Anthony's list called the result a, quote, sad day for Ohio and a warning for pro-life states across the nation. The organization is right. Republicans should hear warning bells from last night's vote. They've been ringing for months ever since the Dobbs decision. This isn't really an Ohio story, folks. Ohio is just the latest place that's reporting the same election story on abortion post-Dobbs. We've seen referendum votes to secure abortion rights win in Kansas. We've seen it in Michigan. A referendum to not protect the right to abortion failed in Kentucky. Voters even turned out for an off-year Supreme Court election in Wisconsin in huge numbers because that individual justice would be the deciding vote for future abortion issues in front of the court in that state. So if we're paying attention, voters have already shown us how they will vote if abortion is the main issue on the ballot. It doesn't matter whether it's a purple state, whether it's a ruby red state, whether it's a former swing state like Ohio. Joining me from Columbus, Ohio, our own Allie Vitale. She's been covering this vote for us. Also with me, Chloe Atkins, who covers the issue of abortion for NBC News. And Chloe, look, Ohio is just the latest setting. But we're likely to see more of this. I know Arizona's coming. There's some possibility Florida's a state that allows citizen initiatives. Where else should we be looking for? And there's the actual citizen initiative this November coming in Ohio. What more should we expect?
Well, I can tell you in phone calls with abortion rights sources and advocates today and over the past week, they're telling me they're not slowing down on this element that allows them to expand and ensure abortion access in state constitutions throughout the country. They're calling this an incredibly significant tactic, and that's for two reasons. First, it allows people to directly, or voters to directly weigh in on issues that matter to them the most, and it allows the will of the people, the will of the voters to really be brought to life and really be mirrored in the state's constitution or the state's laws. The second reason is because, it's somewhat symbolic, and that's because, these outcomes that we are seeing in ruby red states, whether it's Ohio, Kansas, or even my home state of Kentucky, it really embodies and showcases this resounding support for abortion rights in the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and that stripping of that federal protection. And so that is what we are seeing right this moment, and they're not going to slow down. You mentioned Florida and Arizona. Arizona is seeking to enshrine abortion rights up until 22 weeks in pregnancy. Also in Florida, we're seeing them hoping to enshrine abortion rights up until viability. So they are seeing this as a winning issue moving forward, Chuck.
Let me ask you this. When you've talked to the pro-life community, including folks at Susan B. Anthony and others in the sort of the tactical part here, are they at all, do they believe they have a tactics issue, or do they believe they have a substance issue?
At at this moment, they're telling me in conversations they're keeping it a very winning message that they want to protect human life. And that is something that they are going to hammer home. And in the 2024 election cycle, they are keeping steadfast on focusing on a presidential candidate that will continue to put their pro-life message forward. The overturning of Roe v. Wade really came to head, their years-long work, since 1972 of, garnering the state-by-state support of, stripping away access to abortion. And in many ways, they were successful state by state, even before the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They viewed the overturning of Roe v. Wade as that final nail in the coffin for abortion rights. And while they, do acknowledge these setbacks, they're remaining steadfast in finding that presidential candidate that embodies a pro-life movement.
All right, let's go back to the ground in Ohio. And we had a bit of a technical hit there with you, Allie, on that front. That happens. We're going to be attempting a Skype interview with Frank LaRose here in a couple of minutes. So we're hopeful there on the tech front. But let me ask you this, Allie, when you talk to voters, I'm curious, did you find some Vance voters who voted no on this?
I think that's going to be one of the interesting things here, too, because this issue, reproductive access, is certainly not monolithic in terms of all Republicans vote the way that anti-abortion advocates want them to vote and all Democrats vote for choice. That's not the breakdown. In fact, when you look at the ways that Republicans who I was talking to were concerned about this, each abortion referendum only harkens more concern about suburban women. That's a group that they didn't do well with in places like Georgia and places like Arizona. Certainly Michigan is a place that was able to leverage those kinds of voters to the pro-abortion cause. This is now something that you're seeing when you talk about places like outside of Columbus, where I am. These are places where women are going to continue to be pivotal. And it's not just that, but it's making people who might otherwise be casual political viewers into consistent political doers, if you will. I talked to people who were with me yesterday at the polls, and I asked a couple as they were walking out, do you vote in every single election that comes up, locally or at the federal level? And they said, no, we're not people who vote every time, but this special election felt important because of the media coverage that we were seeing and because of the issues that were at play here. I'm interested, Chuck. I spoke with Secretary of State Frank LaRose yesterday at the polls, and he continued this message of doubling down. He told me he didn't have any regrets about the strategy that he employed here, but he's the person who directly linked abortion access and this issue 1 measure by saying that for him it was, in his words, 100% about making it harder to enshrine abortion protections into the Constitution. Yeah. That's a bad move for Republicans, and I heard from Republicans who felt like it was a bad move for him. So I'm interested to see how he defends it now a day later.
Yeah, no, I am. Chloe, and this was the question. Everybody in the pro-life side of things continues to say, well, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough this.
Yes.
Is it possible that that there is consensus and they're just on the wrong side of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the huge messaging, I mean, Democrats are really going to galvanize behind this coming in the 2024 election to really seize on the vulnerability of, Republicans and the pro-life movement, because time and time again, we are seeing, polls, whether it's NBC News's or other outlets, polls come out that, there is this support for access to abortion rights. And, we are just seeing, a year out from the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we are just now seeing, the impact of what it means without the Dobbs decision, or with the Dobbs decision in place. And that means people are being turned around from being able to access this crucial care, and they are having to travel hundreds of miles, and it's often putting people in harm. Chuck.
Ali Vitale, are you running into any elected Republicans who maybe don't want to say it on camera but are like, how do we get out of this? Ali Vitale. Yep. I think we got she is frozen in my screen. We got a tech hit there. Well, as I promised, we are going to gamble with the tech gods again as we speak with our next guest. And joining me now on the road is one of the louder voices that was in favor of the failed Ohio issue 1, Ohio Republican Secretary of State Frank LaRose. He's also a candidate for the U.S. Senate in 2024. Mr. Secretary of State, as I said, at least you're riding, not driving right now. Thanks for joining me.
That's correct, Chuck. Yeah, on the road, heading to the Tuscarawas County Board of Elections, checking in with our hardworking elections officials that delivered another smooth, free, and fair election for Ohio yesterday.
All right, well, let me start with, look, one of your primary opponents, Bernie Moreno, wants to blame you, says you messed up the messaging when you said, absolutely, this referendum is about the issue of abortion. Do you regret how directly you said that?
You know, I don't regret what I said because I was speaking the truth. And of course, my political opponents are going to cherry pick things out of context, just like that really dishonest commercial did. I gave a 15-minute speech where I talked about all of the many concerns that we have with keeping Ohio's Constitution so susceptible to outside special interest money. One of them is this really radical abortion amendment that's set for the ballot this November. Another one is a massive increase in minimum wage, diminishing our Second Amendment rights here in Ohio. I mean, the list goes on and on. I made that clear that it was never exclusively about one thing. This is just one of the many things it's about.
Look, I think one of the hardest things you were trying to convince people to take power away from themselves, right? You were trying to tell people, hey, we want to make your vote count less. Instead of raising that threshold, it feels like a near impossible task when that's what you were asking voters to do.
That was certainly the message of the No campaign. But as I viewed it, it was about making sure that things were done the right way going forward. Listen, a 50% plus one simple majority is great for policymaking. The day-to-day controversial issues about what people can smoke or not smoke or where they can gamble or not, those are the kind of things that are great for a simple majority. And had issue one passed, Ohio would have continued to have those through our legislature. Of course, also through the citizen-initiated law change process that we have in Ohio. But a constitutional amendment should have the moderating influence of bringing together a larger coalition. That's why the U.S. Constitution requires it. And I thought it would have been a really good thing for Ohio to have that as well, so that if you're going to do something as permanent as changing our Constitution, you had, again, that moderating influence of bringing a much larger coalition together.
Do you think the problem was the idea of this referendum sort of percolated after it appeared that abortion was going to be on the ballot, right? I mean, voters are paying a lot of attention to the abortion issue. Sometimes voters don't pay attention to the details of all issues, but they are on this one. The timing of trying to put this referendum on, I mean, it felt shoehorned in.
There always would have been the next thing. Next year, it's a minimum wage increase. People would have said, oh, you're just trying to block that. To be clear, it takes a coalition to bring an issue to the ballot like this. It included people that are concerned about this abortion amendment. And so the timing was, a result of once we could get enough people together in our General Assembly to put this on the ballot, that's when it came to the voters. And as you saw, a large portion of Ohioans voted on this, over 3 million people rather participating. But my saying was that there's never a bad time to do a good thing. And doing this as an August special election made sense to me. And by the way, Ohioans proved that they are engaged in the process, as we had, as I predicted, a large turnout election.
No, we did. The folks over at Susan B. Anthony, they're upset at the business community. They feel as if while they were supportive of what you were trying to do, it was only rhetorical support. You didn't get financial support from the business community. Do you concur with those remarks?
I think their concerns are not unfounded. Listen, the coalition on the right that when it holds, we can get things done on the conservative side involves both social and cultural conservatives as well as business conservatives. I consider myself one of both of those. But when the business community started to think, oh, this is about abortion, they walked off the battlefield, even though this was something that had been a priority for the business community in Ohio for more than a decade. They've been saying for years, you should do something about how easy it is to amend the Constitution. But as soon as the left started yelling, oh, it's just about abortion, then a lot of business leaders said, hey, I don't want to be involved in this. And that's unfortunate.
Well, where are you on the issue? And does the fact that you have 57% of Ohioans, all right, basically saying, hey, we want to check. They don't like what the legislature has done on abortion. That seems to be pretty clear. We'll find out for sure in November. Do you think the party needs to moderate its position a bit?
This to me is a question of where people are morally. I mean, this is one of those issues that for a lot of people, there's not a lot of room for negotiation. I'm pro-life, but I also want to make sure that we're compassionate about this, because a person who's facing an unplanned pregnancy, a woman who's facing an unplanned pregnancy is having a crisis in her life. And so we need to not just be pro-birth, but also be pro-life. And that means including support for women after they give birth to maybe choose adoption if that's the option they want, or contraceptive options that are non-abortion related that give people other choices. So, yeah, I think that there's a broader conversation to be had. And I think that, when it comes to the state saying that they want to put a check on the legislature, that's always existed. The right way to do that is through the citizen-initiated law change process. But if people don't think our legislature is working properly, there's a simple solution to that. Yeah. Every 2 years, we have an opportunity to replace the members of the legislature. People should get more involved in looking at how their state reps and state senators vote. If they don't agree with them, then maybe they should run for office and replace them.
You're running for the U.S. Senate. You're going to be asked this question about federal standards on access to abortion. Do you think there should be a federal minimum put into place or not?
I think that the Supreme Court decision pushing this down to the states is a reasonable approach for now. But as I told you, I'm pro-life, and if a pro-life measure comes before the Senate, then I would vote as a pro-life
What does that mean?
American.
Look, a lot of people say they're pro-life, sure, but they're for 15 weeks. Some people say pro-life, they're for 8 weeks, the heartbeat bill, things like that. Can you give me some specifics? What's your definition of pro-life?
Yeah, as you know, any legislative body is got to be a product of people working together to find where they can reach a majority on that. And in the Senate, sometimes that's a 60% majority, back to super majorities, by the way. But, I've voted for the heartbeat bill in Ohio, for example, which I think is a good standard. I personally believe that life begins at conception, but I understand that, there's perhaps room to negotiate on that. Pain capable is one standard that some people have looked at. We have a bill like that in Ohio. And again, I think that it's an important conversation to have, but there's no black or whites on these for most people.
One other litmus test that may come across in your Senate primary, it's the Mike Pence question. Did Mike Pence do the right thing when he certified the elections and did not listen to the former president?
Yeah, listen, I'm a supporter of President Trump. I've endorsed him. I was the only Secretary of State in the country to earn his endorsement last year. But I think that, any leader needs to do what they think is the best thing under the circumstances that they're given. And I believe the vice president believes that he was following the Constitution. I'm not in his shoes. I can tell you that Ohio ran honest elections, but there were things that happened in other states that shouldn't have happened. Do those rise to the level of action to negate those? I don't know. I wasn't in those states, and I don't have the facts in front of me that the vice president had. But I can tell you this, we learn from those things going forward, and it's important that we don't allow those kind of mistakes like other states made to happen in the future.
Let me just try to get it clear. You respect what Vice President Pence did. Do you think he did the right thing?
I don't have all the information to make that decision. He was dealing with information that I don't have. I'm an expert on Ohio's elections. I can tell you in Ohio, President Trump won in a landslide. We had an honest contest. But there were things that happened in other states that shouldn't have happened. In some cases, they're activist lawsuits at the last minute, or interference by tech billionaires that were allowed to pour money into elections administration in a way that had an impact on the result. And so, again, I think that he made the best decision he could with the information in front of him, but I don't have all that information to pass that judgment.
All right. Secretary Frank LaRose, Republican from Ohio. Appreciate you coming on and sharing your perspective. Far too few elected officials do this, even after a tough day at the polls. So thank you. Appreciate it. And be safe.
Thank you, Chuck.
You got it. Still ahead, we're going to dive deeper into what Ohio's vote means for the country as politics in 2024. Panel will weigh in. But first, the New York Times is reporting the most in-depth details yet about the Trump team's fake elector scheme. We're going to get more details after the break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back. We are following several developments in Donald Trump's several legal situations. In the past few hours, NBC News has learned that the special counsel, Jack Smith, did obtain a search warrant for Trump's Twitter account. We will try to get details onto why they needed a search warrant for this. In an opinion released today, the district court says it had found probable cause to search the Twitter account for evidence of crimes, perhaps tweets that weren't sent, direct messages. That's the type of things they could get in there. NBC News has reached out to the company formerly known as Twitter, called X, but has not yet received a response. This news broke less than 24 hours after the New York Times reported that they had obtained the entire memo. It was previously a secret memo that was included in the Jack Smith indictment, which laid out Donald Trump's strategy to overturn the 2020 election results using fake electors. According to the Times, the attorney and Trump ally, one of the unindicted co-conspirators, Kenneth Chesebro, admitted that the plot involving fake electors in 6 states was a, quote, bold, controversial strategy that would likely get rejected by the Supreme Court. NBC News has not yet obtained the full memo. Meanwhile, the judge overseeing the election interference case has scheduled a hearing for Friday to discuss the special counsel's request for a protective order limiting what Trump can say publicly about evidence disclosed during discovery. On the campaign trail yesterday in New Hampshire, the former president and current Republican frontrunner was defiant when discussing whether that order would somehow keep him silent.
Crooked Joe now wants the thug prosecutor, this deranged guy, to file a court order taking away my First Amendment rights so that I can't speak. I will talk about it. I will. They're not taking away my First Amendment rights.
So let's get into both parts of this, the details of the investigations, the politics around it, joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian, as well as NBC correspondent Garrett Haake, who is basically covering all things Trump for us politically. So Ken, let me start with you. Donald Trump never did his own tweeting. Donald Trump dictated tweets in his Twitter account. Dan Scavino, we know, obviously did some. Others would do it for him. So explain the subpoena, right? Is it the specifics of anything typed on the platform of Twitter?
Well, it was a warrant, actually. And so they had to show a judge there was probable cause to believe there was evidence of a crime there, which is fascinating because you're right. It's a limited amount of stuff that isn't public.
A lot of it's publicly available, right? So what's not publicly available?
So, as you said, drafts, potential. Now that's intriguing. Draft tweets. What could they want in terms of a draft tweet that would be consequential for the election suppression investigation, and also direct messages? But it's not. I'm not aware. Maybe you guys know that Trump was a big direct messenger on Twitter. I've never heard of it. So it does raise a lot of intriguing questions, and we may never know.
So really, the only thing we can think of is drafts that somehow may lead to more questions.
Exactly. And it was also interesting that Twitter resisted, to the extent that they were fined $350,000 for doing that. But ultimately, Jack Smith got the material.
Let's go to this order that's coming on Friday. What's realistic? We know, obviously, he's got to follow these rules, and he obviously won't. What do they plan on doing? What is the penalty going to be?
Well, now, you're raising an issue that goes beyond just the protective order. It's really easy to imagine Judge Chutkan imposing a protective order because these are standard for these kinds of cases. You know, you're not supposed to make public sensitive discovery material you get from the prosecution. But this question of what are the penalties, it isn't just about this. It's about other things that he may say. What if he crosses the line into threats the way Roger Stone did in his case in 2019? A judge in D.C. imposed a gag order on Roger Stone. I've been talking to legal experts today who say that is really hard to imagine, a gag order of a presidential candidate, even the most limited, structured kind of order. And then if there is one, you know, the penalty for violating those things normally is fines or jail. So what are they going to do? Send the federal marshals to arrest Donald Trump? You know, talk to the Secret Service? How does it work? We're in uncharted territory.
Which we always are with Donald Trump. And so, Garrett, I mean, Trump would like nothing more than to make this a debate about what he can say.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, and the more they can be debating that and not upending the Constitution, I think the better they are politically. I mean, I almost feel like he's almost baiting them into having this.
That's exactly my feeling about it. I mean, he is testing the fences here a little bit to see what he can get away with, but I think also a gag order would be almost like an in-kind contribution to his campaign from this judge. I mean, Donald Trump would like nothing more.
I can see the fundraising email already.
Oh, my God, yeah. So send your $7 now to help Donald Trump pay his fine for speaking out against this case. I mean, right, the emails write themselves, and if they can fight this thing all the way to the Supreme Court, the conservative leading Supreme Court that the Trump campaign, or at least allies of the Trump campaign, think is always kind of in their back pocket.
Which is not true on these regular rule of law things.
Probably
they haven't
not.
been.
Probably not. But if if you're sort of think big, unitary executive theory and all that kind of thing comes to save you in the end, they would love to have this fight.
All right. Right now, what are they pre-gaming for? Is it all things Georgia right now? Is that what they're preparing for?
They're a little bit bogged down, right? I mean, it's all things Georgia, but also this is the problem that they have, where if you're trying to actually run what looks like a normal campaign, you really can't do it under these circumstances. I mean, look at the events that they've been able to put together over the last couple weeks. They've had events on weekends, sort of state party dinners that were pre-scheduled. They put this New Hampshire event together yesterday pretty quickly. They still haven't made up the Des Moines event that he had to cancel because of storms. I mean, they're having a very hard time kind of operating within the scheduling confines of all of his various court requirements.
But they do have time to buy advertising in Atlanta.
Oh,
on
sure.
cable.
Yeah.
To look, this seems to have everything to do with the coming potential indictment.
We have to fundamentally rethink how this campaign is being fought, right? This campaign is not going to be decided by policy speeches or at the Iowa State Fair, who does a better appearance on the soapbox. It's just, we are in a totally different realm here, where these court appearances in particular have so dominated television coverage and the political conversation that kind of mastering that battlefield, if you will, is the whole ballgame for the primary election.
Let's talk about this Cheeseboro memo here a minute. Look, the strongest part of this indictment, Ken, has felt like the elector scheme. And I'm convinced, maybe I'm being Pollyannish, I'm convinced had Jamie Raskin had this elections, truly knew the elector scheme in time for the impeachment trial, maybe that makes a difference. Everybody can say yada, yada, yada. I'm just saying, one would wonder. I'd like to war game it. Okay, Garrett?
Run the fan fiction.
I'd like to run. I'd like to run.
Sure, run the give it to ChatGPT.
How important is Cheeseboro to tying all this together?
It's not clear. I mean, he's considered the architect of the scheme, and then John Eastman really ran with it. So this memo looks like it could be the blueprint, and it has some extraordinary paragraphs in it, where we have to convince Mike Pence that he is the ultimate arbiter of counting the electoral votes.
They knew everything they were doing was perhaps, to be generous to them, pushing the limits of the Constitution.
He said it right there. He said this is likely, it's a bold plan.
Bold and controversial.
Exactly. Yeah. It's likely to be overturned by the Supreme Court. But he also covered himself by saying, we should only do this if there's a likelihood that we have lawsuits that will show fraud, which ultimately did not happen, right? So
that's his get-out-of-jail-free card in his mind?
In terms of that memo.
Do we think he's cooperating?
Well, he's an unindicted co-conspirator. Unclear if he's cooperating.
Right.
They're all liable for charges.
Have you seen this guy in the orbit since?
No.
Yeah.
I haven't. I mean, this feels like kind of a freelance, anybody.
And then, as
no theory
Mike Pence liked to say, the itchy ears of Trump.
That's right. I mean, no theory was too crazy to be entertained, at least for a short period of time, by a certain circle of people.
I have you here, an alarming story out in Utah. FBI went to serve a search warrant to somebody. Is search warrant or subpoena?
It was an arrest warrant.
Arrest warrant to somebody that had been making some threats and clearly turned into a shootout.
Shot and killed this man in Provo, Utah. And this was a guy that, I'm going to just pull up the note here, that had posted on social media, the time is right for a presidential assassination or two. First Joe, then Kamala. So, of course, that's going to merit a visit from the authorities, and we're not exactly sure what happened, but he was killed. And this comes at a time when threats against public officials have spiked, particularly in the last year, and particularly federal cases involving those threats.
All right. Ken and Garrett, this is the political beat.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, everybody else. This, what we are doing now, is the 2024 political beat. Thank you. Still ahead, more on Republicans feeling the weight of Donald Trump and the Dobbs decision. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. Last night's rebuke of Republican efforts to restrict abortion in Ohio is the latest loss for the GOP on a big issue for 2024. So far, Republicans have been unwilling to change their tune on multiple defining issues ahead of next year's election, including both abortion and former President Donald Trump, even as evidence builds that both have been detrimental to the party's success among swing voters. Joining me now is our panel, Betsy Woodruff-Swan, national correspondent for Politico and an NBC News contributor, Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, and Republican strategist Jim Dornan. Betsy, it's same story, different state. I mean, it hasn't mattered whether it's Kansas, a double-digit Trump state, Kentucky, a really double-digit Trump state, a high single-digit state in Ohio, a swing state in Michigan. I mean, I keep coming back. We're so desperate for consensus in this country. I want to raise my hand. There is an issue. We have consensus.
I think it's the same story every state, right? Every statewide election on this issue has gone on the side of supporting and ensconcing abortion rights. Right, and they haven't been nail-biters. This is something that is deeply concerning to Trump as he's gearing up and preparing to go into, likely a head-to-head with Biden in 2024. Because if there's one person who's responsible for the overruling of Roe v. Wade, it's Trump. And it's also an issue that is very much not his first language, not something he's comfortable talking about. So as time moves forward and essentially the failures and defeats of abortion opponents continue to pile up, it's only going to increase just stress for him in his campaign.
Jim, I keep hearing this is a messaging problem from folks on the right. They're not yet ready to say it. They just have the wrong position.
Well, there are two things that turn out Democrats more than anything: Trump and abortion. And I think it's been demonstrated. The pro-lifers now 0 for 7, I think, is the number since Dobbs on these votes. And until the Republican leaders understand that it's also an anti-government issue, I think, as well. There's a libertarian strain, the Republican Party, obviously. This is more government. I mean,
you're right. If you're like making the case you don't want government involved in your life, this is yet another way.
Exactly. And so it looks hypocritical. So I think they ought to just drop out of the issue and just stay away from it.
Polling has shown, Faz, there is about 1 in 8 Republicans are willing to cross party lines on this issue.
Well, and as a Democrat, I'm happy to open the door to allow their extremism to come in and invade the American public and go ahead and let's vote on it. I mean, whether it's minimum wage, whether it's Medicaid expansion, whether it's abortion rights, if you expose them more to do you really want this, voters are not with them. Then the question is for Democrats, now you got to move that around an individual, right? So partisan elections in which you have put a D next to their name, hopefully needs to carry the same number of votes, but that's going to be
It's funny you say that. If I were a Florida elected Republican, I'd welcome a referendum. Take this. I don't want to be the referendum.
Right.
And I'm wondering if Sherrod Brown actually went, oh, man, I can't. It's going to be harder for me to convince Ohio voters that abortion's on the ballot.
I think the Ohio Republicans were thinking that way, to both move it up and then move it into this year rather than next year.
Get it out of the way for 24.
Of course, but I do think that, if you're Sherrod Brown, you also need to think about the fact that most voters, if they're going to vote on abortion, they're also going to vote on, I think, a number of other issues. If you're going to be a Democrat, on abortion issues, that's nailed. That people know that's a clear choice. And as you know where I stand on this, which is to continue to persuade people on issues beyond that as well.
Well, and again, you brought up the fact that both Trump and abortion really help. Suburban women don't like Trump, and suburban women don't. I mean, this is, and you look, Delaware County's been our little canary in the coal mine. Right. And Delaware County voted 60%. And this is the college-educated Republicans that have been slipping away from the GOP.
It's where my daughter lives. I've experienced it every day, so I know what you're saying. And I don't understand the unreasonable lack of attention they're paying to what seems to be very obvious to me as a consultant, saying either stay away or move away from that position. And it's pretty self-explanatory to me.
Betsy, it's amazing here. It really does feel like the Republican Party is so tied to whatever the base wants that they don't really pay attention to what alienates swing voters anymore.
It's hard when there's such a difference between where your base is at and where swing voters are at on this issue. And just to amplify what you were talking about, the big question for Democrats here is, do we have a situation where pro-choice Republican voters, of which there are many, feel that they can have their cake and eat it too by voting in favor of constitutional amendments, referenda that ensconce abortion rights while also voting for politicians?
Now, Adam Laxalt tried this, and it didn't work in Nevada, right? He said, hey, it's enshrined in Nevada. Abortion's off the table here. Now, maybe he didn't run a very good campaign, or he was too tied to Trump, you know.
Sure, no question. And going into these primaries into 2024, I think it's going to be one of the most interesting political questions that we'll get an answer to.
I keep coming back to this, though, Jim, is that nobody in the party seems to want to say, maybe our position's wrong.
Well, they also don't want to say Trump's not going to win either.
Right,
so, I mean, I don't, I wish our leadership had a little bit more sense of...
Faz wants to debate you more.
I mean, the Republican Party was trying to address a problem that didn't exist, and that's where they're trapped now. I mean, Roe v. Wade worked.
I mean, this is why we keep talking about they caught the car.
Yeah.
Okay, now what are you going to do?
Well, what were you trying to fix? What solution were you offering? What did you want to address in society? They don't know.
Okay.
They're stuck.
All right, and yet Joe Biden has a higher unfavorable rating than Donald Trump in the Gallup polls. Betsy? I mean, it's Gallup. I'm not paying attention to this other stuff, but there's a consistency here that Trump is no worse than Biden, which I think is a problem for Biden.
It's a huge problem, especially given that about 100% of the news about Donald Trump over the last year has been dominated by the fact that he's facing multiple criminal indictments. It's hard to imagine a more punitive series of news cycles than what Trump has been facing. And the fact that his public opinion numbers are as resilient as they are is something that, without a doubt...
Well, what we're saying, his numbers are resilient. They're the exact same as Biden's, and we're saying Biden's numbers are bad.
But that's
so
but the point being, Biden's president. He has the biggest bully pulpit in the world. Trump is a guy who currently is facing a lot of conversation related to classified documents next to a toilet. And their numbers are the same. My professional analysis of this is that that's bad for the White House.
And Faz, this is something I've been noticing. Biden's numbers are only a little bit worse than they were in 20. Yeah. But the problem is he looks more like Hillary Clinton in 16 than he does Joe Biden in 20. And we know that's the difference between winning and losing.
Yes, and he's an incumbent, which makes it harder because people are anti-institutional and they're worried about...
Although we have two incumbents running, which does sort of dilute that.
Should be, in theory, hopefully. However, I do think one of these two candidates doesn't have a cap on them. And I think Donald Trump does have a cap on him. And so when you look at that 43, Chuck, I say, okay, that ain't... I really firmly believe it ain't going much higher. So Biden has to worry about other factors. Are there other third parties? Right. Are there other ways in which the vote gets diluted, depressed? But otherwise, in a normal election, I think his number is obviously going up. And as you know, I think he tends to undercount progressives who do support him, who don't yet want to express favorability yet.
Oh, it's when you look at our numbers, the biggest negative Democratic, when the Democrats that are disapprove of Biden's job are all progressives.
Because they're pushing him, right? And you don't want to yield the white flag and say, I'm done pushing him. I want to keep pushing him.
Jim, do you believe if Trump were losing consistently by 5 to 10 points in general election polls, Republican primary voters would be acting differently?
Yeah, I do, actually. I think the fact that he's been so close motivates them. And it makes the hardcore say, well, if this is all we got, you know, if the conservatives, like my type of conservatives, saying, okay, it's either Biden or Trump, I mean, the Republicans are going to go out there and they're going to vote for Trump. I mean, you
know, Betsy, I had read Republicans who a year ago going, oh, I want to be with DeSantis, who now say, I have an easier time winning re-election if Trump's on the ballot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be with Trump, even though I know that's not good for the party.
The fact that there hasn't been this domino effect away from Trump and that hasn't happened yet, I think speaks to the sense with which congressional Republicans and other Republican leaders see Trump as increasingly inevitable.
But wait, that's coming. I don't think we've seen anywhere near. Yep, I do. I honestly do.
How does it? What happens? What has to happen?
Well, so
this fourth indictment does it?
This memo on Twitter today about his Twitter account, I think, speaks volumes. We are only seeing the base level.
But every time we get new information, it doesn't seem to penetrate.
I know. I have faith in our judicial system.
You and Mitch McConnell. Anyway, all right. Betsy, Faz, and Jim, thank you very much. That's something I have a feeling we're playing this tape back and it ain't going to age well. But we'll see. I appreciate the optimism. Coming up, New York City's growing humanitarian crisis. The shelter system slammed by an influx of migrants. The new calls for federal help. I guess Greg Abbott was right. He said once he got blue cities to deal with this, that they would be very upset at the federal government. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
the summertime.
Welcome back. Pressure is mounting on the Biden administration from multiple Democratic mayors and governors now as they seek additional assistance from the federal government in response to the influx of migrants coming to their communities. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey became the latest Democratic governor to declare a state of emergency due to the surge of migrants arriving interstate. According to the governor, nearly 5,600 families or more than 20,000 individuals are currently in state shelters, including children and pregnant women. In a letter to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Healey slammed the administration for, quote, a federal crisis of inaction. Meanwhile, last week in New York City, scores of migrants were seen sleeping on the street outside the Roosevelt Hotel, which has been serving as a migrant arrival center as they wait to get processed through the intake center there. One of the main asks by officials in both New York and Massachusetts is for the administration to fast-track work permits for asylum seekers. Our own Ron Allen joins me now from New York. And Ron, you know, look, there's a lot of background to this story. And, the governor of Texas had been complaining about the administration not helping for months. And he said, well, I'm going to start sending these migrants to blue states. Maybe they'll get some action. He's turned out to be right about this, that he knew that other governors, didn't matter Democrat or Republican, would also feel burdened by this. And sure enough, here we are.
Yeah, the mayor here in New York City says that they have passed the brink, that they are out of room, that that is a huge crisis, and there seems to be no end in sight because hundreds, if not thousands, of migrants are still arriving here, and many of them are being bused or sent here from Texas and other border states. And when you ask the administration here about that, they say that there's no sign that that's going to ease up. There's no communication going on. It's not like they're going to stop that. So there's a never-ending search for more places to put migrants, like this place behind me, which is a parking lot of a state psychiatric hospital that's state-owned land, and an example of how the state of New York is stepping up. They're going to pay for the construction of this and the operation of this place, which would hold about 1,000 migrants, single men. So, yes, there's a scramble on by the city, the state of New York to try and find places for people because there's no end in sight to the arrivals. And you point out, yes, the thing that everybody really talks about that they really want to see is this expedited process to get these people to work so they can get jobs, so they can earn money and start contributing. And they say there's a lot of work to do in a lot of different industries, and that might be one way to help ease the burden on cities and states here.
Ron, I saw that the governor of Massachusetts sent her letter to DHS, but in the sort of confusion sometimes of who's in charge of what, isn't it HHS that's supposed to handle the where to house migrants, right? DHS deals with the processing of them coming into the country, and it's HHS that's supposed to be handling, the humanitarian part of this.
Yeah, I think believe me, there seems to be enough to go around a lot of places in the federal government. Here in New York City, it is DHS, as I understand it, Homeland Security, that is sending a team of experts in response to the mayor's criticisms, the mayor's pleas for more help, to come and assess how the resources that the federal government is being used are being used here in New York City in that regard. Yes, there are obviously some health concerns, and that the health department and human services would probably be better suited to deal with. Bottom line, Chuck, as you know, this is a hugely complex and complicated situation that starts with the border, is now popping up in these cities here, and at the root of it, of course, is the human tragedy that so many of these people arriving here represents a story that they bring with them.
Well,
so
we have to look.
As well.
They're only here because there's failed governance all up and down Central America. In particular, that's for sure. Anyway, Ron Allen on this tough beat for us. Ron, thank you. Meanwhile, massive wildfires are prompting evacuations across Hawaii's Big Island as well as the island of Maui. And we just learned within the hour, these fires have become deadly. State officials say at least 6 people have died. Several remain unaccounted for. In fact, the flames and smoke are so intense that some people have been jumping into the ocean to escape. Hospitals are being inundated with burned patients, with others suffering from smoke inhalation. 911 services on Maui have been down since early this morning, and nearly 13,000 people remain without power. The fires are being fueled in part by wind gusts from Hurricane Dora, which is passing a few hundred miles south of the islands. Of course, the National Weather Service says the high winds aren't expected to die down today, but should slowly subside by Thursday. But if you just need another reminder that you're not going to escape climate change, whether you go to Hawaii, whether you go to the middle of this country, whether you move to Vermont, wherever you go, the effects of climate change are here. Still to come, Democrats pin their hopes of turning a governor's seat blue in 2023 on Mississippi gubernatorial nominee Brandon Presley. Yes, he's a Presley, that Presley. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The battle is set for one of the 2023 marquee gubernatorial elections. We have 3 of them this year. All will be somewhat competitive. Incumbent Mississippi Republican Governor Tate Reeves will face off against Mississippi Public Service Commission member and Democrat Brandon Presley this November, if they both formally won their respective nominations yesterday. Playing defense in Kentucky and Louisiana, this is the lone pickup opportunity on the board for Democrats. All 3, of course, are pretty ruby red states in federal elections, but we all know gubernatorial elections are a little less polarizing. And some Democrats are putting a lot of hopes behind Presley, but a Democrat hasn't won the governorship in Mississippi this century. That's right, 1999 was the last time a Democrat won, and knocking off an incumbent governor, especially in the Deep South, is a really tall order. Incumbent governors don't lose often. Joining me now is Jeff Pender. He's the senior political reporter at Mississippi Today. So, Jeff, the marquee primary race was actually one notch below the ballot there, and I think if Democrats had their druthers, they would have loved Tate Reeves being stuck running with Chris McDaniel, who, if folks in D.C. may remember from old Thad Cochran primary challenger days. But right. Give me your sense of where this race is at now that both parties have their nominees.
Sure. Actually, as far as the gubernatorial primaries last night, they were pro forma. They're out of the way now, so the main event begins. Look, as you mentioned, we're a ruby red state. Conventional wisdom would be that a Democrat doesn't stand a chance, but in this case, I think Brandon Presley stands at least a puncher's chance. He's running on some pretty strong issues in our state right now. We have a severe healthcare and hospital crisis, and Governor Reeves, for a Republican incumbent in the Deep South, has consistently been, pretty underwater in popularity. I think he ranks 3rd least popular in Morning Consult's recent poll of incumbent governors.
It does seem as if what Mississippi Democrats have been looking for when in any of these elections, that they believe, I've heard them, boy, if only, right? If they could get voter registration here, but it feels like a formula that doesn't work. Meaning they're always looking for somebody who's sort of center left, but pretty moderate, maybe even straight up center, that can also fire up African-American voters. And it seems as if they've either gotten a really good black turnout if Mike Espy's been at the top of the ticket, or they maybe do really well with college-educated Republicans, but 20% of the white vote isn't going to cut it.
Right. That's exactly the issue they run into. They can't find a balance there, get both things on track at the same time. They're hoping Presley can do this.
What makes him different? Do you think he could? Do you think he can galvanize the African-American community the way Mike Espy did?
Perhaps. For one thing, he's an excellent retail politician. Just one of those folks when he shows up, he ends up leaving having made some friends, no matter what group he speaks before. That's in his favor. It appears he's doing okay on fundraising, able to raise a little money, gonna at least be competitive there.
Do you get the sense national Democrats, though, are they going to, they've got $5, they're sending $4 to Kentucky and $1 to Mississippi? Is that the fear among Mississippi Democrats?
Of course, that's a fear. That is a fear. As I understand, they've been given some promises otherwise, but we'll see. And that scenario has played out before. I think in 2019, Jim Hood ended up getting a pretty good chunk of change, but it came really late, and it never was what he really needed to be competitive.
The Brett Favre, Phil Bryant stuff doesn't seem to stick to Reeves. Is it simply because he wasn't there when it happened?
I guess so far that appears to be the case. Now, bless his heart, Brandon Presley's doing his best to try and make it stick to him,
right?
Including with a new ad.
Jeff Pender at Mississippi Today, which is the sort of paper of record these days, the news organization of record for all things Mississippi politics. Mr. Pender, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Aaron Gilchrist, who is sitting in for Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with people literally running into the ocean to escape deadly wildfires. Flames just tearing up popular resort spots in Hawaii. In just the last hour, we heard from the governor and emergency officials there about why these fires are so powerful. Also breaking tonight, the alleged violent threats against President Biden and other Democrats unearthed by the FBI. All of it leading to a deadly shooting in Utah just hours before the president's trip to that state. Our team digging into the court documents. Plus, why does Jack Smith want access to Donald Trump's Twitter account? That's the big question after we're just learning tonight that the special counsel carried out a search warrant months ago that caused Twitter to pay a six-figure fine. Then you may be in luck if you're trying to squeeze in one last trip this summer. Airfares are dropping. Just be sure you have somebody to stay with at your destination. We'll explain why. And new allegations tonight against Lizzo, with new complaints from 6 people who worked with her, accusing her of harassment. How fans are responding. That's later in the show. Hey, everybody, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie, and tonight we come on the air with Paradise up in flames. Wildfires burning out of control through some of Hawaii's most popular spots, killing 6 people, forcing hundreds to evacuate, leaving thousands without power, and some emergency services down. The scene is really just apocalyptic in some places. This is the main street through Lahaina on Maui. This time of year, it's usually packed with tourists. Now it is deserted. You can see businesses there have quite literally gone up in smoke. And this is the city's harbor. Look at this. Intense flames turning the night sky red there. It's so bad that the Coast Guard had to rescue people, a dozen people who jumped into the water just to escape the fire.
I was the last one off the dock when the firestorm came through the banyan tree and took everything with it.
I want to show you this home that burned to the ground there. Ironically, nothing left but a fireplace. Tonight, some people are desperately trying to escape any way that they can. You see here one community just decimated with flames here surrounding this woman's car as she drives away. Now, as we speak, about 2,000 travelers are stranded at Maui's airport. Hawaiian Airlines offering refunds to passengers because non-essential travel is strongly discouraged. The whole state under a red flag warning now, and that means this fire could easily get bigger, putting even more residents and more tourists in harm's way. These flames are partly fueled by strong winds caused by a Category 4 hurricane that just passed south of the islands. Let's bring in Maura Barrett now. She's tracking this story for us. It has been throughout the day. So, Maura, we just heard from state and local leaders there. Bring us up to speed. What do we know?
Well, Aaron, after a major lack of connectivity, both because of no cell service and no internet, no phone service at times, we haven't had a lot of information overnighted throughout the day until this update that we just got from state and local officials, where they detailed that there are at least 6 fatalities to report, 2,100 people as of now in shelters, as most of the island of Maui faced these evacuation orders. I want to play you a little bit of that press conference with the lieutenant governor, who's serving as acting governor right now, talking about how out of the blue these fires really are.
We never anticipated in this state that a hurricane, which did not make impact on our islands, will cause this type of wildfires. Wildfires that wiped out communities, wildfires that wiped out businesses, wildfires that destroyed homes.
Now, even as we are getting updates on evacuation orders and road closures, and emergency services are getting back out there and continuing to work, these fires are still very much active, at least 3 on the island of Maui, and they've just been rapidly spreading because of those winds from that hurricane, Aaron.
You know, you talk about the difficulty getting information out of Hawaii. It's also hard to get resources into Hawaii, onto the islands there in the first place. What are some of the challenges officials and crews there are expecting or are facing as they try to contain this fire and get everybody to safety?
Well, the first and most major challenge, Aaron, is that because of those winds from that hurricane, emergency helicopters, firefighting helicopters couldn't get up in the air when they needed to start dropping water onto the flames to help contain the fire. That we did learn that they have been able to take off now and they are actively dropping water. But you also think about the other things that happen when it's incredible winds like 60 to 80 miles per hour, road closures, downed trees, down power lines. That's all been inhibiting how the firefighters and emergency response can react and work to rescue people. They've had to transfer some people to severe burn units on other islands. We've heard that commercial airlines like Hawaiian Airlines are working to help evacuate people because over on Oahu, they are hosting a shelter at the convention center. One of the senators just confirmed that Chuck Schumer promised some federal resources as the state has enacted its National Guard, and FEMA is working to assess the damages. But like you said, that red flag warning very much still in effect through at least early morning Thursday hours. Aaron.
It is a desperate and frightening situation. Maura Barrett for us tonight. Maura, thank you. Some breaking news now out of Utah. The FBI shooting and killing a man who allegedly threatened President Biden just hours before the president's trip to that state. New court documents obtained by our investigations team saying it all played out in Provo, about 45 minutes from where the president will be tonight. The agents tried to carry out an arrest and search warrant because of these alleged threats against the president that were posted mostly on Facebook, according to court documents. The documents also say the man often wore Trump paraphernalia and threatened the FBI as well. Now, a source tells our White House team that the FBI briefed President Biden on that raid this morning. Tom Winter is joining me now to explain what happened here. Tom, it's not just the president we're talking about either. He threatened allegedly several frequent targets, rhetorical targets, if you will, of the former President Trump, too. Walk us through this.
Right, Aaron. So, yes, the indictment is quite explicit. This investigation began in March of this year by the FBI on reference from a social media company effectively saying, hey, there's some posts here that might be quite concerning to you all, and they're very explicit. And the indictment explicitly says that not only were the threats addressed, to your point, to President Biden, but they were also addressed to D.A. Bragg as well. So they were, and a number of other politicians were referenced. But basically, yes, these were focused primarily on these two individuals. They were quite explicit in their nature, the types of violence and physical things that he wanted to do. He also referenced other folks that he had potential issues with, as well as the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, the Governor of California, Newsom, and several other people that he referenced, as well as Attorney General Merrick Garland, calling him the Heinrich Himmler, who was, of course, the former leader of the Nazi Party in Germany in the 1930s and 1940s, calling him the Heinrich Himmler of the United States. So posts that were quite, I think, would say quite clearly posts that were concerning to the FBI.
All right, Tom Winter for us tonight. Tom, thank you. Sure. Some new legal documents just out a few hours ago revealing special counsel Jack Smith executed a search warrant for former President Trump's Twitter account. Now, this was part of his investigation into Trump's lies about fraud in the 2020 election. Now, that happened back in January, but we're only learning about this stuff today. Why, you might ask? Well, because the court believed disclosing the warrant to Trump would, in its words, seriously jeopardize the ongoing investigation by giving him, quote, an opportunity to destroy evidence, change patterns of behavior, or notify Confederates. All of that as the next phase of the fourth criminal investigation of the former president may finally start next week. A grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia, getting ready to hear a separate case involving Trump's election lies. Blaine Alexander has more on that from Atlanta in just a second here. Let's start, though, in Washington here with Ken Delanian. Ken, Trump hasn't tweeted, we looked it up, since January 8th of 2021. Do we have a solid idea from this new filing today why the special counsel wanted a search warrant for Trump's Twitter account and what sort of behaviors they were worried he would change?
No, Aaron, the filing doesn't specify that whatsoever, so we're left in the realm of speculation. Obviously, everyone knows that tweets are public. But there are some things related to a person's Twitter account that are not public. Those would include direct messages and draft tweets and potential metadata and account information. And what we know is that this was a search warrant. So Jack Smith had to convince a judge there was probable cause to believe there was evidence of a crime connected to this Twitter account, and then further got an order to gag Twitter and make sure that Mr. Trump was not aware that this was happening. Twitter, by the way, resisted this initially and was fined $350,000 by a court for doing that. But ultimately, Smith got the data, and it's not clear what he got. There's no evidence in the indictment about anything specific from Twitter. We may never know. It's a secret investigation. But nonetheless, I think what it does illustrate is that there is a lot about the special counsel investigation that happened outside of public view that remains secret to this day, Aaron.
All right, and when there's a trial, we'll see likely even more that we don't know exists right now. Ken, at the same time, there's a new hearing in the classified documents case, right? A separate case. That hearing is set for tomorrow. Trump is not going to be there, but what can we expect?
Yeah, it's a very pro forma standard hearing. It's an arraignment on these new set of charges, the superseding indictment that includes Mr. Trump, but also co-defendant Walt Nauta, and then Mr. De Oliveira, the third newly added co-defendant. We haven't been talking about that case very much lately, but it's a really extraordinary set of allegations, essentially accusing Trump of conspiring to destroy evidence that was sought under a grand jury subpoena. Really, really serious stuff, and this is the beginning of adding that part to the Florida case, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian for us here in our Washington bureau tonight. Ken, thank you. Let's turn to Blaine Alexander now. She's in Atlanta for us today, and that's because, Blaine, I understand you've learned that we're going to have to wait until next week, likely, for the Fulton County grand jury there to sort of get started. Help us understand where the process is right now.
Well, we're watching the subpoenas, Aaron, and that's really what's giving us our best guide as to when we are going to see Fani Willis present her case to the grand jury here in Fulton County. We've got tabs on 4 people. We've been in touch with 3 of them, and we know that they've received subpoenas to basically right now be on call to testify before the Fulton County grand jury anytime between now and the end of the month. Now, what's interesting is those subpoenas, which we've reviewed, say that they will get a 48-hour notice before they have to actually make their way here downtown to testify before the grand jury. You see those people right there. 2 of them are former state lawmakers. One of them is the former lieutenant governor, and the other is a reporter. All of them kind of factor into Fani Willis's investigation as far as the scope that we know of what she's investigating. So 2 of the former lawmakers, for example, were inside this panel. They witnessed this presentation that was made by Rudy Giuliani back in 2020, where he espoused a number of since debunked claims about election fraud here in Georgia. So they're going to testify on that. So that kind of gives us, one, a glimpse into what exactly she's going to be taking to a grand jury, but also the timing. The fact that 2 of them told us this morning they've not received their 48 hours notice lets us know that the case is not going to be presented this week, most likely. So we're looking at next week. So when you look at the timing, when you look at the fact that Fani Willis has said that she plans to have her charging decisions done before September 1st, when she has blocked out this kind of 3-week period during which we're going to see heightened security, during which the majority of her office will be working from home. We know that next week is the last week of that period, so certainly that's going to be the week that we're focusing on to watch and see when she's going to be presenting this case and what sort of decision we would get from that grand jury, Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta tonight. Blaine, thank you. Appreciate it. The State Department saying tonight it welcomes reports that an American nurse and her child are now safe after being kidnapped in Haiti almost 2 weeks ago.
We express our deepest appreciation to our Haitian and U.S. interagency partners for their assistance in facilitating for their safe release, and out of respect for their privacy, we'll let the individuals speak for themselves when they feel ready.
Earlier today, a nonprofit group connected to this woman and her daughter announced that with a, quote, heart of gratitude and immense joy, their prayers are answered. Now, according to the organization, this woman, Alex Dorsonville, was serving in the community ministry when the 2 were taken late last month. This case sparked international attention, as you might imagine, prompting protests really across the region. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren is joining us now to talk us through what has developed here. Kristen, what more do we know about this really positive development?
Right. Hey there, Aaron. Well, this is the news that really everyone had been waiting for after this woman, this young nurse, and her young daughter were taken. They were missing for 11 days. In an interview with the New York Times, her mom said she hasn't spoken with Alex yet, but that she was released last night. The organization Al Roy that she was working with her Haitian-born husband, said there is still much to process and to heal from the situation. So we are asking that no attempts be made to contact Alex or her family at this time. And you heard the State Department there saying as well that it was going to wait to let Alex and her husband, her family, speak if they so choose. But really, the news that everybody is waiting for, has been waiting for, that they are safe and back with family members. Aaron?
Kristen, I want to back up a little bit if we can here. This kidnapping happened the same day that the State Department ordered non-essential, non-emergency government employees and their families to leave Haiti, right? What more do we know about what drove that warning?
Right. And so, you know, Haiti has been in control of gangs, really, and that they are getting more aggressive. These kidnappings have been happening mostly for ransom, to the point where UNICEF released a report this week that said 300 children and women had been kidnapped in the first half of this year, and those numbers continue to rise. And so a very dangerous situation. The United Nations has called for a multinational force to step in. The U.S. is in support of that and has said that it would put forward a resolution in the Security Council. Kenya has said that it would volunteer its force. It's still unclear what the U.S. contribution to that force would be, and that is likely going to come down to this report that's due in the United Nations next week. So the United States waiting to see what that looks like as Kenya explores what its options are going to be. But, you know, the United Nations really looking for the rest of the world to step in and restore some type of order to Haiti. Aaron?
All right, Kristen Dahlgren with us tonight. Kristen, thank you.
You bet.
California Senator Dianne Feinstein is back at home tonight after a fall at her home on Tuesday sent her to the hospital. Now, her office says that she was in the hospital for about 2 hours as a precaution, but was released when her, quote, scans were clear. It's just the latest health scare for the 90-year-old senator who has faced calls to resign over claims that she's not fit to serve after she was hospitalized with shingles back in February. She was absent from the Senate for about 3 months, forcing the Judiciary Committee to hit pause on some key appointments. Feinstein has rejected calls that she stepped down, saying she'll serve until her term is up. That's in January of 2025. NBC's Sahil Kapoor joins me now. Sahil, this fall is sort of a reminder, the latest one, of the senator's age here. Do we have an understanding of, you know, once the Senate is back in session, that they're going to have a conversation about the aging Senate in general? We know that more than half of them are 65 or over 65. Or is this simply one that might lead to more calls for this senator to step down?
Aaron, I would not expect that conversation to happen within the Senate. This is a body that is very protective of its members, and none of the members of the Senate have called on Dianne Feinstein to resign. None of them have called on other senators who have demonstrable health issues to resign, but, you know, perhaps you might see some calls from Democrats outside the chamber. Feinstein, for her part, her office tells me that she briefly went to the hospital yesterday after what they called a minor fall. They say all her scans were clear and she returned home. A spokesperson said that hospital visit lasted only 2 hours. And Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader, says, let's put up a statement here. Quote, I spoke with Senator Feinstein this morning. She said she suffered no injuries and briefly went to the hospital as a precaution. I'm glad she is back home now and is doing well, unquote. This is not the first health instance involving Senator Feinstein. Let's show what she's dealt with so far this year. She was hospitalized in February with shingles and missed about 3 months of work in the Senate. That was around when the calls to resign began. Then in May, she was diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, or at least revealed it then, and now in August, this minor fall at home. In terms of the Senate, I can count to at least 5 senators in their 80s. One of them Chuck Grassley is knocking on the door of 90 and just got reelected to a 6-year term, which would take him to the age of 95. So there's not a whole lot of desire among senators, to step down as a result of age. Feinstein is leaving the Senate at the end of her 2024, at the end of the calendar year 2024, and there is a pretty heated battle on the Democratic side in the safe blue state of California to try to succeed her. Let's show the graphic of the candidates. The main ones are Adam Schiff, Katie Porter, and Barbara Lee. So far, Adam Schiff, you can see there, has a massive fundraising advantage. Some see him as the favorite, although it's far from a done deal at this point. Aaron?
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us at his post on Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. A new historic launch from Virgin Galactic set to happen tomorrow. It's going to be the first with a crew of civilians. Virgin Galactic set to lift off from its first space tourism flight. On board that flight, an 80-year-old former Olympian with Parkinson's disease and a mother with her 18-year-old daughter. It's the same ship that sent Virgin Galactic founder Richard Branson and his crew to space 2 years ago. Here's Gotti Schwartz.
It's a final day before launch, and there is a lot of work to do. Just a little while ago, we saw the pilots of this spacecraft going up. They were pulling all kinds of high-G maneuvers in these small acrobatic planes, simulating what they're going to be doing tomorrow in a spacecraft exactly like this when they take 3 civilians, people like you and me, a mom, her daughter, as well as an 80-year-old Olympian up into space. And all week they have been preparing them for that mission to space, simulating things like getting their seatbelt off so they could walk around and float up in space in that zero gravity, putting their seatbelt on, what it's like to hit Mach 3 times the speed of sound, and all hoping for a re-entry tomorrow right around 10 o'clock, 10:30, safely here on the ground. All of this is part of that dream from Richard Branson, not just to go up into space, but to open space up for so many more humans. And that's something that we could see happen a lot more often here in the New Mexico desert. They're saying once a month, and then pretty soon, one flight like this a week. Back to you.
Gotti Schwartz for us out west. And tonight we're learning more about allegations against pop star Lizzo. Attorneys say they have new complaints from at least 6 people who worked with the singer. These are the same lawyers representing the 3 former dancers who are already suing Lizzo for sexual harassment, creating a hostile work environment, and weight shaming. Lizzo denies all the claims against her and her team. In an Instagram post, she called the accusations unbelievable and outrageous. Stephen Romo is joining me now. Stephen, what do we know about these new allegations?
Yeah, so much already going on in this lawsuit, Aaron, and now we have word from the attorneys representing those 3 former dancers who are already suing her that they're looking at vetting these possible claims from these new people that they say are involved. And those 6 people include other dancers and some people who have worked on Lizzo's reality show through Amazon Studios. Now, the attorney representing these dancers, Rob Zabrano, said the claims are of, quote, sexually charged environment, and also of allegedly Lizzo failing to pay employees. He says the vetting is ongoing. He's already said some of these claims may not be actionable, but it comes on the heels of this lawsuit, which has really just shaken some of Lizzo's fandom, because the allegations here are pretty wide-ranging. The sexual harassment, hostile workplace claims, along with religious harassment and more. Lizzo's attorney declined to comment about these new potential allegations that are currently being vetted. And Lizzo, of course, as you mentioned, denied all these allegations in that Instagram post, Aaron.
Still leaves you to wonder, though, Stephen, what this all might mean for Lizzo's career. People who love her really love her at this point. Do we have an understanding of what the sort of the fan response has been?
Yeah, that's one of the key pieces to all this, Aaron. Lizzo has been such a beacon of body positivity and just positivity overall. But when you look at some of these allegations, they include that alleged body shaming that apparently the dancer says she felt from Lizzo at one point. Now, this also all comes from news of Lizzo's first performance she was supposed to have since the lawsuit has been filed, the Made in America Festival in September. That has been canceled. Now, Lizzo and SZA were set to headline this, and it's not at all said that it's linked to this lawsuit. We have a statement from the Made in America festival organizers saying, due to severe circumstances outside of production control, the 2023 Made in America festival will no longer take place. They said that nowhere in that statement did they say it was because of this lawsuit, but fans, of course, are looking at the timing and wondering if these things are connected. Lizzo and SZA's teams, by the way, did not respond to our request for comments on the cancellation of that festival, Aaron.
All right, Stephen Romo. Stephen, thank you. Well, relief may be in sight for air travelers, with new data showing airfares starting to go down over the next few weeks and into the fall. That's after high demand and overall higher operating costs made it a pretty expensive summer travel season, both domestically and internationally. The flight booking app Hopper says domestic fares are down 11% from this time last year, and fares to Europe are down slightly, 2%. And while airfares may be dropping, your hotel stay is not going down. U.S. hotels are 11% higher than a year ago, still down from summer highs of more than $200 per night. Tom Costello is looking into all this for us. So, Tom, airfares we know are sort of seasonal, right? Summertime, things tend to be more expensive. They kind of cool off as we go to that fall time with back to school. What else is sort of contributing to the drop in air prices?
Listen, to be clear, we're really talking about what's going to be happening going forward, Aaron. So the airfare numbers you just gave, that's going to be over the coming weeks and into the fall. Not really now, but what we're looking for going ahead. And the bottom line is, if you can travel in the fall, yes, it looks like prices are falling. And here's why. We've got added capacity. What does that mean? It means more airline seats on critical U.S. routes, domestic routes. And we've seen a lower jet fuel price helping out as well. Increased competition. More airlines are flying right now, offering more seats. And then we are seeing travel shifting to global international getaways. So as a result, more people wanting to go international. That means fewer people are traveling domestically. So that is why we're starting to see domestic airfares going forward into the fall starting to drop. International, yeah, they're dropping too, but they're still pricey. Can I give you a couple here? Domestic airfares for the fall, we're talking round trip, $257. Not bad, really, round trip. That's about down 11% in 1 year. International, all right, hold on to your seat, Aaron. They exploded this summer. This fall, they're coming down, but still up 7% going to Europe. That's since 2019, $813 round trip. And Asia, holy free holies, up 59% in Asia. $1,400 is the average round trip.
Yeah, I went to Spain this summer, so I know the pain of the traveling to Europe these days. But as you talk about looking down the road, right? We're looking into the future. Do we have an idea of how long the lower airfares might last? I know the holiday season is going to be up in front of us before you know it.
Yeah, so for those of us who the kids are out of the house now, so we're no longer stuck to the school schedules. This is the shoulder season, right? The fall is the shoulder season. That's a great time to fly because prices do come down. So prices are expected to remain lower up until Thanksgiving, and then they pop up again over Thanksgiving. You have a quiet couple of weeks early December, and then they pop up again. This is already the time, I hate to say that when it's hot outside, this is the time to start researching Thanksgiving and December airfares. And if you see that you can lock in a schedule and a pretty decent fare, don't expect it's going to get better. That doesn't happen. Likely, it's only going to get more expensive.
Yeah, so many people like to watch the fare thinking maybe, oh, it'll go down if I try again tomorrow. This is not the time to use that strategy, obviously.
Well, just think about, can I just make the point? Virtually every plane I've been on this year is packed. Virtually every one. And that's going to continue. So, no, don't expect the airlines are going to be desperate to sell seats. They know their planes are going to be packed. They can keep charging good rates.
Yeah, smart. All right, Tom Costello for us tonight. Tom, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You bet. You bet.
Coming up, the American woman accused of plotting to kill her husband in the Bahamas appearing in court today. What police are revealing now about this case. Plus, Target is facing a new lawsuit tonight. We'll tell you why that is. That's coming up in our 5 Things. Stick around.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
So there is a subtle but kind of significant change coming to your iPhone. We'll explain that coming up in our 5 things. First, though, a major win for reproductive rights supporters as Ohio voters overwhelmingly rejected a ballot measure in a special election. Now, this would have raised the threshold needed to amend the state's constitution from a simple majority to 60%. Voters turned out in record-breaking numbers, really, with 56.7% rejecting the measure and 43.3% voting to support it. Now, this sets the stage for an even bigger abortion fight in November. That's when voters will decide by a simple majority whether to guarantee abortion access in the state's constitution. Ali Vitale is in Ohio for us tonight.
Aaron, the latest flashpoint in the abortion battle across the United States, ending in a victory for abortion advocates here yesterday in Ohio. We were talking about this as a proxy battle because, of course, when voters went to the polls yesterday, nothing on their ballot said anything explicitly about abortion. But it was clear to voters on both sides of this ballot initiative that the attempts Republicans were making to raise the threshold of what it would take to actually change their state constitution were very much connected with abortion access. That's because Republicans knew what was coming down the calendar. In November, Ohio voters will go to the polls to vote on an amendment that would enshrine the right to abortion protections into the Ohio state constitution. Yesterday's election was an attempt to make that harder, and it failed. I think this is something that's important for us to take into the larger picture of the post-Dobbs landscape, the aftermath of the Supreme Court overturning the Roe versus Wade precedent from the Supreme Court that previously protected a right to abortion care. We've seen across the country in red states like Kansas and purple states like Michigan, and certainly across the board in the 2022 elections, the midterms, how abortion was such a salient issue. Ohio now, the latest data point in that, as Democrats and abortion advocates see this as an issue with staying power. And look, with more than 3 million people turning out to vote, you can understand why. This is supposed to be an election in August, dog days of summer. Republicans popped this up last minute. Many people were expecting turnout to be low. Clearly, that wasn't the case. And clearly, the energy was on the team that wants to see more abortion access in this state, despite the fact that it typically goes red in a presidential year. Aaron?
All right, let's turn now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a huge explosion at a factory outside Moscow hurt dozens of people this morning. That blast happened in a pyrotechnics warehouse that officials say may have been violating safety requirements. The explosion shattered nearby windows and hurt at least 56 people. The specific cause is still unclear, but Russian officials are blaming a, quote, human factor. Number 2, an American woman accused of plotting to kill her husband in the Bahamas has been released on bond. Lindsay Shiver is charged along with her alleged lover, as well as a third man, with conspiring to kill her husband after he filed for divorce. Shiver can't leave the Bahamas. She was fitted with an ankle monitor, and she has to report to the police 3 times a week. Number 3, a conservative legal group is suing Target on behalf of one of its investors. This after backlash over the retailer's LGBTQ+ themed merchandise. The lawsuit says Target did not warn its investors of the possible risks to its stock price. Number 4, a big change coming to your iPhone in the new software update, iOS 17. That little red end call button that you use to hang up the phone when you make a call, well, apparently it's moving about 1/2 inch to the right. Now, it may not sound like a big change, but if you're an iPhone user, it may take a beat to get used to that shift to the right. Because you kind of do things blindly, right? It's just supposed to be where it's supposed to be all the time. Number 5, in LA tonight, it's the end of an Eras tour, at least in the U.S. Taylor Swift plays her last show here in the States before she sets off around the world. And with the summer of Swift coming to a close, the impacts are pretty huge. California says the 6-night run of the concerts there has added $320 million to LA County's GDP. The Eras Tour returns to the U.S. in the fall of 2024. All right, when we come back, one of our reporters going one-on-one with Colorado's Democratic governor, why he is splitting with his party on immigration. That's next in tonight's Newsmaker segment.
Summertime.
We come back with some sad news to report tonight. Rock and Roll Hall of Famer for the band, Robbie Robertson, has died. Robertson was the songwriter behind some of the band's biggest hits, chart toppers like The Weight and The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. Rolling Stone put the Canadian rock legend on its list of the greatest guitarists who ever lived. Robertson also worked on soundtracks for some of Martin Scorsese's biggest movies, the director calling him a confidant and a collaborator. Robbie Robertson was 80 years old. We turn to Colorado now, where a new law barring anyone under 21 from buying a gun was just blocked by a federal judge. It was signed this spring by Governor Jared Polis, a rising star in the Democratic Party who has had to choose his battles in that purple state. The first openly gay man elected governor in this country, he's also earned respect from conservatives by supporting religious freedoms. He wants to slash carbon emissions as well, but also wants stronger borders. Not exactly typical there, and neither is the venue where he met up with NBC's Noah Pransky for tonight's Newsmaker.
I love my team, I love the Rockies, but I also love the game.
Do you love the game of politics as much?
I like more the results from politics. Baseball has a lot of unwritten rules of civility that people play by, and I think that we need more of that civility between opposing teams in our political system, too.
Now batting,
Jared Polis, governor of Colorado.
A lifelong baseball fan with a few thoughts about the red team and the blue team in Washington.
So how do you feel about people treating politics more and more like a sport?
That's a shame, because sports has its place, but politics should be about more than just the game.
Why are we even in a batting cage?
Okay, we're going to crank it up.
Well, baseball is about the only thing Polis says he misses about his 10 years in the U.S. House.
I'm the all-time RBI leader for Congressional Baseball Team, which they keep the statistics on.
And a 400 hitter.
Oh, I see you did your research.
The Polis path to prominence began in college with a series of e-commerce startups that later sold for more than $1 billion. His first political job was on the Colorado Board of Education. He served 10 years in Congress, then became the first openly gay man ever elected governor in U.S. history. He's also become one of the most popular ones by largely avoiding the culture wars and with initiatives that play well in both urban and rural Colorado. property and income tax cuts, free pre-K and all-day kindergarten, expanded solar, wind, and geothermal power, and creating an official Office of Saving People Money on Healthcare. Last year, Polis was re-elected by a whopping 19.3 points. He also recently launched, alongside Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox, a national campaign for civility.
Please join us in showing America the right kind of conflict. Together, we can disagree better.
What's the strategy to disagree better when you have growing camps on each side that are growing more extreme?
So governors like Spencer Cox and myself can't fix it all, but as leaders, I think we have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to govern in a unifying way, to be a role model rather than a cause of this division.
We're in an era where LGBTQ rights are under attack. The Supreme Court is moving further to the right. Is this a time for disagreeing better and compromise, or a time for a fight?
Well, you know, it's a time for all of those things. I mean, there's no shame in disagreeing. Our nation was built on profound disagreements. And what's happening now, which is alarming, is that on both sides, people are debating caricatures of the other side rather than what the other side actually believes. And they're frankly questioning the motives or the even Americanism of the other side.
Another topic Polis is trying to triangulate is immigration. He wants the Biden administration to better secure the southern border, but also to grant work permits to the undocumented immigrants already in the United States.
Well, right now we have a labor shortage in Colorado, 2 job openings for every unemployed person. We also have tens of thousands of people here who are underemployed because they don't have the right status. We have the jobs open, let them work, let them support themselves rather than taxpayers support them.
Polis admits life isn't perfect in Colorado. He has a lot of work to do on addressing the state's housing shortage, but he has no doubt his previously purple state will stay blue again in 2024 if Donald Trump is again the Republican nominee. If he's not, well, then Polis says it is possible the state could go red for the first time in 20 years.
Not for, I don't think, Donald Trump, but for others who might be running if they're able to prevail in the Republican primary. Of course, that's a possibility.
So, as a Democrat, if Biden is the nominee, is the biggest concern that it's someone other than Trump?
You know, as a Democrat, we hope that Donald Trump's the nominee, but as an American, we hope that Donald Trump's not the nominee. So I, as an American, obviously, country above party, hope that it's somebody else.
There's been chatter that Polis could be that someone else for Democrats, too. Would you ever consider going back to D.C. for the right job?
Not really. I really like being in Colorado, and we're raising our 2 kids here, and I did my 10 years there, and, you know, I'm not so self-righteous as to think that somehow I have the solution for what ails D.C. I really don't. I hope that we can do it together.
And he's hoping to do it without having to throw too many political bombs. He'd much rather be hitting bombs.
And Noah Pransky joins me now. So, Noah, you talked to Polis about President Biden's strategy to deal with inflation, too, the economic fallout from the pandemic. What was the governor's take on the so-called Bidenomics?
He generally supports the president's economic plans. He supports the Inflation Reduction Act, although he did question why it's called that. He said it's great for investing in infrastructure and clean energy, renewables, but it isn't really addressing inflation the way he'd like. He wants to see the Biden administration do a couple things, and this is where he can kind of sometimes sound like an old school Republican. He says, I want to see immigration addressed. To close the borders and issue those work permits. It will help address the employment and the labor issue in America. The other thing is he says he wants more free trade. He wants to roll back those Trump tariffs that the Biden administration has left in place so far. He says those 2 things alone would take a huge chunk out of inflation. Aaron.
All right. Noah Pransky with us tonight. We appreciate it, Noah. Thank you. Well, coming up, a troubling sign in China. Why officials there say youth unemployment is rising. We're talking about it with our reporter live in Beijing. Plus, a new ruling tonight in the Gilgo Beach serial murders, what a judge is ordering the suspect to do. That's next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
So officials in Texas say a woman was attacked by a snake and then was sort of saved by a hawk. We're going to tell you what happened. That's a little bit later in the local. First, though, we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. New inflation data out from China today, with prices dropping in July for the first time in 2 years. Now, that may sound like a good thing to those of us paying higher prices, but the concern is that the country is struggling, lacking consumer demand. And it's just the latest economic data that's raising eyebrows about China's weak post-COVID recovery. The job market in that country is also looking pretty bleak right now, especially for young people. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frere explains.
These are tough days in China for many who are young, looking for work and just not finding it. This is a job fair on the outskirts of Beijing. The positions up for grabs here are mostly in sales or insurance. This year's job market has been difficult for newcomers, says Zhang Bo, who's 22 and just graduated from university, along with more than 11 million other people. Part of what's driving record youth unemployment here. It hit 21.3% in June. That's 1 in 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 24, and 4 times the overall jobless rate in China. Meng Zhe has been looking for 4 months, and he isn't hopeful. I don't know how to answer that, he says, but I'll keep looking. The gloomy prospects have young people seeking solace in online chat groups, and it seems at temples, where they are literally praying for luck. According to Trip.com, a travel booking platform here, temple visits across China are up 360% this year. Roughly half the visitors born after 1990. I'm wishing for more career luck, says this woman. Everyone is stressed out and competitive at school, she told us. Everyone is tired. The lack of jobs here goes deeper than the numbers. It's more structural. The jobs eluding most highly educated workers weren't lost from the economy per se. They've never existed. Back at the job fair, Ms. Bai is a recruiter. She talked about an imbalance on the hiring side, too, in that skills aren't matching needs. She has one position to fill with a moving company. And it's not just young people feeling the impact of a slowing post-COVID economy here, with big tech companies like Alibaba making deep cuts. Middle-aged and older workers are losing jobs and finding it hard to compete with young people who will work more for less. A phenomenon known as the curse of 35, now making the rounds on Chinese social media, saying that getting hired past the age of 35 is nearly impossible because companies think those employees are less likely to work overtime. It's gotten so bad, Chinese state media is even acknowledging it, with the Workers' Daily newspaper devoting an editorial to ending age discrimination. Liu Guorong and her husband are both 60. People in their 40s have to support the elderly and raise children, she says. There are knock-on effects of these labor shifts, too. As unemployment has climbed, the number of marriage license applications hit a new low. Property sales and spending have slowed. There are even some parents now paying their kids to be full-time children, mostly to do housework and be available when needed, as people wait or pray for better days.
And Janice joins me now from Beijing. Janice, you mentioned in the piece there these structural changes to the economy, right? You talked about how highly educated graduates are looking for jobs that never really existed. So why is it being felt so much now?
Aaron, the plan was for China's economy to transform from labor-intensive industry to a more high-tech, skills, service-oriented economy, and that's still in transition. There are a lot of manufacturing jobs. China figures that half of them are going to go unfilled over the next couple of years because young graduates don't want factory jobs. So there's this misalignment between the supply of highly educated, skilled workers and demand for them. The economy essentially hasn't caught up. There's also some reading into the numbers that we need to do. The unemployment rate here is a measure of people actively seeking work, not like the U.S. where it's a reflection of people available for work. Add to this the issue of underemployment. You know, by Chinese metrics, if you work 1 hour a week, you're considered employed. So if we apply that measure, probably another quarter of college graduates are underemployed. There's one economist at Peking University who figures with all of these other factors, plus the number of young people who just aren't bothering to look for work anymore, the youth unemployment rate could actually be as high as 46.5%. So the headline is striking in itself, but there's a lot at play with these numbers. Aaron?
Yeah, and as you watch what happens in China, it stands to reason that you could start to see some of these things happening in other places around the world, including here in the States. Interesting story. We really appreciate you bringing it to us. Janice Mackey-Fair in Beijing for us tonight. Thank you. Well, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, today a judge said that the Gilgo Beach murder suspect has to submit to a cheek swab for DNA testing. His lawyers argued against it, but the judge said it'll be helpful to see whether it matches evidence collected. There's no set date for when he has to give that sample. Out of our Southern Bureau, now